It's so hot, the kind of scorching heat that makes everything feel unbearable. I'm Lu Chi, and today, like every day, I'm swinging a heavy blade under the harsh sun with a group of other kids. A big, muscular man named Commander Chin calls out numbers, and we follow, striking with all the strength we have left, sweat pouring down our faces. Finally, a gentle voice calls for a break, and I watch as sweat drips onto the stone ground. Life here is so harsh. I can barely keep going. I arrived half a month ago, or rather, I was transported into this body and this world without warning. There wasn't time to learn anything about this new place. I was thrown straight into endless training, swing the blade over and over. It's exhausting and numbing. When we get a chance to drink water, all the kids rush to the well like it's the greatest treasure. A tall, rough boy named Lu Air shoves people aside to get to the front. We all have numbers instead of real names, from Lu E to Lu Ershi-san. I'm number 7 Lu Chi because of my height. I suspect we're being trained as assassins or maybe warriors. This place, Shilio Manor, seems like a secret training ground for something dangerous. Today, our instructor changes from Commander Chen to a woman in a bright red gown called Madame May. She's graceful, but I'm not sure how someone like her can teach us to fight. Still, she has an authority I don't dare question. She's the one who welcomed us here, telling us that she's like a mother, and this place is our home. Despite the harsh training, the manor provides us with good meals. Every meal has meat, and I fight for the best dishes, even if it means being a little ruthless. No one dares to challenge me after I bit off part of Lu Ci's ear in a fight over food. I have a secret. There's a crescent mark on my left wrist that absorbs energy from the food I eat, making me stronger. It's why I've managed to survive the brutal training. The mark stores energy and releases it when I'm exhausted, reviving me and improving my strength. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to handle this harsh life. Lately, the food has gotten even better, but I eat more than anyone else, and people whisper that I have an endless hunger. They're not wrong, I have to keep the crescent mark fed. Even Madame May has noticed and started giving some of us bitter medicine. Days pass, and one evening, Madame May calls us to the back courtyard. We kneel in front of a ruined building until our knees ache. Her authority is absolute, and I obey, unsure what's coming next. It was finally happening, and I try to steady my breathing, fighting down the excitement. I had kept the secret for a long time. I'd once seen Madame May in action. It was when I first arrived, waking up cramped in a crowded carriage. When I peeked through a gap in the curtain, I saw her, dressed in red, moving like a ghost among 4 armed men. In a flash, they fell, blood spraying like a fountain. That moment convinced me that Madame May, though delicate-looking, was far more dangerous than Commander Chen. Madame May began speaking in a language I couldn't understand, and I wasn't alone. All of us kids stared in confusion, our brows furrowed. She laughed at our bewildered faces and explained it was the first step of an internal cultivation method. But to even start, we'd need to learn to read and understand the human body's energy points. The training was relentless, but so was the brainwashing. Our parents had abandoned us, and it was only thanks to the mysterious master and Madame May that we were still alive. We owed everything to them. Their words had little effect on me, with my adult mind hidden in this child's body. But I could see how the others were changing, becoming darker and more aggressive. Shilio Manor felt heavier, more oppressive. I wished I could help, but I had to focus on surviving first. Under Madame May's guidance, we began practicing internal energy cultivation, guiding the world's energy into our bodies. It wasn't easy, but soon enough, every child managed to do it. Madame May was clearly proud. The training grew harsher, and she dropped her gentle act, becoming more demanding than Commander Chen. The internal method had no name, but it was powerful. I followed the steps carefully, feeling my weak internal energy flow, barely making progress. Then, a chill spread from the crescent mark on my wrist, and the energy surged. I used the power to push forward, heart pounding with excitement. Weeks passed, and some kids, like Lu San, broke through the first stage quickly. I waited longer, pretending to be slower. I didn't want to stand out in a place like this. The crescent mark had helped me advance, but it had become dull and dry. No matter how much I ate, it didn't recover. I guessed I needed rare, special foods to recharge it. Soon, we left Shilio Manor for a mission. Traveling through muddy mountain paths after the rain, the air felt too quiet. The lead man, Chun-Woo, kept a wary eye on the dense forest. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A blood-red figure darted through, and men fell, throats slit, before anyone could react. Chun-Woo drew his blade and fought fiercely, but even he was pushed back. When the attackers revealed themselves, they were led by Lu Er, who grinned and explained that Madame May had ordered the ambush. Chun-Woo wasn't happy, but there was no point arguing now. The ambushers had finished their grim work, and Lu Er and his group took charge of the supplies, ready to return to the manor. Lu Qi, why didn't you kill anyone back there? I saw you rush straight for Commander Chen. Were you feeling sorry for those workers? Lu Shurjiu kept pestering me, her voice shrill with annoyance. She even threatened to report me to Madame May if I didn't answer. I stopped dead in my tracks, turning around with a cold glare. Lu Shurjiu, say one more word, and you won't live through the night, I warned. She scoffed, pointing out that Madame May had forbidden us from killing each other, but her red dress made her stand out in a sea of black-clad trainees. I reminded her, without emotion, that Madame May also ordered us to wear night clothes on missions, which Lu Shurjiu had obviously ignored. Before she could argue, I walked away. Back at my quarters, I set my blade on the table and poured myself a drink, thinking about the earlier fight with Chun-Woo, our old trainer. Madame May once said he had great strength but weak internal energy, making him second-rate at best. My hands were still red from the clash, but I'd only used 60% of my strength, and he'd struggled. That proved her right. I knew I had to leave Shilio Manor eventually, but I needed to grow stronger first. Even if I could escape now, I'd have no chance against Madame May, especially with a powerful group backing her. It was a long road ahead. Just then, someone came to summon me. Madame May wanted to see me. I grabbed my blade, the only thing I truly trusted. When I stepped into Madame May's overly perfumed room, I felt the stares of several people. Chun-Woo was there, still glaring at me, clearly angry. Alongside him were Lu Er, Lu San, Lu Wu, Lu 11, and Lu Shurjiu. Madame May announced that we 6, her most talented disciples, were needed for a task. The boys looked calm, used to missions, while the girls were thrilled. I kept my face expressionless, which had earned me the nickname Cold-Faced Ghost behind my back. But the nickname fit my blade was colder than my expression. Madame May reminded us of Lu Yi's fate, and even Lu Er and Lu Sen showed fear. We all bowed and promised not to fail her. She then assigned us to Commander Chun for this mission. Packing was simple. My blade, a change of clothes, and a hidden set of nightwear. I meditated before leaving, feeling the energy in my body grow. The crescent mark on my wrist pulsed, nearly ready to release more power. I had to time my breakthrough perfectly, away from the manor's watchful eyes. The mission's timing was ideal. I hoped to reach the 5th stage of internal energy away from prying eyes, keeping my advancement hidden. Lu Shurjiu, with her beauty and Madame May's favor, might draw attention, but I knew better than to envy her. That kind of special treatment in this place wasn't a blessing, it was a curse. The mountain path was still muddy from yesterday, with traces of blood left behind. The air smelled faintly of iron, a reminder of the violence. I kept my face calm, but Lu Shurjiu couldn't help herself. She frowned and complained about Lu Er's carelessness, calling everyone useless. Her words were loud enough for us all to hear, and I sighed, seeing Lu Wu doing the same. We were used to her attitude. Ahead of us, Commander Chen seemed uneasy, casting worried glances back at us. Lu Er reassured him, pointing out that Lu Shurjiu might be spoiled by Madame May, but she was skilled. Chen didn't look completely convinced. He hadn't wanted to bring inexperienced trainees like me and others on this mission, but Madame May insisted. I knew Chan was watching me, probably still bitter about yesterday. In our training days, he had taught us martial arts, but over the years, even the weakest among us had surpassed him. Yesterday, I only used a fraction of my strength, yet I had embarrassed him in front of everyone. If I'd gone all out, he wouldn't be walking today. We wound through the forest until we reached a wide road as night fell. I tensed, sensing something in the shadows just as Chun let out a sharp whistle. Figures emerged from the trees, Chen's people. Some of them used to guard Shilio Manor. When they saw me, their bodies stiffened, remembering that my blade was only ever drawn for fighters. We made our way to an abandoned village, where we'd be staying. I entered a decaying house, the air thick with mold. Lu Wu inspected the place, and we realized we'd have to share the one bed. Lu Shijiu looked annoyed, but went to find water. I climbed onto the bed in my dusty shoes and began meditating. Lu Wu watched me with a knowing expression, but she didn't comment. We had all known each other for years. Lu Shijiu returned, fuming about how Lu Er's group had a clean place to stay, unlike us. But I ignored her, reminding her that if we messed up our mission, even Madame May wouldn't be able to protect us. That shut her up, and she joined me on the bed, sitting as far from me as possible. The next morning, we were up early, ready. Lu Er called us to meet. We gathered at a different house, where he spread a map on the table. Our target was a place called Zhou Family Manor. Chun had gone ahead to meet their leader, and our mission was to ambush anyone who left or, if signaled, storm the manor itself. Lu Er gave out orders, and when he looked at me, I knew this wouldn't be simple. We hid behind a dirt mound, listening to Lu Er explain the layout of Zhou Family Manor. There were 4 guards at the main gate and 2 patrol teams, each with 5 men carrying weapons. I had checked earlier, too. These guards weren't just ordinary farmhands. They were skilled fighters, strong and steady. It was clear this place wasn't a simple farm. Lu Er confirmed my suspicions, explaining that the manor's owner, Zhou Donghe, had once been a powerful figure in Donghe County. He was the founder of a notorious gang known for killing many with his deadly crushing heart palm. Even though Zhou was now an old man, he was still dangerous. We had to be careful. The plan was simple. Wait for Commander Chen's signal, then attack. Lu 11 and Lu Shijiu would take out the outer guards, while I would join Lu Er to storm the manor and take Zhou Donghe's head. Killing experienced fighters didn't faze me. In the world of martial arts, death was always around the corner, and dying by the blade was just part of the life they chose. We waited until late into the night. When a firework exploded over Zhou Family Manor, that was the signal. We sprang from our hiding place, moving like shadows. I quickly reached the main gate, and my blade flashed, dropping 2 guards before they could react. Without a glance at the bodies, I shattered the wooden gate with a palm strike and leapt inside. The air was thick with the smell of blood. I followed the sounds of fighting to a high-walled courtyard, where Chen Wu was already surrounded, fighting fiercely but wounded. Zhou Donghe, an old man with white hair, watched from the steps, while a sinister-looking man in a long robe tried to persuade Chen Wu to surrender. Before long, Lu Er and I were in the thick of it. Lu Er engaged Zhou's forces, and I charged straight at Zhou Donghe, our blades clashing fiercely. My technique combined the strength of Commander Chen's Hengshan blade technique with the speed of Madame May's floating wind blade. The old man struggled, retreating with every strike. Zhou's companion, the robed man, realized things were going wrong and tried to escape, but Lu Er was faster, putting a blade to his neck. Meanwhile, my relentless attack left Zhou Donghe with a deep, fatal slash across his chest. He tried to speak, but I ended it with a swift cut to his throat. I sheathed my blade and walked away, not sparing another glance. The noisy village gradually quieted down, but the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Lu Qi sniffed and felt that the air was sticky. She looked around, then walked to a door located upwind, sat down on the stone threshold, and held the long sword in her hand across her eyes. This knife is 4 feet and 2 inches long, 1 inch wide, and the thickest part of the blade is only half an inch. The knife is a good one, which Madame May specially asked someone to make for them. However, the blade of the knife in Lu Qi's hand had been visibly deformed. Although he is quite old, his palm power is quite strong. Lu Qi muttered softly, and then threw the knife aside. Bang dang dang, the sound of the knife falling to the ground attracted the attention of Chen Wu and Lu Er, who were finishing their work in the courtyard. Perhaps because Zhou Donghe, the most powerful man in the village, had been killed by Lu Qi, the two did not say much about her subsequent inaction. Chen Wu's attention quickly returned to the person in front of him. Fang Ming, I didn't expect you to come to Donghe County. Chen Wu sneered. The middle-aged scholar who had been calm and composed just now had disheveled hair, a gloomy expression, and fresh blood stains at the corners of his mouth. Chen Wu, it's easy for you to kill me, but the young master will not let you go. Even when he was about to die, the middle-aged scholar named Fang Ming still spoke with disdain towards Chen Wu. Lu Qi, who was sitting on the doorstep, quietly turned his head and pointed his ear in their direction. She now really wants to know more about this world. But Chen Wu did not let her succeed. He slapped the middle-aged scholar on the forehead and killed him. Killing this last person also means that Lu Qi's first mission is completed. Chen Wu looked at the corpse of the middle-aged scholar for a long time before retracting his gaze. He then praised Lu Er, who was examining the corpse. As expected, you were trained by Madame Mei herself. I think you will be able to serve His Majesty soon. The appearance of Fang Ming caused some twists and turns in Chen Wu's original plan. But fortunately, there are Lu Er and others. Thinking of this, Chen Wu couldn't help but look at Lu Qi, who was sitting on the doorstep in the distance. He still had a cold face, with his eyes lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. When Chen Wu looked away, he caught a glimpse of the corpse of the white-haired old man and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hero, who once called the wind and rain in Donghe County, actually died at the hands of a fledgling woman. Lu Qi.
He remembered this name.
Lu Qi, I heard that you killed a master by yourself? Lu Shizhou kept chattering in his ear. It was not until dawn that Lu Qi and his party took the initiative to find Lu San and Lu Shizhou on the official road to meet up. The two of them hid on the official road for half the night, but unfortunately no one came to ask for help or rescue them. This made Lu 19, who was ready to show off his skills, very disappointed. Especially when she heard that Lu Qi killed Zhou Donghe alone, she started to mutter today. I heard that his heart-destroying palm is very powerful. If you are hit by it, you may appear fine on the surface, but your internal organs will have been shattered into pieces. As soon as Lu Shizhou finished speaking, he stared at Lu Qi from head to toe with his eyes wide open. Lu Qi, you didn't get hit by his heart-destroying palm, did you? Lu Qi, who was eating a bun, knew that if she didn't respond, Lu 19 would never stop pestering her, so she swallowed the big meat bun in 2 or 3 bites, then nodded woodenly. I got hit by a palm.
Ah.
Lu 19 stood up in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Lu Qi slowly say, my knife took the blame for you. It turned out to be a knife. Lu Shizhou then realized that Lu Qi, who usually kept his knife in his hands, now had nothing in his hands. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and sat down. She watched Lu Qi making a big meat bun in each hand and said unhappily, you must be a poor student. If I had taken action, I would definitely not have given him a chance to fight back. Woo woo woo. Lu Qi nodded repeatedly. She just wants to eat quietly now. They are now in an inn in Donghe County, with a very popular name called Yuelian. The matter in Zijiazhuang has not yet been completely resolved, because 3 members of the Zhou family were missing from Zijiazhuang last night. When Lu Qi started to deal with the 6th bun, the door of the room was pushed open with a creaky sound. Chen Wu walked in with Lu Er. We've checked it out. The goods are detained in the county government office. Chen Wu's face was as cold as ice, and he spoke frankly after sitting down.
Bang!
As if he couldn't suppress his anger anymore, Chen Wu slammed the table hard. Zhou Donghe, you are going too far. Zhou Donghe died last night. But Chen Wu's goods were not taken back. Although Chen Wu did not reveal too much information to them, Lu Qi had already guessed it in her mind. Basically, Chen Wu had been cooperating with the Zhou family to engage in illegal transactions. Because the Zhou family was originally the local boss of Donghe County, although the gang had to be disbanded due to the imperial decree, most of the underworld forces in Donghe County were still controlled by the Zhou family. That's why Chen Wucai cooperated with the Zhou family. But this time, the Zhou family swallowed up Chen Wu's goods for some reason. That's why Chen Wu asked Madame Mei for help and invited Lu Qi and his team to destroy the Zhou family. But destroying the Zhou family was just a means. Taking back the goods was Chen Wu's goal. Now the Zhou family has been destroyed, but the goods are in the hands of the government. From one difficult person to another, even more difficult person. No wonder Chen Wu has such a bad temper. The matter of Zhejiazhuang cannot be concealed for long. Chen Wu said in a deep voice, "We must act as soon as possible." After Chen Wu finished speaking, he saw Lu Qi staring blankly at the buns on the plate, and Lu Shizhou, who looked eager to try. Maintain troops for 1,000 days, and use them for a moment. It's time to. Chen Wu assigned tasks to Lu Qi and Lu Shizhou. Kill Ji Tianbao and his men. What kind of person is Ji Tianbao? He is the notorious pirate leader outside Donghe County, and Ji Tianbao is just his alias. His real name is Zhou Jizu. A few years after the once powerful Donghe gang was disbanded, the pirates led by Ji Tianbao gradually became famous. The underworld will not disappear just because of a ban from the imperial court. However, Lu Qi has a strong interest in the current court called De Qi. After more than 10 years in this world, Lu Qi finally knew the dynasty and location he was in. In the Great Qi dynasty, the royal family's surname was Shao. It is now the 22nd year of Taikong in the Great Qi dynasty. Calculated, Lu Qi traveled through time from the 10th year of Taikong. In the first year of Taikong, the imperial court issued the Puwu order. Any martial arts sect that is not registered with the imperial court will be considered an illegal association. This triggered a bloody storm in the martial arts world. The Donghe gang was disbanded because of the violation of the Wu order. If given a choice, Lu Qi would rather act alone than bring Lu 19 with him. To be precise, Lu Shizhou's martial arts skills would not make her a burden. When Madame Mei was imparting the inner strength skills, she once said that if one could practice the set of skills to the 4th level, one would be worthy of the title of master in the martial arts world. If one could practice to the 7th level, he would be able to rank among the best in the martial arts world and become a powerful person. According to Madame Mei, people in the martial arts world can be roughly divided into the bottom rate, good players, masters, first-rate masters, top masters, ultimate masters, and grand masters who appear once in a century. The bottom tier refers to those who have just started learning martial arts or have practiced martial arts for a few years. Although they are much stronger than ordinary people, they are completely at the bottom of the world. A good fighter is someone who has made some progress in internal skills and can use them to strengthen his body. Those who can skillfully use internal energy to fight against the enemy can be called masters. The one who can control the qi outside and use it to hurt people from a distance is a first-rate master. If one reaches the level of a first-rate master, he can be considered well-known throughout the martial arts world and can establish his own school and become a force in most prefectures and counties. Of course, in a place like Donghe County where martial arts are not popular, a master of Zhou Donghe's level can also establish his own school. The Mountain King is also the king. The feeling after fighting with Lu Qi. Zhou Donghe's martial arts skills are definitely worthy of the title of master. The reason why he was defeated so quickly by Lu Qi was that Lu Qi, who had already practiced his mental method to the 4th level and was approaching the 5th level, was no weaker than Zhou Donghe in internal strength. Secondly, Zhou Donghe is old and weak, and his skills must be used to maintain the normal functions of his body, so it is good enough if he can exert 70% of his skills in a hurry. With this increase and decrease, it is no surprise that Zhou Donghe died at the hands of Lu Qidao. This battle did make Lu Qi realize something. That is, once you make a move, you must use all your strength and never underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. This is the ruthless and dangerous world. Back to Lu 19, she has also practiced the mental method taught by Madame Mei to the 4th level. Moreover, Her swordsmanship, like Lu Qi's, was taught by Madame Mei herself. Even if he is not as good as Lu Qi, he is also a genuine master. But Lu Qi didn't want to be in such a serious scene of chopping people with a chirping skylark following him. But it was impossible for Lu Qi to mention it to Qin Wu on his own initiative, because it doesn't fit her personality. Fortunately, it's not a complicated task. When it comes to chopping people, Lu Qi is the best. Lu Qi, should we just go and kill them or wait for them to come out? I wonder how much kung fu this Ji Tianbao has learned from his father? You can't take the credit for me this time. After Qin Wu and his group left, Lu 19 walked around the room excitedly, chattering non-stop. As for Lu Shizhou's chatter, Lu Qi turned a deaf ear and pretended not to hear it. She looked at the door of the room with a deep gaze, and suddenly, she felt the urge to rush out.
No.
Lu Qi quickly suppressed this impulse in his heart. It was easy to escape from here, but what about the future? Lu Yi's lesson was right in front of him. If he escaped, he would definitely face Madame Mei's pursuit. With his martial arts skills, he is not afraid of any of Lu Er and the others. But what if they teamed up to hunt him down? Or what if Madame Mei took action herself? What's more, since I came to this world, I have been training in Shilio Villa and have never been exposed to the outside world. If I were lucky enough to escape, where would I go? Lu Qi turned his head and looked at the bronze mirror in the room. A stunning face was reflected in the mirror. A beautiful woman, diving into an unknown world without sufficient self-protection ability, may encounter a consequence worse than death. Lu Qi closed his eyes and thought silently in his heart, it's not the right time yet. In the evening, Lu Qi changed into a green gown, tied her black hair on top of her head, and passed a wooden hairpin through her bun. A strand of black hair naturally fell on her temples. Lu Qi turned around, and there was a handsome man with a jade face. Lu 19's eyes lit up immediately, and he stared at Lu Qi's face and couldn't take his eyes away. Lu Qi. Lu 19 suddenly frowned and sighed. It would be nice if you could smile.
It was impossible to laugh.
Lu Qi had practiced swordplay at Shilio Villa for more than 10 years, and her heart had become as cold as the sword. Moreover, this did not fit her usual personality. Let's go. Don't delay the important matter. Lu Qi said coldly. Yueli Inn is not far from the east gate of the county town. Outside the east gate is the waterway wharf, so the east gate is frequented by merchants from all over the place, with a large population and a mixed crowd. That's why Qin Wu chose to settle here. When Lu Qi took Lu Shizhou's arm and sat down on the second floor of the inn, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Even Lu Qi, who was dressed as a man, felt some burning gazes. Shopkeeper, we want to check out. Lu Qi came to the counter and said to the shopkeeper, Oh, it's the young man from Chutian City. The shopkeeper obviously still remembered Lu Qi and his party. Lu Qi nodded and remained silent, with an attitude that said keep away from strangers. The fat shopkeeper smiled awkwardly, then quickly settled the bill and handed the remaining silver to Lu Qi. Lu Qi weighed the loose change in his hand, about 6 taels. When Qin Wu checked in today, he deposited a 10 liang ingot of official silver. After staying for less than a day and eating 2 meals, he spent a total of 4 liang. I just don't know if it's difficult to earn a few taels of silver here. Not long after leaving the inn, Lu Shizhou suddenly whispered in his ear, Someone is following us. Lu Qi nodded slightly. She had discovered it a long time ago. After we leave the city, find a secluded place to deal with them. Lu Qi replied in a low voice. Lu 19 nodded obediently and replied softly, yeah. The main door after leaving the inn leads directly to the east gate. After leaving the east gate, Lu Qi found that he was still following him, so he looked at Lu Shizhou, and the two suddenly turned and walked towards a sparsely populated path. Hurry, follow me. Seeing the two people in front taking the small path, a man with a shifty look suddenly brightened up his eyes. There were 4 people in total, including this man. They chased all the way to a forest, but found that there was no one on the path. Where are the people? I just saw them coming this way. Just as they were wondering, a pink figure slowly walked out from behind a tree. Lu 19 smiled like a flower until the four people's lustful eyes fell on her. A trace of blood instantly appeared in her eyes. For friends, I wonder what is the meaning of following us all the way?
He he he.
The man who thought he had lost Lu Shurju was overjoyed when he saw him appear. Then he rubbed his hands and laughed twice in an obscene manner. When he was about to speak, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind. Whoosh, turning back suddenly, the man's eyes widened as he watched in horror as his companion was separated from his head in an instant. Gurgle. The head fell to the ground and rolled to the man's feet.
Bang.
The man's legs went limp and he fell to his knees. Sir, please spare my life.
Sir, please spare my life.
Lu Qi ignored the man's constant kowtowing and begging for mercy. She was frowning and looking at the knife in her hand. This knife naturally belongs to Lu 19. It is said that it was a birthday gift given by Madame Mei to Lu Shurju. The knife is less than 4 feet long, the blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, and the wooden handle is integrated with the blade. Good knife. Lu Qi couldn't help but praise. Having just chopped off 3 heads, there was not a trace of blood left on the blade. How about it? My knife is sharp enough. Lu Shurju walked over and said proudly, more than just sharp. Lu Qi felt the coolness coming from his palm and thought that the origin of this knife must be extraordinary. The blood on the man's forehead had already soaked into the soil, but he did not dare to slow down in his movements of kneeling and begging for mercy. In the face of life and death, a little bit of pain means nothing. Lu Qi handed the sword back to Lu Shurju wordlessly. Lu 19 took the knife and, with an extremely neat swing, placed the blade on the man's neck. The girl smiled like a flower, but the words that came out of her red lips made people feel cold in their hearts. Do you want to die or live? I want to live. I want to live. Before dark, Lu Qi and Lu Shurju returned to the east gate. Lu 19 held up the hem of her skirt with both hands, her figure as nimble as a bird, following closely behind Lu Qi. I shouldn't have let him die so easily. Lu 19 frowned, his brows filled with a gloom and ferocity that was not in line with his age. Lu Qi pursed his lips, but said nothing. It is hard to imagine that such a lovely and pretty girl had just stabbed someone in the throat with her own hands. Perhaps it was because the other party's instinct to survive was too strong, so the spurting blood stains the girl's favorite dress. So Lu Qi listened to her complaints along the way. If time permits, Lu Qi has no doubt that Lu Shurju will turn around and drag out the man who has been buried underground and grind his bones to ashes. Of course, Lu Qi, who directly killed 3 people first, was not much kinder than Lu 19. I had no choice. Besides, they are not good people. Lu Qi comforted himself. Fortunately, he had rich experience in self-healing in his previous life, which was the main reason why Lu Qi felt that he had not gone crazy until today. The 4 people who have passed away were certainly not good people. According to the laws of De Qi, the 4 of them should be taken directly to the execution ground and beheaded. But if we follow the rules of the underworld, they don't seem to have done anything wrong. If the robbers didn't rob, would they go home and sell sweet potatoes? It's a pity that they chose the wrong person, but they also chose the right person. Lu Qi was just thinking about how to deal with Ji Tianbao's Donghe pirates, but the real culprit showed up. The 4 people were exactly the Donghe pirates mentioned by Qinwu. Of course, they were not directly under the command of Ji Tianbao. Instead, he followed a man named Su Si. Su Si is the 4th in command of the Donghe pirates. There are 4 leaders in the Donghe gang. Except for the big leader Ji Tianbao, the remaining 3 were all small leaders under the Donghe gang back then. After the imperial court issued the order to break the military rule, the once powerful and awe-inspiring leader of the Donghe gang turned into a notorious Donghe pirate. The people are still the same, but the flags above their heads are different. Lu Qi found it very interesting. Although it was also a world of martial arts, most of the martial artists in the movies, TV shows, and novels of his previous life were not restricted by the government. But the situation in De Qi is a little different. People from the underworld don't seem to have much more face in front of the government than ordinary people. Today is Su Si's girlfriend's birthday. He should be at her girlfriend's home right now. Lu Qi reiterated to Lu Shurjiu. Commander Chen specifically told us that the city is different from the outside. Don't kill people easily unless it's absolutely necessary. After we go in, knock out Su Si's partner, and then take Su Si away. Lu Qi looked up at the sky, and then continued, in 2 hours, the east gate will be opened, and we will use the rented carriage to take Su Si out. It was rare for Lu Qi to say such a long speech, but Lu 19's expression showed a hint of impatience. Lu Qi glanced at the rows of houses along the road and became worried that Lu 19 might start a massacre on a whim. Suddenly, a faint baby cry broke the silence of the night. Lu Qi looked at Lu Shurjiu deeply, and then said, "Let's act." 2 figures quickly passed over the houses. Based on the description of Su Si's men, Lu Qi quickly locked on the location. She leaped up and landed lightly in the narrow courtyard. After Lu Qi landed, he looked up and saw a familiar figure on the roof. Seeing that Lu Shurjiu was standing obediently on the roof without any movement, Lu Qi walked to the door with confidence. The even breathing and snoring sounds in the room can be clearly heard. After confirming that there were only 2 people in the room, Lu Qi placed his 5 fingers on the door. Woof, woof. Following 2 dog barks, Lu Qi decisively pushed the door open, and the bolt broke with a bang. The snoring in the room stopped abruptly. Lu Qi's expression changed, and he took a few quicker steps, his figure rushing to the bed like a ghost.
What?
Su Si was not a useless person. When he found someone breaking in, he was about to get up, but he felt a sharp pain in his neck. With the word person still in his mouth, Su Si fell headfirst on the bed. Until now, the person beside Su Si's bed is still maintaining a steady breathing. Enviable sleep quality. Lu Qi muttered softly, and then hit his neck with a knife. Seeing that his head tilted and he had completely fainted, Lu Qi reached out and pulled Su Si out from the bed. Lu Qi carried Su Si out of the room and came to the center of the yard. When he turned around, he saw Lu Shurjiu squatting on the roof. After seeing Lu Qi coming out, Lu 19 jumped down lightly and took a look at Su Si, who was in Lu Qi's hand in the faint moonlight. What a waste! Lu 19 snorted coldly. Lu Qi knew that Lu 19 was talking about Su Si. It took less than 3 minutes from the time Lu Qi broke into the room to the time he brought Su Si out. Let's go. Lu Qi didn't say much. He just picked up the person and jumped, then disappeared into the night. When Su Si woke up, he found his hands and feet tied, and he was lying in an extremely narrow carriage.
Woo-woo.
Su Si moved his body frantically, but found that he could only whimper. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. You finally woke up. Lu Qi dragged the man out of the carriage.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, Su Si came into close contact with the earth.
Oh!
Su Si, in pain, could only moan in agony. Useless thing. Seeing Su Si in such an embarrassing state, Lu Shurjiu on the side did not hide the disgust in his eyes. He then walked up to him and tapped him heavily several times with his fingers.
Ouch!
Cough, cough, cough. Su Si felt his throat tighten and he almost suffocated, and then he started coughing frantically.
Who
are you? After coughing, Su Si was surprised to find that he could speak again. So he asked hurriedly. Su Si, he looks to be in his early 40s. As a member of the Dongha gang back then, Su Si is also an old hand. As he asked the question, a pair of eyes quickly looked at the faces of the 2 men, trying to find out their origins. But unfortunately, Su Si's eyes did not escape Lu Qi's sight. She stretched out her 5 white fingers and directly grabbed Su Si's throat. As his 5 fingers exerted force little by little, Su Si could clearly feel his life slipping away bit by bit. Su Si's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was as red as pig liver. Just when Su Si was about to faint, Lu Qi let go. Woo wow, woo wow. Su Sod, who had saved his life, took deep breaths. Shilio Villa teaches more than just martial arts. Sometimes Lu Qi was also very curious about what Madame Mei had experienced before to be able to learn so many things. apart from martial arts and swordsmanship. Disguise, torture, poisoning, autopsy. Even if Madame May came from the underworld, these skills have nothing to do with a woman who usually wears elegant and luxurious clothes. Lu Qi had some guesses about Madame May's identity. Especially after knowing about the breaking martial order this time, it also proved Lu Qi's guess to some extent. But this vaguely true speculation made Lu Qi feel a sense of crisis. The mysterious force she is in now is most likely on the opposite side of the De Qi court. In this world, the imperial court seems to have the power to command the world. Lu Qi thought that his plan to leave Shiliu Villa should be implemented as soon as possible. Ji Tianbao, also known as Zhou Jizu, was in Donghe County at this time. After learning the news, Lu Qi vaguely smelled a conspiracy. Contact Commander Chun with a secret order. They must be informed of the news that Ji Tianbao is in Donghe County as soon as possible. Lu Qi ordered immediately. Seeing that Lu Qi's tone was more cautious than ever, Lu Shijiu also realized the seriousness of the matter. She nodded coldly and turned away. Watching Lu 19's gradually receding figure, Lu Qi's gaze fell on Susi again. What else do you know? Lu Qi's voice had the unique clarity and grace of a woman. But to Susi, who had just walked away from the gates of Hades, it sounded like a death curse. I'm just a small leader. The old gang leader promoted me to be the fourth in command because of my sister. Susi dragged his legs and lay in front of Lu Qi, begging bitterly. The boss has always looked down on me, so he never discusses matters with me, no matter how big or small. That's right. I can tell you the whereabouts of Qin Lao Air and Tan Lao San. They are the boss's confidants. Susi's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. There are 4 leaders among the Donghe pirates. Zhou Donghe's son Zhou Jizu used the alias Ji Tianbao, who was the eldest leader. Qin Lei and Tan Xiaoyan were already elders of the Donghe gang before it was disbanded. Later, they served as Ji Tianbao's right-hand men and assisted him in gathering the disciples of the Donghe gang together to become the current Donghe pirates. Most of the Donghe gang's original shady businesses were most likely inherited by the Donghe pirates. Susi, who was a relative of the family, naturally told out everything he knew. Finally, Susi looked at Lu Qi eagerly, his eyes full of hope. One last question. Any questions you ask, Susi, I will tell you everything I know. Susi replied quickly. What kind of business is Chunwu doing with you Donghe pirates? Chunwu. Susi was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something. Are you talking about the man from Chutian City? Lu Qi nodded. Susi swallowed his saliva, then secretly took a look at Lu Qi's expression, and then quickly said, he has always been personally entertained by the boss, and it seems that he has known him for many years. After a long silence, Susi shuddered and said hurriedly, Oh, I know where this person came from. I once saw him on the ship of the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce. Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce? You don't know the Jinma Chamber of Commerce? Susi asked subconsciously, then suddenly shuddered, and then said repeatedly, The Jinma Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Chutian City. They almost monopolize the tea business in the entire southern 6 provinces. Shiliu Villa, Jinma Chamber of Commerce. The more Lu Qi listened, the more he felt that the force behind this was not simple. As a result, his own situation is naturally very dangerous. When the king of Hades fights, the little ghosts suffer. Although my martial arts skills are pretty good, I'm afraid they are not good enough compared to the entire martial arts world. Life is hard. Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh. This sigh made Susi, who had been feeling uneasy, break out in a cold sweat. Lu Qi took 2 steps forward and approached Susi, but suddenly stopped. Lu Qi looked at his empty hands in confusion. Where is my knife? She slapped her forehead immediately, thinking about her own situation, and forgot that her knife had been reimbursed in Zijia Zhuang. Looking at Susi, who was half kneeling on the ground, occasionally looking up with a look of fear, and then quickly lowering his head, Lu Qi pursed his lips. A hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Turn your back.
Ah? Susi was a little confused.
I told you to turn your back. Lu Qi's tone became a little more cold and stern. Su Si's heart trembled, and he quickly followed Lu Qi's instructions, not caring that his knees were bleeding, and turned around reluctantly, with a muffled sound. Today's sun. Why is it purple? With the last doubt in his life, Su Si fell to the ground. Lu Qi washed his hands countless times by the river, but still felt a little uncomfortable. It turns out the back of the head is so fragile. It's better to use a knife. I don't want to eat tofu pudding anymore in my life. Only after he had washed off a layer of skin from his right hand did Lu Qi sit down on a rock by the river with his horse and sword. It's a rare opportunity to be alone after coming out of Shilio Villa. Lu Qi took a deep breath of the fresh air that was unique to this world. Suddenly, a cold breath gushed out from the left wrist, and in an instant it spread throughout Lu Qi's internal organs and meridians. Lu Qi couldn't help but close his eyes and began to practice his mental skills on the spot. A moment later, whoosh! A breath of foul air shot out from Lu Qi's mouth like a sharp arrow. His eyes were shining. She has successfully broken through to the 5th level of internal strength. Lu Qi stood up, feeling light under her feet, and as if she had endless energy. And there was a clear rumbling noise in my ears. Lu Qi held her breath and stared, only to realize that it was the sound of flying insects flapping their wings a few steps away. It seems that with the improvement of internal strength, the 5 senses have also been significantly improved. Lu Qi realized the changes in his body and thought, if it had been in the previous life, I might have been able to stand out as a fellow villager. Even after breaking through to the 5th level, Lu Qi still does not have the ability to leave Shilio Villa at this stage. According to Lu Qi's original plan, he was to practice his internal skills to the 7th level, successfully become one of the best in the world, and then find a way out of his current situation. However, after going down the mountain this time, Lu Qi has already realized that the mysterious force he is in has great intentions. If he doesn't find a way to escape as soon as possible, he may one day become cannon fodder. Crescent moon, crescent moon. Lu Qi looked at the crescent moon symbol on her left wrist. That was her only source of support. What kind of treasures should I use to feed you? It takes a very long time to feed a crescent moon to fullness, just by daily diet. Back to the East Gate again. Lu Qi, who mixed in with the crowd entering the city, discovered a mark on the wall at the city gate. In an era without the internet and instant messaging, if you wanted to convey information secretly, you could only do so through pre-agreed code words or symbols. Of course, due to limited conditions, the information that can be transmitted is very limited. For example, the mark on the wall at this time prompted Lu Qi to go north after entering the city. It should be the mark left by Lu Shurjiu. Lu Qi walked past the yawning guards at the city gate and entered the city smoothly. However, as soon as he stepped into the city, he heard a commotion coming from behind. Stop! What is that thing you have in your car? The soldiers at the city gate stopped a cart and pointed their spears at several people around the cart.
Zam!
A man wearing light armor and looking like a military leader walked up to the cart with a swagger. He drew out the long knife from his waist with a clang sound and stabbed it into the cargo on the cart, but a clanging sound of metal collision was heard. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Lu Qi only saw the leading military leader's face freeze, and for a moment he forgot to pull out the long knife that was stuck into the cargo. Seeing that their boss didn't say anything, the soldiers couldn't help but hold the spears tighter in their hands. Seeing that the war was about to break out, the group transporting the carts took the first action. A dark and thin man stood up, first saluted to the leading military leader with his fists, and then whispered a few words in a low voice. The military leader's expression relaxed a little instantly, and then as the man approached, a smile of understanding appeared on his face. Brothers, disperse, disperse. Finally, the military leader waved his hand and asked his men to leave. The man transporting the cart looked at the military leader seriously, then turned around and asked his men to continue pushing the cart into the city. Lu Qi saw this scene clearly from the side. She stroked her chin and thought for a moment, and finally chose to follow the group pushing the cart. Because Lu Qi heard every word of the conversation between the dark and thin man and the military leader. Sir, we are from the Jida family outside the city, and we are here to deliver gifts to Mr. Lee in your county. Boss, didn't you say we were going to make some money? Why did you let them go? Seeing the people pushing the carts entering the city, the subordinates asked the military leader in some confusion.
Bang.
The military leader turned around and slapped him in the face. I don't want to live anymore. I am G's subordinate outside the city. Aren't they just a group of pirates? We are the guards of Dichi. The subordinate said with his hands covering his face, feeling a little aggrieved. You are ignorant. The military leader rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, they came here specially to celebrate the birthday of County Lieutenant Lee, but we still have to make a living under his command. When they heard the 3 words Lee County Lieutenant, the military leader's men immediately shut their mouths. Lu Chi followed all the way and finally turned into a quiet alley. Lu Chi stuck half of his head out of the alley and saw the group of people pushing the cart into a house and then slamming the door shut with a bang. Lu Chi thought about it, then squatted down, picked up a stone, and left a mark at the corner of the wall. Afterwards, Lu Chi held his breath and walked into the alley, like a kitten. He came to the outer wall of the house and listened to the situation inside the wall. Seeing that there was no one around, he jumped lightly and sneaked into the house silently. After Lu Chi landed, he heard voices coming from the direction of the main entrance and the sound of footsteps approaching him. Lu Chi was not in a hurry. He jumped and came to the eaves of a wing room. After looking around, he quickly walked towards the main courtyard. Relying on his hearing and eyesight that were far superior to those of ordinary people, Lu Chi walked all the way to the windowsill of the main courtyard lobby without any obstruction. A familiar voice was heard from the lobby. Where is the boss now? Another person immediately replied, the boss is still staying at Captain Wang's house. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave for a while. After a while, the man said again, I heard that something might have happened in Zijia's Wang. The second leader Qin took people there early this morning, but they haven't come back yet. Do you think something will happen? What can possibly happen? The dark-skinned man said with disdain, no matter how powerful the Jinma Chamber of Commerce is, can it extend its influence to Dongha County? This time we cooperated with County Lieutenant Lee. Not only did we make a lot of money from the Jinma Chamber of Commerce, but we might even be able to skin them alive. The boss said that after we complete this mission, we will go ashore with a new look and no longer have to live in fear. Ha ha ha. After saying this, the 2 people in the room burst into laughter at the same time. TSK. Just thinking about giving 70% of the goods to Mr. Lee, I feel a little uncomfortable. Another person suddenly sighed. The dark man's voice came again. What are you afraid of? We don't need to worry about not making money by relying on the government in the future. Besides, haven't we transported all the real good things here? Hey. The 2 laughed in tacit understanding again. After all this time, Chun Wu was robbed by someone else this time. Lu Chi suddenly remembered that Chun Wu had said before that his goods fell into the hands of government officials. Now it seems that this is most likely a trap set by someone else. However, these people may have misjudged Chun Wu's strength. Just as Lu Chi was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the dark-skinned man in the hall say, Go and call all the brothers over first, and move these things to the secret room. Okay, I'll go right away. Hearing the footsteps of someone walking out of the lobby, Lu Chi cautiously poked his head out of the window. At this time, the dark and thin man was the only one left in the lobby. Lu Chi's eyes flickered, and he finally made up his mind. She jumped out of the window and jumped in. Who is it? The dark and thin man heard a strange noise near the window, turned his head, and saw a figure approaching him. There are 7 people in total, but only this dark and thin man in front of me has heavy steps, as if he is carrying a heavy weight. It is obvious that he is a martial artist who has already gathered the qi in his dantian. As long as we take him down, the rest will be a piece of cake. Before taking action, Lu Chi had already assessed the opponent's strength. So when the dark-skinned man was alone, she launched a sneak attack without hesitation. Although he had no weapons at this time, Lu Chi, who used his arms to control his energy, used his slender hands like iron palms to attack the opponent's throat, chest, and other vital points with fierce strength. The dark-skinned man raised his arms to block Lu Chi's swift attack, but unfortunately, he was too slow. Lu Qi's palm turned into a knife and quickly slashed across the dark-skinned man's throat. With a crisp click sound,
Boo.
the dark-skinned man covered his throat with both hands and backed away with bloodshot eyes. Lu Qi's eyes were cold, and he chased after him and slapped him on the chest again. The man fell to the ground with his face up, his pupils dilated and filled with disbelief. Lu Qi looked at the other party and saw that he was dead. Then he stood still and glanced in the direction of the lobby door. The strongest one has been killed by himself. But Lu Qi did not relax at all. Lu Qi's eyes touched every corner of the lobby, including the exquisitely designed boxes on the ground, until finally her eyes were fixed on a wall. The sound of dense footsteps reached my ears. Lu Qi held the sword in his arms and leaned against the wall beside the door. Until the first person stepped over the threshold, Lu Qi's eyes tilted slightly, and his hands, which were originally clasped in front of his body, quietly dropped to his sides, and his right hand was already on the hilt of the sword.
Ah.
I don't know who was the first one to see the body of the dark-skinned man in the lobby and let out a cry of surprise. Lu Qi, who was already counting her steps, made her move after making sure everyone was gathered at the door. Madame Mei once commented on Lu Qi's swordsmanship, saying that she was very skilled in swordsmanship and left no room for error. Because Lu Qi's sword technique is never slow or sluggish. Once it strikes, it is a killing move. She is the only person in Shilio Villa who can master the two completely different styles of swordsmanship, Fufeng and Hengshan, to perfection. Her sword has both the speed and precision of Fufeng's sword technique and the powerful force of Hengshan's sword technique. Even Mrs. Mei found it a little unbelievable. It's like one person has two genders at the same time. So when Lu Qi used his long sword as a knife, facing a group of pirates with poor martial art skills, he still slaughtered them one-sidedly with ease. If we use the words ruthless and decisive to describe Lu Qi with his bare hands, Lu Qi, with the weapon in his hand, was a pure killing god. The sharp sword edge harvested lives like the wind. Until the last person. When the tip of Lu Qi's sword touched the tip of his nose, this man knelt down with tears streaming down his face, just like Su Si. "Sir, spare my life. Sir, spare my life." Do people in the martial arts world have a fixed template for begging for mercy? Answer my questions honestly, and I may consider sparing your life. Lu Qi said coldly. When the other party heard Lu Qi's voice, he actually looked up at the moment of life and death, and then begged for mercy again and again. "Lady, please spare my life. Lady, please spare my life." Well, there are two sets. Facing a dying man, Lu Qi didn't bother to care about his name. What's more, she herself couldn't tell clearly whether she should be called a female hero or a hero.
Well,
we'll talk about irrelevant things later. Lu Qi's eyes darkened, and the sword tip swung and landed on the other person's shoulder, and then he asked a few questions. With the existence of the great memory restoration technique, the other party can be said to know everything. Although the whole process was somewhat tortuous, it was actually very simple when you think about it carefully. It turned out that Chen Wu had been cooperating with Zhou Donghe to transport some goods that were prohibited from private ownership by the imperial court through the ships of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce.
for example, salt and iron.
Ji Tianbao, who was a member of the Donghe pirate group led by Zhou Jizu, the son of Zhou Donghe, was responsible for the transportation. The Jinma Chamber of Commerce's ships transport the goods to Donghe County and then transport them to other places through Donghe County's extensive waterway network. The two sides had been cooperating well. But something unexpected happened recently. First, the Jinma Chamber of Commerce sent a secret envoy to investigate, and Zhou Donghe discovered that Chen Wu was actually doing business with them behind the back of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce. The secret envoy bluntly said that Chen Wu was just a guard commander of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce, so how could he be qualified to represent the Jinma Chamber of Commerce? Lu Qi remembered the middle-aged scholar named Fong in Zhijiazhuang that day. It seemed that he was the secret envoy of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce. Everything after that is simple. Zhou Donghe asked Zhou Jizu to withhold Chen Wu's goods and payment, wanting Chen Wu to give him an explanation. At the same time, The newly appointed lieutenant of Dongha County took the initiative to find the leader of the Dongha pirates, Zhou Jizu, who used the alias Ji Tianbao. In exchange for clearing the Dongha River pirates of their names, County Magistrate Li received a great merit. Now it seems that the so-called great contribution should be Chen Wu and his shameful stuff. However, the other party did not expect that Chen Wu actually had a helper like Shilio Villa in Dongha County. Lu Qi sneered, "Aren't you afraid that Li Xianwei will destroy the bridge after crossing the river and use you to gain credit?" The man smiled bitterly and said, "These matters are not something we can decide. The boss said that the Li family comes from a famous family, so they will definitely not break their promise easily." A disciple from a famous family came to Dongha County to serve as a county lieutenant? Oh, that's right. This is the Diqi that once issued the order to break the Wu system. Li Xianwei's school may not have much weight in the imperial court. However, there was one thing that surprised Lu Qi. Zhou Jizu's plan was ultimately just to allow the Dongha gang to be rebuilt legitimately. In darkness, but toward light. It is also very inspiring. After failing to get any more information out of him through torture, Lu Qi retracted the sword that was on the man's neck. Called just as the other party breathed a sigh of relief, a bright light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Lu Qi calmly retracted his sword and looked at the other person falling on his back, his eyes wide open, and he was already dead, with only a tiny bloodstain about an inch long between his eyebrows. Lu Qi looked at the bloodstain between the corpse's eyebrows for a long time, then glanced at the sword in his hand. It seems that without the sword energy, no matter how fast the hand is, it is impossible to form the wound of a red spot between the eyebrows. In his previous life, Lu Qi often saw so-called sword masters killing people in movies, TV shows, and novels. The victims did not have a single scar on their bodies, except for a small spot of blood between their eyebrows. It now seems that unless fine needles are used, it is impossible to produce a similar effect without reaching the state of releasing true qi. Lu Qi thought her hands were very fast. Even so, a tiny wound was left between the opponent's eyebrows. After dealing with everyone, Lu Qi finally had time to check his trophies. After all, Zhou Jizu had moved all the good stuff from Chen Wu's batch of goods here in advance. The iron boxes piled up in the lobby were the ones. Lu Qi picked up one of them directly. So cold. It was cold when he held it, like an ice cube. Lu Qi realized that the material of the box was not simple and immediately opened the box with great anticipation. A crystal-clear Ganoderma lucidum-like plant comes into view. With just one glance, Lu Qi realized that the things in the box were extraordinary. And when a strong and indescribable breath rushed into his nose, Lu Qi felt that the true energy in his body was actually boiling. Good stuff. Lu Qi's eyes lit up, and he almost exclaimed. It is like finding something after searching for a long time without any effort. The treasures that I had been dreaming about were actually delivered right before my eyes. If I were to refuse again, wouldn't it be a waste of the good intentions of the god of transmigration? Snap! Lu Qi closed the box quickly and calmed his excited mood. Don't be too excited yet. Don't be too excited yet. Lu Qi secretly reminded himself that there are still more than a dozen boxes here, and there might be some good stuff. Carefully putting the box into his arms, Lu Qi began to check the other boxes. The results were naturally not as expected. They were all exquisite jewelry or antiques. Although these things look good, they are not practical for Lu Qi now. What she needs now is rare medicinal herbs that can quickly improve her strength. Until you pick up the last box and open it. Nice knife. Lu Qi couldn't help but exclaimed. In the narrow iron box, there lay a 3-foot-long precious sword, emitting a cold breath. The moment Lu Qi opened the iron box, the pitch-black blade came into contact with the light, and a strange purple flashed from the blade. Lu Qi couldn't help but reach out his hand. As soon as the 5 white fingers touched the blade, a huge suction force came instantly. The purple color on the blade quickly faded, and then the blade turned black again. A blade that can absorb inner strength. Lu Qi immediately determined that this knife was definitely not an ordinary item. It can even be said that it is not a righteous thing. However, Lu Qi's eyes flashed with determination, and then he reached out and grasped the handle of the knife in the iron box.
Buzz.
Along with the low humming sound, Lu Qi could feel his internal energy continuously flowing through his right hand and into the blade. Song Lu Qi no longer hesitated and raised his hand to pull the knife out of the iron box.
Swish.
Swish. Under Lu Qi's surprised gaze, two faintly formed sword auras burst out from the blade. A blade of energy pierced through the wooden table in the middle of the lobby and struck the wall, leaving a deep scar. Another blade of energy swept across the ground directly, and with a clang sound, gravel flew everywhere, and a whole piece of marble was split into two halves by the blade of energy. Lu Qi immediately put away his surprise, and then deftly put the sword in his hand back into the iron box.
Bang!
As Lu Qi closed the iron box with force, her eyes were filled with determination. She wants this precious sword. It is not easy to get the sword successfully. A knife is no better than a panacea. The elixir can be eaten directly into the stomach to destroy the body. The knife is too conspicuous. Besides, this was taken out from Chunwu's goods. Lu Qi thought about it and simply burned the house along with the bodies and valuables inside. Watching the raging fire engulfing the lobby in an instant, Lu Qi jumped over the courtyard wall holding the iron box and disappeared at the entrance of the alley. It's on fire. It's on fire. As soon as Lu Qi walked out of the alley, he heard a loud sound of gongs and drums, followed by wave after wave of people rushing into the alley. Lu Qi quietly erased the mark on the wall at the alley entrance and merged directly into the crowd. She touched the iron box hidden in her sleeve, looked around, and finally chose a direction. Lu Qi walked out from the crowd and came to a big tree that two people could hug together. The tree was surrounded by some simple houses. Lu Qi didn't know what kind of tree this was. He looked up and saw that the treetop was about 4 meters high. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Qi flew up. The iron box containing the precious sword slipped out of his sleeve, and Lu Qi placed his palm on the end of the iron box. Lu Qi gathered the scattered wood chips around and covered the tail end of the iron box. "You can take a good rest here for a while," Lu Qi said in a low voice, "but don't worry, I will definitely not let you stay in the dust for too long." After saying that, Lu Qi jumped down from the tree, brushed off the sawdust on his clothes, and then left. After wasting such a long time, when Lu Qi returned to the east gate, it was already completely dark. Lu Qi turned his head to look at the red light reflected in the distant sky, thinking that with the firefighting level here, the fire would not be extinguished so quickly. She remembered the mark on the wall when she entered the city today. Chunwu and the others should be all right? Lu Qi couldn't help but mutter as he looked towards the north of the city. She knew that Zhou Jizu and the newly appointed Li Xianwei of Donghe County had teamed up to set a trap and wanted to use Chunwu to exchange for his future. But Chunwu is surrounded by Lu Er, Lu San, Lu Wu, and Lu Shi.
Plus Liu.
If the martial arts of Zhou Jizu and Lieutenant Li were only slightly different from those of the deceased Zhou Donghe, then Lu Qi was not worried about Chunwu and the others at all. Chunwu has been working with Zhou Jizu for such a long time, and he must have had some idea of his martial arts skills. The only variable is the newly appointed County Lieutenant Li. It is said that he came from a famous family. I don't know how good his martial arts are. It was already dark at this time, and the vendors on the street had already closed their stalls. Lu Qi tried his best to walk under the eaves where the visibility was dim, and headed towards the north of the city. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of uniform footsteps came into my ears. Lu Qi frowned, then quietly disappeared into a dark alley. As flames gradually grew on the street, a team of soldiers marched past in neat steps. When the street was shrouded in night fog again, Lu Qi emerged from the dark alley. Looking at the direction the soldiers left, before Lu Qi had time to think more, he heard a burst of hurried horse hooves coming from afar. Quick, chase. The county lieutenant has ordered that no one should escape.
Da.
The crisp sound of horse hooves is getting closer and closer. The noisy voices also soon entered Lu Qi's ears. A faint red light once again dispelled the thick black fog on the street. Lu Qi wanted to hide in the alley again, but with one last glance before turning around, he saw a familiar figure moving up and down on the roof in the distance. Lu 19. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and saw that the figure was Lu 19. And just behind Lu 19, the overwhelming flames and noisy voices followed closely. The person being chased is Lu 19. Lu Shurjio was staggering a little as he walked across the roof, and was obviously injured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Lu Qi's pupils shrank slightly when he heard the voice. The other side actually has a strong bow. The bows and crossbows of the officers and soldiers are quite deadly to martial artists whose cultivation is not at the first-class level. Even a top-notch master could only stay away when facing the government army with many archers. However, if one were surrounded by well-equipped soldiers on an open ground, even a top master would be in danger of death. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you are still just a mortal after all. But the true energy will eventually be exhausted. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, but finally walked out of the alley. Taking advantage of the shadow under the eaves, Lu Qi quickly approached Lu 19. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more sounds of breaking through the air were heard.
Da, da, da.
The sound of horse hooves was getting close. Lu Qi could even see the solemn expressions of the officers and soldiers on horseback as they bent their bows and drew their strings. She stood still and glanced around, and saw the bamboo tubes left by the roadside vendors. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard. With two screams, the two soldiers on horseback were thrown out. The panicked officers and soldiers not far from Lu Qi, who was hiding in the shadow of the eaves, exerted a little force with their hands, and with a crisp crack sound, the bamboo tube in their hands instantly broke into pieces. Lu Qi swung the bamboo, and the broken pieces of bamboo attacked the officers and soldiers like sharp blades with the sound of breaking wind. Puff, the sound of bamboo splinters piercing into flesh, and the screams were endless. Lu Shurjio covered his shoulder and staggered into a narrow alley. She leaned against the wall. Her breathing gradually became steady, and then she stood there for a long time. Only after he was sure that no one was chasing him did Lu 19 breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did Lu 19 feel the burning pain on his shoulder and could not help but gasp. At this moment, a hand emerged from the night fog and placed on Lu 19's shoulder.
Bang!
Lu Qi raised his hand to block Lu Shurjio's horizontal palm strike, and then said coldly, "It's me, Lu Qi." Lu 19 exclaimed. Then she seemed to realize something and lowered her voice and whispered, "We have fallen into a trap. The Zhou family and the government have teamed up to set a trap for Commander Chen." Lu 19 paused as he spoke, and then his tone became colder. "Why did you come now? Did you leave the secret code by the city wall?" Lu Qi changed the subject directly. As he spoke, Lu Qi pulled out the arrow from Lu 19's shoulder with a swish. Lu 19 couldn't help but groan in pain. Lu Qi put the arrowhead in front of his nose and smelled it. Apart from the strong smell of blood, there was nothing unusual. Lu Qi finally felt relieved, and then he pointed at several acupoints around Lu Shurjio's shoulders with his fingers as fast as the wind, temporarily stopping the bleeding. It took some time to deal with Ning Si. When I rushed back to the city, I found that soldiers were on martial law at the East Gate, so I was delayed. Lu Qi explained in a flat tone. Perhaps it was because of Lu Qi's move just now, or perhaps it was the trust they had gained from spending more than 10 years together. Lu 19 had no doubts when he heard this, and just said fiercely, "I will definitely cut the officials into pieces." As he spoke, he pulled the wound on his shoulder and took another breath of cold air. "Where are Commander Chen and Lu Er?" Lu Qi felt relieved when he saw that there was no doubt in Lu Shurjio's words, and then asked. Lu 19 shook his head. "After I entered the city, I wanted to find Commander Chen directly to tell him that Zhou Jizu was in the city. It turns out Commander Chen was not at the agreed place. I guess they must have already started, so I rushed to the county government office. As a result, we were discovered by a captain before we even got close to the county government office. Seeing that they were so numerous, I was worried that I would alert them and delay Commander Chen's actions, so I thought about withdrawing directly. Unexpectedly, Lu 19 gritted his teeth and said quietly, "They actually ambushed the crossbowmen. I was not careful and was hit by an arrow." Seeing that Lu Shurjio was injured, the officers and soldiers would not let him go easily, so they sent people to chase and kill him. Because the other side had cavalry, Lu Shurjio could only choose to walk on the roof. "Thank you for what you did today," Lu 19 suddenly said in a deep voice. "I owe you my life." Lu Qi ignored her and just looked at the sky in the north of the city. He said calmly, "The most urgent thing is to know whether Commander Chen and the others are dead or alive. It would be better to die immediately. If they were caught alive, wouldn't the existence of Shiliu Villa also be revealed through torture?" Lu Qi shook his head. He still didn't quite believe it. Even if he fell into a trap, with the 4 masters from Shiliu Villa by his side, Qinwu shouldn't be in any danger. In fact, Lu Qi's guess was not wrong. At this time, the county government office was in a mess. In the originally solemn and dignified lobby, there were corpses lying all over the floor. Judging from the clothes the corpses were wearing, they all seemed to be constables in the Yamen. A young man in official uniform stood in the lobby with a grim face, his slender eyes scanning the corpses around him. At this time, a captain in blue came running in. Seeing the young man in the hall with an uneasy look on his face, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, then stepped forward and reported loudly, "Masterly, I have ordered the city gates to be sealed as you ordered. The archers and crossbowmen who are guarding the city are outside the county government office and are ready to obey your orders at any time." Besides, seeing the captain hesitating, the young official turned his head to look at him.
"Sir."
Feeling the other party's gaze like a poisonous snake, the captain's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. "Captain Wang." Looking at the trembling captain, the young official suddenly asked, "Where is the man you led people to chase?" It finally came. Captain Wang lowered his head and closed his eyes helplessly, then answered truthfully, "My subordinates were incompetent and were rescued by someone." Captain Wang told the whole story that they were chasing the injured woman but were attacked with broken bamboo on the way, so they lost the person. Then he lowered his head resignedly, waiting for his fate. But the young official did not reprimand him. Instead, he muttered to himself, "When did such a group of masters appear in Dongha County?" He thought he had secured the victory, but now not only did all his efforts go to waste, but his subordinates also suffered heavy losses. Looking at the corpses on the ground, a frost appeared on the young official's face again. "Where's Zhou?" He suddenly remembered something and asked Captain Wang, "Where did he go?" "Are you talking about Ji Tianbao?" Captain Wang asked cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the young official snorted coldly. "The Zhou family father and son's little tricks are just to deceive the ignorant people. Where are the others?" Hearing his superior's stern tone, Captain Wang did not dare to neglect it and quickly replied, "My lord, just now Zhou Jizu met one of his men and took his men to Zijia's Wang. I heard that the entire Zhou family was wiped out." The next morning, it was just dawn. When Lu Qi pushed open the door of the woodshed, he saw Lu Shurjiu standing in the corner with a wary look on his face. Lu Qi didn't say anything and directly threw an oil paper bag to Lu Shurjiu. "Eat first." Lu Qi also opened another oil paper bag and started eating the hot bun. Lu Shurjiu watched Lu Qi finish a bun in just a few bites and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't care about his image at this moment and tore open the oil paper wrapper, holding the bun and eating it in big mouthfuls. Lu Qi looked at the way Lu 19 ate, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. After all, she is still a young girl in her 20s. In previous lives, they were most likely the apple of their parents' eyes. It's nothing like now, where we live on the edge of a knife. Lu 19's cheeks were puffy, and she looked very cute. "When I recover from my injuries, I will tear them into pieces." But the vicious words that followed instantly shattered the good impression that Lu Qi suddenly had of him. "Lu Qi." Lu 19 wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, raised his head and said dimly, "How about we join forces and go and kill everyone in the county government office?" Lu Qi turned his head away, not wanting to look at the crazy and murderous look in the girl's eyes. She knew in her heart that Lu Sergio was not to blame. They are all victims of Shilio Villa. You should take good care of your injuries first. The most urgent thing now is to contact Commander Chen and the others as soon as possible. Lu Qi said in a deep voice. Commander Chen, are they all right? All 4 city gates are under martial law, and soldiers are patrolling the streets. Lu Qi said calmly, it seems that the enemy has not captured Commander Chen and his men. At least, not all of them were taken. Before noon that day, Chen Wu and his team found Lu Qi. Lu Qi pushed open the door of the woodshed and came in, and saw Lu Qi leaning against the wall with his arms folded, and Lu Sergio sitting in the corner with a pale face. Commander Chen, there are only 2 of them inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny Lu Qi made way for the door, and Chen Wu's tall figure suddenly appeared in Lu Qi's sight. Lu Qi was not surprised at all that they could find this place. She had already left a secret signal outside the door. Chen Wu walked into the woodshed with a grim face. Lu Qi glanced sideways and saw Lu San and Lu Wu following closely behind him and walking in together. To be precise, Lu San was supported by Lu Wu when he came in. Are you injured? After Chen Wu came in, he glanced at Lu Qi and Lu Sergio and asked in a cold tone. Lu 19's face turned pale, and he shook his head and said, it's just a minor skin injury. As he spoke, Lu San had already sat down on the ground, his face covered with beads of sweat, and he looked listless, as if he was about to faint at any moment. No wonder Lu Wu helped him in. Lu Qi's eyes swept across him without lingering for even a second. But he still noticed that Lu San's left arm, which was exposed outside his sleeve, and had turned purple. Chen Wu glanced at Lu Sergio's bloody shoulder, then his eyes fell on Lu Qi, but he didn't say anything. The woodshed suddenly fell into silence. In the end, it was Chen Wu who spoke first. I miscalculated this time. I didn't expect that the new county lieutenant was behind Zhou Jizu. This dog official came from Feiyu Villa. Lu San was careless and was injured by his crane feather divine needle. We can't stay here for long. We have to get out of the city as soon as possible. This time, the goods will be considered as money for the Zhou family's journey to the underworld.
Feiyu Villa, crane feather needle.
Lu Qi silently memorized these 2 words in his heart. Apart from her martial arts and some skills, Madame Mei rarely mentions any news about the martial arts world. After all, Shilio Villa trained them not to venture into the world, but to do shameful things. They just need to know the time, place, and people before taking action. Knowing too much will only backfire. Lu Qi had no intention of working for the Your Excellency, as Mrs. Mei called him. Once the time is right, she will fly away. Lu Qi. Suddenly Chen Wu looked at Lu Qi. Lu Qi, who was leaning against the wall, stood up calmly, then looked back with a cold gaze. Seeing the indifference in Lu Qi's eyes, Chen Wu seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Go into Liujiao Lane in the west of the city and count from the 3rd house on the left. There is a plum blossom mark on the door of the room. There is a secret passage under the bed that leads directly to the outside of the city. Seeing everyone's eyes light up, Chen Wu continued in a deep voice. Lu Qi, you and Lu Er stay to deal with the tale. Meet at the tea stall at the entrance of the official road 10 miles west of the city before sunset. Lu Qi nodded, then walked out to meet Lu Er, who was taking a walk outside. She had just stepped 1 foot out the door. Lu Qi. Lu 19's voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw a stream of light coming towards me. Lu Qi stretched out his hand and took it, and it was Lu 19's personal sword. This was a birthday gift given to her by Mrs. Mei, and she has always treasured it very much. Be careful on the road. Lu Sergio said weakly, as if he had been injured when he threw the knife just now. Lu Qi looked at the blade that was shining with cold light, lowered his eyes slightly, said him softly, then turned around and walked out of the room. Lu Xi was standing at the door of the woodshed. Lu Er was leaning against the gate of the yard, holding a long sword in his arms. Seeing Lu Qi coming out, Lu Er narrowed his eyes, and then his usual warm smile appeared on his face. They are just a few minions.
I can handle them by myself.
Lu Er smiled at Lu Qi, who was walking in front of him. It's a pity that Commander Chen insisted that you go with me. Lu Qi didn't even bother to look at him, and said lightly, "Location, people." Lu Er looked as if he was used to it. He shrugged and said, "Commander Chen asked us to bring in all those who were involved with him." As he said this, he stretched out his hand and made a throat-cutting gesture. "We have escaped from the hands of the county lieutenant surnamed Li. He is likely to doubt our identity. Zhou Jizu and several of his trusted men have dealt with Commander Chen before. We cannot let them fall into the hands of Li alive. Now Zhou Jizu has taken the second-in-command Qin Yan out of the city to Zijia's Wang. They are courting death. We don't need to worry about them. There is still one person left in the city, the third leader of the Donghe pirates, Tan Yuan. The background of the new county lieutenant in Donghe County should obviously not be underestimated. Despite suffering a great loss, Chun Wu still chose to swallow his anger. Even the goods swallowed by the Zhou family were not taken care of. Thinking of the room full of treasures burned by his own hands, Lu Qi suddenly felt a little painful. Fortunately, there were still 2 treasures left. After separating from Chun Wu and the others, Lu Qi and Lu Er came to a restaurant in the south of the city. After sternly refusing to pretend to be a couple with Lu Er, the 2 disguised themselves as a father and daughter, successfully avoided the patrolling soldiers on the road, and entered the restaurant. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Lu Qi had to ruin her perfect face given by God and became an ugly woman with pockmarks on half her face, a yellow mouth and buck teeth. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. As soon as Lu Qi entered the restaurant, he felt countless eyes focused on him. Where did this stinky woman come from? I almost vomited. This table of good food and wine is wasted. I shouldn't have looked at him so long. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Ha ha ha. After a burst of disgusted ridicule, everyone burst into laughter at the same time. Ignoring the ridicule in their ears, Lu Qi and the gray-haired and weathered Lu Er came to the second floor of the restaurant. After choosing a seat by the window, then I saw the waiter with a gloomy face coming over and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Lu Er grinned, also showing his yellow teeth. "A plate of side dishes, a plate of stir-fried pork with spring bamboo shoots, a cup of sorghum wine, and 2 bowls of rice will be fine. Please wait a moment, it will be served soon." Seeing that the other party ordered too little, the waiter's face showed even more disgust. When the waiter came downstairs, Lu Er looked around and found that no one was around, so he said, "If I had known this would happen, why would I have changed into this appearance?" Lu Qi replied calmly, "This is just right. Do you see anyone coming up from the second floor?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice coming from downstairs. "Sir, please stay on the first floor. There's an ugly woman on the second floor. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat after seeing her." "Haha. Is there anyone uglier than my wife?" Thump, thump, thump. There was a sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. After a while, I heard the same voice again. "Tan Yuan is in the Tsuehong building diagonally opposite, but I don't know which girl's room he is in." Lu Er glanced at the gorgeous 3-story building outside the window and said softly. Lu Qi looked up and saw the clear sky outside. It seems that this Mr. Tan is quite refined. He is taking care of the girls in the brothel in broad daylight. Lu Er raised his head and glanced at Lu Qi, and the wine in his mouth almost spit out. He quickly retracted his gaze, and then lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, "But Tan Yuan has a habit. He can't get used to drinking the wine in the brothel, so he will come here to drink after finishing his work." After that, Lu Er looked at the gate of Quahonglu with a solemn look and said in a cold voice, "If he comes today, everything will be easy to deal with. If he doesn't come, we can only go in and look for him ourselves." Compared to the brothel where the situation was unclear, this restaurant was certainly a more suitable place to start. Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Just at this moment, something unexpected happened. Da da da. The sound of horse hooves came. Then Lu Qi saw 3 constables dismounting from their horses at the gate of Tsuehong Tower. The girl who was yawning and soliciting customers at the door was so frightened when she saw the constable appear that she trembled like a sieve. "Tell your shopkeeper Tan to come out." The leading constable raised his head and glanced at the door plaque, then said sternly. Lu Qi and Lu Er, who were watching everything on the second floor of the restaurant diagonally opposite, couldn't help but look at each other. Lieutenant Li took action so quickly? Zhou Jizu is still outside the city. In order not to alert the enemy, County Captain Li should now stabilize Zhou Jizu's people. What's more, the two parties are still in cooperation. After a while, a thin man came out. That's him. Seeing the lean man appear at the door, Lu Er immediately said, Tan Yuan. Although they were separated by a street, Lu Qi could still clearly see the appearance of the third leader of the Tan family. He has thin eyes, big ears, a white face without a beard, a long face, and a flat nose. The dark circles under his eyes and his unsteady steps all indicate that he leads a dissolute life. Take action? Lu Qi looked at Tan Yuan, who was chatting with the constable, and uttered two words lightly. Wait a minute.
Lu Er replied.
The three detectives did not take any action against Tan Yuan. The leader only said something to him in a low voice with a stern look. Then, as Tan Yuan apologized, the three detectives mounted their horses and left. Bah, a bunch of bullies who rely on their masters for power. When Tan Yuan saw that the three detectives' backs were completely out of sight, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and turned into an angry look. Third Master, please don't be angry. After today, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Hearing what his men said, Tan Yuan immediately smiled triumphantly. Of course, when our Donghe gang reemerges, these imperial lackeys will no longer be able to do anything to us. Ah. Third Master, do you want to let Xiaoheng? Forget it. I'm not in the mood today. Tan Yuan waved his hand, then looked at the restaurant across the street and immediately waved his hand. Little guys, follow the Third Master to have a drink. Watching Tan Yuan and his group coming towards the restaurant, Lu Qi and Lu Er looked at each other and saw a hint of satisfaction in each other's eyes. There are 6 people in total, 4 of whom should have martial arts skills. Lu Qi said calmly, Tan Yuan, are you going to do it, or should I do it? Especially when Tan Yuan and his companions were getting closer to the restaurant, Lu Qi could already see the thick calluses on the back of Tan Yuan's hands. People who use weapons will only have marks on the palms of their hands. It is obvious that this Mr. Tan San's kung fu is all about his fists. Leave Tan Yuan to you, and I'll take care of the other 5. Lu Er retracted his gaze. At this time, Tan Yuan and his party had arrived at the door of the restaurant. Sure enough, I heard the respectful voice of the waiter downstairs. Third Master, why are you here so early today? Stop talking nonsense and bring me some good wine and food. Okay, please go upstairs. Thump, thump, thump. There were footsteps on the stairs. At this moment, the waiter's hurried voice was heard again. Third Master, there is an ugly guy upstairs. Before he could finish his words, Tan Yuan had already taken the lead and stepped onto the second floor, and a figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Ugly witch. At this time, the waiter downstairs chased to the stairs and finally finished saying the sentence. Tan Yuan raised his head and met a pair of cold eyes. A trace of disgust immediately appeared on Tan Yuan's face. He pursed his lips and sneered. How can it be ugly? The word ugly was about to come out of his mouth, but he found that the other party had a dagger in his hand. As the bone-cold knife light swept over, Tan Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Third Master, be careful. The minions behind him only saw a streak of light passing in front of the leader Tan Yuan and shouted immediately. But another figure was also coming. Lu Qi slowly lowered his knife-holding hand and looked at Tan Yuan, who was covering his throat and unable to speak, and then walked past him without saying a word. Laugh the sound of a knife cutting through flesh. Lu Er's knife was equally fast and fierce. At the moment when Lu Qi took action to kill Tan Yuan, Lu Er had already killed the other 4 people. Gurgle, a round head rolled down the stairs, until it fell at the feet of the waiter. The waiter, who had just reminded Tan Yuan to be careful of the ugly woman upstairs, felt something hit his feet and looked down. Followed by a shrill scream. Lu Qi walked down the stairs first, then looked down and saw the head on the ground. They were Tan Yuan's men, Their eyes were still open, and it seemed that they died with their eyes open. Lu Qi glanced at Lu Er behind him with dissatisfaction from the corner of his eye. Why, beheading when slitting the throat is enough. It's all bloody. Isn't it uncomfortable to look at it? At this time, the guests on the first floor also discovered the waiter who had fallen to the ground due to weak legs. When they stood up and gathered around, they saw the head under Lu Qi's feet.
Someone gasped.
It's that ugly one. Lu Qi suddenly heard a familiar voice. She glanced at the trembling crowd and immediately identified a fat man with a belly full of intestines. Let's go. Lu Er's voice came from behind. Lu Qi turned around and was about to walk towards the restaurant entrance when he suddenly stopped. She then turned and walked towards the fat man. As Lu Qi approached step by step, the people around the fat man retreated one after another, with fear in their eyes. The fat man's legs were already trembling. He wanted to retreat with the people around him, but he couldn't take a step. Lady, hero, spare my life. Seeing Lu Qi approaching him, the fat man's legs went weak and he knelt down. I am uglier than your wife. Lu Qi lifted the fat man's chin with the tip of the knife, made him look at himself, and then said coldly,
No.
The fat man didn't dare to look directly at Lu Qi's face and replied in a crying voice, Lady, you are as beautiful as a fairy, like a goddess descended from heaven. Lu Qi glanced at the steaming bowl of soup on the table next to him. Then he lifted the fat man's hair and pressed his head into the soup with a bang. I don't like people calling me ugly. I hate it even more when people call me witch. Lu Qi walked out of the restaurant and heard screams coming from behind him. A person who speaks without restraint should be killed with one knife. Lu Er's cold voice came. Lu Qi simply replied indifferently, Let's go, the government officials should be here soon. She looked up at the sky. In the evening, Lu Qi and Lu Er came to Liujia Lane in the west of the city. The two men split into two groups. Lu Qi kept watch at the entrance of the alley, while Lu Er went straight into the alley and then climbed over the courtyard wall to the house that Qinwu mentioned. A moment later, Lu Qi heard a squeaking sound coming from the alley. She took the knife wrapped in blue coarse cloth, looked around carefully to make sure there was nothing unusual, and turned into the alley. By the time Lu Qi came out of the long and dark passage, a bright moon had already appeared in the sky. The exit of the secret passage was in a forest covered with weeds. In addition to the incessant chirping of insects and birds, Lu Qi even heard the faint roar of wild beasts in the distance. Lu Er skillfully covered the entrance again, took a look around in the moonlight, and immediately determined the direction. Let's go. I wonder if Zhajiazhuang has been cleaned up? Zhajiazhuang. It should be Zhou Jizu and his group. I think he has learned that something happened in Zhajiazhuang, so he hurried back with his men. Lu Qi suddenly thought that the people who went to Zhajiazhuang to deal with Zhou Jizu should not be Commander Chen and his men. Among Commander Chen and his entourage, Lu San, who had the highest martial arts skills, was so seriously injured that he needed help even to move. Lu 19 was hit by a sword on the shoulder, and his strength was greatly reduced. There are only Lu Wu and Lu Shi left, and Commander Chen probably doesn't have the courage to take them with him to deal with Zhou Jizu. So on the way to the official road, Lu Qi suddenly asked, Madam, may I come down the mountain? Lu Er, who was walking in front, responded with a faint Including Lu Qi, the 6 best people in Shiliu Villa were all brought down the mountain by Qinwu. If there is any action to be taken, it is obvious that Mrs. May would go there in person for complete consideration. Lu Qi's eyes flickered when he heard this. If possible, she really wanted to see Madame May take action with her own eyes. I still remember that when Lu Qi woke up from the carriage in a daze, he saw Madame May killing 4 big men with sharp blades in an instant with her ghostly movements. Although the memories of more than 10 years ago were a little fuzzy, Lu Qi recalled the scene of Madame May's murder many times after she came down the mountain this time, and her memory gradually began to recover. And until today, when I saw the 3 constables in the restaurant, my memory and reality finally overlapped. The 4 people that Meifu killed back then were clearly dressed as constables. Moreover, it can be inferred from their clothes that the 4 men were not ordinary constables. Although the styles of their clothes were exactly the same, both the color and the material were higher quality than the uniforms worn by the 3 constables seen in Dongha County today. I just don't know whether the 4 detectives were coming for Madame May or for the child in the carriage. Thinking of this, a name suddenly popped up in Lu Qi's mind.
Liu Yi.
Lu Qi hid in the shadow of the trees, looking at the tea stall at the entrance of the official road not far away. There is a lantern hanging outside the stall. Apart from this, there was no other person. Just at this moment, Lu Qi heard a rustling sound of footsteps.
Who is it?
Lu Qi reached into the package and grasped the cold knife handle. Lu Qi. A familiar voice came into my ears. I saw a figure walking out from behind a big tree not far away. Under the mottled moonlight, Lu Qi could see the face of the person clearly. Lu Shisan. Madame May asked me to wait for you here. Looking at the 2 people who were silent in the night, Lu Shisan continued, they have already set off to return to Shiliu Villa. After that, Lu Shisan pointed to Lu Qi's side and asked, is it Lu Er? At this time, Lu Er stepped out from the shadows, revealing a smiling face under the moonlight. It's me. There were a total of 23 children in Shiliu Villa at that time, and they were named in order of their height, from Lu E to Lu 23. More than 10 years have passed, and the 23 children back then have grown up. Lu Qi is no longer the 7th tallest among the 23 people, but the name Lu Qi has never changed. Under Madame May's careful training, although the progress of their cultivation varied, fortunately no one was completely left behind in the end. Even the weakest ones, such as Lu Shisan, had already practiced the internal energy taught by Madame May to the 3rd level. In addition to the sword skills he had practiced for 10 years, if he were to be placed in the secular world, based on the knowledge Lu Qi had gained when he came down the mountain, Lu Shisan should at least be able to defeat Tan Yuan, who had just died in his hands. In other words, even the one with the worst cultivation in Shiliu Villa could be considered a top figure in Dongha County. As for the few people with the best martial arts skills, for example, Lu Qi. Zhou Dongha, the leader of the Dongha gang who had called the shots in Dongha County before Ling, has now fallen under her sword. Moreover, Lu Qi had not yet broken through to the 5th level at that time. So now Lu Qi really wants to know what position his martial arts holds in this world. The most important thing is whether he can defeat the current Madame May. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Lu Qi returned to Shiliu Villa. She immediately returned the sword to Lu 19. Lu Shijiu, who had a strong smell of medicine on his body, was taking a nap on the bed. When he saw Lu Qi coming in, his eyes suddenly lit up. A girl's bright face is always the best placebo in the world. Lu Qi felt relieved. Just as he was about to forget the bloodbath caused by his descent, Lu 19's gnashing teeth voice reached his ears. It's really easy for them. It must be said that Lu 19 understood her. Thinking back on the people who fell into his hands, except for Zhou Dongha, who was seriously injured by a knife due to his own ability and then finished off by Lu Qi, the rest, such as Su Si and his men, and Tan Yuan yesterday, all died painlessly. Lu Qi couldn't help but look down at his hands, which were as white as green onions. In just a few days, several more lives had been lost. I really can't stay in this shabby place any longer. Thinking of this, Lu Qi didn't even bother to tell Lu Jiujiu to take good care of your injuries. He just put the knife on the table and left the room, leaving Lu Jiujiu with a stunned look on his face. Watching Lu Qi's back disappear at the door, Lu Shijiu had a complicated expression. Her red lips slightly opened and closed, and it was unclear what she said. Lu Qi returned to her room. As one of the 23 people with the best martial arts, she naturally enjoyed certain privileges in Shiliu Villa, such as a separate room. Look, even in a ruthless killer organization, there are distinctions between the high and the low. It had been several hours since she returned to Shiliu Villa, but Madame May had not summoned her, and she had not even seen any sign of Chenwu. Except for the injured Lu San and Lu Shijiu, everything seemed calm. That's fine. If Madame May summons me, I don't know if I can hide it from her eyes. Lu Qi was a little worried that he might not be able to hide the fact that his internal strength had broken through to the 5th level from Madame May. However, Madame May once said that she had only practiced this internal skill to the 5th level. If they had the same level of cultivation, Lu Qi would still be confident that he could conceal the truth without any direct contact or investigation. Lu Qi thought back to the few times he had taken action after his breakthrough and realized that he had not used his full strength in every one of them. The sun was setting in the west. On a stone platform 3 meters square in the backyard of Shilio Villa, Lu Qi stood with a knife in his right hand. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting a strand of Lu Qi's hanging black hair. A divine light suddenly appeared in Lu Qi's eyes, and then a cold light flashed, and the shadow of the knife had already enveloped his body. Suddenly, a strong wind whistled above the stone platform, and the sound of breaking silk and brocade was heard from the knife light. In the next instant, the sound was like thunder rising from the ground and reaching the ears. Lu Qi had entered a state of ecstasy at this time. The true energy in his body was madly urged to flow to his hands. He raised his hand and chopped down with a powerful and heavy Hingshan sword technique.
Zang, zang.
There were 2 crisp sounds and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Qi slightly turned his head to avoid the flying stones, then lightly tapped his feet and flew into the air like a flying bird. He turned the blade in his hand and flipped over to fly down from the air. Swish, swish, swish. The knife light whizzed across the hard stone slab, emitting sparks. Lu Qi pointed the tip of his knife, flipped over and leaped, landing several steps away. A breath of foul air turned into a white rainbow and spurted out. Lu Qi glanced at the fresh knife marks on the ground, then walked down the stone platform with an indifferent expression. Since returning to Shilio Villa, Lu Qi has returned to his previous boring and repetitive life. Moreover, both Madame May and Commander Chen seemed to have disappeared and had not appeared in the villa for more than 10 days. But for Lu Qi, this is perfect. Previously, she had broken through to the 5th level of her mental method in Dongha County with the help of the Crescent Moon's power, but because she was still on a mission at the time, she had no time to consolidate her realm. After returning to the villa, Lu Qi calmed down and practiced breathing exercises every day to completely stabilize his true energy. After breaking through to the 5th level, both the amount of true qi and the speed at which it circulates in the body are far better than before. No wonder Madame May once said that the 5th level of the mental method is a hurdle. Only by crossing this threshold can you envision the realm of first-class masters in your lifetime. A top-notch expert. Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If one practices the mental method to the 4th level, one can already be called a master, but one must practice to the 7th level to be among the top masters. An old fellow like Zhou Dongha, who was not as good as Lu Qi before he broke through the 5th level, could set up a huge gang in a county and occupied the underground industry of the entire county. What kind of status does a first-class master have? Lu Qi recalled the masters he had seen or heard of. Apart from Madame May, the only one was the Dongha County lieutenant who injured Lu San. Moreover, this person comes from a prominent family, and I think he has more powerful teachers or peers behind him. Thinking of this, Lu Qi looked towards the direction of the gate of Shilio Villa. Thinking about the colorful world outside, he could only practice sword skills here day after day, and had to do shameful things for the mysterious master at any time. Lu Qi shook his head and reaffirmed his determination to get out as soon as possible. Another month passed, and Lu 19's shoulder injuries had all healed. Suddenly, there was a bit more chattering noise in the villa. Lu San, who was also injured, was not so lucky. Since Lu Qi returned to the villa, he has never seen Lu San again. However, when he occasionally passed by Lu San's residence, he could smell a strong smell of medicine. For a time, the news that Lu San was going to die began to spread in Shilio Villa. Lu Qi naturally would not pay attention to such groundless rumors. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed at this time, staring at the crystal-clear Ganoderma lucidum-like plant in her hand. This was something she had obtained from Zhou Jizu's men. Lu Qi couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had eaten the umbrella cap early. After leaving the cold box, the elixir seemed to have wilted. There were no refrigerators in those days, and the box was very conspicuous. While lamenting the waste of resources, Lu Qi stuffed the remaining elixir into his mouth. Crunchy and tastes like radish. This thing is worthy of Lu Qi's name of magic medicine. As soon as it entered the stomach, a warm and cool breath spread out from the lower abdomen and spread to the whole body. Lu Qi was well prepared. He immediately held his breath, closed his eyes, and began to practice his mental skills. I don't know how much time had passed. Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes and could see darkness outside through the window. Lu Qi lowered her eyes and looked at her left wrist. The rosy and plump crescent moon symbol was so vivid that it seemed to fall off her body. Just one spiritual medicine was enough to replace her accumulation of several months or even years. It seems that relying solely on eating meat to recharge Crescent Moon's energy in the past was really unfair to it. Lu Qi felt ashamed and thought to himself, it's not that the time-traveling god didn't give him a chance. It turns out that he doesn't have the ability. The next morning, Lu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. The door was pushed open with a creak. Lu Qi, Madame May wants you to come over. Mrs. May finally appeared. A gleam of light flashed across Lu Qi's eyes, and then he nodded indifferently and said, I understand. If Madame May was at Shilio Villa, she would live in the backyard just like Lu Qi and the others. However, Mrs. May did not live in the largest main room, but in a more remote courtyard in the backyard. If it weren't for meeting Madame May, Lu Qi would basically never come here on weekdays. From the traces left on the walls and the gate, it can be seen that this should have once been an exquisite villa. But just like the entire Shilio Villa, the buildings in the villa were covered with traces of knife and sword stabbing, and even the granite table in the yard was split in half by some external force. Strangely, Madame May did not renovate the villa and left it in a mess. Lu Qi pushed open the door, and a burst of fragrance filled his nose. When his eyes fell upon the red figure, Lu Qi quickly bowed his head, then bowed and said, Meet Madame May. Lu Qi is here. The soft voice was full of joy and lightness. Lu Qi lowered his head, and suddenly a pair of embroidered shoes appeared in his sight, and then a soft and boneless hand was placed on the back of his cold hand. In this way, she was led by Madame May into the embroidered bed full of red. What a cold and elegant face. Madame May's light laughter came to my ears. It is said that your Lu Qi swordsmanship can kill people, but I think this face is a real soul-cutting sword. Lu Qi could feel a pair of burning eyes focused on his face. In this situation, Lu Qi could only watch with his eyes and nose and maintain his usual indifference. As if she felt that there was not much point in talking to a piece of cold wood after a burst of praise, Mrs. May's tone gradually became colder. You did a good job this time. It was Chun Wu who was too careless, so he was caught by the Feiyu Villa. Humph. With a light snort, the room was suddenly filled with a murderous atmosphere. I will take Lu San out tomorrow, and it may take some time for us to come back. Madame May stroked Lu Qi's hair with one hand and said in a deep voice, All matters in the villa will be handled by you and Lu Er. Remember, don't let what happened to Lu Yi happen again here. Lu Qi's body trembled slightly when he heard this, and then he replied, I know. Madame May looked at Lu Qi with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. She suddenly stood up, walked to the dressing table, picked up something and threw it to Lu Qi, who was lying on the bed. Lu Qi raised his hand to take it, and it turned out to be a yellowed book. Just as he was wondering, Madame May's voice came to his ears. I got the heart-destroying palm secret book from Zhou Jizu through torture. I heard that you are a martial arts fanatic. If you have free time, you can take a look at it. When Lu Qi came out of Madame May's room, he happened to see Lu Shurjiu walking towards him just as he stepped over the threshold of the villa. Why are you here? Lu 19 raised her eyebrows, and her voice was a little sharper than usual. Lu Qi ignored her and walked towards the door calmly until he passed by Lu Shurjiu. Just when one foot was about to step over the threshold, his arms suddenly tightened. Lu Qi, I'm asking you a question. Lu 19 reached out and grabbed Lu Qi's arm with a look of exasperation. Lu Qi turned his head indifferently, his eyes swept across the beautiful hand that was holding his arm, and then he said coldly, Let go.
You.
Lu 19 became even more furious when looking at Lu Qi's icy face. His eyes were already blazing with anger. Just when he was about to attack, Madame May's voice suddenly came from behind him. Is it 19? Why don't you come in? Humph. Lu 19 frowned and snorted coldly, you're lucky. After saying that, he let go of Lu Qi's arm, turned and entered Madame May's room. Soon, Madame May's hearty laughter and Lu 19's chuckle, silver bell-like laughter were heard from inside. Hearing the two people's laughter, Lu Qi paused slightly, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, and then he left the villa without looking back. Early the next morning, Lu Qi heard the creaking sound of wheels entering the villa. About half an hour later, with another creaking sound, the carriage drove out of the villa. Thinking of what Madame May said yesterday, Lu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, then stood up, opened the door, and walked towards the backyard. Lu Qi came to the stone platform in the backyard, only to find that there was someone standing on it. After seeing Lu Qi coming, the person on the stone platform suddenly turned around and grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Lu Qi, you're a little late today. Why are you here? Lu Qi looked at Lu Er on the stage and asked lightly. Faced with the questioning, Lu Er did not answer immediately, but jumped down from the stone platform and landed a few steps in front of Lu Qi. Today he was wearing the black tights he usually wore for practicing martial arts, and the muscles on his arms were very obvious. Although everyone was learning the internal energy skills taught by Madame May, the Fufeng sword technique taught by Madame May was obviously not suitable for men, so Lu Er and his friends mostly used the Hengshan sword technique taught by Commander Chen as their main martial arts. The Hengshan swordsmanship is of a bold and open style, emphasizing the use of force to break all methods, and has extremely high requirements on the user's own strength. Lu Er was not born with supernatural powers like Commander Chen, but fortunately, the internal strength taught by Madame May made up for the physical difference. Coupled with Lu Er's own hard work, his attainments in Hengshan swordsmanship had long surpassed Chen Wu. Madame May and Commander Chen have both left the villa. Lu Er's eyes swept across Lu Qi's face, and then he chuckled. Madame May should have looked for you yesterday. Now Shilio Villa is under the control of you and me. Are you done? Lu Qi's eyes met Lu Er's directly, and then he asked. Lu Er was startled when he heard this. He looked at Lu Qi for less than half a breath before quickly looking away. The smile on his face also disappeared instantly. Then he seemed to feel that his action of not daring to look at her just now was too timid, so his tone could not help but become a little stern. Since Madame May asked you and me to handle all the affairs of the manor, I have to say some ugly words in advance. Take care of the people in your backyard, or don't blame me. Lu Er hadn't finished speaking, but Lu Qi had already heard a hint of murderous intent in his words. The people in the backyard. Ever since Lu Qi and the others began to show female characteristics, Madame May divided Shilio Villa into two parts. The front yard was left for the men to live in, and the backyard was the territory for the women. They have kept to themselves for several years. That's why Lu Qi was a little surprised that Lu Er appeared on the stone platform in the backyard. If he just wanted to practice martial arts, there would be a bigger martial arts stage in the front yard. So, who broke the rules in the backyard? Lu Qi felt a headache. Compared with hacking someone, this kind of thing was more troublesome for her. Lu Er did not give Lu Qi a chance to ask questions and left directly after warning him. Lu Qi did not take Lu Er's warning to heart. As usual, she practiced knife skills on the stone platform for the whole morning. Then, she saw smoke rising from the direction of the kitchen, wiped the sweat off her face, and went to the lobby. In Shilio Villa, there were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women who were responsible for cooking and doing odd jobs. They were all white-haired old men, and one of the old men was missing an arm. These 4 old men seemed to be deaf and dumb. They had never spoken a word in more than 10 years. They completely ignored Lu Qi and the others, just like 4 robots. However, when Lu Qi thought of the mysterious organization behind Madame May and Your Majesty she mentioned, he was not surprised. It was natural that they were able to capture more than 20 children with martial arts talent and train 4 menial robots. As usual, While Lu Qi was eating his meal with big mouthfuls, he caught a glimpse of a bright figure suddenly appearing at the entrance of the lobby. As soon as Lu Shizhou, who was wearing a delicate pink dress, walked in, she attracted everyone's attention. Facing the gazes from the crowd, Lu 19 raised his head high, like a proud rooster. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Qi, who was feasting in the corner, and then said complacently, "Madame Mei gave it to me. She said it was the most fashionable style in Jiangnan." The others had long been accustomed to Lu 19's favor, but when they saw her new clothes, the girls, who were already in their 20s, all showed envious eyes. Lu Qi took in the expressions of the crowd while gnawing on a big bone and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although they had undergone brainwashing and a hellish training process, Madame Mei had never treated the people in the villa badly in terms of material things. Even in the secular world, ordinary families could not afford their food, clothing, and other necessities. Even Lu Qi, who never cared about these things, wore clothes made of extremely soft silk. Looking at Lu Shizhou, who was showing off like a peacock, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Lu Qi's mind. As the saying goes, a man will die for his confidant, and a woman will dress up for the man who pleases her. The person who broke the rules mentioned by Lu Er, could it be Lu 19? When this thought came to her mind, Lu Qi suddenly felt that the bone in her hand was no longer fragrant, and her appetite was gone instantly. She casually threw the half-eaten big bone on the table and immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Lu 19, who was standing at the entrance of the lobby, saw Lu Qi suddenly stand up and walk towards him. A hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes, and a hint of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Qi walked past Lu Shizhou without stopping. Just as the expression on Lu 19's face gradually solidified, he heard a faint voice in his ear. "Come to my room tonight." Lu Qi sat on the bed, flipping through the secret book with yellowed pages. He quickly flipped through the thin book several times. This is the secret book of the heart-destroying palm obtained from Madame Mei. Madame Mei commented that it is difficult to practice, but very powerful after practicing it. The secret book contains the route of internal energy operation and the tricks of palm strike. From the perspective of the route of practice alone, it is no more complicated than the internal energy method taught by Madame Mei, except that several key points on the arms along the way are a little subtle. Lu Qi put down the secret book, slowly closed his eyes, and began to stimulate the true energy into his arms according to the practice route recorded in the secret book. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and struck out in front of him. Buzz, there was a low hum in the air. Lu Qi exhaled lightly, and after finishing the exercise, he thought to himself, "It's not as difficult as I imagined. It may be because of my strong internal strength. However, the route of moving the qi to the arms is extremely complicated, and when the qi in the dantian is moved to the palms, only less than 30% is left." Lu Qi thought that with his current level of cultivation, he could only use less than 5 palm strikes in one breath. Moreover, he could only strike out with 1 palm strike for the time being. Lu Qi was not completely sure whether he could achieve the level of no external injuries but complete destruction of the internal organs. No wonder Madame Mei is so generous. This set of palm techniques is a typical useless one. Why would people with sufficient skills use such a costly and complicated palm technique? People with insufficient skills cannot even learn the basics. Is it just for the purpose of damaging the internal organs through the outer skin? It's fine to practice it when you have nothing to do, but to rely on it to survive is nothing but a fool's dream. Since Lu Qi had already memorized the exercise routes and palm strike techniques, she threw the yellowed booklet aside. She glanced at the sky outside the window and found that the sun had already set. A trace of solemnity flashed across his eyes, wondering why Lu 19 hadn't arrived yet. Madame Mei had already made a rule that there must be no love affairs between fellow disciples. Once discovered, it would be considered a betrayal, and the outcome would be one word: D. Although Lu 19 was very noisy on weekdays, Lu Qi didn't want such a lively girl to lose her life because of a wrong step, and he was even more unwilling to be the executioner himself. That was why she had let Lu 19 come to her for the first time, in order to persuade her to turn back from her wrong path before she made a big mistake. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Lu Qi's expression changed slightly, and soon the door was pushed open with a creak, and Lu Shurjio walked in with a puzzled look on his face.
What?
Lu Shurjio's sharp voice came from the room. You actually doubted me. It's not you? Lu Qi frowned. Judging from Lu Jiujio's angry expression, it seemed that his suspicion was wrong. How is it possible? Lu Jiujio suddenly calmed down while talking, and then stared at Lu Qi with suspicion and asked, Who told you that there is someone in the villa? No one told her this personally, but Lu Er's warning today made her doubt in this direction. Apart from love affairs, are there other behaviors that could put one's life in danger? With Lu Yi's experience, is there anyone else who dares to defect? Speaking of which, Lu Shur-san seems to be acting strange recently. After this, Lu Shurjio suddenly remembered something, frowned, and murmured softly, Lu Shur-san. Lu Qi searched frantically in her mind, and soon a round-faced girl under the moonlight appeared in her memory. The girl who had picked up Lu Qi and Lu Er on the official road west of Dongha County.
But
Lu Qi's figure was swept out of the door like a gust of wind. In the front yard of Shilio Villa, from a remote room, charming noises were heard. On the eaves not far from the room, a figure slowly emerged from the night. It turns out to be Lu Shur-san and Lu Jio. The faint voice quickly dissipated in the hazy night fog. Lu Qi walked out of the corridor under the eaves with a cold face. The blade in her hand flickered coldly in the weak moonlight. She did not look up at the person on the eaves, but just said lightly, Since you already knew it, why didn't you take action? Of course I'm waiting for you. A cheerful voice came from the roof. Lu Er, do you really think I can't kill you? Lu Qi slowly raised his head, and the coldness in his eyes shot towards Lu Er on the roof like a sharp sword. Lu Er just smiled faintly, then turned his head to look at the room in front, and said in a deep voice, Madame May has already made a rule that anyone who has an affair with his children will be killed without mercy. Lu Qi, it's time for you, the executioner that Madame May values the most, to take action. After hearing this, Lu Qi stood there for a long time, and silence returned again under the night. Lu Er looked at Lu Qi's lonely figure out of the corner of his eye, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Lu Shur-san and Lu Jio. Lu Qi was not familiar with the two people in the room. Lu Shur-san still had a little impression of him, and Lu Jio simply did not have a complete high-definition face in his memory. From the first day he learned about his situation, Lu Qi kept a certain distance from them. Because she knew that under Madame May's brainwashing, these people would eventually become tools of the organization behind her. As long as she thinks about leaving this place in the future, there will definitely be a conflict between them. Do you really want to do it? Lu Qi raised his head again, looking at Lu Er with a deeper look in his eyes. I understand. You want to avenge Lu Yi. Just as a trace of surprise gradually appeared on Lu Er's face, Lu Qi's cold voice came to his ears. You, like Lu Yi, have recovered your childhood memories. I'm right. Right. In the lush forest, a figure quickly shuttled through the mottled shadows. Hoo. After a moment, the figure stopped behind a towering tree, covering his chest and gasping for breath. But the moment he raised his head, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Yi, you have no way to escape. Looking at the indifferent girl in front of him and the sharp blade in his hand flashing with cold light, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of the boy's mouth. As expected, you caught up with me. Lu Qi, we don't belong here. Our parents are still alive. It was Madame May who lied to us. We have never been abandoned by anyone. It was Madame May and the organization behind her who sent people to kidnap us from our parents. Thanks to Su Qingxian, there is no light in darkness, and O Guangyun for the rewards. I also want to thank AI is very simple. Yushio Yulin, FXYHG Dorothy, who is LYZ, Zhang Yan, Bingfeng Ling, Zhegu, and my dad has the monthly ticket for the Emperor's posture. The panic that flashed across Lu Er's eyes under the moonlight made Lu Qi completely confirm his guess. When Lu Qi first came here, he discovered that the other children, both young and old, seemed to have lost their memories of the past. It was obvious that Madame May had used some means to erase their memories.
Lu Qi didn't care too much at the time.
After all, she was a time traveler, so whether she had previous memories or not would not have any impact. Did she have to find the original owner's biological parents? Lu Qi did not retain even a single memory of the original owner, so naturally he had no feelings for the original owner's family, let alone any mysterious obsessions of the original owner. Her plan has always been simple. She would practice martial arts until she had the power to protect herself and escape from here. Then she could travel around the world and experience the martial arts world that she had longed for in her previous life. Lu Yi's accident was an accident. Perhaps because he was the oldest, Madame May's method of erasing his memory did not work on him after several years. As Lu Yi's internal energy broke through to the third level, he actually remembered his childhood and learned how he was abducted to Shiliu Villa. Compared with the adult Lu Qi, the teenager Lu Yi obviously could not hide the truth and soon revealed his tracks and escaped from Shiliu Villa. At that time, everyone who had seen blood personally carried out the task of hunting down Lu Yi until finally Lu Qi appeared dragging Lu Yi's body. Lu Qi still remembers this incident very clearly. When she returned with Lu Yi's corpse, she was not praised by Madame May. Instead, she was punished by being locked up in a small dark room for a month and eating rotten meals for a month. When she came out of the small dark room, she suddenly saw a new scenery outside the gate of the villa. Madame May, who was always gentle, did not even let go of Lu Yi's body. She hung it on a tree at the entrance of the villa and let wild beasts and birds eat him alive. From then on, everyone in Shiliu Villa became very secretive about the name Lu Yi.
Swish.
Just as Lu Qi was recalling the past, a cold light swept over. Lu Qi's eyes turned cold, and then he calmly held the sword in front of him. With a crisp clang, he easily blocked Lu Er's sword, and the sword body trembled. Lu Qi shook his wrist lightly and easily removed the recoil force of the blade. This scene made Lu Er's face darken, and his eyes were suddenly filled with solemnity. Lu Er did not hold back at all in this strike. With his full strength, he could easily cut through a 2-foot-thick bluestone slab. However, Lu Qi simply raised his hand to block the strike without moving an inch. "Now that I've revealed your thoughts, do you want to kill me to silence me?" Lu Qi said coldly, flipping the blade in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already swung the blade forward and was in front of Lu Er in the blink of an eye. When a fierce light flashed in Lu Er's eyes, he immediately grasped the hilt of the knife with both hands and slashed at Lu Qi's blade with his backhand. The blades collided and sparks flew. A huge force shook and Lu Er's hands shook and he almost couldn't hold the knife. Lu Qi was still holding the knife with one hand. When their knives collided just now, she not only did not suffer any recoil, but instead she tapped her feet lightly, and the blade drew a beautiful arc, approaching Lu Er again. Until now, Lu Er finally realized how terrible Lu Qi was. It turned out that the gap between them was so huge. However, a hint of ruthlessness emerged on Lu Er's face. He was definitely not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Now that Lu Qi knew that he had recovered his memory, he must silence him. Otherwise, thinking of Lu Yi's fate, Lu Er gritted his teeth, frantically urged the true energy in his body to continuously pour into his arms, and then killed Lu Qi. The two men fought with swords for several times. Under Lu Qi's sword, Lu Er retreated repeatedly, looking very embarrassed. And through the force transmitted from Lu Er's sword, Lu Qi knew that the opponent was at the end of his strength. "It's time to end it." She sighed softly in her heart, then jumped to avoid Lu Er's horizontal slash, flipped in the air and landed, then raised her hand to send the knife away. Lu Er gasped for air, his eyes drooping as he stared at the blade at his neck. Then he closed his eyes. "Kill me or chop me up, and do it quickly. You two are indeed friends. Even the words you said when you were dying were exactly the same." Lu Qi's cold voice came to his ears. Lu Er was already ready to die. Suddenly, his shoulders loosened, and Lu Er opened his eyes abruptly, only to find that the knife at his neck had been taken away.
"Why?"
Lu Er turned his head and asked in disbelief. Lu Qi actually spared his life. Is this still the Lu Qi he knew? Lu Qi simply replied, use your life in exchange for the lives of the two inside. I will make a profit from this deal.
You. Liu's pupils constricted.
He suddenly felt that Lu Qi in front of him was so strange. Then, he suddenly recalled what Lu Qi said just before he was about to die. You two are indeed friends. Even the words you said when you were dying were exactly the same. Lu felt his heart tighten and was about to say something when he found that Lu Qi had already walked towards the room in front.
Get out.
Lu Qi stood at the door and suddenly said in a harsh voice. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the room. After a while, the door was opened, and a figure walked out of the dark room and said to Lu Qi tremblingly, Lu Qi, why is it you? The person who came out was Lu Shisan. Under the dim moonlight, his round little face was full of fear. Lu Qi frowned. You should know the rules of the village well. Lu Shisan almost fell to the ground upon hearing this, his eyes filled with despair. Lu Qi glanced at the dark and empty door behind Lu Shisan, then turned and left. After walking 5 steps away, he said coldly, if it was Lu Jiao who just came out, I would still look up to you. After saying this, he walked away into the night fog.
Pa.
Lu Shisan could no longer hold on, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, he thought in disbelief, Lu Qi actually let me go. The next day, as usual, after breakfast, Lu Qi went to the stone platform in the backyard to practice swordsmanship. After practicing the Fufeng swordsmanship and the Hengshan swordsmanship, Lu Qi suddenly had an idea to practice the heart-destroying palm. I never thought that the training would last until the evening when the sun was setting. Lu Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead, then suddenly looked towards a pond in the distance. After walking over, he found a few small fish swimming under the turquoise water. Lu Qi immediately raised his palm and then directly pressed it on the water surface. As a ripple spread silently on the water surface, Lu Qi saw the shaking bodies of the small fish suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. For several days, Lu Qi never saw Lu again. As for Lu Shisan, who had managed to escape with his life, he hid aside and watched Lu Qi practicing sword on the stone platform in the backyard a few times, but in the end, he did not dare to come out and talk to him. The matter seemed to have passed just like that. Now the front yard of Shilio Villa is under the leadership of Lu Irma, while Madame May appointed Lu Qi to manage the backyard before she left. If the two of them don't take care of it, it will naturally not be the turn of others to intervene. But there was only one exception. On the evening of that day, Lu Qi had just finished his meal and walked out of the lobby when he bumped into Lu Shizhou, who was coming towards him. She had a cold look in her eyes and a gloomy face, as if she was waiting for Lu Qi. Why don't you kill Lu Shisan? When the two passed each other, Lu Qi heard the sound of Lu Shisan's gnashing teeth. Lu Qi ignored her and walked forward, but someone suddenly grabbed his arm. You are disregarding the rules set by Madame May. Lu Qi turned around and saw Lu Shizhou's angry face and disappointment in his eyes. If we were to ask who in Shilio Villa lives the most like a human being, it would be none other than Lu Shizhou, who is favored by Madame May. But if we were to say who was the most brainwashed, it would still be Lu 19. Lu Qi knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he just stretched out his hand to push away Lu Shizhou's hand, and then said lightly, "The knife is in your hand, you can do it yourself."
You.
Lu Shizhou was speechless for a moment, his eyes seemed to be spitting out flames. Do you really think I dare not? Lu Shisan has violated the taboo and deserves to die, but she is not the only one who deserves to die. Where is her adulterer? Have no idea. How could you not know? You rushed there that night. Wasn't it to catch them in bed? Lu Qi, stop. There was no point in talking to someone like Lu 19, so Lu Qi pretended he heard nothing and went straight back to his room. Hearing the footsteps getting closer behind him, Lu Qi slammed the door shut. If you dare to come in, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing Lu Qi's murderous voice coming from the room, Lu Shizhou, who had already walked to the door, paused. She gritted her teeth, looked at the wooden door in front of her, raised her hand to midair, and then quickly dropped it. Okay, Lu Qi. Lu Jiujio said sinisterly while standing at the door. I want to see how you'll explain this to Madame Mei when she comes back. Listening to Lu Shijio's footsteps gradually fading away outside the door, Lu Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There is no hope. Madame Mei had her childhood memories erased, and coupled with years of brainwashing, these people in Shilio Villa could hardly be considered normal people in terms of their behavior and character. Lu 19 is not an isolated case. Except for people like Lu Yi and Lu Er who have recovered their childhood memories, the rest of the people regard Madame Mei and Your Majesty. She calls them as their reborn parents. They even believe from the bottom of their hearts that they were born to give everything for the great cause of Your Majesty, even though they had never seen Your Majesty and didn't even know what this great cause was. However, Lu Qi was not worried for the time being that Lu 19 would really attack Lu Shisan. After all, this also violated one of the rules set by Madame Mei herself, that fellow disciples were not allowed to kill each other. Without Madame Mei's order, or a nod from Lu Qi and Lu Er, who now represented Madame Mei, Lu Shijiu, who had already engraved Madame Mei's rules deeply in his soul, would not act rashly. That night, Lu Qi, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, heard a cooing sound coming from outside the window. She opened her eyes, then stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Lu Qi's figure was like a flying bird, flying through the dark forest. Every branch she stepped on would shake slightly and make a faint swish sound. Until a cliff appeared in front of him, Lu Qi paused in midair and then landed on the branch of a towering ancient tree. Look, that's Dongha County. Following the voice's reminder, Lu Qi looked into the distance and saw a little light in the foggy sky. It was the Dongha County, where she had been before. Lu Qi said calmly, You brought me here in the middle of the night. Weren't you just asking me to see this? Lu Er, who was also standing on the tree, turned his head and smiled warmly. You have also recovered your childhood memories?
No.
Lu Er frowned when he heard this. No, then you. He was halfway through his words when, as if sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lu Qi, Lu Er quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Anyway, you are not as loyal to Madame Mei as you usually appear to be. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lu Er's eyes. This is really interesting. Are you done? Lu Qi said calmly, If you are, I will go back to rest.
Wait.
Seeing Lu Qi turning around, Lu Er hurriedly spoke. Seeing that Lu Qi turned around but did not leave directly, Lu Er immediately asked in a deep voice, Do you still remember the route Lu Yi took to escape? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi looked around. Although the night fog was thick, she still recognized this place. It was the place where she had intercepted Lu Yi. And the towering ancient tree she was standing on was also the place where Lu Yi was buried. Back then, Lu Yi was just one step away. Lu Er said quietly, As long as we cross this cliff, we can. After discovering that Lu Yi had defected, Madame Mei ordered all roads out of the mountain to be blocked. However, Lu Yi anticipated Madame Mei's decision, gave up other ways down the mountain, and chose this cliff, which was a dead end. Lu Qi felt that she was wronged. She didn't want to get involved at all at that time, so when choosing the direction, she picked a place that seemed impossible to go to, and as a result, she ran into Lu Yi. However, Lu Er's words made her sneer. It seems that you are as stupid as Lu Yi. Do you really think that as long as you escape from Yanziling, you can avoid Madame Mei and the forces behind her? In response to Lu Qi's ridicule, Lu Er nodded in agreement. I advised Lu Yi, but he didn't listen. He said that his family has been police officers for generations. As long as he can escape successfully, with the government backing him up, Madame Mei and the people behind her will definitely not dare to do anything rash. Constable. The familiar scene reappeared in Lu Qi's mind, but Lu Qi couldn't remember for a moment whether Lu Yi was in the carriage he was in at that time. What about you? Lu Qi suddenly asked. Since you have recovered your memory, you must know where your family is. Don't you have any thoughts of escaping and reuniting with them?
Humph. Family.
Lu Er sneered. I am not like Lu Yi. Although we are both the eldest sons in the family, my mother passed away early and my stepmother gave birth to another son for my father. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I knew that the family martial arts school would never be left to me.
So,
Why should I run away? Lu Er's eyes flashed with greed in the night. I'm just afraid that Your Excellency's mission is not great enough and can't give me everything I want. Lu Qi looked at Lu Er, whose half-face was hidden in the darkness, and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only sigh that there are many wonders in the world. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, there seemed to be nothing wrong with Lu Er's choice. However, Lu Qi quickly recalled what happened before, and she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. So what you did before was not just to avenge Lu Yi. When Lu Er heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and Lu Qi knew that he had guessed right. Yes, Lu Er has had lofty ambitions since he was a child. How could such a person easily open up to others? What's more, Lu Yi is now nothing but a pile of bones. Even if Lu Er avenges him, what benefit can he get from it? What's more, he was facing Lu Qi. Lu Qi, you don't want to stay here any longer, right? Lu Er did not respond to Lu Qi's question, but asked, since you showed mercy to Lu Shi-san, it seems that you are not as cold and ruthless as you usually appear. Seeing that Lu Qi remained silent, Lu Er continued, of all the civilians brought here by Commander Chen over the years, you are the only one who stood by and watched. It seems that you are not so disdainful of taking action. I didn't expect that cold-faced Lu Qi is actually a compassionate person. Song Lu Er lowered his eyes and saw the blade reflected in the moonlight on his neck. His lips trembled a few times, and then he closed his mouth tactfully. As expected, at critical moments, one still has to use force to convince others.
So, why did you suddenly target me?
Lu Qi asked slowly, and then tightened his hand slightly, and the blade left a trace of blood on Lu Er's neck. Of course it's for a better place. With his life in the hands of others, even Lu Er couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic in his eyes. Commander Chen originally came here to bring us down the mountain and contribute to the great cause of Your Excellency. If it weren't for the accident in Dongha County, I'm afraid we would have been separated by now. Lu Qi looked calm upon hearing this, and was obviously not surprised by Lu Er's answer. Isn't it obvious? Madame Mei is not raising a son or a daughter. She has been nurturing them with good food and drink for more than 10 years, just waiting for the day when they will come in handy. However, Lu Qi still heard something else. So, you know where I'll be sent? Facing Lu Qi's murderous tone, Lu Er felt cold sweat on his back, and then nodded. Put away the knife first, and I will tell you everything. Seeing Lu Qi slowly putting away the knife, Lu Er couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Lu Qi never puts down his knife, and he is absolutely right. Lu Qi pretended not to hear the mockery in Lu Er's words. There are many legends about her in Shilio Villa, and the one that she never lets go of her knife is the most insignificant one among them. Sometimes, in order to isolate yourself from some troubles, it is important to establish a character that keeps strangers away. Lu Qi sometimes wonders if his nature will be affected after being established for too long.
For example, just now.
She really had the urge to chop Lu Er to pieces. As if sensing the looming murderous intent in Lu Qi, Lu Er immediately restrained his expression and said in a deep voice, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be sent to the capital and become a member of the Black Prison Gate. Lu Er licked his lips and continued, I heard that it was Madame Mei who personally recommended you to the Black Prison King. Black Prison Gate? Lu Qi frowned. This was another term he had never heard of before. You have never been in the martial arts world, so you have never heard of it is better to offend the King of Hades than to go to the Black Prison. Lu Er explained, the Black Prison Gate is the most famous assassin organization in the martial arts world in the past 10 years. Countless people in the martial arts world and officials of all ranks have died at its hands. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Er quickly glanced at the woman's face, then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, I think it's a waste of your face to let you become a killer. Swoosh! Lu Er only saw a flash of light passing in front of him, and then he heard Lu Qi's voice gradually fading away. If you dare to say something dirty again next time, I will not have half a face. Lu Er suddenly felt his cheek getting cold and reached out to touch it. A shrill scream awakened the animals sleeping in the dense forest. In an instant, the night sky was filled with birds flapping their wings and rushing out. Lu Qi. Blood oozes out from between his fingers, and Lu Er, covering his face, roars with bloodshot eyes. It was 3 days later that I saw Lu Er again. When Lu Qi was about to return to his room after practicing swordplay, he saw Lu Er coming towards him. Her eyes were immediately attracted by the black mask that covered most of his face, and at the same time, she smelled a strange smell of blood mixed with herbs. As if he could see the satisfaction on Lu Qi's face, Lu Er's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity, but with a series of tiny teeth-gritting sounds, Lu Er retracted his gaze, walked over, and said in a deep voice, "Madame Mei is already on her way back to the village. She will arrive at Yanziling in 5 days at the fastest and 7 or 8 days at the slowest. She brought someone back this time. This person has no name or surname. He calls himself the Knife Sharpener and is the right-hand man of the Black Prison King. The King of Black Prison." Lu Qi was silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at Lu Er and said slowly, "What do you want?" "Humph." Lu Er snorted coldly. "What if I say I want your life?" Seeing the cold light gradually rising in Lu Qi's eyes, Lu Er continued, "I originally wanted to fight for this opportunity. You know, under your excellency, the status of the Black Prison King is far beyond the reach of Madame Mei. Even the guy from the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce has to humble himself in front of the Black Prison King." According to Lu Er, the Black Prison King holds a very high position in the power behind Madame Mei, so Lu Er wanted to do something secretly, hoping to replace Lu Qi and serve under the Black Prison King. In Shilio Villa, the most skilled martial artist is the seriously injured Lu San, followed by Lu Er, Lu Qi, Lu Wu, Lu Shizhou, and Lu Shi. However, Lu Er is the oldest and has experience in many missions, so he has always been recognized as the best after Lu San.
"So,
You were the one who caused Lu San's injury?" Lu Qi asked. "Of course not." Lu Er denied. Lu San has always been arrogant and short-sighted. The other party is a disciple of Feiyu Villa, a famous martial arts family. It's a good thing that he can save his life. Originally, he was the one who was supposed to go to the Jinma Chamber of Commerce in Chutian City, but now it has become my turn. Lu Er's eyes revealed a complacent look, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with this destination. Speaking of this, Lu Qi actually looked at Lu Er in a different light. He had only been the manager of Shilio Villa for less than a year, but he already had his own intelligence channels. "What do you want?" Lu Qi asked the same question. Lu Er would not tell Lu Qi this information for nothing. This man's ambition was written on his face. He would never even look at useless relationships or people. After much thought, Lu Qi realized that apart from his face, the only thing he had left was his martial arts. Lu Qi did not wait for Madame Mei to return to the village, but first welcomed Commander Chen, who returned alone. He took away 17 people, including Lu Er, with a secret letter written by Madame Mei herself. Before leaving, Lu Er gave Lu Qi a look, signaling her not to forget the agreement between them. With the departure of Lu Er and his party, Shilio Villa suddenly became much quieter. Now, apart from the 4 deaf and dumb men and women who were responsible for cooking and doing odd jobs, there were only 4 people left in the villa: Lu Qi, Lu Wu, Lu San, and Lu Juzhou. That night, after practicing all day, Lu Qi lay in the steaming hot bathtub, leaning comfortably against the edge of the tub, closing his eyes and enjoying the warm water, washing away the day's fatigue. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps. Lu Qi slowly opened her eyes, and her fair arm had been pulled out of the water, reaching for the knife beside the bathtub. Lu Qi. It was Lu 19's voice. Perhaps because he was afraid of Lu Qi's bad reputation, Lu 19 stood at the steps at the door and did not go close to knock on the door. He just called Lu Qi's name into the room.
"Come in."
Lu Qi closed his eyes again and replied lazily. Creaky, someone pushed the door and walked in. Looking at Lu Qi's figure in the bathtub, which was vaguely visible in the mist, Lu Shizhou asked coldly with a straight face, "Is Lu Shisan's adulterer Lu Jiu?" This girl is still obsessed with this matter. Now Lu Jiao has already gone down the mountain with Commander Chen. What use would it be even if he knew it? Lu Qi closed his eyes, still saying, "The knife is in your hand. Lu Shisan is no match for you. It will be easy for you to take her life."
You?
Lu 19 was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Nothing else? Seeing that Lu Shizhou behind him had not spoken, Lu Qi simply said, "Come and help me wring my hair dry." Humph. Lu 19 snorted coldly reluctantly, but still walked forward, took Lu Qi's long black hair in his hands, then gently exerted force on his hands, and water droplets slid down from the hair, dripping and scattered all over the ground. "Do you want Lu Shisan to die?" Lu Qi's cold voice came to his ears, causing Lu Shizhou to pause. Lu 19's expression changed for a moment, and then he said firmly, "She violated the rules set by Madame Mei. Do you want Lu Shisan to die?" She responded with the same sentence. Faced with Lu Qi's repeated questions, Lu 19 seemed a little annoyed. The hand holding the black hair couldn't help but become heavier. Feeling the pulling sensation on his scalp, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. "Do you want Lu Shisan to die?"
But
"This is Madame Mei's rule." There was a hint of hesitation in Lu 19's tone. Although they had undergone cruel and ruthless training as killers, they had lived together for more than 10 years after all, and had wrung each other's hair like they were doing now. "Go back and have a good sleep. When you wake up, pretend that these things never happened." Lu Qi turned his head and looked directly into Lu Jiaojiao's hesitant eyes, and then said in a deep voice, "After Madame Mei comes back, including Lu Shisan and Lu Wu, will probably never have the chance to see each other again in this life." The next day, Lu Qi was awakened by a burst of hurried footsteps. She suddenly sat up from the bed and looked out the window. It was still dark.
bang!
The door was violently opened, and it was Lu 19 who came in. Her face was full of gloom, and a trace of panic could be seen in her eyes. "Lu Shisan is missing." Lu Qi came to Lu Shisan's bed with a lantern in one hand and a sword in the other. She handed the lantern to Lu Wu beside her, then reached out and touched the bedding on the bed. There is still a trace of warmth, which means that the person has not been away for long. Lu Qi then turned his head and looked at the door. The bolt was intact, and there was no sign of anyone breaking in. Lu Qi walked out of the room first, followed by Lu Wu and Lu Shizhou. Lu Shisan wouldn't be running away. Lu Shizhou's tone was filled with obvious anger. Lu Wu, who was standing by, did not respond upon hearing this, but just looked solemnly at Lu Qi, who was standing in front of him without saying a word. Lu Qi stood at the door for a moment, then suddenly walked towards the outside of the manor. Lu Shizhou and Lu Wu behind him didn't understand what was going on. They looked at each other in confusion, but still followed Lu Qi closely. Lu Qi didn't stop until he walked out of the gate of Shiliu Villa. It was already dawn, and a skull dangling under the treetops at the intersection outside the village was particularly eye-catching. This was Lu Yi's head. His body had been hung here and left to be eaten by wild beasts. The rest of the bones had been scattered and buried in the soil, but this white skull had been hanging in the air. The breeze blew gently, and the head swayed and turned, with its empty eye sockets facing the direction where Lu Qi was, as if it was sensing the arrival of its enemy. Lu Qi heard a gasp behind him. She stared expressionlessly into the skull's deep, bottomless eye sockets, then her gaze shifted slightly to the dense woods on both sides of the intersection. "Come out. Stop playing tricks on me. Even if Lu Yi really turns into a ghost and comes back to take my life, I don't mind sending him back to see the King of Hades again." As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound was heard. In a flash, several people suddenly walked out of the dense woods on both sides of the intersection. They were all wearing black clothes and masks, and various weapons in their hands flashed a terrifying cold light. Song before Lu Qi could make any move, Lu Wu and Lu Shizhou behind him drew their swords in perfect tacit understanding, then stepped forward and stood beside Lu Qi.
"Who are you?" He he he.
A low and creepy laugh came from a skinny man in black. He took the lead and walked in front of all the men in black. Then he said in a fierce voice, "Of course, He is here to take your lives. Lu Qi, the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Lu Wu's solemn voice came to his ears. Lu Qi still asked calmly, "Where did you take Lu Shisan? Are you talking about that round-faced chick?" The leading black-clad man had a sly smile in his eyes. "Of course, the brothers will send her off after enjoying her. Ha ha ha. Little girl, I see you are extremely beautiful. I will definitely take care of you and let you." Swoosh, the black-clothed man's lustful gaze disappeared instantly, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. Almost subconsciously, he raised his hand and held the sword across his body.
Bang!
The buzzing sound of metal collision seemed to tear the eardrum. Just as the men in black around them couldn't help but cover their ears, they saw half of the broken sword flying high up and then gently falling to the ground.
Ah!
The leading man in black lowered his head in disbelief. His eyes first swept across the broken sword in his hand and finally fell on the face of the indifferent woman in front of him. Then his eyes widened, his mouth made a noise, and he fell down with his head raised. "Kill everyone without mercy." With a shake of his hand, Lu Qi wiped off the blood stains on the knife, looked at the black-clothed men around him with a cold gaze, and then gave the order to kill.
Ah!
There was another shrill scream in the distance. On a huge rock, a hunchbacked old man couldn't help but shake his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Qi's figure shuttled between the lush, ancient trees, and 3 frantically fleeing black figures were reflected in his bright pupils.
Shwa!
The sword energy swept across, and the tree that a man could hug was broken in half.
Bang!
Amid the muffled sound of falling trees, there was a heart-wrenching scream. Lu Qi's cold eyes swept across the half of the black-clothed man's body that was still struggling on the ground, and he chased after the remaining 2 people without looking back. Run away. This was the only thought in the minds of the 2 men in black as they ran all the way. The woman behind him was like a possessed god of death. Not only did she kill their leader instantly, she then easily sent their companions down to reunite with their leader. In the end, the instinct for survival overcame everything, and the only 3 remaining men in black chose to flee. Swoosh, the terrifying sound of a knife came from behind again. The man in black who was running in the front felt a chill in his heart, and then he heard a swish sound from the side. The footsteps of his companions disappeared. Without any time to feel lucky that he had escaped, the man in black gritted his teeth and continued to flee forward. At the end of his sight, a familiar figure appeared. It's Master Dao. The man in black seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He squeezed out a bit of true energy from his dantian, which was about to run out of energy, and poured it into his legs. Then he rushed over like a gust of wind. "Master Dao, save." Swoosh, the knife light cut off the black-clothed man's cry for help and also extinguished the hope in his eyes. As his pupils gradually dilated, half of the black-clothed man's body fell in front of the huge rock with a thump. Lu Qi did not even look up at the old man squatting on the rock. She calmly walked to the half-body of the man in black, looked at his trembling hand that was still stretched forward, and swish, a knife pierced his heart from behind. After wiping the blood-stained knife clean on the black-clothed man and sheathing it, Lu Qi slowly raised his head and glanced at the old man. Then he glanced at Madame Mei, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress not far away, and finally landed on a tree. Lu Qi, the man tied to the tree, was unrecognizable. He seemed to have noticed Lu Qi's gaze and called her name with the last bit of his strength. Not bad, not bad. The old man with cloudy eyes had been looking at Lu Qi, and now he suddenly stood up straight and applauded. "No wonder His Majesty agreed to your plan, Madame Mei. Carefully selected seeds are different." Madame Mei couldn't help but smile at the old man's praise. Then, she fixed her beautiful eyes on Lu Qi and said softly, "Lu Jiao and Lu Shisen violated my rules and have been punished."
Lu Qi, I didn't expect you to have a soft side.
Lu Qi stood there silently until 2 figures behind him gradually caught up with him. When Lu Shijiao and Lu Wu arrived, they saw Madame Mei first before they even had time to look at Lu Qi. They were both shocked, but they still greeted her in unison. "Madame Mei." Swoosh, at this moment, Lu Qi suddenly turned around, and the precious sword in his hand came out again. A cold light flashed before Lu Jiujiu's eyes, so fast that the frightened Lu Jiujiu had no time to react.
You.
A pair of disbelieving eyes stared at Lu Qi's face until a hand reached out.
Bang!
The moment the headless corpse fell to the ground, Lu Qi stretched out his hand and threw something, which rolled several times on the ground and landed at Madame May's feet. The smile in Madame May's eyes gradually faded, and she slowly lowered her head, meeting Lu Wu's wide-open eyes. Madame May's rules are that you cannot betray your companions. Lu Qi said calmly. Now she has been punished. Lu Qi, what are you doing? Only now, looking at Lu Wu's headless body, did Lu Shijiu finally come to her senses, and then she questioned Lu Qi with her delicate body trembling. The old man on the rock narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Qi with a strange look in his eyes. Madame May did not say anything, but her slowly rising and falling chest and her cold eyes revealed her inner anger and murderous intent at the moment. Lu Qi held the knife in his right hand and looked directly at Madame May without avoiding any gaze. A breeze blew by, and the rustling sound in the woods broke the silent atmosphere. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed twice, then smiled and said to Madame May, Madame May, the children are ignorant, so don't bother with them. After saying that, the old man waved at Lu Qi and said, Good boy, come here, and let me take a good look at you. Is this old man the knife-sharpening old man that Lu mentioned? Lu Qi thought to himself that, judging from his face, he was just a skinny old man, but what caught people's attention was that he had two knives, one long and one short, hanging on his left waist, and behind him was a broad-backed sword with an exaggerated style wrapped in coarse cloth. At the moment, Lu Qi had no choice but to walk towards the old man. Lu 19 behind him gritted his teeth and seemed to want to reach out and grab Lu Qi, but in the end, he was unable to do so. Every time Lu Qi took a step towards the old man, he saw a hint of coldness in Madame May's eyes. Until he arrived in front of the old man, a gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed in the smiling old man's slightly turbid eyes, and then a pair of dry arms went straight for Lu Qi's throat. A cold light flashed in Lu Qi's eyes, and he immediately raised his hands to block the old man's arms, while the sword in his right hand flashed a cold light. The old man was hunchbacked but showed extraordinary speed. He dodged Lu Qi's fatal knife from behind and rushed forward, slapping out 3 consecutive palms in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qi did not dodge or evade, and used his left hand to counter 3 palm strikes in a row. The heart-destroying palm technique that he had already memorized by heart was activated. The old man couldn't help but frown as a muffled groan came from his chest, and then there was a bit of surprise in his eyes. With the strength of the last palm, the old man flipped into the air and landed far away. Madame May, she seems to have mastered the 5th level of the ancient willow heart method. The old man turned his head and said to Madame May, then turned his head with a smile on his face to look Lu Qi up and down. Madame May, you really picked a genius.
What?
Upon hearing what the old man said, Madame May frowned, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. We at the Black Prison sect want this man. Just as Madame May was struggling with her feelings, the old man suddenly raised his voice and walked to Lu Qi with trembling steps, etc. Lu Qi and the old man looked at the same time when they heard this, and saw that Madame May, who had just called for a halt, had a gleam in her eyes, and then said in a cold tone, Master Dao, I wonder if I can have a chat with her?
Haha.
The old man laughed softly. Madame May, the person that the Black Prison sect wants will not be said even if His Majesty comes in person.
Just chatting.
Mrs. May replied calmly. The smile on the old man's face gradually faded when he heard this, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn.
Xilio Villa, backyard.
Lu Qi sat in front of the table with a calm expression, one hand resting on the hilt of the knife on the table. He looked at Madame May opposite him with a cold gaze, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Madame May noticed Lu Qi's gaze and smiled softly. You don't have to look at me like that. The knife sharpener is not exaggerating. The Black Prison King is Your Majesty's most capable confidant. I can't do anything about the person he wants. Seeing Lu Qi remained silent, Madame May looked her up and down, then sighed, At the age of less than 20, she has practiced the ancient willow heart method to the 5th level. In the entire history of Shilio Villa, this talent is enough to rank among the top 3. Lu Qi's heart was slightly moved when she heard this. She only just found out that the internal energy method she had been practicing for all these years was actually called the ancient Lu internal energy method. Judging from the name alone, it was not surprising. At this time, Madame May's voice came to my ears again. Once the Powu order was issued, the century-old Shilio Villa was reduced to ashes in an instant. Speaking of which, you can be regarded as the heirs of my Shilio Villa. If I had known you... Alas, it's too late now. Madame May sighed, and then said solemnly, "The Black Prison Gate is different from other places. Don't break the rules when doing things on a daily basis. Otherwise the end will be worse than death." The old man just now has no name or surname. He calls himself Knife Sharpener. He is in charge of the entire Black Prison Gate and is the only person who has contact with the Black Prison King. That red pill is the 7 deadly heart-eating pill. Anyone entering the Black Prison Gate must take this pill first. If there is no antidote to suppress it on the 15th day of every month, the poisonous insects in the pill will break out of the pill and eat the internal organs until the host dies in agony. Looking at the expressionless Lu Qi, Madame May finally said coldly, "This pill has no cure." "Is there really no cure?" A sharp gleam flashed across Lu Qi's eyes, and then his eyes swept across the crescent mark on his left wrist. "In order to facilitate your future actions, the Black Prison Sect will prepare an identity for you. Before that, the knife-sharpening old man will stay in the villa to teach you the Black Prison Sect martial arts. However, I hope you cannot waste the ancient willow heart method. This skill..." Madame May hesitated, and then continued, "In short, the Gu Lu method is moderate and peaceful, and it will not conflict with the Black Prison Sect skills. Maybe they can benefit each other. I will teach you the last 2 levels of the secret technique, and I hope that in the future you will." Madame May suddenly remembered that Lu Qi had already returned to the Black Prison Gate, so there was no future. So she recited the last 2 levels of the secret technique in a deep voice. The next day, Lu Qi watched Madame May and Lu 19 leave Shilio Villa. Lu 19 hesitated for a moment before getting on the carriage, turned her head to look at Lu Qi as if she wanted to say something, but with Madame May's words, "Let's go in the carriage," she resolutely lifted the curtain and walked in.
Hee hee hee.
A familiar low laugh came to my ears. Lu Qi turned his head and saw the wrinkled, smiling face of the old man sharpening the knife. Then he walked past him with an indifferent look and entered the gate of the villa. Returning to the room, Lu Qi looked at the neatly folded clothes on the bed and the long knife beside him. This was all her belongings for more than 10 years. At this moment, Lu Qi's nose twitched slightly, and then he smelled a faint smell of blood. When she rushed to the lobby following the smell of blood with a knife in hand, she saw 2 masked men in black dealing with the body on the ground. They are 4 deaf and dumb men and women who have been cooking and doing odd jobs for them for more than 10 years. When the man in black saw Lu Qi appear, a look of awe suddenly appeared in his exposed eyes. Then he stopped what he was doing and stood aside, somewhat at a loss. A hoarse voice came from behind. Knife Sharpener with 2 knives on his waist and a broadsword on his back walked in. He came to Lu Qi's side, coughed twice, and continued, "From now on, you will be the 7 killings master of the Black Prison Gate. When they see you, they will be like dogs seeing their masters." After saying this, the old man sharpening the knife waved his hand, signaling the 2 knife captive to continue dealing with the corpse. Lu Qi glanced at the old man beside him, then said coldly, "You guys go out first. Leave this to me." As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 men in black paused in their actions and looked at the old man sharpening the knife at the same time. "What?" Lu Qi said with a hint of sneer in his tone. "Didn't you say that seeing me is like a dog seeing its master?"
Hee hee hee.
The old man turned his head, looked at Lu Qi with turbid eyes, and then chuckled. "2 pieces of trash." The old man turned his head sharply and shouted, "Didn't you hear the Lord's order?" The 2 men in black, wrapped in black cloth, twitched their bodies violently, then lowered their heads and fled out of the hall. I can't stay here for too long. When can you be ready? The old man sharpening the knife and Lu Qi were the only ones left in the hall. The old man asked in a deep voice. Lu Qi walked towards the corpses without saying a word, tore off the hem of one of their clothes, wiped the blood off their faces, and the distorted faces immediately looked a lot more relieved.
Tomorrow then.
Outside Shilio Villa, on an empty flat ground, several piles of earth stood out. The four deaf and dumb men and women, Lu Wu, Lu Jiu, and Lu Shisan, were lying under the mound at this time, without even the simplest tombstone. Lu Qi withdrew his gaze from the mound, with a firm idea in his mind. He would never fall to such a point. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and then she stretched out her hand towards the old man sharpening the knife in front of her. The surface of the pill sparkled with an eerie light against the backdrop of the white palm. Lu Qi's eyes darkened, and he immediately put the pill into his mouth. With a gurgling sound in his throat, the pill went down his stomach. After seeing Lu Qi take the pill, the coldness in the knife-sharpening old man's eyes finally dissipated, and then he laughed heartily. Ha ha. Very good. If the sect master knew that he had a capable general like you, he would definitely be very happy. This is the antidote for 1 year. I will give it to you on time next year. The old man sharpening the knife took out another jade bottle and handed it to Lu Qi. I can't stay here for too long, so you have to learn this set of 7 killing sabers as soon as possible. As for your identity, it will take some time to arrange. During these few months, you should practice swordplay in the mountains. At Yanziling outside Donghe County, the sky is clear and the dazzling sunlight shines through the dense forest and scatters on the ground. A strong wind swept past, and Lu Qi's light blue skirt swayed gently. She slowly opened her eyes. A flash of cold light flashed for a moment, and then her bare hands trembled lightly, and the blade reflecting the mottled sunlight suddenly emitted bursts of cold air. Swish, 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 a sharp and piercing buzzing sound suddenly exploded from the dense forest. Wherever the knife flashed, there was devastation. Even a tree that 2 people hugged could not escape the fate of being broken in half. Bang, bang, bang. Woo-wah, woo-wah. Following a noisy sound, countless birds flapped their wings and fled into the sky in panic. And the instigator of all this, Lu Qi, stood gracefully among the withered flowers and broken trees. This Crazy Blade 7 Styles is worthy of the name Crazy Blade. Lu Qi glanced at the sharp blade in his hand and couldn't help but think to himself. The old man sharpening the knife did not stay in Shilio Villa for long. Before leaving, in addition to leaving Lu Qi a jade pendant symbolizing the 7 Killings Lord, he also taught her a set of swordsmanship called 7 Styles of the Crazy Blade. The 7 Styles of the Mad Saber only has 7 moves in total, namely, Wind sweeping the clouds, sweeping across the world, Solitary Peak piercing the clouds, swallowing the world, overturning the rivers and seas, burning the boats, and the last 6 moves combined into one, 7 kills of the Mad Saber. Each move is a terrifying killing move. The one Lu Qi used just now was the wind sweeping the clouds among the first 6 moves, which emphasizes that the sword borrows the power of the wind, and the wind contains the power of the sword. Wherever the wind passes, it will be reduced to dust in the wind of the sword. If I can practice the ancient Willow Heart technique to the 7th level and reach the first-class realm of controlling the qi outside, then if I use this move again, the strong wind will contain endless sword energy. Even if the opponent is made of iron, he will be crushed to pieces. When Lu Qi thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but look at the crescent moon on his left wrist, which had become withered and shriveled. Just after the knife-sharpening old man left, Lu Qi used the crescent moon energy to upgrade the ancient Lu Heart technique to the 6th level. Although Madame May's words were not credible compared to the notorious knife-sharpening old man from the Black Prison Gate, Lu Qi still decided to follow Madame May's words and continue to use the ancient Lu Heart method as the foundation of his internal strength. The 7 Styles of Crazy Blade naturally also has a set of complementary internal energy techniques, but when Lu Qi took a closer look, he found that the routes for practicing the techniques were too extreme and dangerous. Although the internal energy cultivated with this technique was extremely powerful, it would also bring many hidden dangers to the body. Besides, Lu Qi has already made some achievements in the ancient Lu mental method, so why bother to go far away? As long as his skills are sufficient, he should be able to make up for the lack of power. Thinking of this, Lu Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took out a jade bottle from his arms, poured out 2 red pills from it, and put them into his mouth with a crunch. This bottle of antidote, oh no, it should be said to be tonic, has been half eaten by Lu Qi. As the medicinal power was completely absorbed by the crescent moon, Lu Qi lowered his eyes and saw that the crescent moon mark on his wrist seemed to become a little redder. It seems that the 7 deadly heart-eating pill that contains the worm is powerful enough. Lu Qi thought. Of course, she couldn't ask the old man sharpening the knife for another one. After shaking the empty jade bottle, Lu Qi carefully put it away. After all, the next time he could get the tonic medicine would be 9 months later. Lu Qi stayed alone in Shilio Villa for 3 months. As she was adding fire to the stove, she couldn't help but think of the deaf and dumb couple who had been silenced. After eating a simple meal with half-cooked vegetables, Lu Qi, who was sitting alone in the lobby, suddenly said, "Come out, your breathing is leaking." As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure appeared from the doorway, and then he respectfully clasped his fists towards Lu Qi and said, "This subordinate greets the Lord." Lu Qi did not reply when he heard this, but took out the jade pendant from his sleeve and turned it by pulling the rope buckle. Sure enough, when the man in black saw the jade pendant symbolizing the 7-killing lord in Lu Qi's hand, he felt a chill down his spine, and a hint of awe appeared in his eyes. "Masterling, your identity has been arranged." After saying that, he held a letter above his head, walked over respectfully, and placed it on the table in front of Lu Qi. Lu Qi opened the letter and read it quickly. With a bang, the letter suddenly burst into flames and soon turned into a pile of ashes in the sight of the man in black. The man in black, who was concentrating on staring at the pile of ashes, suddenly had his pupils shrink, and then he saw Lu Qi, who had appeared beside him at some point in his peripheral vision. Lu Qi tilted his head slightly and said in a tone that chilled people's hearts, "I heard that even if I told you to die, you would obey immediately, right?" The man in black took a breath and was about to say something when he found that Lu Qi had already walked out of the lobby, followed by a cold voice. "Let's go." Late at night, Dongha County. Lu Qi walked in front of a private house, then raised his head and looked at the big tree in front of him. Meow, a black cat, walked by the wall of the neighboring courtyard and seemed to have discovered the danger, and then it let out a roar with its fur standing on end. Lu Qi turned her head and opened her red lips slightly. "Get out." The word was so soft that only Lu Qi could hear it. Meow, but the black cat on the wall suddenly let out a hysterical roar, and then rolled and crawled away in a panic from the wall. After making sure that there was no one around to disturb her, Lu Qi lightly tapped her feet and leaped onto the tree. The force of her feet scattered the fallen leaves and wood, and a black iron box appeared in Lu Qi's sight. Still here. With the help of moonlight, Lu Qi stretched out his hand, pinched the iron box with 5 fingers, and pulled it out with a puff sound.
Clang.
The iron box was opened, and the pitch-black blade emitted a captivating purple light the moment it came into contact with the moonlight. Outside Songzhou City, the continuous influx of refugees doubled the pressure on the soldiers guarding the city gates. "Boss, what should we do if they break through the pass together?" asked a skinny-looking soldier.
"Charge."
The leading military leader swept a glance at the refugees around him, then said, "Pooh. There are 8,000 troops stationed in Songzhou City, and our Chief Constable Lin from the 6 southern provinces is in charge personally. Who dares to cause trouble? Who dares?" As soon as he finished speaking, a horse-drawn carriage creaked straight towards the city gate. The pale and skinny refugees cast puzzled and envious glances, while the officers and soldiers at the city gate were on high alert. The military leader, who had just confidently shouted, "Who dares?" swallowed his saliva and stopped the carriage. "The prefect has ordered that no one, no matter who, is allowed to enter Songzhou City."
Bang!
The horsewhip hit the military leader's face. Just as a group of officers and soldiers were surrounding them with their spears in hand, a vigorous voice was heard coming from the carriage. "You don't have eyes. Can't you recognize that this is the general's carriage? General's mansion?" The officers and soldiers looked at each other, all with puzzled expressions. Only the military leader who was covering his face changed his expression, took a breath of cold air, and while enduring the severe pain on his face, he bent over and smiled flatteringly. "My lord, please calm down. I was so blind that I couldn't recognize the carriage of the general's mansion. Why don't you let go of the checkpoint?" The military leader angrily scolded his men. It was not until the carriage entered the city and could no longer be seen that an officer asked cautiously, "Captain, what was that just now?" "Humph, how many general mansions can we have in the Great Chi?" The military leader sneered. The whip marks on his face made his expression look extremely hideous. At this time, in the Tsangzhou government office, Lin Shengchuan, who was sipping tea, suddenly saw a servant coming to report in a hurry. "Sir, the 7th young lady of the Liu family has been successfully brought back. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man with a sturdy figure squinted his eyes and laughed innocently. "There is nothing strange in this world. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is just a coincidence." "Really?" Lu Qi stroked the armrest of the chair and then said lightly, "The black prison gate does have some means. It can create a person out of thin air in 3 months. It's not out of thin air." The middle-aged man seemed to sense the coldness in Lu Qi's words and immediately restrained his smile. He bowed and said, "According to the instructions of Elder Dao, your subordinates started preparing 3 months ago. Now, Mississippi, your identity can be said to be perfect. He lives in seclusion and is taciturn." Lu Qi couldn't help but murmur, "It is indeed a perfect identity. My lord, please rest assured. All the people related to your identity have been." The man's face trembled, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared in an instant. "What about this Miss Lu Qi?" "My lord, you're joking. Aren't you Miss Lu Qi?" The man bowed deeply, then raised his head and said with a flattering smile, "This old servant would like to congratulate Miss in advance that you can be reunited with your family." Lu Qi watched the man named Zhang Cheng respectfully leave the room. After he closed the door, Lu Qi stood up and took a good look around the room. Whether it is the decoration in the room or the faint smell of powder in the air, it shows that the previous owner of the room was also a woman. After confirming that everything was normal in the room, Lu Qi came to the wooden box next to the door, opened it, and took out a guqin wrapped in fine cloth. After plucking the strings randomly, Lu Qi held the zither with one hand and tapped the side of the zither lightly with the other hand. With a dong sound, a cold light shot out from the body of the piano. Lu Qisu stretched out her hand and grasped the tail of the flowing light. Then a precious sword shining with purple light appeared in her hand. "It's quite clever." Lu Qi praised the knife-captive craftsmanship without hesitation, and then he turned his hand and put the precious sword back into the body of the zither. For Lu Qi now, the sword is undoubtedly the foundation of her life. It is no exaggeration to say that the sword is in the person. If she does not have the sword in her hand, her martial arts skills will be reduced by 30%. By the way, what was the first mission? Placing the guqin on the table, Lu Qibin propped up his head and tried hard to recall what the knife-sharpening old man had told him before he left. Perhaps because the 7 deadly heart-eating pill had been dissolved by Yueya, Lu Qi now did not take the orders from the Black Prison Gate seriously at all. However, when he thought of the benefits mentioned by the old knife sharpener, Lu Qi suddenly became more serious. "Oh, right. Track down the whereabouts of the previous 7 killing order master and find him alive or dead." Lu Qi finally remembered. He didn't expect that the first thing he would do after taking office as the 7 killing order master was to kill the previous one. It's not easy to survive in the underground workplace. Songzhou government office. Perhaps because the refugees outside the city were evacuated to other places, the tense atmosphere in the government office suddenly eased a lot, and the servants who had some free time gathered together and talked in a low voice. "That Miss Liu, who fled from Qizhou, has not stepped out of the courtyard for 3 consecutive days. She doesn't even need maids to help her with meals or washing. How can she be like a lady from an official family? What official lady? Don't you know that this girl has been raised in her hometown since she was a child? She is no different from a wild girl in our countryside.
Ah,
Hey, you don't know. This upper-class family's affairs are very obscene. At this time, Lu Qi, the wild lady from an upper-class family, was meeting with the upper-class family's housekeeper. Zhang Cheng, the steward of the Lu family in the capital, said that he had been in the Lu residence for 13 years, and all the maids and servants in the Lu residence respectfully called him Uncle Cheng. At this moment, Uncle Cheng acted very cautiously in front of Lu Qi. He lowered his head and dared not breathe, for fear of angering the girl in front of him. So, the antidote for the former commander only has 2 months left. Lu Qi pondered. Zhang Cheng nodded immediately after hearing this, and said, "That's why I asked you to take a detour to Cangzhou." Lu Qi uttered a few words, "Daxia Gang, Ouyang Junkai." If there is no antidote to the 7 deadly heart-eating pill, the former lord will surely die in 2 months. Madame May once said that there is no antidote to the 7 deadly heart-eating pill. But there is no absolute in the martial arts world. If there is someone in Jianghu who can save the former lord, it can only be Yuan Tong, the miraculous doctor who is known for escaping 9 deaths. As for why Lu Qi mentioned the Daxia Gang and the name Ouyang Junkai, because the current leader of the Daxia Gang, Ouyang Longcheng, and Yuan Tong are from the same school and are brothers. Yuan Tong has always been elusive, and the only way to find him is to start with Ouyang Longcheng. However, Ouyang Longcheng has been in seclusion for half a year, and all the gang affairs, big and small, are handled by his son Ouyang Junkai. This time, the evil Xiang Wu cult spread the plague to bring disaster to Qizhou, causing countless people to be displaced. As a famous gang that monopolized Qi and Tsang states, the Daxia Gang naturally could not escape blame. This Ouyang Junkai is indeed a Junkai. A hint of coldness appeared on Lu Qi's lips, and then he said in a deep voice. According to intelligence, the young leader of the Daxia Gang had only been in Cangzhou for half a month, but he had already become a frequent guest of several brothels. He was either drunk or on his way to get drunk all day. Zhang Cheng also showed disdain and said, "This person is not to be feared." Instead, the person who is traveling with him is Lu Yang, the deputy leader of the Daxia clan, and Lin Shengchuan, the chief constable of the southern yamen of the 6 gates. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, especially Lin Shengchuan, who has the reputation of lone wild goose flying 10,000 miles in the martial arts world, and his qinggong is definitely at the top level in the martial arts world. A deputy gang leader with considerable strength and the chief constable of the 6 gates who has top-notch martial arts skills are indeed a very tricky combination.
but
Lu Qi said calmly, "I think the former commander would not dare to show up easily. After all, if he revealed his identity in front of the 6 sects, he would still die. The Lord is holy and wise. Tell your people to keep an eye on Ouyang Junkai. Report back at any time if there is anything unusual." After saying that, Lu Qi waved his hand, signaling Zhang Cheng to leave first.
but
Zhang Cheng hesitated and wanted to say something but finally thought about it. Lu Qi had of course noticed Zhang Cheng's gesture of wanting to speak before he left, but she was no longer threatened by the 7 deadly heart-eating pills, so why should she rush to work for the Black Prison Gate? If you can show off, then show off. It's real to get a little reward comfortably. Speaking of rewards, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and then he took out a wooden box from under the pillow, opened it, and revealed a complete white ginseng in the shape of a human. The old knife sharpener is not lying to me. The Black Prison Gate is really generous. Greedily taking a sip of the mellow fragrance of the white ginseng, Lu Qi felt that the crescent moon on his wrist seemed to be stirring. This was much more precious than the spiritual medicine that looked like a Ganoderma lucidum. I still remember the words of the old man sharpening the knife. We in the Black Prison Gate have always been clear about rewards and punishments. As long as you work hard, no matter what you want, the Black Prison Gate will satisfy you. Gold, silver, treasures, secret manuals of magical skills, peerless beauty. When he realized that Lu Qi was a woman, the old man sharpening the knife took back the half-spoken wordrin and replaced it with a nod. However, when Lu Qi asked for a rare elixir, a hint of smile appeared in the knife-sharpening old man's eyes. He had previously learned some information about Lu Qi from Mrs. May, and this request was in line with his identity as a martial arts fanatic. That's good. Relying on external forces to improve your cultivation will inevitably lead to an unstable foundation, but never mind. Since it is your request, Black Prison Gate will do its best to satisfy it. Remember, don't betray me. Otherwise, I guarantee you will suffer a fate worse than death. Even an inhumane killer organization knows how to use both hard and soft tactics. Lu Qi also understood that this white ginseng was a little sweet treat given to him by the Black Prison Gate. If he failed to do his job well, the next step would be a warning. Thinking back to the previous fight with the knife sharpener, although he was not at a disadvantage in the internal strength duel, the knife sharpener was still unarmed, and he still had 3 knives on him, especially the exaggeratedly large broad-backed giant blade on his back. Although there is a saying that the weirder the weapon, the faster you die, but when you really encounter an opponent using special weapons in the world, you still need to be extra careful. After all, others are the ones playing tricks, but your life is your own. Now that he is in the Songzhou government office, Lu Qi cannot practice swordplay to avoid being seen, so he can only concentrate on practicing internal skills. As the ancient Lu mental method has broken through to the 6th level, the progress of his practice has visibly slowed down. After a day of hard training without much progress, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the crescent mark on his wrist. After taking the white ginseng, the shriveled crescent looked fuller, but it was still far from lifelike. As Lu Qi's cultivation level increased, the energy consumption of charging the crescent became greater and greater each time. Lu Qi estimated that he would need at least 3 more white ginsengs of the same quality. But just by looking at the appearance, one can tell that the white ginseng is not bad. Regardless of whether there are 3 more spiritual medicines of the same quality in the Black Prison Gate, even if there are, how can Lu Qi make them give them to him obediently? Using force.
Just think about it.
The knife-sharpening old man is definitely not inferior to himself in strength, not to mention the mysterious king of Black Prison.
So, that it can only be you.
He Yong, the previous leader of the 7 killings. The most outstanding one among the many knife captive trained by the knife sharpener. But he suddenly lost contact years ago, and before his disappearance, all the sword captive who had interacted with him were killed overnight. The bodies were personally identified by the old knife sharpener, who confirmed that these people died from the 7 styles of crazy sword. The 3 commanders of the Black Prison Gate are Qisha, Tanlang, and Pijun. Among them, the 7 killing lords and their knife captive are responsible for carrying out all assassination missions and are the most important of the 3 lords. Under the lord, in addition to the sword captive, there are also wandering souls responsible for delivering messages. Zhang Cheng, the steward of the Lu Mansion, is a wandering soul. Will He Yong really show up in Songzhou? Lu Qi couldn't help but think to himself. If the other party's level was average and he showed up in Songzhou, he wouldn't mind exchanging his head for wealth and honor. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. Lu Qi stood up and walked out of the room until he arrived at the gate of the courtyard. She frowned, but still reached out to open the gate. The moment the door opened, Lu Qi saw a face with bright eyes and white teeth. As their eyes met, the other party seemed to realize that something was wrong, and quickly lowered his head and handed over the food box in his hand. "Miss, this is today's dinner." There was a hint of nervousness in the light voice. Lu Qi took the food box calmly, and then said lightly, "Thank you." Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a whoosh sound behind him, and a force instantly came from his shoulder. Lu Qi's face remained normal, but the true energy in his body instantly surged out and completely dissipated the force. However, Lu Qi did not make any other movements. Instead, he fell backwards and was carefully caught by someone with arms. His head immediately rested in a warm embrace. Lu Qi's round eyes suddenly revealed fear, and just then the face with bright eyes and white teeth appeared in his sight.
Don't panic, sister. We mean no harm.
Only. Lucci watched the other person biting his lips with his pearly teeth and seemed to be in a painful struggle in his heart. But at this time, a rough voice came from outside the yard. Third sister, did you succeed? Someone is coming. I'm sorry. There was a flash of determination in the woman's eyes. She then picked up Princess Lucci, tapped her feet lightly, and left the courtyard in an instant. Just as he was about to leave the hospital, Lucci lowered his hand and gently wiped the wall at the door, leaving a messy mark.
What?
Listening to his subordinate's report, Lin Shengchuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and then asked, "When did it happen?" To the chief constable, just before dinner. You know that Miss Lu rarely goes out, so the maids brought the food to us. That's enough. Lin Shengchuan interrupted his subordinate impatiently and then said coldly, "Tell Meng Yuan about this, and let him investigate."
Yes.
Captain Lin, what's wrong? An old man in blue clothes with a capable look in the room stood up and asked. Lin Shengchuan forced a smile on his face. It's just a small matter. The old man in blue had a stern look in his eyes. Captain Lin, if you have anything to ask, just tell us. Our Daxia gang will definitely help you with all we can. Lin Shengchuan shook his hand and sighed. Don't bother, Deputy Chief Liu. I've handed this small matter over to my subordinates to handle. As he spoke, he looked at the drunken young man beside the old man and frowned, saying, all the Xiangu cult members who had infiltrated the refugees have been brought to justice, but... Lin Shengchuan paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, the whereabouts of Madame Tianxiang is still unknown. She's just a blind woman. What kind of trouble can she cause? The old man in blue sneered, then bowed to Lin Shengchuan and said, this time, thanks to Chief Constable Lin's help. After the leader comes out of confinement, I will go and write a letter in person to speak well of her in front of Prime Minister Fu.
Heh.
Lin Shengchuan's face immediately showed joy when he heard that. However, if we fail to capture Madame Tianxiang, the main culprit, it will be difficult to report back to the capital. Lin Shengchuan still expressed his concerns. The old man in blue was silent for a while, then he said solemnly, it doesn't matter. As long as Prime Minister Fu nods, who in the court dares to object? General. Lin Shengchuan slowly uttered 3 words. The Tsangzhou government office is in the north of Tsangzhou City. She just came out of the West Wall. With the speed this woman is running, she should be close to the government office now. Lucci leaned on the bed and calculated secretly in his mind. That is to say, I should be at the edge of the west side of the city now. Then he looked around the decoration in the room and determined that it should be an ordinary house. Sister, wait, don't be impulsive. At this moment, accompanied by the noisy sound, there was a burst of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Lucci quickly sat back down, and then saw a bang, and a woman holding a sword rushed in hurriedly.
Song the sword is unsheathed.
In the blink of an eye, the tip of a sword with a cold glow hovered above Lucci's tall nose. Sister, please don't be impulsive. A man with a messy hairdo that almost covered his eyes rushed in and grabbed the woman's sword-holding hand. Even if she is the daughter of that official surname Tian, she is not necessarily the murderer who killed my uncle. The man advised earnestly, wait a little longer. My third sister will be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, confused Lucci heard footsteps coming from outside again. Sister, we seem to have caught the wrong person. There was a hint of panic in the light voice, and then a girl in green rushed in. Lucci's eyes flickered slightly. The girl in green was the one who had tied him up and brought him here. Then Lucci saw 2 women and 1 man in the room. They were stunned at first, then they looked at each other, and finally 3 pairs of confused eyes fell on Lucci at the same time. Aren't you the daughter of Magistrate Tian? Then why do you live in the backyard of the government office?
Oh.
Then you must be the niece of the dog official named Tian.
Can you speak?
No matter how the woman in front of him asked, Lucci just stared with his big round eyes, with a confused and ignorant expression. It's over. The woman in front of him spread her hands, then turned to the woman in green and said, you brought back a mute.
Could it be that?
The acupoints are not unblocked? The man with the messy hair touched the back of his head. I untied her acupuncture points myself. Upon hearing this, the girl in green puffed up her face and said with a wronged look, I've already said that I've never tied anyone up before. You guys forced me to. Okay. Seeing the green-dressed girl's tears welling up in her eyes, the man with the chicken coop hair said quickly, I don't mean to blame you. That is, it's just. What should we do now? After saying that, 3 pairs of eyes focused on Lu Qi again. At this time, Lu Qi had roughly figured out his thoughts. These 3 people, led by the woman in black holding a sword in front of him, must have some deep hatred with the prefect of Songzhou, so they sneaked into the yamen and wanted to kidnap the prefect's daughter. But as far as Lu Qi knew, half a month ago, when the refugees were still on the road, the governor of Songzhou had already sent his family back to his hometown in advance. In other words, these 3 people should have arrived in Songzhou in the past 2 days. And looking at their attire and their long, steady breathing, Lu Qi had already concluded that the 3 of them were martial arts masters with considerable internal skills. After thinking for a while, Lu Qi asked, Ladies and young knights, who are you? The 3 people who were feeling depressed suddenly heard Lu Qi speak. The leader of the group immediately clasped his hands together and said in a heroic tone, Young man, I don't deserve it. I am Xiao Jiang, a 5-bag disciple of the beggar's sect.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the head. You idiot, who told you to introduce yourself? The woman in black clothes and holding a sword stared at the man with messy hair in anger. That's right. The girl in green echoed like a chicken pecking at rice. It's all Xiao Zhang's fault. If he hadn't checked it out beforehand, I wouldn't have kidnapped the wrong person. The black-clothed woman immediately frowned and said, Now is not the time to pass on the blame. Lu Qi. My goodness, I have met 3 rookies who are just starting out in the world. It seems that only the woman in black clothes has some experience in the world. The black-clothed woman glared at her 2 companions, then her face darkened and she turned to Lu Qi and said, This
Girl.
Lu Qi. My last name is Lu. The black-clothed woman was relieved. Miss Lu, don't worry, we are not bad people. As long as you have no relationship with the official surnamed Tian, Song Linger, will never hurt innocent people. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, the woman in black suddenly frowned, and in an instant she seemed to realize something. She turned her head sharply and saw her 2 companions holding their foreheads. Lu Qi. Okay, I take back what I just said. Lu Qi sat on the edge of the bed, with his eyes closed. It was already pitch black outside the window, and the moon was not out tonight. There were constant footsteps outside the door, and Lu Qi knew it was the beggar gang disciple named Xiao Jiang among the 3. The black-dressed woman named Song Linger took the green-dressed girl out to verify her identity and has not returned yet. Suddenly, the footsteps at the door stopped.
Who is it?
It was Xiao Jiang's voice outside the door. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Xiao Jiang seemed to chase out.
Whoosh.
Just as Xiao Jiang left, a figure suddenly appeared at the door.
Come in.
Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes and said coldly. The person who pushed the door open was none other than Zhang Cheng. My lord. Zhang Cheng was about to say something when he saw Lu Qi sitting on the bed unharmed. Lu Qi stopped him from speaking with a cold look. Zhang Cheng hurriedly shut up and lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Lu Qi's eyes, and suddenly felt cold sweat running down his back. After practicing the internal skills of the 7 styles of Crazy Blade, one can condense the murderous aura into substance. When facing an opponent who is weaker than oneself, one can hurt the opponent invisibly just by the murderous intent in the eyes and words. Lu Qi can't do it to such an exaggerated level now, but it is enough to shock Zhang Cheng. Go and find out who the Songzhou magistrate has made enemies with recently, especially those with the surname Song. Lu Qi ordered.
Yes.
Also, besides the Daxia gang, are there any other underworld forces in Songzhou, such as the Beggars Gang? Zhang Cheng frowned upon hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I remember that the Beggars sect has no branch in Songzhou, and apart from the Daxia gang, there is no noteworthy underworld force in Songzhou. Lu Qi tilted his head and thought for a while. At this moment, his ears moved and he heard footsteps approaching outside the yard. "Sir, it's this way." The voice sounded at the gate of the courtyard. "It's the 6 gates." Zhang Cheng immediately reported back. "Captain Lin handed the case of your disappearance to one of his officers named Liao. You retreat first." Lu Qi nodded, and when Zhang Cheng was about to leave from the door, he added, "Have your people take those 3 people away, and don't let them be caught by the people from the 6 gates." "Yes." Zhang Cheng paused when he heard this. A hint of doubt appeared on his face, but he still responded respectfully. As soon as Zhang Cheng left, the people from the 6 gates broke in. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of heavy footsteps came into his ears, and with a creak, the door was pushed open again, and a tall figure appeared in Lu Qi's sight. Liao Mengyuan looked at the woman sitting beside the bed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Miss Lu, are you okay?" Lu Qi was found after being missing for less than half a day. This made Lin Shengchuan, the chief constable, feel relieved. He couldn't help but smile a little more when facing his subordinates who reported to him. "Well done, but why hasn't the person who kidnapped Miss Lu been caught yet?" The smile on Lin Shengchuan's face did not last long. He took a sip of tea, and then said lightly. Upon hearing this, Liao Mingyuan's eyes suddenly showed a trace of solemnity. "Captain, according to my men, there seems to be a member of the beggars' gang among the kidnappers." Returned at Songzhou's rear government office, he discovered that the number of patrol officers at the gate of the courtyard was twice as many as before. "Tell me, what did you find out?" Lu Qi, who was standing at the door, turned and said to Zhang Cheng. "Half a month ago, Songzhou Magistrate Tian Qingkue imprisoned Liqing County Magistrate Song Qing on charges of colluding with a cult. That night, Song Qing committed suicide in prison out of fear of punishment." Lu Qi, what is the relationship between Song Linger and this Song Qing? Zhang Cheng replied respectfully, "Song Linger is Song Qing's only daughter. Song Linger has been a disciple of Feiyu Villa since she was a child. She had been traveling around the world with 2 good friends before. She only came back after hearing the news of Song Qing's death. It's Feiyu Villa again." The current Lu Qi is no longer like before, knowing nothing about the entire world. Although the knife sharpener only taught her martial arts in person, he told her a lot of things about the martial arts world through secret letters. Even though Black Prison Gate is the most notorious assassin organization in the world in the past decade, it does not dare to accept every order. For example, core members of some famous sects are on the list of orders that Black Prison Gate refuses to accept. Feiyu Villa is one of these famous sections. After the Wu Order was broken, the martial arts forces that were able to survive were either powerful and famous sects, or those with strong backgrounds and connections in the court. Feiyu Villa occupies both items at the same time. Not only is it a famous sect with hundreds of years of heritage in the martial arts world, the current owner, Jiang Jiu, also known as He Li Jiushao, is also the right-hand man of the current Prime Minister Fu Qingxu. Whether in the martial arts world or in the imperial court, Feiyu Villa's influence is first class. Fortunately, this kidnapping was just a misunderstanding, and Lu Qi was not the target of Song Linger and the others. However, after this incident, Lin Shengchuan has already arranged for someone to accompany you back to Beijing first. Zhang Qing said, "But He-Yong has not shown up yet. You said he wouldn't just." Facing Zhang Cheng's question, Lu Qi said coldly, "Just keep an eye on your people. Don't ask other questions that you shouldn't ask." "Yes." Zhang Qing suddenly felt a chill in his heart. When he was in front of Lu Qi, he always inadvertently forgot that although the girl in front of him looked innocent and delicate, she was actually the ruthless killer of the 7 killings. I wonder where Master Dao invited such an evil spirit from. Zhang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead as he walked out of the room, thinking to himself. Even when facing the previous lord who was born as a sword captive, he had never felt such great pressure. Late at night, in a magnificent inn in Songzhou City, as the young leader of the Daxia gang, Ouyang Junkai was currently holding a fair and delicate body in each of his arms, immersed in a happy dream. Ouyang Junkai, who was sleeping soundly, didn't notice at all that there was a figure in front of the window. It was not until the red candle flickered gently that Jun, with a smile on his lips, finally regained the alertness that a martial artist should have. He opened his eyes suddenly, and the moment he saw the figure in front of the bed, a hand had already covered his mouth. Then a cold light flashed by, and Ouyang Junkai saw the sharp blade against his neck. Hush, young Master Ouyang. If you want to live happily for the rest of your life, just be quiet. In the darkness, Lu Qi suddenly opened his eyes. A strong wind suddenly blew in the house. Just as the man in black who had just stood outside the door was about to reach out to knock on the door, he heard a creak and the door opened by itself. Lu Qi, also dressed in black, emerged from the darkness. "My lord, the target has appeared." The man in black immediately concealed the shock in his eyes and replied respectfully. The former leader, Hyung, finally showed his tail. Lu Qi said calmly, "Lead the way." In room number 1. Ouyang Junkai had already put on his clothes at this time. The two women who had originally slept in the same bed with him were nowhere to be found. In the dim room, only he and his figure standing opposite him, like a sculpture, were left. "This brother." Ouyang Junkai calmed down and forced a smile. "Why don't you ask someone to send us a table of good wine and food? Wouldn't it be nice for you and I to drink and discuss together?" Humph. The man, half of his face hidden in the darkness, snorted coldly. "Ouyang Longcheng is also a powerful leader. How could he raise a son like you?" "Friend." Even a person with a good temper would not tolerate being mocked in front of others. Ouyang Junsai's tone suddenly turned colder. "You disturbed my sweet dreams in the middle of the night. You can't just make fun of me, right? Do you know the whereabouts of Yuan Tong?" The person on the other side asked directly. Ouyang Junkai was startled when he heard this, and then his eyes showed doubt. "What do you want to do with my master uncle? To treat your illness?" He. "Since you knew to come to my Ouyang family, I think you should also understand the rules of my master uncle. He won't take action unless the person is doomed to die." After saying this, Ouyang Junkai smiled lightly, picked up the wine glass on the table, poured himself a full glass, and then drank it all in one gulp. After putting down the wine glass, Ouyang Jun looked up and said calmly, looking at this friend, "He doesn't look like someone who is doomed to die." He. A man's low and hoarse laughter came from the darkness. "How dare I not know the famous 9 deaths and 1 escape? Since you came to me, you must be fully confident. To be honest, I'm poisoned. I can only live for 2 months at most. I'm afraid you won't survive this night." A faint voice suddenly came from outside the house. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of sharp wind breaking through the air was heard continuously, and countless cold lights passed through the wooden doors and windows and shot towards the two people in the room.
Bang! Who is so bold?
"Don't you know that I'm the young leader of the Daxia gang?" Ouyang Junkai lifted up the table in front of him with one hand, huddled behind him in embarrassment, and shouted angrily, "Kill!" Following a cold command, several figures broke through the window and rushed into the room. On the rooftop across the street from the inn, Lu Qi, holding a knife, sat calmly on the eaves, watching the fighting in the inn not far away. Today, Black Prison Gate dispatched a total of 13 sword captive. Before rushing into the room for close combat, they first used their sleeve arrows to clean up the area.
Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, 2 figures broke out of the window and hit the street hard, making 2 dull noises. Lu Qi, who was watching the battle with his head supported by one hand, couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that ordinary hidden weapons are completely useless against top-notch masters." Within 5 breaths after the 13 knife captive rushed into the room, 2 of them had already been beaten out of the room, and no one knew how many more were lying in the room. These knife captive are not weak and can be called martial arts masters. Moreover, they are fearless and valiant, so when they fight, they are even more ferocious than ordinary martial artists of the same level.
But
the fierce fighting sounds in the room gradually subsided. A figure jumped out from the broken window. Hyung landed on the cobblestone road on the street. He glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground and could not help but snorted coldly. He thought to himself, "Why let these people come here to die? It seems that you are the new 7 Killings Lord." Hyung narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The old man is quite quick to find a candidate so quickly." After saying that, looking at the slender figure of the person opposite, a trace of doubt flashed across Hyung's eyes, and then he sneered and said, "The old man is getting more and more useless." He actually chose a woman. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung flipped his right hand, and the blade turned towards Lu Chi's position. "Since you are seeking your own death, then hurry up, or you'll be too late to have a bad rebirth." Swoosh! The only response to Hyung was the sharp sound of breaking wind. Hyung's pupils shrank sharply. When the sound of a knife rang in his ears, the cold light containing the breath of death had already swept before his eyes. What a fast knife! These 4 words suddenly appeared in Hyung's mind, but he could stand out from countless sword captive and become the lord of the 7 kills. He was definitely not a person who got the title for nothing. He just kicked his foot and slid backwards like an arrow. Lu Chi's eyes were stern. He watched his blade miss the target without showing any change in expression. He just chased after Hyung, who was retreating rapidly as if he had teleported. As the former leader of the 7 killing order, Hyung naturally learned the 7 styles of Crazy Blade. He had just landed and was not yet stable when he saw Lu Chi chasing him. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and then he closed his arms and used both hands to hold the knife, while urging his true energy to gather between his arms. Sweep across the world. A terrifying wave of air surged out from in front of Hyung. Lu Chi, who had already reached the opponent, looked down, having already seen through the moves used by the opponent. Avoid? Of course, it's not Lu Chi's style. The chi that had been activated in his body quickly poured into his arms like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. The coldness in Lu Chi's eyes almost condensed into substance and wanted to shoot out. Then he also used both hands to hold the knife high above his head and stepped forward with his right foot resolutely. Chi swallowed the world. The former lord of the 7 killings and the current lord of the 7 killings. Crazy Blade versus Crazy Blade. Buzz! The moment the 2 airwaves touched, a suffocating buzzing sound echoed within a radius of dozens of meters on the street.
Wow.
Hyung was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood, and then his body went limp. If he hadn't held the knife handle tightly with both hands to support his body, he would have fallen to the ground.
Boom, boom, boom.
The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and with every step the light in Hyung's eyes dimmed a little, until a pair of black boots appeared in his sight. Hyung raised his head slowly and saw Lu Chi, whose face was covered with cloves with only a pair of eyes exposed, looking down at him with a cold gaze. How is this possible? There was a deathly look in Hyung's eyes, and then he spat out a large mouthful of black blood with a wow sound. Lu Chi lowered his head to take a look at the bloodstains in front of Hyung and could vaguely see some black blood clots, which were Hyung's shattered internal organs. She said calmly, "Of course, the inner strength of the 7 styles of Mad Blade is extremely powerful, but if you are attacked by the true energy, can you handle it?" Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a low cough, black blood flowed from the corner of Hyung's mouth again. When he heard what Lu Chi said, relief suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Listening to the other party's self-deprecating laughter before his death, Lu Chi slowly raised the knife and placed it on Hyung's neck, then raised his eyes and looked at the dark sky. "It's time to end it. Now I can go back and take a nap," etc. Lu Chi lowered his eyes slightly, looking at Hyung, who was holding on to the handle of the knife and trying to stand up, wondering what this dying man wanted to say. "Don't you want to know why I risked my own life to betray the Black Prison Gate?" Hyung reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with madness. "That's because I..."
Swish.
Hyung's eyes were wide open with disbelief. As his pupils gradually dilated, Hyung's body fell to the ground with a bang like a pillar that lost its balance. Lu Chi sheathed his sword neatly, then slowly turned his head to look in the direction of the inn beside him. I saw a masked man in black dragging his limping leg towards Lu Chi. After seeing Lu Chi and the corpse of Hyung in front of her, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the masked knife captive. "You killed him." Lu Chi did not reply, but looked coldly at the surviving knife captive. He already had no ability to resist. Why did you still? Swish, 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 swish. Countless knife lights flashed by, and Lu Qi sheathed the knife again. The moment the blade was sheathed, the purple light on the blade disappeared without a trace. I just didn't expect you to be still alive, Lu Qi said coldly as he looked at the masked man in black, who was slowly falling down. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Cheng paced back and forth at the gate of the courtyard, pausing from time to time to rub his hands vigorously, his eyes full of anxiety. With a creaky sound, the gate opened. Looking at Lu Qi, who was wearing a light yellow skirt today, Zhang Cheng did not have time to show his amazement, and hurriedly lowered his voice and whispered, "Master, something happened." After saying that, Zhang Cheng looked around again, fearing that someone nearby might be eavesdropping.
"Come in and talk."
Lu Qi looked calm. Seeing Zhang Cheng looked so anxious, he let him into talk. Arriving in the room, without waiting for Zhang Cheng to speak, Lu Qi sat down and asked leisurely, "Has the news of Hiyang's death been passed on?" Zhang Cheng was startled when he heard this, and then he replied respectfully, "I have sent someone to inform Dao Lao. Hiyang is already dead, so why are you still panicking?" Lu Qi said with a cold face. "It's not that easy." Zhang Cheng smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Master Dao's orders have always been to keep as many people alive as possible, and we lost 13 Dao captive this time. After that, Zhang Cheng raised his head and asked cautiously, "Master, what happened last night?" Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted by Lu Qi's cold gaze. "How come I didn't know that Dao Lao's order was to leave him alive?" Lu Qi said calmly, "Besides, with Hiyang's martial arts, if I hold back, I'm afraid the one talking to you here today won't be me." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Cheng nodded repeatedly. "But what else is there to say?" Lu Qi's face became serious, and he stood up and walked to Zhang Cheng and said coldly, "They are just 13 sword captive. They are not as skilled as others, so they die. Isn't it possible that Sword Master is angry with his master?" "Of course not." Zhang Cheng felt a chill on his back and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Lu Qi's eyes. He just couldn't help but groan in his heart. He had lost 13 sword captive in a flash. Even if Sword Master didn't dare to vent his anger on the new lord, he would definitely be punished. What treasure?
"Tell me about it."
Upon hearing this, Lu Qi sat down again and asked in a light tone. "He is Qian, the richest man in Songzhou. According to legend, his ancestor brought back a jade Bodhi from the peak of Kunlun's snow region, and from then on he became rich and accumulated a fortune." "Jade Bodhi?" Seeing Lu Qi's interest, Zhang Cheng did not dare to neglect him and said quickly, "The jade Bodhi is known as one of the 3 great treasures in the martial arts world. It is the fairy fruit that countless people dream of. It is said that after taking it, not only can one be immune to all poisons, but it can also cleanse the bones and marrow and become a rare martial arts talent in a century." "Of course. This is just a rumor." Zhang Cheng carefully looked at Lu Qi, and seeing that he looked normal, he continued, "But since there are such rumors, it means that this jade Bodhi is definitely not an ordinary spiritual fruit. If the Lord is interested, you may."
"Yes."
Lu Qi nodded, interrupting Zhang Cheng's endless introduction. "Since Songzhou has such a treasure, then you go and get it for this lord."
"Ah?"
Zhang Cheng was surprised when he heard that. Before he could react, Lu Qi stood up and walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and said, "If you can present this treasure to me, I will speak well of you in front of Master Dao." Seeing Zhang Cheng leaving the yard dejectedly, Lu Qi, who had been looking normal, suddenly turned pale, and then his eyes sank slightly to suppress the fishy and sweet taste that had already risen to his throat. Because of Gulu's mental method, her internal strength foundation may be more solid than Hiyang's, but the actual gap between the two has not reached the level that can kill instantly. Lu Qi was able to seriously injure Hiyang with one move last night, firstly, because his internal strength was slightly better than Hiyang's, and secondly, because the other party underestimated him for a moment and chose to fight head-on without knowing Lu Qi's background. In the end, relying on his superior internal energy, he caused Hiyang's qi to backfire, damaging his internal organs. As expected, don't fight against the opponent easily. Of course, Lu Qi was not unscathed. She was also hit by the backlash of the true Qi, but as Madame Mei said before, the ancient Lu's mental method is peaceful, and the damage caused by the backlash is not as fatal as that of Hyong. It seems that there is a hidden reason behind Hyong's defection, but I don't need to take the risk now. In such a shameful organization, the more secrets you know, the faster you will die. Lu Qi thought to himself, with the help of Yuyer, I will definitely be as good as the Black Prison King and the mysterious, Your Majesty, in the future. Recalling last night, Lu Qi watched 13 Knife captive die, which was actually part of her plan. After all, without the support of the 13 Knife captive, how can one demonstrate his own value? Lu Qi is now counting on getting more spiritual medicines and materials from the knife-sharpening old man. As for the loss of the knife captive, that is the problem that the old knife sharpener should worry about. Although as the leader of the 7 killing orders, Lu Qi nominally commands all the sword captive of the Black Prison Gate and has the power of life and death over them. But the one who truly controls the lifeline of the knife captive is actually the old knife sharpener himself. Just like the 7 deadly heart-eating pills that Lu Qi took, Dao Nu also took a similar poison. Of course, the antidote was also in the hands of the knife-sharpening old man himself. They are destined to be useless to him, so why should Lu Qi care about their life or death? Besides, these knife captive have undergone inhumane training and can hardly be called human beings. There has always been a line in Lu Qi's heart. People should live well. If you are not a human being, life or death doesn't matter. Of course, the premise of everything is that no matter whether human or non-human, no one can hinder Lu Qi. Everything is not as important as Lu Qi himself. In the end, Zhang Chung still failed to bring the Jade Bodhi, which is known as one of the 3 great treasures of the martial arts world. However, Zhang Chung still presented Lu Qi with 3 old ginsengs of good quality. From Zhang Cheng's painful expression, it can be seen that these 3 old ginsengs are very valuable, so Lu Qi naturally accepted them with satisfaction. And on this day, Lu Qi finally met Lin Shengchuan, the world-famous chief constable of the 6 southern provinces of the 6 Gates, also known as the lone wild goose flying 10,000 miles away in the underworld. In the living room at the backyard of the government office, Lu Qi was sipping tea like a lady when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a slender figure walking in from the direction of the door. Lin Shengchuan looked to be in his early 40s. Lu Qi quickly looked at the other person, then turned his gaze back to the steaming teacup in his hand. This so-called chief constable of the 6 southern provinces is no ordinary minor official. In order to deal with the illegal activities of martial artists, the imperial court set up 6 gates and established the North Yamen and South Yamen in the northern capital and the richest linen in the south of the Yangtze River respectively. The so-called chief constable of the 7 southern provinces is the number 1 figure in the southern Yamen of the 6 gates. He is directly in charge of hundreds of constables in the southern Yamen, as well as the constables and inspectors in the prefectures, counties, and cities of the 6 southern provinces. The number of people he directly commands is no less than that of a general, not to mention that there are many martial arts masters among these constables. In short, this chief constable Lin is a person who is well known in both the court and the underworld. Moreover, until the other party walked into the living room, Lu Qi could not hear his footsteps and breathing, which shows that his internal strength is unfathomable. At least he is a first-class master. Compared to Lu Qi's careful scrutiny of Lin Shengchuan himself did not pay too much attention to the unfortunate 7th daughter of the Lu family, although he had learned from his subordinate and disciple Liao Mengyuan that she was a beauty with excellent color. But Lin Shengchuan is not a person who is obsessed with beauty, and what's more, there are things that make him more upset right now. The notorious Black Prison Gate actually appeared in Songzhou. Although no other innocent people were harmed, more than a dozen corpses appeared on the streets out of nowhere, which was nothing short of a nightmare for the local people. In addition, Ouyang Junkai, the young leader of the Daxia gang, who was clearly present at the scene, remained silent on the matter. When we broke the martial arts order, we should have wiped out all these arrogant martial artists in one fell swoop. As a person trained by the imperial court, Lin Shengchuan naturally did not have a good impression of the so-called martial arts sects. After calming down his anger, Lin Shengchuan suddenly said to Lu Qi, "Miss Lu, I think it would be better if you set off to return to Beijing in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi nodded silently. Looking at the silent Lu Qi, Lin Shengchuan didn't think much about it. He had known for a long time that Miss Lu had been a reclusive and taciturn person since she was a child. Thinking of the information about this Miss Lu, Lin Shengchuan's voice suddenly softened a bit. "Miss Lu, don't worry about your safety on the road. I will arrange for my men to accompany you personally." Liao Mengyuan, another man dressed as a constable, stepped in, bowed to Lin Shengchuan, and then looked at Lu Qi with burning eyes. Lu Qi glanced at the other person as quickly as he looked at Lin Shengchuan. She lowered her eyes slightly, and the clothes on Liao Mengyuan made some of her memories reappear in her mind. Lu Qi leaned on the couch and flipped through a book leisurely, occasionally reaching out to grab a piece of dessert from the table and putting it into his mouth. In the room, 2 women with thick waists and big arms were greeting each other back and forth. When Lu Qi arrived in Songzhou, he only brought a wooden box of luggage, but he could not resist the enthusiasm of several officials' wives, so he accepted a lot of clothes and jewelry and also took 2 boxes of dried fruits and snacks. This Lord Lu's official rank is not high, but his status is indeed not low. Lu Qi closed the book and said secretly in his heart. By chance, one of the maids saw the guqin on the table and was about to reach out to pick it up and put it into the box when suddenly a hand pressed on the guqin. "I'll play the piano myself." The maid was stunned at first, then she looked up at Lu Qi in surprise, then she came to her senses and replied respectfully, "Yes. It turns out this lady can talk." The maid suppressed her surprise and continued to count the other luggage. At this time, Zhang Qing came in from outside the door, looking exhausted. When he saw the 2 maids, he couldn't help but frowned. "You can go down first after you have finished packing." Seeing that the boxes in the room were already full, Zhang Qing immediately ordered the 2 to leave. Zhang Qing closed the door only after he saw the backs of 2 maids walking out of the courtyard gate. He then came to Lu Qi, took out a palm-sized wooden box from his arms, and presented it to Lu Qi with both hands. It was sent by Dao Lao. Lu Qi, who was eating snacks, glanced sideways and saw a letter on the wooden box. Lu Qi first took the letter from the wooden box, then opened it, revealing a blank piece of paper. Lu Qi glanced coldly and saw Zhang Qing burying his head beside her, so she urged her inner strength to gather on her thumb and index finger, and then lightly wiped it on the paper. As Lu Qi's fingertips passed over, black words gradually appeared on the originally empty white paper. This is the method used by the Black Prison Gate to transmit important information. It is written on special paper with a special herbal juice. This herbal juice is colorless and tasteless. Once it encounters the internal force of a martial artist, it will turn black for a short time and then dissipate. The words on Lu Qi's paper only appeared for a few breaths, but it was enough for Lu Qi to read the contents of the letter. "Get rid of this letter." Lu Qi handed the letter, which had turned back into a blank piece of paper, to Zhang Qing, and at the same time took the wooden box that he had been holding in both hands. When you open the wooden box, the rich fragrance immediately fills your nose. The wooden box was padded with red satin, on top of which lay 3 green pills. "Is this the Guyuan pill?" A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lu Qi's eyes, and then he stretched out his hand, gently took out a pill, and held it in front of his eyes to look at it. The old man sharpening the knife had already known the death of the previous leader Hiyong, but what he wrote in the letter was not what Zhang Qing expected. He did not mention the death of the 13-knife captive or the fact that Hiyong was not saved alive. On the contrary, the knife sharpener praised Lu Qi and gave him 3 Guyuan pills as a reward. Zhang Qing, who had already burned the letter on the candlestick, seemed to smell the fragrance of the elixir. He turned his head and saw the green pill in Lu Qi's hand. After staring at it for a long time, he said in surprise, Can it be the Guyuan pill?" Lu Qi was straightforward and nodded, then turned his head and asked, "Do you know this pill?" Zhang Qing swallowed his saliva and nodded heavily. The Shin family's 3 yuan pills are well known in the martial arts world. They are Pei Yuan, Gu Yuan, and Shin Yuan. The Shin family only makes one furnace of Gu Yuan Dan every year, and each furnace can only make more than 30 pills at most. Even if one pill is worth 1,000 gold, it's not too much. After that, Zhang Cheng looked at the 2 Gu Yuan Dan in the opened wooden box and immediately revealed an envious expression and then sighed. Master Dao really values you, Master. Fancy it? This is all hard-earned money. Lu Qi put the pill back into the wooden box with peace of mind. The wooden box was not big, so Lu Qi simply put it into his sleeve, stood up, and stretched leisurely. I'm going out tonight. Watch out. Don't let anyone into the yard. Yes. That night, the moon was bright, and the stars were clear. The entrance to Tsangzhou prison was brightly lit, and more than a dozen elite soldiers were guarding the entrance. In addition to the officers and soldiers at the gate, there were 2 teams patrolling back and forth on the streets on both sides of the prison gate, and they would meet at the gate approximately once every tea time. In addition, through the gate, one can vaguely see several figures in police uniforms inside. Opposite the prison entrance, under a dead tree 30 steps away, Lu Qi, dressed in black and masked, was waiting in the shadow of the tree trunk. The knife sharpener is certainly not a philanthropist. The value of 1 Guyuan pill is almost the same as the white ginseng last time. 3 Guyuan pills, of course, come with a mission. Tonight, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Lu Qi needs to enter the Tsangzhou prison and kill someone. Bang! Bang! Go Lan! The 3rd watch gong sounded, and the time had come. Lu Qi, hiding in the shadows, was still waiting quietly until he heard the sound of horse hooves. A yellow horse stopped at the prison gate. The man on the horse jumped off the horse before it could stand still. He shouted to the officers and soldiers at the gate, "It's bad. The Bank of Qian, the shopkeeper in the city, has been robbed. Chief Constable Lin wants you to go over and provide support." Just like that, Lu Qi watched as a dozen black-robed constables filed out of the prison, leading 2 teams of patrolling officers and soldiers, and disappeared into the night with the sound of clattering horses' hooves. Now there are only a dozen officers and soldiers guarding the prison gate. But soon, a scene that surprised Lu Qi even more appeared. He saw that the dozen or so officers and soldiers who had originally stood tall suddenly began to stagger, and in the blink of an eye they all fell to the ground. Gugugugu. A signal came from the direction of the prison. Lu Qi's eyes darkened slightly, and then he came to the prison door with a knife. There seemed to be a strange fragrance in the air, and Lu Qi had already held her breath when she walked over. She turned her head and looked at a dark corner, and said coldly, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the corner, then knelt on one knee, clasped his fists towards Lu Qi and said, "Greetings, Lord Commander. The person is in the 4th cell on the left on the 2nd floor of the prison. I will take my leave first." After the man told Lu Qi the location of the target, he turned and left, and soon disappeared from Lu Qi's sight. Lu Qi slowly withdrew his gaze, and then swept his eyes over the officers and soldiers lying on the ground. From their even breathing, he could infer that they must have been drugged by something like the ecstasy incense. The black prison gate, it's really something. The killer really only needs to complete the last step of killing. Lu Qi entered the prison, followed the damp and dark passage all the way to the 2nd underground floor of the prison, and counted the cells until he reached the designated location. With the dim candlelight in the cell, Lu Qi could clearly see a person lying on the haystack in the cell. Her eyes moved slightly, and then she reached out and fiddled with the chain on the prison door. Clang, clang. Who? The sound of the iron chain awakened the silent prisoner in the cell. He sat up and turned his head to look in the direction of the cell door. Lu Qi's eyes focused, and he could see the other person's face clearly in the candlelight. It was exactly the same as described in the letter. The prisoner seemed to have poor eyesight and was tilting his head to try to see the person at the cell door. "Lord Tian." Lu Qi spoke softly. "Who are you?" The prisoner walked towards the cell door puzzledly. Swoosh. Lu Qi walked out of the prison, and the moment he stepped out of the prison door, he suddenly frowned. Swoosh. Lu Qi lightly tapped his feet and flew into the air, then jumped onto the stone archway at the door. At this moment, Lu Qi saw 3 figures suddenly appear below. What's going on? One of the people wearing black and masked seemed to be a woman. She couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when she saw the fallen soldiers. It's them. Lu Qi knew who these 3 people were after just a moment's thought. After watching the 3 people enter the prison, Lu Qi landed lightly, then turned his head to look in the direction of the prison entrance, and then left in the direction of the yamen. The next day, early morning, Lu Qi, who had developed the habit for more than 10 years, opened his eyes when it was just getting light outside. Today is the day when Miss Lu Qi, sets off for Beijing. After getting up, Lu Qi went to the yard alone, washed herself with the cold water in the water tank, and changed into a light green dress. It may be because of the popular martial arts culture that the clothing stores in this world sell clothes tailored for women who practice martial arts. For example, the outfit Lu Qi is wearing looks like an ordinary dress for women, but in fact, the sleeves and trouser legs are tight-fitting and will never reveal any body parts due to flipping and moving. The specific effect is just like the so-called pants skirt in the previous life. After more than 10 years, Lu Qi has become accustomed to this kind of dressing. On the contrary, sometimes when she wears men's clothes, she always feels a little awkward. Could this be the legendary women's clothing that only? Wrong. I am just a woman. She is definitely a peerless beauty, Lu Qi thought as he looked at himself in the mirror. When the sky turned pale, Lu Qi, who had already put on his clothes, came to the table, reached out and gently stroked the guqin on the table, then tapped it lightly, and a sheath knife came out from the guqin. The blade slowly came out of the sheath, and as Lu Qi's internal force was absorbed from the handle, the originally pitch-black blade gradually emitted a faint purple glow. Even though he had seen it many times, Lu Qi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good knife." Including yesterday, Lu Qi had used the knife to kill twice, and the battle with Hiyong was when he used it to fight against the precious knife in the hands of the former 7 Killings Lord. Moreover, Lu Qi did not perform any maintenance after using it. There was not a trace of blood stains left on the transparent blade, and one could feel a slight coolness when touching the blade. It doesn't get dewy in summer, and its blade doesn't get stained by blood. It's really a good knife. I just don't know what your name is. Lu Qi reluctantly put the knife back into its sheath, then put it into the belly of the guqin, and then put the guqin into a large wooden box. This knife was taken from the Dongha pirates. It should be one of the goods that Chen Wu was robbed of, and that batch of goods belonged to the Jinma Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who wants to come to the Jinma Chamber of Commerce should know the origin of this knife. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly flashed, and he thought of someone.
Liu Er.
He should be working for the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce. However, Lu Qi would not take the initiative to contact Liu Er just because of the name of a knife. This person is not only cruel and ruthless, but also ambitious. If you get close to him, you might be struck by lightning one day. It's just a name. People can ignore it, let alone a knife. Originally, they were scheduled to set off at noon, but Zhang Cheng suddenly came to inform Lu Qi that Lin Shengchuan hoped they could set off earlier, so the time was changed to noon. It was still the 2 servants with thick waists and strong arms who took Lu Qi's luggage and put it on the carriage first. Lu Qi, wearing a veil, came to the gate of the yamen. "Miss Lu, I'm sorry." Liao Mingyuan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, quickly put away the surprise in his eyes, and then said apologetically, "There was a little accident in Songzhou, so Master asked us to leave early." The master he was referring to is naturally Lin Shengchuan, the chief constable of the 6 southern provinces. Lu Qi naturally did not open his mouth to respond, but bowed slightly to show politeness, and then walked into the carriage with the help of a maid. This carriage was brought by Zhang Cheng from the capital. It looked ordinary, but there was the mark of the general's mansion on it, which could save a lot of unnecessary trouble along the way. When they first came to Songzhou City, only Zhang Cheng drove the carriage, with Lu Qi. When they set out today, there were 3 carriages in total, plus Liao Mengyuan who was riding horses and 2 constables. It looked quite impressive. Lu Qi's carriage was specially padded. She adjusted a comfortable position and half lay down very comfortably. As the carriage shook, It set off. Lu Qi vaguely guessed why they had to set off early, which was most likely related to her assassination attempt last night. Although Tian Qingkue had been imprisoned, he was once the magistrate of Zhangzhou and a fifth-rank official of the imperial court. He was assassinated in prison. Lin Shengchuan, who was in Zhangzhou at the time, was naturally ashamed. This magistrate Tian. Lu Qi suddenly thought of the day when he was kidnapped for no apparent reason, and the woman named Song Linger who was among the 3 kidnappers. According to her, her father seemed to have died because of false accusations by Tian Jizhou. It seems that someone didn't want Tian Jizhou to reveal more information, so he found the black prison gate and hired someone to kill him to silence him. Humph. Lu Qi couldn't help but sneer. It was another dog-eat-dog fight in the officialdom. I just don't know how much this Mr. Tian's head is worth. Each Guyuan pill costs 1,000 gold coins, so I think Lord Tian's head must be worth no less than 3,000 gold coins. The carriage creaked all the way to the city gate without any obstruction. It so happened that the military chief who was whipped by Zhang Cheng that day was on duty at the city gate. Today, he was very observant and did not see the carriage that Lu Qi was riding in. He only saw Liao Mengyuan coming on a tall horse, so he ordered his men to clear the people at the gate and make way for him. Liao Mengyuan saw the arrest warrant posted at the city gate and could not help but frown. He then stopped his horse and asked the military leader condescendingly, "When was this arrest warrant issued?"
He.
The military leader quickly replied with a flattering smile, "The order has just been issued. These 3 people are so bold that they actually broke into the prison and killed people." Lu Qi, who was resting with his eyes closed in the carriage, heard the conversation between the 2. He could not help but reach out and open the curtain a little and looked at the arrest warrant posted at the city gate. There were 3 portraits with different expressions, but unfortunately they were all covered with black scarves. I could vaguely make out they were 2 men and 1 woman, and the man's messy hair was particularly noticeable. Needless to say, I knew it was the 3 of them. Lu Qi lowered the car curtain and couldn't help laughing in his heart. I never thought that the 3 of them would take the blame for me, and it was worth it for letting Zhang Cheng let the 3 of them go. Liao Mengyuan did not stay at the door for long. He just asked and then continued on his way. In the swaying carriage, Lu Qi was not worried about the safety of the 3 people. Through the Black Prison Gate's intelligence network, Lu Qi already knew the identities of the 3 people. In addition to Song Linger, who was born in Feiyu Villa, and Xiao Jiang, a disciple of the beggar gang who revealed his family background, the remaining woman also has an extraordinary origin. She is Cheng Zhenjin, the daughter of the Cheng family, a prominent family in the martial arts world. Her father, Cheng Fong, was known as Yulongqiang in the martial arts world. He was the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards in Beijing and served as the chief coach. In the first year of Taigong, the imperial court issued an order to break the Wu rule. Lu Qi, leaning against the cushion, slowly closed the book in his hand, his dark eyes filled with mist. According to the chronology of Diqi, Lu Qi should have traveled through time around the 10th year of Taigong and spent more than 10 years in Shiliu Villa. Now it is June of the 22nd year of Taigong. The imperial court issued the order to break Wu in the first year of Taigong, just when the previous emperor passed away and the new emperor ascended the throne. According to the book, the kings of Diqi were dissatisfied with the young Empress Dowager, who was ruling the country from behind the scenes, so they used the power of the underworld to plot rebellion. The result was naturally a ruthless suppression by the imperial court. The underworld forces behind the kings were also implicated, and the imperial court's official promulgation of the order to break the martial arts movement marked the beginning of a bloody storm in the martial arts world. The essence of power is violence. It is natural that the martial artists in the martial arts world would not wait to be killed just because of a simple imperial edict, especially the several major sects that were deeply involved in it. In their view, the imperial court had never truly exercised actual rule over the martial arts world. The so-called Pou order is nothing more than a woman's impotent rage. Until the great general rode his horse onto the world of martial arts, nearly 70% of the martial arts forces in the world were wiped out in an instant. Only then did the remaining people in the world realize that Diqi was no longer the Diqi of the past. In this bloody history, there is only one person who can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Great General Zhou Weiyang. Although there are no rankings in this martial arts world as described in the novels of the previous life, masters are never unknown. Some people with good intentions have compiled a saying about the masters who are recognized as the top of the martial arts world and spread it to the world. 1 statue, 2 uniques, 7 stars, 5 virtues. The one here refers specifically to the great General Zhou Weiyang, who is the most respected general in the world. Come to think of it, the carriage that Lu Qi was riding in at this moment came from the general's mansion. No wonder Zhang Qing casually gave the military leader a horsewhip when he was stopped at the Cangzhou city gate. This carriage can go to the Golden Palace. You can go to the main hall of the 1,000-year-old Zen Shaolin Temple. Could it be that a small Cangzhou city gate is more solid than the golden body of an arhat of a Buddhist monk? Just as Lu Qi was deep in thought, he heard a squeak sound, and the carriage suddenly stopped. "Miss Lu, it's getting late. Why don't you rest here at the inn for a night and set off early tomorrow morning?" Liao Mingyuan's voice came from outside the carriage. "Okay." Lu Qi didn't want to get too entangled with the other party, so he replied with a word indifferently. At this time, Liao Mingyuan, who was reigning in the carriage, looked at the closed curtains, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. After the carriage drove into the post station and stopped steadily, Lu Qi got off the carriage with the help of a maid. Although her veil covered most of her face, the moment she lifted the curtain, Lu Qi still felt several eyes focused on her. A chill suddenly rose in Lu Qi's heart, but then he thought, this is a normal human world. Everyone loves beauty. Even Lu Qi himself sometimes admires himself in the mirror for a long time. Judging from deeds, not hearts, no one is perfect. Lu Qi muttered to himself, and then gradually dissipated the murderous intent that was gradually rising in his heart. The influence of Shiliu Villa over the past decade cannot be erased overnight. However, Liao Mingyuan, who was walking in front, had a frown on his face. After entering the lobby of the post station, he looked at the people in the room and couldn't help but frown. Then he called over the postmaster, who had a flattering look on his face. "Why are there so many people at the post station today?" The postmaster bowed and replied, "My lord, it is a coincidence that you came here today. The refugees have dispersed, and the governor's family has returned from their hometown. Also, those guys over there are the heroes from Longway Accompaniment Agency. They're just stopping here to rest, and will set off after eating." Longway Accompaniment Agency? Liao Mingyuan's expression deepened. He glanced at the 2 tables of people in the corner of the lobby. They were all wearing the same tight-fitting clothes, with cloth packages of different lengths at their hands. As if he had noticed Liao Mingyuan's visit, one of the middle-aged strong men with curly beard stood up and clasped his fists towards Liao Mingyuan. "I am the constable of the 6 gates. I am Han Ping from the Longway Accompaniment Agency. Last year, I had the honor of having a drink with Chief Constable Lin in the first month of the year." Seeing the other party openly introduce himself and mention the name of his master, Liao Mingyuan's expression eased a little, and then he also bowed and said in return, "So it's Chief Accompaniment Han, my apologies." Lu Qi, who had just entered the hall with the help of a maid, also heard the conversation between the two. She immediately raised her almond-shaped eyes and looked around at the group of escorts. The man who called himself Han Ping held his hands together like casseroles, larger than ordinary people's. It was obvious that all his skills were in his hands. It seems that he is also a good knife user. I just don't know how good the swordsmanship is. While Lu Qi was thinking in his heart, Liao Mingyuan had already asked the postmaster to arrange for the room to go upstairs. Lu Qi did not refuse and stepped up the stairs. Just at this moment, a graceful figure came down from upstairs in a hurry. The narrow staircase naturally could not accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Seeing the person coming down the stairs coming towards her with the wind, Lu Qi frowned and was about to move sideways to avoid him, but she did not expect the other party to bump into her directly. "Miss!" the maid behind her exclaimed. Lu Qi instantly remembered that she was now a weaker young lady from an official family. She immediately used the insignificant force coming from her shoulder to soften her body and lean on the maid. Lu Qi raised his head and met a pair of angry almond eyes. Humph. The woman snorted coldly, then walked past Lu Qi and came downstairs. When she looked up, she saw the postmaster, who was talking to Liao Mingyuan. What's wrong with this lousy place of yours? The girl came forward angrily and started to question. I said I wanted to take a bath, but I waited for half an incense stick and no one brought me hot water. Believe it or not, when I return to Songzhou, I will ask Daddy to punish you. Miss Tian. The postmaster turned around and saw the woman's face. His face suddenly turned bitter. I really have limited manpower.
Please bear with me.
I will have someone send it to you in a while. Humph. Miss Tian snorted coldly and was about to get angry when she suddenly saw Liao Mingyuan turn his head towards her. Her eyes suddenly lit up and then a blush appeared on her cheeks. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Liao Mingyuan's eyes flashed with doubt and he asked, but is she the daughter of Tian Jizhou? Lu Qi, who was sitting in the room to rest, suddenly found that two maids who were cleaning were whispering to each other from time to time, and then they let out a low laugh. When one of the maids looked up, she saw the cold gaze from Lu Qi.
Click.
The maid was startled, and then asked cautiously, Miss Lu, did I disturb your rest? Lu Qi shook his head, and then asked in a deep voice, What are you laughing at? As soon as these words came out, the two maids stopped what they were doing, looked at each other, and finally one of them bravely replied, Miss Lu, Captain Liao seems to be being pestered by someone. Lu Qi calmly took a sip of tea and said, Go on. The two maids looked at each other again, and then one by one they described vividly how the unruly young lady from an official family had pestered Liao Mingyuan. Her surname is Tian, and she is a daughter of an official. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had realized something. Hey, if you ask me, Miss Tian is no match for you, Miss Lu. Seeing that Lu Qi did not show any dissatisfaction, one of the maids said with a smile. Lu Qi, who was in deep thought at the moment, obviously didn't care about what the maid said. The Miss Tian in the post station is most likely the daughter of Tian Qingkue, the prefect of Songzhou, who had died at the hands of Lu Qi. In the upper room of the post station, Lu Qi sat alone at the table, with a guqin quietly placed on the table. The tea in the pot has gone completely cold. Lu Qi stood up and walked to the door, saying softly, Please ask Steward Zhang to come over. Yes. The maid's voice came from outside the door. Not long after, Zhang Chung hurriedly walked in, closed the door, and was about to salute Lu Qi when he said, Greetings, order. Before he could utter the word order, Lu Qi raised his hand with a cold look. Zhang Chung was startled at first. Then he bowed, as if he had suddenly realized something, and said, Greetings, young lady. May I ask what you may need? Lu Qi didn't say anything, but just pointed at the table. Zhang Chung took a step forward and leaned forward to see the handwriting on the table clearly. Is the sword captive taking action tonight? The handwriting was written in tea. When Lu Qi saw that Zhang Chung had finished reading, he waved his sleeves, and the handwriting on the table disappeared instantly. Then Lu Qi saw Zhang Chung shaking his head. Seeing Lu Qi's stern face and silence, Zhang Chung simply took another step forward, poured the tea in the pot into his hands, and then started writing on the table with his fingers as a pen. None of the Songzhou knife captive survived. Lu Qi immediately understood that it seemed that the 13-knife captive who died at the hands of Hyong last time were all the killers deployed by the Black Prison Gate in Songzhou.
I'm hungry. Go get some snacks.
Lu Qi finally spoke. Yes. Zhang Chung breathed a sigh of relief and replied respectfully. Before leaving, he did not forget to wipe off all the writing on the table with his sleeves. Not long after Zhang Chung left, a plate of steaming snacks was brought in by a maid. Lu Qi picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, thinking in his heart, it seems that the person who hired the killer to kill Tian Jizhou did not intend to kill him all. Perhaps it was because Miss Tian did not know about the secret dealings between her father and others. But when I think back to Miss Bai Ritian's spoiled and willful appearance, Magistrate Tian is already dead, and Miss Tian will probably have a hard time in the future.
Boom. Boom.
In the darkness, Lu Qi suddenly opened his eyes. She sat up slowly and turned to look towards the door. I could still hear the two maids even breathing. It was obvious that they were still alive. Only Lucci heard the two strange noises just now clearly. For some reason, Lucci felt that the air around him seemed to be somewhat solidified, and even his own breathing gradually became difficult. There is an expert. A gleam of light flashed in Lucci's eyes. After sitting for an unknown period of time, Lucci rushed towards the table like an arrow when he felt the atmosphere around him relax. Lucci's movements were very light, and it was not until the moment her hands touched the guillotine that she felt a sense of peace in her heart. Carefully pulling the knife out of the zither, Lucci walked barefoot to the door and stood there for a long time. Finally, he confirmed that the two maids at the door were lying on the ground. Rustle. The subtle sound entered my ears again. Lucci held his breath and concentrated for a moment before finally determining the source of the sound, which was from the room next door, which was only separated from his own by a wall. But Lucci did not dare to be careless at all and stood at the door holding the hilt of the knife tightly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A loud crowing of a rooster came from outside the door. Hey, why did you fall asleep too? You're still talking about me. Aren't you the same? The two maids at the door had woken up and began to blame each other for falling asleep. It was obvious that they didn't know that they had been knocked unconscious. At this moment, Lucci was sitting in the dim room with a sullen face, his hands on the piano, clenched into fists. She was very unhappy because she felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness last night. If the expert from last night was coming for me. When Lucci thought of this possibility, the coldness in his eyes grew deeper. Being able to influence the surrounding environment simply with the pressure he exudes, this is no longer the level of a first-rate master. It is at least above the level of a top master. Lucci thought to himself, my martial arts may be better than most of my peers, but I am still vulnerable to those old monsters in the martial arts world. The conflicts in the martial arts world are not sports competitions. They do not distinguish between men, women, young and old, nor do they involve any gentleness, courtesy, frugality, and modesty. After coming out of Shilio Villa, Lucci gradually became a little indifferent when he faced a series of martial artists who were not as good as himself. Lucci's eyes gradually became profound, and then she took out a wooden box containing the Guyuan pill from her arms. After opening it, she directly pinched out a Guyuan pill and swallowed it into her stomach. Feeling the warm breath gradually flowing through her meridians, Lu Qiang jumped directly back onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. It was not until it was bright outside that Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. Although most of the medicinal effects of Guyuan pill were absorbed by Yuya, the remaining medicinal power still made Lu Qi's efficiency in practicing more than twice as much as usual. Lu Qi calmed down. Even if he left Shilio Villa, he couldn't relax. Yuya's gratitude was of course Lu Qi's most important trump card, but his daily hard work was not in vain. All the shrill screams echoed throughout the entire inn. Soon, Lu Qi, who was eating breakfast in the lobby, learned the news of the death of Miss Tian, who lived next door to him. Liao Mingyuan, the chief of the Six Gates, rushed upstairs as soon as he heard the news. Miss Tian and the maid who served her are both dead. Zhang Qing replied in a low voice. At this time, Lu Qi was already sitting in the carriage, but because Liao Mingyuan was still handling the case upstairs in the post station, they could only wait patiently. Woo-woo. Sobbing sounds were heard from inside the inn. Lu Qi, who had just turned a page in the book, couldn't help but glance sideways, but all she could see was a blue car curtain. About an hour later, with the sound of hurried horse hooves, a large group of people arrived at the post station. Zhang Cheng, who was waiting beside the carriage, said at the right moment, "Here comes Chief Constable Lin Shengchuan." He came quite quickly. Lu Qi's eyes flickered slightly. They set out from Songzhou City yesterday morning and arrived at the post station in the evening. Now, less than 2 hours after Miss Tian's body was found, Lin Shengchuan arrived. Not long after Lin Shengchuan arrived, Liao Mingyuan walked out of the post station with a serious face and went straight to Lu Qi's carriage. "Ms. Lu, we might be delayed for some time. Lu Qi's room is separated from Miss Tian's room by only a wall." Lu Qi was naturally also questioned. The result of the interrogation was naturally nothing. Lu Qi said that he was very tired because he had been traveling all day, and he slept until dawn. This statement did not arouse the slightest doubt. Lin Shengchuan also very skillfully obtained a clue from Miss Tian's body. According to Captain Liao, it was probably done by the king of thieves Chu Xingbai. Zhang Cheng whispered back beside the carriage. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at a group of bodyguards who were resting not far away. 2 days have passed since leaving the post station. Liao Mengyuan invited the people from the Longway Accompaniment Agency, whom he met at the post station, to travel together. Although Liao Mengyuan did not say it explicitly, Lu Qi guessed at this time that it was because of the legendary king of thieves Chu Xingbai. This legendary thief, who was elusive, came to Cangzhou just to attack a yellow-haired girl? A hint of suspicion appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhang Cheng continued to stand beside the carriage and whispered, "It is said that traces of the spring breeze finger were found on Miss Tian." Chu Xingbai's spring breeze finger is well known in the martial arts world. The journey back to Beijing was not all smooth sailing. Lu Qi, who was traveling a long distance for the first time to visit this world, also witnessed what simple folk customs meant. Fortunately, Liao Mengyuan, who was dressed in black, and the flag of the Longway Accompaniment Agency, made most of the bandits choose to retreat. Even if there were 1 or 2 people who didn't know how to live or die, they all fell at the hands of the bodyguards. In his spare time, Lu Qi had watched the head accompaniment named Han from Longway Accompaniment Agency take action several times. He wielded a chain knife with great vigor and his posture looked intimidating, but in Lu Qi's opinion, his knife skills were full of flaws. If he took action himself, he would be able to kill him in less than 3 moves. On the contrary, Liao Mengyuan, who had been inconspicuous along the way, killed the enemies with just a few moves. He seemed ordinary, but he was actually a real master. Liao Mengyuan's hands are no different from those of an ordinary person. Although he carries a blade, I have never seen him use it. In previous fights, he mostly used extremely fast kicking techniques to defeat the enemy. I guess his skills are all in his legs. Lu Qi, who was leaning against the carriage, had his eyes flickering and couldn't help imagining himself fighting with Liao Mengyuan. Finally, he came to a conclusion. If Liao Mengyuan's martial arts were limited to the level he showed this time, then Lu Qi was confident that he would be able to take his head within 20 moves. Thinking of this, Lu Qi couldn't help but look at the crescent moon on his left wrist. All 3 Guyuan pills have been eaten, and the crescent moon has become visibly red and fuller, but it seems that there is still a long way to go before it can repay the kindness. Lu Qi has already practiced the ancient Lu Heart method to the 6th level, and he only needs to break through to the 7th level to become one of the top masters in the world. Moreover, Lu Qi is proficient in 3 exquisite sword techniques, the 7 styles of Crazy Sword, the Fufeng Sword, and the Hengshan Sword. Especially the 7 styles of Crazy Sword can be regarded as the top sword technique in the martial arts world. Therefore, once Lu Qi's internal strength reaches the level of a top-notch master in the martial arts world, relying on these sword techniques, he will surely be able to rank among the top masters. Looking at the entire world, many people who have been famous for a long time are only at this level. Captain Liao, see you another day. Boss Han, have a safe journey. All good things must come to an end. On the official road, less than 40 miles away from the capital, Lu Qi and his companions had to say goodbye to the people from Longmen Accompaniment Agency. After saying goodbye to Liao Mengyuan, Han Ping turned his gaze to the carriage that Lu Qi was riding in, then he bowed and said loudly, "Miss Lu, goodbye." Lu Qi was somewhat surprised that Han Ping would actually say goodbye to her. Although they had been traveling together for more than 10 days, Lu Qi seldom left the carriage, and even when she showed up, she was covered with a black veil. It could be said that there was no interaction between the two of them at all. But since the other party had said goodbye, Lu Qi could only say, "Captain Han, thank you for taking care of me along the way." Han Ping was slightly startled by the light and pleasant voice of a woman coming from the carriage. He only said goodbye out of politeness, but he didn't expect that the young lady from the official family actually responded. Han Ping immediately smiled, bowed in the direction of the carriage, and then called on his escorts to push the goods to the fork in the road. Watching the people from Longwei Accompaniment Agency gradually disappear at the intersection, Liao Mengyuan turned his head to look in the direction of the capital, then waved his hand to signal them to continue moving forward. It was not until the evening that they finally arrived at a small town less than 30 miles away from the capital, and they found a clean inn and stayed there. I will return to the main office to report early tomorrow morning, and Miss Lu will have to walk the rest of the way by herself. Liao Mengyuan seemed very happy at the banquet because Lu Qi was sitting opposite him. Lu Qi nodded calmly. Thank you for helping me along the way. Zhang Cheng, who was accompanying him, quickly poured Liao Mengyuan a glass of wine and said with a flattering smile, if it weren't for Captain Liao's accompaniment, my young lady would have really. I don't know what to do. As he spoke, he patted his chest, looking as if he was still frightened. Liao Mengyuan did not show much joy when he heard the compliment. Instead, his face darkened. I did not expect that the current situation has come to this point. All the local officials said that the weather was good, but along the way, Liao Mengyuan realized he had said something wrong halfway through a sentence, then smiled awkwardly and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. That night, it was just after the hour of high. Lu Qi sat cross-legged in the room, practicing the ancient Lu heart method. After practicing for a full cycle, he suddenly felt refreshed, and the tiredness from the long journey was instantly swept away. Lu Qi looked up at the moonlight outside the window, thinking that he couldn't fall asleep for a while. It just so happened that he hadn't touched a knife for nearly half a month, and he was itching to do so. Listening to the even breathing of the two maids outside the door, Lu Qi suddenly had an idea. He stood up, walked to the table, took out the knife from the piano, then opened the window and jumped out. The inn was built at the entrance of the town, not far from the official road, probably to facilitate the reception of merchants entering and leaving the capital. Less than a mile from the inn, turn right at the town entrance, and you will see an uninhabited wasteland. Under the moonlight, you can faintly see a few ownerless graves and yellow paper half buried in the ground. A shrill wolf howl came from the distance, adding a bit of horror. Lu Qi looked around and thought it was a good place. There was a flash of cold light, and Lu Qi's sword was unsheathed. He started with the sweeping the world's move from the 7 styles of Crazy Sword. The sword wind swept out with Lu Qi as the center, sweeping up countless dust. A solitary peak piercing the clouds. Lu Qi tapped his feet lightly, and all his inner energy gathered in his right arm. He then raised the knife into the air. The originally scattered knife winds instantly merged into one, turning into an invisible blade that pierced straight into the sky, sweeping away the clouds, swallowing up the world, turning the rivers and seas upside down, burning the boats. The first 6 of the 7 styles of Crazy Blade were performed one by Lu Qi, and suddenly the wasteland was filled with sword lights and howling winds. Just after performing the burn the boats and break the cauldron strategy, Lu Qi suddenly paused, then frowned, and the surging sword winds around him also stopped abruptly. Can I really practice these 6 moves in one? A trace of doubt flashed through Lu Qi's mind. The first 6 moves were different from each other. How could I combine the 6 moves into one and practice the last move of the 7 moves of Mad Blade? The old man sharpening the knife did not teach him. There is no record of it in the sword manual. Moreover, Lu Qi, who had practiced the 7 styles of Crazy Blade countless times, vaguely felt that this set of swordsmanship seemed to be missing something. To the Black Prison sect, the so-called 7 killing lords are nothing more than advanced sword captive. It is not surprising that they would be reserved when teaching the 7 styles of Mad Blade. Lu Qi thought to himself, if one day I face the Black Prison gate with swords, this little thing I have kept will become my death warrant. A chill suddenly appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. However, there is no need to worry about it for the time being. After all, she is still thinking about snatching more treasures from the Black Prison gate. Otherwise, with Yueya's current appetite, she may not be able to satisfy it even if she robs them. Putting aside the last move of the 7 styles of Crazy Blade for the moment, Lu Qi practiced the Fufeng Blade style and the Hengshan Blade style again. She has practiced these two sets of sword styles for more than 10 years, and they can be said to be engraved in her soul. However, after the Gu Lu Heart method was upgraded to the 6th level, Lu Qi also had a new understanding of the corresponding Fu Feng swordsmanship. In terms of the power of practice alone, he has surpassed Lu Qi in the Shiliu Villa period. After practicing the 3 sets of sword techniques, Lu Qi felt extremely refreshed. He exhaled a breath and found that it was already dawn. Lu Qi sheathed his sword and headed towards the inn. Lu Qi, who had just reached the town entrance, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look behind him. He heard heavy footsteps. Lu Qi immediately dodged and hid to the side before the person came. 8 masked men in black holding long knives came to the door of the inn, and then one of them stood out and shouted to the left and right. "The target is on the 2nd floor of the inn. Go up and find the 3rd room on the left. Remember, kill without mercy." "It's directed at me." The place where Lu Qi was hiding was only 10 steps away from the main entrance of the inn. Her 5 senses were far superior to those of ordinary people, so she could hear the words of the man in black clearly. "On the 2nd floor of the inn, the 3rd room on the left. Isn't it my room? As soon as I arrived in the capital, someone came to kill me."
Who could it be?
Lu Qi's eyes darkened, and then he dodged and rushed directly towards the man in black who was about to break into the inn.
Who was that?
The leading man in black felt a chill on his back. He turned his head halfway, but only saw a figure passing by like a ghost in the cold light. He only said half of the word person in his mouth, and then he stood there with his mouth open. Warehouse Lu Qi calmly sheathed his sword. The moment the blade was hidden in the sheath, several figures around him fell to the ground like dominoes, leaving only the leading man in black. Lu Qi glanced around and confirmed that the 7 bodies on the ground were lifeless. Then he slowly walked up to the immobilized man in black. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Qi's expression changed slightly, and then he turned his head to look at the end of the street and heard faint footsteps. It was just dawn, and the night fog had not yet completely dissipated. It should be a vendor who got up early to work or set up a stall. Lu Qi stopped and listened for a moment, then deduced the identity of the person in the distance. However, looking at the corpses on the ground, Lu Qi knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. He immediately grabbed the collar of the man in black in front of him, jumped up and disappeared at the door. Not long after, several vendors pushing their gear came over, talking and laughing, until one of them saw the body at the door of the inn. The tranquility of the town was broken by a shrill scream. At this time, Lu Qi had also heard the sound coming from the direction of the inn. She retracted her gaze and looked towards the man in black sitting against the wall, only to see that his eyes were filled with horror. Lu Qi went straight up and swept his hands across his legs at an extremely fast speed. With 2 crisp sounds, the black-clothed man's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was in extreme pain. The first step of interrogation is not to ask, not to say, but to directly crush the other party's will. Recalling Madame May's teachings, the coldness in Lu Qi's eyes became more intense, and then he stretched out his 5 white fingers towards the man in black. This time, Lu Qi's movements were very slow, almost passing slowly in front of the black-clothed man's eyes. Sure enough, when he saw Lu Qi's hand reaching out again, the man in black's eyes were filled with fear and despair. Sure enough, pain is the best way to break the will of most people. The man in black was surprised to find that his mouth could move. He couldn't help but gasp because of the severe pain in his legs. The moment he raised his head, his eyes met a pair of cold eyes. "Now, I ask you answer," Lu Qi said coldly, "but if you hesitate or hide anything, I guarantee that you will live in the pain you just experienced for the rest of your life." The man in black tried to open his eyes while enduring the pain. There was another crisp sound. The man in black's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned his head woodenly to look at his right arm. Lu Qi calmly withdrew his hand and said coldly, "I've said it before, I ask. You answer." Woo woo woo. The last glimmer of hope in the black-clothed man's heart dissipated. He nodded repeatedly at Lu Qi, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing this, Lu Qi slowly reached out and touched his throat. The man in black took a breath of cold air when the acupoints were unblocked, but then he raised his eyes slightly and looked at the woman in front of him cautiously. The woman's face was as pure and otherworldly as that of a fairy, but the fear and despair flashing in the black-clothed man's eyes were as if he had encountered an evil spirit. "Who sent you here?" Lu Qi asked.
Yes.
Boss Du, the man in black, replied while enduring the pain.
Who is Boss Du?
The man in black was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked up and saw Lu Qi's cold eyes. He was immediately startled and quickly replied, "Boss Du is from Tiancheng Casino. We took 5,000 taels of silver from him to kill the daughter of a minor official." 5,000 taels. Am I only worth 5,000 taels? Lu Qi frowned slightly, then continued to ask, "Who are you?" "Us. I am from the Black Snake Gang, Dongcheng." It turned out that he was a small leader of an underground gang in Beijing. He took this job because he was addicted to gambling and owed a lot of debts. Tiancheng Casino. Boss Du. Lu Qi memorized the name, then looked down at the pale-faced man in black and said softly, "My dear, please tell Boss Du a message." The man in black's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. If he brought the message, then he could survive. He nodded rapidly. "Lady, please tell me. I will definitely bring it to you."
Just say.
"You wait for him on the Naiha Bridge." Swoosh! As soon as the word he came out, the knife flashed. Looking at the gradually dilating pupils of the man in black, Lu Qi said coldly, "Walk slowly on the Yellow Springs Road. Boss Du will be coming down soon and will be waiting for you to pass on the message." Miss. Zhang Cheng's anxious voice came from outside the door. Lu Qi sat up from the bed, and then replied in a slightly lazy voice, "What's wrong?" Zhang Cheng outside the door breathed a sigh of relief, and then said respectfully, "Something happened in the inn. Several masked men in black died outside the inn."
Oh.
The only response he got was still Lu Qi's calm voice. "Also, the master is here to pick you up personally." Lu Zongxuan, a native of Qizhou, was a jinshi in the 3rd year of Taikong and is currently the 5th rank Yuanlang of the Ministry of Works. Of course, he has another identity. Lu Qinyang's father. It's Lu Qinyang, not Lu Qi. The real Lu Qinyang had long since passed away. Lu Qi, who had already washed and dressed with the help of a maid, sat in the room, waiting for the father and daughter to recognize each other. After a while, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the door. Lu Qi lowered his eyes slightly, and then he heard a creaky sound as the door was pushed open. Lu Qi stood up slowly, and when he lowered his eyes, he could only see a pair of exquisite official boots. "Qinyang?" The man's mellow voice sounded, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Lu Qi slowly raised his head upon hearing the voice, and then met a pair of eyes. The room suddenly fell into silence. After a long while, the middle-aged scholar in brocade clothes said in a deep voice, "Now that you are in the capital, don't think about other things. Get along well with your family." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room. Lu Qi and Zhang Cheng, who followed Lord Lu out, made eye contact. Lu Qi saw a hint of joy in his eyes. "That's how I passed this level." Lu Qi was tapping the piano with one hand in the room and heard the whispers of 2 maids outside the door. Why does Lord Lu seem to be a little cold towards Miss Lu? Yeah, what father would have this attitude when meeting his daughter? Lu Qi just sneered in his heart. Are we going to have to see a scene where a father and daughter hug each other and cry bitterly? If this were true, Lu Zongxuan would not have abandoned his pregnant wife in his hometown and married someone else after graduating from high school. He would not ignore the daughter that his original wife gave birth to at great risk of her life and raised her in his hometown, not seeing her for more than 10 years. Although I shed tears in my heart for what happened to Lu Qinyang. But it must be said that it was Lu Zongxuan's coldness and ruthlessness that made Lu Qi's disguise possible. After a brief meeting with Lu Zongxuan, Lu Qi had been waiting in the room. 2 maids had already loaded the luggage onto the carriage. They only had to wait for the matters at the inn to be settled before they could set off for Beijing. Lu Qi saw a maid push the door open and then bowed to her and said, "Miss, we can set off now." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately replied calmly, "I know," and then her eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she put on her veil, stood up, and walked out of the room with the maid. Walking down the stairs slowly, Lu Qi immediately saw Lu Zongxuan at the door, talking to two constables. Lord Lu has important matters to attend to, so my two brothers will not delay you. One of the captains instantly caught sight of Lu Qi coming down the stairs, then stretched out his arm to touch his companion, and then respectfully clasped his fists towards Lu Zongxuan. Thank you both for your hard work. Lu Zongxuan nodded calmly. Seeing the two captains make way, Lu Zongxuan turned around to look at Lu Qi, who was approaching, and said stiffly, "Let's head off immediately. Your mother should be waiting anxiously at home." Just as Lu Zongxuan turned around and prepared to walk out of the gate, he heard a woman's light voice behind him. "Did father come here specially to pick up Qingyang?" Lu Zongxuan paused, said him lightly, and then walked out of the door. Lu Qi looked at Lu Zongxuan's disappearing back, his eyes filled with depth. At this moment, Zhang Cheng, the chief steward of the Lu residence, glared at the maidservant beside Lu Qi and scolded in a low voice, "Hurry up and help the young lady get in the car." Then, as if feeling the cold gaze from Lu Qi, Zhang Cheng smiled awkwardly and followed him out the door. Who on earth wants to kill me? Lu Qi thought to himself. The carriage creaked forward. Lu Qi, who was sitting alone in the carriage, was still thinking about the assassination in the early morning, although he asked the man in black about who had given the order to assassinate. Tiancheng Casino, Boss Du, but this Boss Du, whom he has never met before, is obviously not the mastermind behind the scenes. Judging from his profession, he is at most a middleman. Identity exposed? It's impossible. If that were the case, the people who came to the door wouldn't be just a few petty thieves. Lu Qi thought about it and felt that this assassination attempt was most likely not aimed at Lu Qi, but at Lu Qingyang. Who wouldn't want Lu Qingyang to arrive in the capital safely? Lu Zongxuan? Or his wife? There were noisy voices coming from outside the carriage, and even the cries of vendors could be heard. Lu Qi even heard that familiar voice. Tonghulu, Candide Ha, she lifted a corner of the car curtain and saw the street crowded with people, vendors and passers-by coming and going, a lively atmosphere. Lu Qi suddenly narrowed his eyes and noticed that among the pedestrians, there were several people carrying weapons on their waists or in their hands. The pedestrians around them seemed to be accustomed to it and did not avoid them at all. The imperial court did not ban the use of weapons, only armor and bows and crossbows. Although the capital city is the headquarters of the imperial court, there are many people from the martial arts world coming and going. As the saying goes, learn the arts of literature and martial arts and serve the emperor. If you want to become famous and gain both fame and fortune, the capital is an excellent platform. Lu Qi raised her eyebrows and seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure among the pedestrians, but just when she wanted to take a closer look, the carriage had already passed the range. The carriage stopped in front of a single-family house. Lu Qi, who was helped down from the carriage by a maid, only took one look at the gate and secretly calculated in his heart, with Lu Zongxuan's salary as a fifth-rank official, I'm afraid he won't be able to buy such a nice house, even if he saves for his whole life. But who can blame him for marrying? Oh no, marrying a good wife. The red-painted door of the Lu mansion was tightly closed, as if rejecting Lu Qi. Lu Zongxuan, the male owner of the Lu mansion, looked at the closed door in silence for a long while and finally said, "Go in through the side door." Lu Qi looked normal. It made no difference to her whether she went through the side door or the main door. But when she looked up at Lu Zongxuan's back, a strange color flashed in her eyes, and then she lowered her eyes. In the end, Lu Qi never got to see his so-called mother. When she entered the Lu mansion from the side door, a skinny old woman seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Lu Qi and his party enter the door, she stood up and saluted to Lu Zongxuan. Her sinister eyes swept over Lu Qi, and then she said coldly, "Madam is not feeling well today, so she will not come out to meet you." Madam also took into consideration that Miss must be tired after traveling by boat, so she specially asked this old servant to come and arrange relevant matters for Mississippi. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Qi again, then bowed to Lu Zongxuan and said, "The general's mansion sent someone over, saying they have something important to discuss with you, sir." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Qi heard her adopted father say, "In that case, I'll trouble Madame Liang. Qingyang, this is Nanny Liang who works for your mother. Just tell her if you have anything to say." Lu Zongxuan turned around and said a few words to Lu Qi, then left. Lu Qi buried his head and couldn't help thinking in his heart, there really are such fathers in this world. Today I have finally opened my eyes. After Lu Zongxuan left, Nanny Liang, who had just shown a hint of respect, immediately felt cold and raised her skinny neck like a proud rooster, looking down at Lu Qi. "Miss Lu, come with me." Lu Zongxuan was a jinshi in the 3rd year of Taikong. Although he was married in his hometown of Qizhou at that time, and his wife was 9 months pregnant and about to give birth, this did not prevent the young and handsome Lu Zongxuan from being noticed by other women. What happened next was a natural progression. When Lu Zongxuan was deeply in love with someone, his first wife in Qizhou risked her life to give birth to a daughter. Upon hearing the news, Lu Zongxuan remarried immediately, treating the marriage in Qizhou as if it had never happened. The poor daughter barely survived with the help of her clansmen. As for why no one in the court used this to criticize Lu Zongxuan, because it was still the 3rd year of Taikong. The emperor was young. The Empress Dowager Zhou was in charge of government affairs. General Zhou rode across the world and reigned supreme. Everyone in the martial arts world changed color when their name was mentioned. And Lu Zongxuan's new wife's surname is Zhou. "Miss Lu, this is your yard." Nanny Liang brought Lu Qi to a remote courtyard. Lu Qi glanced at the broken gate and didn't say much. At the same time, he glanced at the surrounding environment and found that the outer wall separating the Lu mansion from the outside world was not far from the courtyard. Then he quickly lowered his head and concealed the satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing Lu Qi bowing his head respectfully, a look of satisfaction appeared in Nanny Liang's eyes. Madame Liang glanced at the 2 servants trembling with fear behind Lu Qi and said disdainfully, "They really brought home all kinds of chickens and ducks. Go get the silver and get out of here." Nanny Liang waved her hand impatiently. The 2 maids lowered their heads and looked at each other. When they were hesitating, they heard him from Nanny Liang. They bowed and thanked her hurriedly, then left with a little girl behind Nanny Liang. In this way, Lu Qi became a truly lonely man. "Cui Xiang, you'll be in charge of taking care of the young lady from now on." Nanny Liang had already made arrangements.
Yes.
A maid came out from behind Nanny Liang and replied softly. Lu Qi raised his head and glanced at the maid named Cui Xiang, a woman with a peaceful face. "Miss, where is this harp?" Cui Xiang took out a guqin from the box. The moment her eyes touched the body of the guqin, a sneer flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her calm expression and asked Lu Qi with a smile. Lu Qi was standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking around. When he heard the voice coming from the room, he immediately turned sideways and said, "Just put it on the table." Cui Xiang, who was standing at the door holding a guqin, was fascinated by the look at Lu Qi's profile. By the time she came to her senses, her hands and feet became a little flustered, and the guqin tilted and fell from her hands. Just as the guqin was about to fall to the ground, a white jade-like hand suddenly entered Cui Xiang's field of vision. "Let me do it." Lu Qi, who appeared in front of Cui Xiang at some point, hugged the guqin in his arms and said to Cui Xiang indifferently, "Go and sweep the yard." Cui Xiang's mind was in a mess. She looked up and met Lu Qi's deep and cold eyes. Then she felt a boom, boom, boom in her heart. Lu Qi looked at the maid who seemed a little dazed and raised her eyebrows. "Yes." Cui Xiang finally reacted and hurriedly lowered her head to say yes. It was not until Lu Qi entered the room holding the zither that Cui Xiang, who was holding the broom, breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she touched her slightly hot cheeks and looked cautiously into the room. That night, Lu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, slowly opened his eyes. The Lu mansion seemed like another Shiliu villa. Since she entered the mansion during the day, she had not seen anyone since then. Even dinner was brought by Cui Xiang from the kitchen. It seems that Madame Lu intends to confine her in this small courtyard. But it also made it convenient for Lu Qi to act. Lu Qi put on his shoes and socks, glanced at the guqin on the table, hesitated for a moment, opened the door, and came into the courtyard. The sound of even breathing came from the room on the side. Although this courtyard is not big, it has everything. In addition to Lu Qi's main house, there is a small room on each side. The room on the left was naturally given to Cui Xiang as a bedroom, and the room on the other side was converted into a storage room to store Lu Qi's luggage. Under the moonlight, Lu Qi stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the breathing sounds in the wing room which kept a steady and even rhythm. Then he jumped up and disappeared into the night sky. Uncle Chung, drive slowly. Okay, close the door quickly and guard it well. The night is still long. Zhang Chung laughed and scolded the doorman at the side door, then staggered out with an oil paper bag in his hand. The side door of Lu Mansion is in a deep alley. Zhang Cheng's body swayed like a tumbler, humming an unknown tune. When he was almost at the entrance of the alley, Zhang Cheng suddenly narrowed his eyes, then rubbed his eyes, and leaned his head to look forward. At the entrance of the alley, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, and the moonlight stretched his shadow long. Lu Qi could already smell the wine from a distance of dozens of steps, and then said lightly, "Butler Zhang, you are in such a refined mood." Zhang Cheng was startled when he heard the voice, and his drunkenness immediately disappeared. "Your subordinate greets my lord." Zhang Cheng bowed hurriedly. "Where is what I want?" Lu Qi asked coldly. "In reply to your question, my lord, I have already prepared the things you want, and I am just thinking about how to deliver them to you." Zhang Cheng replied, with cold sweat on his back. Snort. A cold snort in his ear made Zhang Cheng tremble involuntarily. "Butler Zhang," Lu Qi said calmly, "the wife is gentle and graceful, and the child is smart and clever. You are a blessed person." "My lord." Zhang Cheng's heart was shocked, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. "If you don't see what I want before noon tomorrow, remember to take a closer look at the child on the Naiha Bridge."
Gulp.
Watching Lu Qi's figure disappear like a ghost at the alley entrance, Zhang Cheng sat down on the ground, his clothes on his back already soaked. He was no longer drunk at this time. After he recovered, he crawled out of the alley. At this time, Lu Qi was walking through the alleys in the city, stopping from time to time to look around, and then continuing to move forward after determining the direction. The capital city is worthy of being the capital city. The officers and soldiers patrolling along the way are completely not on the same level as those in Dongha County. In almost every street, there would be a team of soldiers patrolling every half hour. Lu Qi hid in the dark and observed carefully. There were about 40 officers and soldiers on patrol, including 4 cavalrymen in the front and 10 archers with strong bows in between 2 groups of swordsmen and axemen. Moreover, everyone from cavalry to archers was wearing armor. Once encountering the enemy, shield-wielding swordsmen and axemen are in front, spearmen are behind, archers are in the distance, and cavalry are roaming around. Such a configuration is enough to deal with ordinary people in the world. Moreover, Lu Qi had calculated that along the route of each patrolling team, there would be other patrolling teams nearby. Once they encountered a strong enemy, they only needed to hold on for a moment before reinforcements would arrive. Even though the average fighting power of the people in the underworld is better than that of the officers and soldiers, the organizational capabilities of the two sides are obviously not on the same level. If a martial artist faces off against a soldier, the martial artist may be able to win easily. But if 100 martial artists were to face 100 soldiers, the outcome would be hard to predict. As the number of people increases, the balance of victory will naturally tilt towards the side with stronger organizational capabilities. What's more, the average military strength of the imperial court is not necessarily inferior to that of the people in the martial arts world. After bypassing the heavy patrols of officers and soldiers, Lu Qi finally reached his destination. Under the moonlight, the 4 big characters Feng Ji Rice Shop on the door plaque can be seen clearly. Lu Qi walked forward and knocked on the closed door of the rice shop. Boom, boom, boom. Rustle. As Lu Qi knocked on the door, a faint sound came from the rice shop. Lu Qi reached out again and knocked on the wooden door in the same rhythm as before. Crunch, the door opened a little, and a nervous voice came from behind the dark gap. Who? Lu Qi didn't waste any words and took out a jade pendant from his sleeve. He shook his hand and threw the jade pendant into the crack of the door.
Buzz.
There was only a muffled sound coming from inside the house. Then the door opened. Lu Qi stepped in, and before he had taken 2 steps, someone closed the door behind him.
Greetings, Lord.
Lu Qi turned around, and under the faint moonlight from the window, he could vaguely see a person half kneeling in front of him. How many knife captive do you have? Lu Qi asked. In reply to your lordship's words, including my subordinates, there are a total of 11 sword captive. Lu Qi frowned when he heard this. Why are there only 11 people left?
Lord.
As if he had heard the coldness in Lu Qi's tone, the man hurriedly explained, 1 person was killed in a mission this month, and another person went on a mission 3 days ago and has not returned yet. A group of knife captive consists of 13 people, including a leader. The hiding places of the knife captive from various places are only known to the King of Black Prison, the old man sharpening knives, and the Lord of the 7 Killings. As the most prestigious assassin organization in the underworld, the Black Prison Gate naturally does not usually receive ordinary orders, but not every order requires all its manpower to be deployed. It is also common for knife captive to carry out tasks alone. It is not uncommon to lose one's life due to mission failure. The moonlight shines through the clouds onto the ground, as if covering the world with a veil. In the remote courtyard of the Lu mansion, a figure suddenly appeared. Listening to the even breathing sounds in the left wing, Lu Qi walked silently to the door of the main house, paused for a moment, and pushed the door open. As the door made an inaudible sound, Lu Qi flashed in, and then he flipped his hands, showing his palms, and slapped the table in the room.
Bang, bang.
After 2 muffled sounds, a figure who was originally sitting in front of the table turned over and stood up. I haven't seen you for a few months, and your martial arts have improved a lot. After the figure landed, an old and hoarse voice was heard. Lu Qi slowly closed his palms, then walked to the table, stroked the body of the zither with one hand, and said quietly, Master Dao is here in person. I wonder what instructions you have?
Hee hee.
An old laugh suddenly sounded, and a dry face appeared from the shadows. Under the bright moonlight outside the window, it really looked like a ghost. Lu Qi noticed that the old man sharpening knives did not carry the 3 knives he carried with him as he did at Shilio Villa. Only a short knife slung across his waist remained, while the other waist knife and the broad-backed giant blade on his back were nowhere to be seen. It should be because the capital city is different from other places, and being too conspicuous is not a good thing. Hiyom was my most proud disciple, yet he died under your knife. The old man sharpening the knife had no emotion in his tone, but his cloudy eyes were fixed on Lu Qi. It seems that Madame May's vision is indeed vicious. Lu Qi sat down without taking his hands off the zither, and did not speak a word in response to the old man sharpening the knife. The old man sharpening the knife did not feel offended by Lu Qi's silence. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and completely exposed his body to the moonlight outside the window. Then he said in a deep voice, I heard that you were assassinated when you entered the capital? Seeing that Lu Qi remained silent, the old man sharpening the knife put his hands behind his back and grinned, looking like a hunchbacked old man. It seems that you have already made your decision. Then I won't bother you anymore. Well, what's the matter? Lu Qi finally spoke. His tone was naturally cold as always. Master Dao's late-night visit. It can't be just to show concern for me, right?
Haha.
The knife-sharpening old man laughed. It's not a big deal. 2 people will arrive in the capital in half a month. Someone has already paid a high price to buy their heads. Another mission? However, the goal this time should not be simple. Otherwise, the old man sharpening the knife would not have come in person. Before Lu Qi could ask in detail, the knife sharpener revealed the identity of the target. The target this time is 2 brothers, Sun Jinlong and Sun Jinhu. You may not have heard of their names, but they are 2 well-known masters in the desert, and are known as the 2 heroes of the northern desert. Brother Sun Jinlong is good at both boxing and palm, and can split gold and shatter stone. My younger brother Sun Jinhu uses a mixed iron-steel stick that weighs more than 100 kilograms. After telling the brothers information, the knife sharpener saw that Lu Qi was still calm as usual and immediately laughed softly and said, "Although the two brothers have some skills for you, it is indeed easy and ordinary." After saying this, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his cloudy eyes. "I really didn't make a mistake in choosing you." Lu Qi had memorized the information about the Sun brothers' martial arts, and then he said calmly, "I need silver."
Oh.
The knife sharpener was surprised to see Lu Qi making a request, but he quickly concealed his surprise and asked with narrowed eyes, "How much do you need?" Lu Qi raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of the old man sharpening the knife, and replied calmly, "May I ask how much silver the Sun brothers' heads are worth?"
Haha.
The old man sharpening the knife was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. When the laughter stopped, the old man sharpening the knife had a gleam in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The heads of the Sun brothers are worth 10,000 taels of gold. Since you are personally doing it this time, 8,000 taels out of the 10,000 taels of gold will be yours." Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Change them all into silver notes for me." The next day, early morning, when Sui Xiang rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened the door of the wing room, she saw a man in the yard carrying a bucket of water and walking towards the main house. Sui Xiang rubbed her eyes hard and saw clearly the person carrying the bucket. "Miss you." Sui Xiang's eyes widened in surprise, but she reacted instantly and hurried forward to take the bucket from Lu Qi. "Hey, so heavy." Sui Xiang felt her arms sink. The Lu family has servants who specialize in doing rough work. Sui Xiang is a personal maid. Apart from washing and combing her hair, she has never done such work on a daily basis. "You said that wild girl fetched water by herself?" A woman with a face as round as a plate and covered with thick putty said in disbelief. "To answer your question, madam, it was indeed Xiao, she, who carried the water herself this morning." Sui Xiang replied respectfully with her head down.
He he he.
The woman suddenly laughed, and the powder on her face fell down. She was seen lying on the couch with a smug look on her face, half propping up her head and sneering. "A country chicken is still a country chicken after all. Madam, why don't we?" An old woman next to the woman suddenly had a cold light in her eyes, and then leaned over and whispered in the round-faced woman's ear. The old woman was none other than Nanny Liang, who had appeared to Lu Qi when he entered the mansion. The round-faced woman was taking a piece of dessert and putting it into her mouth with a satisfied look in her eyes. When she heard what Madame Liang said, she was startled at first, and then seemed to understand something.
This
"Isn't so good." The woman showed some struggle on her face. Seeing this, Madame Liang continued with a fierce look, "Madam, don't you consider the young lady? She is taking the place of our eldest lady." Mother, at this moment, a woman's long and sweet voice was heard outside the house. The woman's expression changed, and then she pushed Nanny Liang away, squinting her eyes and looking at the woman in pink who appeared at the door with a happy expression. Sui Xiang, who had been kneeling below, couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the small courtyard, Lu Qi opened the food box and brought out 4 steaming dishes and a soup. She picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Then she caught a glimpse of Sui Xiang waiting beside her, staring at the ground with a dull look, not knowing what she was thinking. After returning at noon today, Lu Qi noticed that Sui Xiang's expression was not right. Lu Qi continued to eat without caring at all until all the dishes were finished. Then, she stroked her bulging belly with one hand while observing the crescent on her wrist. Now it is difficult to provide energy for Yueya just by eating and drinking. Looking at the unchanged crescent moon, Lu Qi felt a little disappointed. After more than 10 years, she had cultivated a big appetite, but now it was useless. After half a year of eating and drinking, it's better to take a Guyuan Dan. I still have to find a way to get some natural treasures. Lu Qi leaned back in his chair and looked out the door with a dim gaze. Where is Zhang Cheng? It's almost noon. Just after noon, Zhang Cheng, sweating profusely, finally stepped into Lu Qi's courtyard on time. Hurry, hurry, carry all the things in." Zhang Cheng called on his men to carry a few boxes into the yard, and then took the opportunity to wipe the sweat off his face to secretly glance in the direction of the main house. I happened to see Lu Qi standing at the door and a strange look in her eyes. Zhang Cheng was startled. Then he took the initiative to step forward and bowed, saying, "Miss, these are all sent by the master." The main house of the villa. Lu Qi opened the book and the first thing he saw was a stack of banknotes under the cover. Each note has a face value of 5,000 taels. Lu Qi held the silver bills lightly in his hand, exactly 32 pieces, worth 160,000 taels of silver. In contrast, he took 3,000 taels of silver and came to assassinate me. Lu Qi shook his head. Someone offered 10,000 taels of gold for the heads of the Sun brothers, equivalent to 200,000 taels of silver. This is not a small amount of money. In Qi, a family of 5 would spend less than 20 taels of silver a year. In other words, 200,000 taels could keep 10,000 families of 5 from going hungry for a year. According to the standard of 1 man per household, it is entirely possible to form an army of 10,000 people. In other words, Sun Jinlong and Sun Jinhu, the 2 heroes of Mabe, are worth a year's wages for an army of 10,000 people. Lu Qi suddenly became a little cautious. The task will never be as easy and ordinary as the old knife sharpener said. If I can break through to the 7th level of the ancient Lu Heart method as soon as possible, I'll be more confident. Lu Qi thought to himself. The Sun brothers might have some strength, but they are not first-rate masters. Otherwise, the Black Prison Gate would not have offered only 12,000 taels of gold. Lu Qi stuffed the banknote into his sleeve, and then continued to flip through the booklet. He took out a thick stack of paper rolls and spread them out to cover the entire table in an instant. Lu Qi scanned the densely packed marks on the paper, not daring to be careless at all. This is a map of the capital city, and it was one of the things Lu Qi specifically requested. Following the markings on the map, Lu Qi quickly found the Lu Mansion, located on the left side of the West City. West City is where most of the dignitaries in Beijing live. The Lu Mansion is a little off the beaten track, but it is definitely not cheap. If it weren't for Madame Lu, who came from the Zhou family, Lu Zongxuan would probably never be able to afford a courtyard in West City in his entire life. Lu Qi's attention was quickly attracted to the most conspicuous place in West City. General Wei Yang's mansion. Located in the center of West City, it is closest to the Imperial Palace. The General's Mansion, which is only smaller than the Imperial Palace, spans several streets, but is marked as under construction on the map. Lu Qi suddenly remembered that Lu Zongxuan, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works, was the chief official in charge of the construction of the General's Mansion. Passing by the General's Mansion, Lu Qi quickly found the Fengji rice shop he had been to before, as well as the Yihong Tower in the South City and the Yizhuang outside the East City, which he had not yet visited. These 3 places are the hiding places of the knife captive in the capital. In addition, Lu Qi also noticed the 6 Gates headquarters located in Taipingfang, Dongcheng, and the Jinma Chamber of Commerce, also in Dongcheng. After looking at the map, Lu Qi closed his eyes and recalled the route he took last night, slowly overlapping it with the map in his mind. It can only be said that the capital city is worthy of being the capital city. Lu Qi simply checked the route he passed last night with the map and found that there were several dark alleys that were not marked on the map. Lu Qi shook his head, then folded the map again, stood up and stuffed it under the quilt. It's not that Zhang Cheng was just trying to be perfunctory with her. How is it possible to get a detailed bird's eye view in this world where there are neither satellites nor airplanes? In addition, the capital is an important place, and I am afraid there are many places where even birds cannot fly in. Lu Qi continued to flip through the book that Zhang Cheng presented to him. The ink on the contents of the book was not dry yet, and it seemed that Zhang Cheng had written it overnight. The content is about the underground forces in Beijing. For example, the Black Snake gang members who assassinated him that day. What Lu Qi didn't expect was that behind the Black Snake gang was actually a famous family in the martial arts world, the Beggars Sect. After breaking the Wu Order that year, General Zhou Weiyang went alone to the Beggar Gang's headquarters on Junshan Island to meet with the Beggar Gang leaders. 3 days later, Zhou Weiyang left safely. Shortly thereafter, the Beggar Gang disbanded its halls in the capital and surrounding areas. The leader of the Black Snake Gang is nicknamed Black Snake and was the deputy leader of the Beijing branch back then. The beggar's sect uses bags to distinguish the levels of disciples. The gang leader has no bag, but has a respected status. The three elders who are in charge of sticks, punishment, and power transmission all have 9 bags. The deputy gang leader and the leaders of the provincial branches all have 8 bags. The deputy leaders of each provincial branch and the leaders of each prefectural branch all have 7 bags. The leader of the Black Snake Gang was already a 7th-level disciple of the Beggar Gang 20 years ago, so his strength should not be underestimated. Lu Qi tapped the tabletop with her slender fingers, thinking to herself, I just wonder if the Black Snake Gang still has any connection with the Beggar Gang. I'm afraid most likely there are. Another uneventful night. When Sui Xiang woke up in the morning, she saw that the door of the main house was open. Lu Qi, who was used to getting up early, had not only finished washing up, but also completed today's meditation exercises. Watching Sui Xiang, who looked sleepy, leave the yard to get breakfast, Lu Qi slowly walked into the yard. After a while, he saw Zhang Qing quietly appear from the door. My lord. Zhang Qing stepped into the courtyard and bowed. How is the matter I asked you to inquire about going? Lu Qi asked with his hands behind his back. My lord, Zhang Qing replied quickly, I have visited all the pharmacies in Beijing. There are only 2 companies that are sure to have what you want, lord. Seeing Lu Qi remain silent, Zhang Qing was startled, and then continued. One of them is Renshan Hall. It is said that he has a 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. And the other one is Jimin Hall. Dr. Zhang from Jimin Hall claims to be the only non-Shin family disciple. The Tianyuan pill he refines is said to be on par with the Guyuan pill. Equally matched? Lu Qi asked calmly. How do you mean equally matched? Zhang Cheng's forehead was already covered with sweat. He replied tremblingly, Many dignitaries in the capital have praised this pill highly. Every time before Dr. Zhang starts refining the pill, it will be booked in advance.
Can you find a way to get one?
Lu Qi asked. Some people are selling it on the black market, but the price. Before Zhang Qing could say anything, he heard a strong wind coming from the front. He was horrified and suddenly saw a stack of silver bills on his clothes. Then Lu Qi's cold voice rang in his ears. This Tianyuan pill must not be more expensive than Guyuan pill. Take the remaining money and ask Renshentang if they want to sell that 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. Zhang Cheng hurriedly grabbed the banknote, and when he looked up, he saw Lu Qi's back disappearing at the door of the main house. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he picked up a handful of silver bills, 8 in total. 40,000 taels. While being surprised, Zhang Qing couldn't help but sigh that the Lord Ling was really financially strong. 40,000 taels is enough for him to sell his life for a lifetime. Lu Qi listened to Zhang Cheng's footsteps leaving the yard in the room, and then his eyes suddenly darkened. She was not worried that Zhang Cheng would be greedy for the money, but she was afraid that he would not be able to buy what he wanted. Money is something outside of one's body, while martial arts are the foundation of one's life. Losing sight of the main point and pursuing the trivial is the way to death. As long as the martial arts skills are high enough, do you still need money? Lu Qi saw Sui Xiang hurriedly walking in with empty hands, without a food box. Miss, the lady wants to see you. Sui Xiang took a deep breath to slow down her breathing, then said, Lady. Lu Qi reacted instantly. She is Lu Zongxuan's current wife, Zhou. At this moment, a coo sound suddenly came from outside. It is a secret code among knife captive. It seems that there is some progress over at Tiancheng Casino. Lu Qi calmed down a little, and then his brows relaxed. He said to Sui Xiang, Sister Sui Xiang, please help me boil a bucket of hot water. I will go to see the lady after I wash myself up. Okay. Looking at Sui Xiang's hurriedly leaving back, Lu Qi immediately flashed out and landed in the yard. After confirming that Sui Xiang had gone far away, Lu Qi tapped his feet lightly and flew out of the yard. The man on the other side of the outer wall was pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. Suddenly, a figure appeared a few steps in front of him. The man looked up and saw the man standing with his back to him and his hands behind his back, holding a dangling jade pendant. The moment his eyes met the jade pendant, the man knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord. Yesterday, Following the Lord's orders, we sent 2 people to assassinate Boss Du of Tiancheng Casino. Sui Xiang, who was leading the way with her head down, would unconsciously glance at Lu Qi behind her every few steps. Seeing that his face was still as calm as usual, Sui Xiang's brows suddenly revealed a hint of worry. Lu Qi folded his hands in front of his stomach and followed Sui Xiang closely, but in his heart he was thinking about the Tiancheng Casino. 2-knife captive stabbed Boss Du to death. Although Lu Qi had only intended to test the situation, the fact that he was able to deal with the 2-knife captive silently showed that Boss Du was no ordinary person. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that his decision not to act rashly was the right one. There were many hidden talents in the capital. Even a stray dog on the roadside might have a master standing behind it. At this moment, Lu Qi suddenly felt that the surrounding environment changed. He looked up and found himself in a magnificent room. In front of him was an exquisite screen more than 10 feet wide, embroidered with clusters of flowers. Before he had time to appreciate the embroidery on the screen, Lu Qi heard a strong voice from inside. "Let her in." All the emotions in Lu Qi's eyes disappeared instantly, and then he walked around the screen and entered the room with a calm face. June in the capital was hot and dry, but there was a cool breeze in the room where Lu Qi was at that moment. Lu Qi lowered his head and looked around, and found that there was a maid on each side of the room, holding an extremely large palm leaf fan and fanning the wooden basin filled with ice cubes in front of them. "Look up." Another voice came from the front. Hearing this, Lu Qi slowly raised his head. A wealthy lady was reclining on a couch in front of her, with 2 maids beside her, one fanning her and the other massaging her legs. An old woman with a sinister look was standing to one side of the couch. As if sensing someone's gaze full of hostility, Lu Qi's eyes moved to the old woman next to the couch. It was the nanny Liang whom he had met before. The wealthy woman lying on the couch seemed stunned for a moment when she saw Lu Qi's face, and then a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. "Is this wealthy woman Zhou?" Lu Qi looked down, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. She already knew the Lu family's situation clearly through the Black Prison Gate. Zhou was the sister of General Zhou Weiyang. General Zhou Weiyang is not only a top master who looks down on all the martial arts heroes, but also a handsome and extraordinary man. Not to mention the stunningly beautiful Empress Dowager Zhou, who is also the general's sister in the palace. "How old are you this year?" Just when Lu Qi was confused, he heard Zhou ask again, with obvious impatience in her words. Lu Qi immediately bowed and replied, "I just turned 18 this April." Lu Qin was born in the 4th year of Taigong and is now exactly 18 years old. Lu Qi knew that Zhou and Lu Zongxuan had a daughter who was born in the 5th year of Taigong and just turned 17 this year. Speaking of which, Lu Qi didn't even know her own birthday. She had been in Shiliu Villa since she woke up and had been there for more than 10 years. One could only roughly guess that she was 4 or 5 years old based on her height and body shape at that time. All in all, she was probably about the same age as poor Lu Qinyang. Fortunately, Lu Qi is still alive, but Lu Qinyang died several months ago. What a pitiful person. Lu Qi sighed in his heart. From the name Lu Qinyang, it can be seen that this was a poor person who never had a name until her death. But I am the same. For some reason, looking at Lu Qi standing with his back bent in the hall, Zhou felt more and more uncomfortable, and the disgust in her eyes became more and more intense. After asking a few random questions, Zhou waved her hands impatiently, thinking that out of sight, out of mind, and asked Lu Qi to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, at this moment a maid came in and reported that Lu Zongxuan had returned home. Lu Qi, who had been keeping his head down, naturally heard the whispers between the maid and Zhou. Lu Zongxuan returned home, and with him returned a captain of the 6 gates. Not long after, Lu Zongxuan entered the room. When his eyes met Lu Qi, he was stunned for a moment. Then when he raised his head and looked at Zhou, the coldness on his face instantly melted away. Lu Qi looked at Lu Zongxuan, who was in good spirits, and sat directly on the soft couch. He reached out and held Zhou's hand. For a moment, He didn't know whether this man was sincere or just pretending. After speaking a few private words to Zhou, Lu Zongxuan's gaze suddenly turned to Lu Qi. "Qingyang is here too. What a coincidence. Captain Lu of the Six Gates, I have something to ask you." The front yard lobby of Lu Mansion. Lu Qi sat huddled in the chair, looking trembling. And right in the lobby, a man wearing the same police uniform as Liao Mengyuan was walking back and forth. After walking for an unknown number of steps, the man suddenly stopped, then looked at Lu Qi and asked, "Miss Lu, do you really have no impression of me?" Lu Qi lowered his head and shook his head. Lu Zongxuan, who had been sitting at the main seat, finally spoke coldly. "Captain Lu, my daughter has said it 3 times. On the day of the incident, she was still sleeping in her room. How could she know what happened outside?" Hearing Lu Zongxuan's unexpected tone, Lu Yishan chuckled and then clasped his fists and said, "I was eager to investigate the case at the moment, so I hope Master Lu will forgive me if I have offended you." "Humph." Lu Zongxuan snorted coldly, slammed the porcelain cup in his hand heavily on the table, and then said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid you shouldn't say this to me, Lu." "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Yishan nodded repeatedly, then smiled and clasped his fists at Lu Qi, who bowed her head, and said, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry for offending you. But if those people really came for Miss Lu?" Lu Yishan changed the subject. "Then who is it that killed them all before they entered the inn?" Moreover, the body of the leader of these people was not in front of the inn, but in an alley several blocks away from the inn. There were signs of torture on the body. Lu Yishan folded his arms across his chest and muttered to himself in confusion. "That's enough." Lu Zongxuan slammed the table and stood up, then said coldly, "For the sake of your chief constable Ling Hu, I am only letting you into the mansion to question you. Now I'm done asking questions. Captain Lu, please come in." "Haha, no problem, no problem." Lu Yishan still had a smiling expression on his face, and then he glanced suspiciously at Lu Qi, who could only see the black hair on her head. Lu Yishan walked out of the gate of Lu Mansion alone. He turned his head and stared at the gate of Lu Mansion for a long time. There was no smile on his face. Instead, his face was full of solemnity and suspicion. Then he just shook his head and walked away. Lu Yishan did not go to the Six Gate headquarters in East City, but came to an unknown alley in South City, walked to the door of a private house, and knocked on the wooden door. After a while, the wooden door opened and Lu Yishan slipped in. When he entered the room, Lu Yishan saw a group of ragged men crowded around a square table playing Pai Gao. A dozen weapons were lying in a mess beside the table legs. Looking at the sharp edges of various weapons, Lu Yishan couldn't help but stare at them, and then said in a deep voice, "I've checked it. It should have nothing to do with Miss Lu." "Should?" A voice came from the crowd. The men who were originally crowded together all moved around, and saw an old man with a hooked nose sitting at the main seat of the square table, rubbing the Pai Gao in his hands with both hands. How could a weak girl who grew up in the countryside have the ability to kill the little black snake? Lu Yishan said calmly. Lu Yishan, the chief constable of the Six Gates Yamen, is good at using a claw technique called star-picking hands. Lu Qi recalled the scene in the lobby. He had kept his head down and could not see Lu Yishan's face clearly, but he saw his hands clearly. His 5 fingers were indeed different from those of ordinary people, especially the middle 3 joints of his left hand, which were covered with thick calluses. "Is it the Black Snake Gang or the Tiancheng Casino?" Lu Qi sat alone in the room, lost in thought. It was obvious that Lu Yishan had already found out that those people who died outside the inn came here for Lu Qi, but after today's questioning, Lu Qi vaguely felt that Lu Yishan did not come here to investigate the case. In the lobby, Lu Yishan activated his true energy several times when he was close to Lu Qi, as if he wanted to find out whether Lu Qi had any martial arts skills. However, what Lu Qi practiced was the pure ancient Lu mental method, and his internal strength was better than Lu Yishan's. So, no matter how Lu Yishan stimulated his true qi, he could not arouse the true qi in Lu Qi's body to resonate. In addition, with the presence of his father Lu Zongxuan, Lu Yishan did not dare to rush into the investigation directly. Therefore, Lu Qi was certain that the other party might not know the details of his martial arts. Coming up right away to investigate the martial arts background is not the Six-Gate style of doing things. Even if they found out that those deaths were caused by her, they would not immediately suspect her as the nominal victim. Therefore, there are only two possibilities for the person behind Lu Yishan. One is the Tianchen Casino, which issued the mission, but the mission failed, so it had to send someone to test its own strength. The second is the force behind the group of killers who died at the hands of Lu Qi, the Black Snake Gang. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Lu Qi's eyes. We will find out tonight who it is. That night, darkness enveloped the earth. In the left wing, Sui Xiong was sleeping soundly. A figure quietly emerged beside her bed. Lu Qi thought that he might have to delay a little longer tonight, so he stretched out his hand from the night fog and quickly touched Sui Xiong. It's enough for her to sleep until dawn. Seeing Sui Xiong had fallen into a deep and unconscious sleep, Lu Qi's figure slowly dissipated in the night mist. In the Tianchen Casino, the lights are still bright. Big, 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 small, small, small. Under the shadow of the eaves directly opposite the gambling house, Lu Qi leaned against the wall, listening to the hysterical voices in the gambling house and waiting calmly. Tianchen Casino is located at the intersection of the west and south of the city. Not only all kinds of people from the South City come here to have fun, but also many dignitaries from the West City. To be able to open a gambling house in such a place, the person behind it must be extraordinary. However, Lu Qi was not looking for the person behind the Tianchen Casino. She was looking for Boss Du, the casino's security guard and debt collector. In other words, a gambling dog. Lu Qi held the knife in both hands, hid in the darkness, closed his eyes and waited for the opportunity to come. An unknown amount of time had passed when, upon hearing the bell of the third watch ringing in the distance, Lu Qi suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At this time, the noisy sounds in the gambling house gradually subsided, and several guests who were cursing were politely escorted out one by one. Gentlemen, get up early tomorrow. The waiter of the gambling house was seeing off the last customer and was about to close the door when suddenly three figures appeared from the street shrouded in darkness and walked straight towards the door of the gambling house with hurried steps. When the servant who was about to close the door saw clearly the flashing cold blades in the hands of three figures with the help of the lights in the casino lobby behind him, his face changed drastically. Go call Boss Du. Kill. Puff. The sound of the knife blade entering the flesh reached Lu Qi's ears. She stared coldly at the gambling hall where knives were flying everywhere, but did not take any action. The three-knife captive were a complete dimensionality reduction attack on the casino's security guards. 4 or 5 seemingly strong men were all knocked to the ground by the three-knife captive in less than 3 rounds. Who are you? You dare to come to Tianchen Casino to cause trouble. You want to die. Just at this moment, a roar came from the gambling house, and Lu Qi saw a tall figure rushing towards the three-knife captive, and soon the 4 of them started fighting. Although they were separated by a street, Lu Qi could clearly see that the tall man was wielding a long sword in his hand. His sword skills were clean and neat, and he had the upper hand against the three-knife captive. Laugh, one of the knife captive was unable to dodge. A cold light flashed across his neck, and then the whole person was thrown out. One of the 3-sword captive had already died, and the remaining 2 were struggling to hold on. They could no longer withstand the overwhelming sword shadows of the tall man. Swish, swish. 2 more sounds of the sword cutting through the skin. Under the shadow of the eaves, Lu Qi stared at the tall man holding a sword standing in the lobby of the gambling house, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Boss, they are all new faces. Boss Du couldn't help but frown when he heard what his men said. Same as last time? The 2 surviving servants nodded. One of them even picked up the knife dropped by the knife captive, looked at it for a long time and said, even the weapons are the same. Boss Du's heart sank when he heard this. It looks like they're not targeting me. Boss Du did not take the previous assassination attempt seriously. He has been in this business for more than 20 years and has handled countless murder cases. There are more than 1 or 2 people who want to kill him. But the same killer actually came to Tianchen Casino, which meant that the other party was not just after his life. which forced Boss Du to be vigilant. You guys find someone to clean up this place. I have to go out for something. Boss Du walked through the streets shrouded in night fog, with a sword hanging from his waist. He stopped from time to time, deliberately avoiding the patrol routes of officers and soldiers. Not far behind Boss Du, another figure was following him quietly. The two walked one after the other until they arrived in front of a magnificent 4-story building in the west of the city. Above the gate, there is a golden plaque with the 3 characters Fuxianjuan written on it. The handwriting is vigorous and powerful, and you can tell at a glance that it is the work of a master. Across the street, Lu Qi, who was hiding in a dark alley, could already smell the scent of rouge and powder. He glanced at a few smiling young girls in the door and immediately understood what this place was. Brothel. Lu Qi looked down at her clothes, a tight black dress. This kind of attire seems inappropriate for entering a brothel. Lu Qi thought about it, then disappeared into the dark alley. Of course, she would not give up. Lu Qi walked around Fuxianjuan and finally found a back door in an alley. Just as she was about to climb over the wall and enter through the back door, she heard a creak and the back door opened, followed by a familiar figure who walked out first. It was Boss Du, who had entered Fuxianjuan before. Lu Qi, who was hiding at the entrance of the alley, only now saw Boss Du's face clearly. He looked like a brave man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He saw him walk out of the back door, then turn around and bow respectfully to the back door and move aside. Then Lu Qi saw a young man in gorgeous clothes walking out. Following the young man out of the back door was an old man with smart clothes and gray hair. Humph! Boss Du, who had just been killing people in the gambling house and fighting 3 people alone, could only bow his head and nod repeatedly. A horse-drawn carriage slowly drove into the alley and stopped at the back door of Fuxianjuan. The man in brocade clothes got on the car first, followed by the old man. After the old man got on the carriage, it started moving. As for Boss Du, he could only follow closely behind the carriage with his 2 legs. Seeing that the carriage had already driven out of the other end of the alley, Lu Qi appeared and headed towards the carriage, until a wide street in the west of the city. Lu Qi saw the carriage stop in the street. She skillfully dodged to the eaves nearby and hid in the shadows. My friend, I've been following you all the way. Why don't you come out and meet me? A low voice reached Lu Qi's ears. She focused her eyes and immediately looked towards the source of the voice, which was a carriage parked in the center of the street. At some point, the old man in smart clothes was already standing on the street behind the carriage. Humph. You still want to hide? The old man snorted coldly, then picked up something in his hand and threw it under the eaves not far away. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. Lu Qi stretched out his hand and grabbed it, then jumped out from the shadow of the eaves, standing in the street, facing the old man. Lu Qi stretched out his left hand towards the old man and opened his palm. At this time, the bright moon peeked out half of its face from the floating clouds, and the moonlight fell on Lu Qi's palm. A black bead reflected the bright moonlight. Snap! Following a crisp sound, the old man who had been looking at Lu Qi with pride suddenly changed his expression. The old man slowly withdrew his gaze from the broken beads, then turned his head and whispered a few words to the carriage behind him, and then the carriage started with a creaking sound. Tiancheng Casino has many guests coming and going, and there must be some areas where we have not taken good care of them. If I have accidentally offended you, I would like to apologize to you here. After the carriage drove away for a distance, the old man clasped his fists and spoke loudly to Lu Qi, who looked like a sculpture. After saying that, the old man actually leaned forward and saluted Lu Qi. Standing up again, the old man frowned when he saw that the other party did not show any reaction, and then his hand slowly reached for the long sword hanging at his waist. Lu Qi said nothing. When she saw a surge of true energy in the old man's body, her eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and then she slapped the scabbard at her waist. Warehouse, a cold light escaped from the scabbard and headed straight for the old man. The old man's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he drew his sword without hesitation. The knife flashed halfway, and a white jade arm suddenly moved side by side with the knife light, and the slender 5 fingers closed together, grasping the handle of the knife. It was not until now that the old man saw clearly the real body hidden in the sword light, a sword flashing with a strange purple light.
Zang! Zang! Zang!
The clanging sound of swords clashing could be heard continuously. The old man was just like his appearance. His sword moves were very skillful and sharp. He swung the sword with his right hand to block and stab. In one breath, he had performed 3 complete sword moves. But unfortunately, his sword is fast, but Lu Qi's knife is even faster. There is no martial arts in the world that is invincible except speed. This is the experience Lu Qi has gained over more than 10 years of experience in Shilio Villa. As long as her knife is a little faster, her life will naturally be longer.
Zang!
Another deafening buzzing sound. The old man took several steps back due to the recoil of the sword, and before he could stand firm, he spoke in panic. "Who on earth are you?" The only response he got was a swish, and the flash of a knife came towards him. Lu Qi mainly used the 7 styles of Crazy Sword, supplemented by the Fufeng Sword technique, and occasionally mixed in 1 or 2 styles of Hengshan Sword technique. It was truly agile and sharp, while also powerful. Although the old man's internal strength was comparable to Lu Qi's, he was completely at a disadvantage in terms of martial arts. The reason for this was, in addition to Lu Qi's superb swordsmanship, the more important thing was that Lu Qi left no room for maneuver every time he attacked, and every move was a killing move. This kind of fighting style of facing death was something that most people in the martial arts world had never encountered. Madame Mei also commented on Lu Qi, saying that she had a natural tendency to self-destruct, so she could disregard life and death when she took action.
Swish!
The wind from the knife blew across the old man's left arm, and he suddenly felt a few hot water stains on his face, and then a bloody smell lingered in his nose. The long sword in his hand was approaching the opponent's cheek, but when the old man felt the sharp wind of the knife approaching his right rib, he instantly withdrew his move and dodged the knife. But this retreat and evasion gave Lu Qi a chance to seize a flaw. The knife flashed across his right shoulder, leaving a pool of blood mist. At the same time, Lu Qi's hand trembled, and the blade suddenly changed direction and swept towards the old man's neck. What a fast knife! The old man was not just showing off. He endured the severe pain in his shoulder and raised his sword to block the knife that was heading straight for his vitals. Then he took advantage of the momentum to retreat backwards, while frantically urging his internal strength to recover from his injuries. He glanced at the blade in Lu Qi's hand that flashed with purple light, and then said in a deep voice, "Jingji knife, you are a remnant of the 7th heaven." Lu Qi, who was less than 5 steps away from the old man, could already feel the surging true energy from the other party and immediately realized that the old man was at the end of his strength. When Lu Qi heard the old man call the sword in his hand the Jingji sword, a divine light shone in his eyes, and he continued to use the sword skills in his hand to move towards the old man. "Zang! Zang! Zang!" The old man shouted, and then a majestic aura gushed out from his body. The sword moves in his hand instantly became faster, blocking Lu Qi's sword moves one by one. Lu Qi, who was within 3 steps of the old man, saw the blood flowing from the corner of the old man's mouth and knew that the other party had tried his best. But several flames suddenly lit up at the end of the street behind the old man, and the footsteps of many people could be heard in the distance. "Someone is here to rescue us." Lu Qi's eyes darkened. She had the same internal strength as the old man. Although her moves were better than his, it was not so easy to kill him quickly. "Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu." A voice came from far away. The old man also heard the sound of reinforcements at this time. He couldn't help but show joy on his face, and at the same time, there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes when he looked at Lu Qi. "My friend from the 7th heaven, we are both fallen people in the martial arts world. Why don't you stop for now and talk it out? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. They were just remnants just now, but now they have become friends." Lu Qi sneered, then swung his sword and forced the old man back several steps. While he was retreating in a panic, Lu Qi tapped his feet and leaped back quickly. "Want to run?" The old man who had just stood still and was breathing heavily looked at Lu Qi's actions and guessed that Lu Qi wanted to escape. He glanced at the reinforcements getting closer and closer behind him and immediately made up his mind. The old man took a deep breath, then urged the remaining true energy to flow throughout his body and chased in the direction of Lu Qi's retreat like a gust of wind. "Friend, you can't just leave like this." The old man gritted his teeth as he saw him getting closer and closer to Lu Qi. But immediately, he saw a gleam of success in Lu Qi's eyes. "Chasing is your fault." Lu Qi, who had been retreating, suddenly stood still, holding the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, and then a strong aura entangled between the blades. "Burn one's boats." The old man's eyes widened as the overwhelming sword wind swept over him. At this moment, he had no strength to resist. Finally, countless crisscrossing purple lights flashed before his eyes. The life in the old man's eyes instantly went out, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Lu Qi slowly exhaled a breath, looked up at the reinforcements who were less than 100 steps away, sneered, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, a heart-wrenching roar was heard from the street. "Mr. Mu! Mr. Mu!" In the east of the city, there is the Martial Arts Training Academy. Chief Instructor Yu and suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! A strong wind blew towards him. Yuan, who was wearing tight underwear, immediately pushed up with his hands and flew up from the bed.
Who are you?
Feeling the threat to his life, Yuan couldn't help but get furious. He somersaulted in the air and then used one hand to send a seal towards the figure beside the bed. Taking advantage of the opportunity to force the opponent back with one palm, Yuan landed on the ground, then waved his palms, and countless palm shadows instantly covered the opponent. Whoosh! Yuan opened his eyes wide in surprise, only to see another fierce light burst out from the palm shadow and pierce his vitals. Yuan did not dare to be careless. He could only withdraw his palm and turn around to dodge, then swung his palm again to meet the attack. Suddenly, figures were flying around in the room.
Who are you?
Yuan's chest rose and fell, and it was obvious that the fight just now had exhausted him a lot. His eyes fell on the other person's hands. I saw a pair of white hands holding a bare, straight branch. The other party just used a branch to fight me. Yuan was shocked when this thought came to his mind, and then he asked again, "What exactly do you want to do? Have you remembered the sword moves just now?" As a light voice sounded, Yuan's mind was stunned. It turned out to be a woman. Lu Qi slowly turned his head and raised his right arm, only to see a jade pendant hanging on the branch in his hand. "Do you remember the sword moves just now?" Lu Qi asked again. Yuan regained consciousness the moment he saw the jade pendant and said coldly, "You are the new 7 Killings Master." After breaking the martial arts order, in order to maintain deterrence over the martial arts world, the imperial court began to systematically train martial arts masters, and the Martial Arts Academy was an important part of this plan. General Zhou Weiyang collected many martial arts secrets from the exterminated underworld forces, and then founded a martial arts academy based on these secrets, recruiting ambitious people from all over the world to join the government. Zhou Weiyang even wanted to raise the status of the military examination to the same level as the civil examination. However, this move had not yet aroused the resentment of the people in the underworld, but had first caused criticism within the court. The civil servants who had previously been weak and submissive under the general suddenly showed unprecedented courage and threatened to commit suicide several times just to prevent the establishment of the military academy. The general who was invincible in the martial arts world compromised in front of the civil servants for the first time. It is more difficult to take your official career than to take your life. This was what the general said when facing thousands of students who were willing to die for his advice. The self-righteous scholars and students are not afraid of losing their family, but they are afraid of losing their official career. Therefore, no matter how well they cover it up, they cannot conceal their real purpose of desperately obstructing the establishment of the martial academy, which is that they are unwilling to give up a larger share of the power in their hands. Therefore, the military academy did not become the cradle of court officials like the Imperial College for Literati and the schools in provinces, prefectures, states, and counties. Yuan, the chief instructor of the Beijing Martial Arts Academy, was just an ordinary citizen with no official rank or rank. The chief official of the Imperial College, also in the capital, was a fourth-rank official of great noble character. Despite this, Lu Qi was still very curious as to why the head instructor would join the Black Prison. Judging from his qualifications, Yuan comes from a family of martial arts. His ancestors came from the Tai sect, which is the leading Taoist sect today. His father was also a well-known hero in the martial arts world. With such a family background, Yuan was influenced by martial arts since he was a child. After he became an adult, he became a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. He was well-versed in both Buddhism and Taoism. When Zhou Weiyang first founded the Martial Arts Academy, he invited many heroes, and Yuan was among them. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and Yuan has become the chief instructor of the Beijing Martial Arts Academy. Many of his disciples have joined the government and serve the Great Qi. Why would such a person be associated with a shady assassin organization like Kuramaru? As if sensing Lu Qi's scrutiny, Yuan sneered, "Why, a little girl like you can be the lord of the 7 killing orders, but you can't be the judge?" Yuan's code name in the Black Prison is Judge. He is the leader of the Wandering Souls. His status is not inferior to that of the old man sharpening knives who leads the knife captive. However, because the old man sharpening the knife represents the will of the king of Black Prison, Yuan still has to obey his orders. The structure of the Black Prison Gate is not complicated. Under the Black Prison King is the knife-sharpening old man who commands the knife captive, and the Judge Yuan who commands the Wandering Souls. Then there are 3 independent commanders, Kishishin, Tanlang, and Pijuan. At the lowest level are the sword captive who are responsible for carrying out assassinations, and the Wandering Souls who collect and transmit intelligence from all over the place. Within the Black Prison Gate, there is no affiliation between Lu Qi and Yuan, and the two are basically on equal terms. Seeing Yuan's bad tone, Lu Qi didn't care, and just asked calmly, "Did you make any progress on the sword moves just now?" Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately cursed in a low voice. Where did that old man find this pervert again? He cursed, but in his hand he held the branch that Lu Qi had just held. He gestured a few times, and then fell into deep thought. This sword technique looks very familiar. Yuan thought carefully in his mind. Back then, Zhou Weiyang invited them to teach at the Martial Arts Academy. As a reward for their service, they could read Zhou Weiyang's collection of martial arts secrets. Back then, when Zhou Weiyang conquered the world, he not only wiped out small fry, but also many sects that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years were destroyed in this catastrophe. The sword moves that Lu Qi just used were naturally the ones used by the old man. Since we can't catch him alive, we might as well make a breakthrough in martial arts. Yuan, who was lost in thought, suddenly had an idea and then said to Lu Qi, "Try to attack me." "Ha!" Lu Qi did not hesitate and directly turned his palm into a knife force and forced it towards Yuan's face. Yuan suddenly raised his hand, and the branch immediately blocked Lu Qi's way. Then he turned his hand, and the branch turned into a fierce light and went straight to Lu Qi. When Lu Qi saw this block and attack, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was exactly the same move the old man used last night. Haha, so it's the swordsmanship of the Huaqing sect. Yuan withdrew his hand and laughed softly. I didn't expect that there are still people from the Huaqing sect lingering in the world. Huaqing school. Lu Qi concealed the gleam in his eyes, thinking that now that he knew the origin, he could take care of the rest of the things slowly. What's the matter? Did someone from Huaqing sect offend you? Yuan suddenly asked. Seeing that Lu Qi didn't reply, Yuan continued, if there are really people from the Huaqing sect surviving in the capital, they are really very courageous. During the rebellion of the princes, the Huaqing faction was the supporter of one of the princes. At that time, the leader of the Huaqing sect even led his disciples into the palace, but unfortunately they were blocked at the last palace gate. If the people of Huaqing sect were in the capital, they would only have one purpose, and that is to kill Zhou Weiyang. Suixiang held her forehead and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. How can you sleep? So,
Deeply.
Shaking her heavy head, Sui Xiang glanced out the window and almost couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually so late." Covering her mouth and looking out the bright window, Sui Xiang was a little overwhelmed. She got up in a hurry and didn't even have time to look in the mirror. She opened the door and happened to see Lu Qi lying comfortably in a rocking chair in the yard. "Miss, I got up late," Sui Xiang said intermittently, with a red face. "It's okay. Butler Zhang has already sent someone to deliver breakfast this morning." Lu Qi stretched out his hand to block the already dazzling sunlight, turned his head towards Sui Xiang, and forced out a stiff smile. Perhaps because it was morning, Sui Xiang was extra attentive today and went to the kitchen early to get lunch for Lu Qi. Suddenly, Lu Qi was the only one left in the courtyard. She took out a small porcelain bottle with a round belly from her sleeve, then opened the stopper and poured out a pill. "This is the Tianyuan pill that Zhang Qing mentioned is comparable to the Guyuan pill." Lu Qi put it to his nose and sniffed it. There was indeed a mellow, medicinal fragrance. However, compared with the Guyuan pill from the beginning, this Tianyuan pill seemed to be a little undercooked because there was no abnormality on Lu Qi's crescent mark. "But as long as it's a tonic, it's fine. I have to eat it even if I spend money on it." Lu Qi threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it with 2 crunches. As the medicinal power dissolved in his stomach, Lu Qi felt a stream of pure energy slowly flowing into the crescent moon. After breaking the martial arts order, in order to maintain deterrence over the martial arts world, the imperial court began to systematically train martial arts masters, and the martial arts academy was an important part of this plan. General Zhou Weiyang collected many martial arts secrets from the exterminated underworld forces, and then founded a martial arts academy based on these secrets, recruiting ambitious people from all over the world to join the government. Zhou Weiyang even wanted to raise the status of the military examination to the same level as the civil examination. However, this move had not yet aroused the resentment of the people in the underworld, but had first caused criticism within the court. The civil servants who had previously been weak and submissive under the general suddenly showed unprecedented courage and threatened to commit suicide several times just to prevent the establishment of the military academy. The general who was invincible in the martial arts world compromised in front of the civil servants for the first time. "It is more difficult to take your official career than to take your life." This was what the general said when facing thousands of students who were willing to die for his advice. The self-righteous scholars and students are not afraid of losing their family, but they are afraid of losing their official career. Therefore, no matter how well they cover it up, they cannot conceal their real purpose of desperately obstructing the establishment of the martial academy, which is that they are unwilling to give up a larger share of the power in their hands. Therefore, the military academy did not become the cradle of court officials like the Imperial College for Literati and the schools in provinces, prefectures, states, and counties. Yuan, the chief instructor of the Beijing Martial Arts Academy, was just an ordinary citizen with no official rank or rank. The chief official of the Imperial College, also in the capital, was a 4th-rank official of great noble character. Despite this, Lu Qi was still very curious as to why the head instructor would join the Black Prison. Judging from his qualifications, Yuan comes from a family of martial arts. His ancestors came from the Tai sect, which is the leading Taoist sect today. His father was also a well-known hero in the martial arts world. With such a family background, Yuan was influenced by martial arts since he was a child. After he became an adult, he became a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. He was well-versed in both Buddhism and Taoism. When Zhou Weiyang first founded the Martial Arts Academy, he invited many heroes, and Yuan was among them. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and Yuan has become the chief instructor of the Beijing Martial Arts Academy. Many of his disciples have joined the government and serve the Great Qi. Why would such a person be associated with a shady assassin organization like Kuramaru? As if sensing Lu Qi's scrutiny, Yuan sneered, "Why, a little girl like you can be the lord of the 7 killing orders, but you can't be the judge?" Yuan's code name in the Black Prison is Judge. He is the leader of the Wandering Souls. His status is not inferior to that of the old man sharpening knives who leads the knife captive. However, because the old man sharpening the knife represents the will of the king of Black Prison, Yuan still has to obey his orders. The structure of the Black Prison Gate is not complicated. Under the Black Prison King is the knife-sharpening old man who commands the knife captive, and the Judge Yuan who commands the wandering souls. Then there are 3 independent commanders, Kishishin, Tanlang, and Pijuan. At the lowest level are the sword captive who are responsible for carrying out assassinations, and the wandering souls who collect and transmit intelligence from all over the place. Within the Black Prison Gate, there is no affiliation between Lu Qi and Yuan, and the two are basically on equal terms. Seeing Yuan's bad tone, Lu Qi didn't care and just asked calmly, "Did you make any progress on the sword moves just now?" Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately cursed in a low voice. Where did that old man find this pervert again? He cursed, but in his hand he held the branch that Lu Qi had just held. He gestured a few times, and then fell into deep thought. This sword technique looks very familiar. Yuan thought carefully in his mind. Back then, Zhou Weiyang invited them to teach at the martial arts academy. As a reward for their service, they could read Zhou Weiyang's collection of martial art secrets. Back then, when Zhou Weiyang conquered the world, he not only wiped out small fry, but also many sects that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years were destroyed in this catastrophe. The sword moves that Lu Qi just used were naturally the ones used by the old man. Since we can't catch him alive, we might as well make a breakthrough in martial arts. Yuan, who was lost in thought, suddenly had an idea and then said to Lu Qi, "Try to attack me."
Ha!
Lu Qi did not hesitate and directly turned his palm into a knife force and forced it towards Yuan's face. Yuan suddenly raised his hand, and the branch immediately blocked Lu Qi's way. Then he turned his hand, and the branch turned into a fierce light and went straight to Lu Qi. When Lu Qi saw this block and attack, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was exactly the same move the old man used last night. Haha, so it's the swordsmanship of the Huaqing sect. Yuan withdrew his hand and laughed softly. I didn't expect that there are still people from the Huaqing sect lingering in the world. Huaqing school. Lu Qi concealed the gleam in his eyes, thinking that now that he knew the origin, he could take care of the rest of the things slowly. What's the matter? Did someone from Huaqing sect offend you? Yuan suddenly asked. Seeing that Lu Qi didn't reply, Yuan continued, if there are really people from the Huaqing sect surviving in the capital, they are really very courageous. During the rebellion of the princes, the Huaqing faction was the supporter of one of the princes. At that time, the leader of the Huaqing sect even led his disciples into the palace, but unfortunately, they were blocked at the last palace gate. If the people of Huaqing sect were in the capital, they would only have one purpose, and that is to kill Zhou Weiyang. Sui Xiang held her forehead and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. How can you sleep so deeply? Shaking her heavy head, Sui Xiang glanced out the window and almost couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually so late." Covering her mouth and looking out the bright window, Sui Xiang was a little overwhelmed. She got up in a hurry and didn't even have time to look in the mirror. She opened the door and happened to see Lu Qi lying comfortably in a rocking chair in the yard. "Miss, I got up late," Sui Xiang said intermittently, with a red face. "It's okay. Butler Zhang has already sent someone to deliver breakfast this morning." Lu Qi stretched out his hand to block the already dazzling sunlight, turned his head towards Sui Xiang, and forced out a stiff smile. Perhaps because it was morning, Sui Xiang was extra attentive today and went to the kitchen early to get lunch for Lu Qi. Suddenly, Lu Qi was the only one left in the courtyard. She took out a small porcelain bottle with a round belly from her sleeve, then opened the stopper and poured out a pill. This is the Tianyuan pill that Zhongqing mentioned is comparable to the Guyuan pill. Lu Qi put it to his nose and sniffed it. There was indeed a mellow, medicinal fragrance. However, compared with the Guyuan pill from the beginning, this Tianyuan pill seemed to be a little undercooked because there was no abnormality on Lu Qi's crescent mark. But as long as it's a tonic, it's fine. I have to eat it even if I spend money on it. Lu Qi threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it with 2 crunches. As the medicinal power dissolved in his stomach, Lu Qi felt a stream of pure energy slowly flowing into the crescent moon. Another 3 days passed in peace and tranquility. Lu Qi has been practicing the ancient Lu Heart method almost every night until dawn for the past 3 days. However, as Madame Mei said, everything in the martial arts world has its limits. As the saying goes, there is gain and loss. If you want to achieve twice the result with half the effort, you need to take an unconventional approach. Pure and peaceful internal skills like the Gu Lu Heart method require time to accumulate. Before Lu Qi reached the age of 100, he had already mastered the ancient Lu Heart method to the 6th level, becoming the first person in the history of ancient Lu Villa to do so. When Madame Mei was teaching Lu Qi the 2nd level of the secret technique, she once said that all the previous owners of Gulia Villa had to be around 40 to master the skill and become one of the top masters in the martial arts world. 40 years old is still the prime of life for a martial artist, and he still has a long period of peak years. But Lu Qi couldn't possibly wait until he was 40, or even 30. This is a cold world, not the previous life with all kinds of rules and regulations. The enemy will not show mercy to you because of your age or gender. Even as a woman with a beautiful face, if Lu Qi makes a wrong step in the martial arts world, what awaits her will be an abyss. So since the day he accepted that he had come to this world, Lu Qi always reminded himself that the knife in his hand must be faster and more powerful than that of others. Lu Qi practiced until dawn, and stopped practicing when he heard footsteps outside the door. "Miss, breakfast has been collected." Sui Xiong's voice came from outside the door. Sui Xiong pushed the door open carrying a lunchbox and saw Lu Qi sitting on the bed wearing only a gauze lining, with a few strands of black hair casually hanging on her temples. Sui Xiong couldn't help but be dazzled by Lu Qi's exposed fair skin, then quickly put down the food box and walked to Lu Qi's side, blinking her eyes full of expectation, and said softly, "I will help the young lady to wash and dress." Following Sui Xiong's repeated suggestions, Lu Qi wore the plain white dress that she had kept at the bottom of her closet today, with a few snow bead flowers dotted on the hem. After Sui Xiong adjusted her skirt, she stood up and looked up at Lu Qi secretly. Then she felt a thump 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 in her chest, and her little face turned red instantly. When Lu Qi caught a glimpse of the person in the bronze mirror, who looked like a fairy in white, he immediately sighed in his heart that this body and face really suited the color white. "Oh, why am I thinking about this?" After washing up, Sui Xiong took out breakfast from the food box. A plate of soft, snow-white steamed cakes, steaming hot and smelling of a rich, milky aroma, and a bowl of cheese. Looking at these two breakfasts, a hint of disappointment instantly appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. No matter how expensive the ingredients are or how good the cooking techniques are, it cannot change the fact that this is white steamed bun. Meat. She wants to eat meat. However, thinking that since she was already here, she must not waste anything, Lu Qi quickly finished her breakfast. However, when she picked up the bowl of cheese, she felt some faint traces on her hand. Lu Qi calmly put the bowl back on the table, and then said to Cui Xiang, who was cleaning up the dishes, "Go to the kitchen and tell them that I want to have some snacks." There was a hint of surprise in Cui Xiang's eyes. This was the first time she heard Lu Qi make a request since she started serving him. After a brief moment of distraction, Cui Xiang came to her senses, whispered yes, and then went out with the food box. Sure enough, he didn't come back until noon. The person who brought the food box to deliver lunch to Lu Qi was Zhang Cheng, the chief steward of the Lu mansion. Like Cui Xiang, after paying his respects to Lu Qi, Zhang Cheng took out the dishes from the food boxes one by one and placed them on the table. Lu Qi looked at the lush green dishes, frowned, and asked, "Can't the Lu family afford meat?" 4 fixed dishes every day. It's good if one of them is meat. Zhang Cheng was stunned when he heard this, and then seeing that Lu Qi's serious expression didn't seem to be joking, he immediately replied, "It's all Madame's idea. You have seen it too. Madame is quite plump, and so is Miss, so we usually pay special attention to what she eats." The young lady Zhang Cheng was referring to was of course not Lu Qi, but Lu Xiangxiang, the only daughter of Lu Zongxuan and Zhou. Although Lu Qi had never met this so-called sister yet, from what Zhang Qing said, this sister seemed to have a blessed appearance. No wonder meat is rarely seen in daily dishes. However, thinking back to the day when he met Zhou, Lu Qi still remembered the various dried fruit snacks piled in front of Zhou and thought that this wealthy figure might have little to do with 3 meals a day. Never mind, it's just a little food. Anyway, ordinary meat can't provide much energy for Yuya now, so just don't eat it. Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Qi asked. The mark on the bottom of the bowl during breakfast was the mark used by the Black Prison Gate for communication. Leaving this mark meant that Zhang Qing had something to talk to her about. There is one thing. Zhang Qing leaned forward respectfully and said, "Didn't you ask your subordinates to find out if the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng in Rinshan Hall was for sale last time?" Yesterday, Rinshan Hall announced that they were going to sell the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng, and they had invited several prestigious guests to act as guarantors. The auction will be held at Tianhong Building the day after tomorrow, and the highest bidder will win. So sudden. Lu Qi asked doubtfully, "But what's the story?" The 1,000-year-old jade ginseng is the treasure of Rinshan Hall. Unless there is something unavoidable, Rinshan Hall would never announce so suddenly that it will sell it publicly. Your Excellency is wise. Zhang Qing immediately reported, "There is an important person in the capital who has taken a fancy to the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng of Rinshan Hall, but the price he offered is not enough to satisfy him, so Rinshan Hall can only resort to this last resort." Who is it? He. Speaking of this person, he does have some relationship with the Lu mansion. He is the general's nephew, Zhou Xianzong. In the 18th year of Taigong, after the emperor's wedding, the Empress Dowager took the initiative to return power to the emperor, and the general also handed over all military power. In the same year, Fu Qingxu, who had been driven out of the capital by the general, returned to Beijing and became the prime minister of the dynasty within a few years. Everyone in the world knows that the current emperor is dissatisfied with the general. Everyone in the world knew that no matter how dissatisfied the emperor was, he would not dare to take action against the general. Because even if the general has given up his military power, he is still Zhou Weiyang, the most powerful man in the world. The Ma Tu-Jianghu disaster happened only more than a decade ago, but countless martial artists still remember this catastrophe vividly and are terrified whenever they mention it. At that time, it was rumored that the general would soon take over and the Great Qi would change its name to Zhou. But who could have imagined that Zhou Weiyang actually allowed the emperor, who was still an infant at the time, to grow up and even handed over his military power after his wedding? Some people said that this was entirely because the general took into account the face of his younger sister, Queen Dowager Zhou. But the emperor was not born to Empress Dowager Zhou. Some people also said that the Shao family of Deqi was not without people, and the one in the east was still there. But wasn't that person also defeated by the general? In short, a general is a general. No one dares to challenge his martial arts and power, and his actions are difficult to predict. But no matter what, even if the general has given up his military power for several years and has lived in seclusion, he is still a feared figure in the capital. Zhou Xianzong was the nephew of the general and the only male heir of the second generation of the Zhou family. Such an identity is enough for him to run rampant in the capital. However, some people just don't have eyes. What? Just the ticket to participate in this auction will cost 30,000 taels of silver? Seeing Lu Qi frowning in dissatisfaction, Zhang Qing could only carefully explain, "It's not a ticket, it's a voucher. I heard that it was one of the distinguished guests who served as guarantors this time who proposed this. In order to prevent people with ulterior motives from disrupting the auction, all those who want to participate must deposit 30,000 taels of silver at Datong Bank in exchange for a certificate. Only those with this certificate can participate in the auction to be held at Tianhong Building the day after tomorrow, and only those with the certificate can bid. Those who bought the jade ginseng can directly use the voucher to deduct 30,000 taels of silver. As for the others, they can withdraw the 30,000 taels of silver stored in Datong Bank after the auction is over." After that, Zhang Qing took out a wooden token from his wide cuffs and presented it respectfully to Lu Qi. "I still have some silver left over from the last gift from the Lord, so I took it upon myself to exchange this token for you. Lu Qi reached out to take the token and found a silver note underneath it, which was a bill of exchange with a face value of 30,000 taels from Datong Bank.
What kind of certificate is that?
Isn't it just capital verification? Lu Qi accepted the token and nodded calmly. You did a good job this time. Tell me what reward you want. Zhang Cheng heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then bowed and said loudly, I will go through fire and water for the Black Prison Gate and you, my lord, without asking for anything in return.
He.
Lu Qi sneered, from what you said. You are tired of being a wandering soul and want to be a sword captive? I dare not. Zhang Cheng felt a chill on his back and then replied repeatedly. Looking at Zhang Cheng, who was bowing his head tightly in front of him, Lu Qi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, There is still a little money left from the last time I gave you. Take the silver and go redeem the girl in Lechunyuan. The rest can be regarded as the gift money for you to take a concubine. When Zhang Cheng heard this, he felt a chill rushing up his back. How could he feel happy? He could only bury his head deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your great kindness. Lu Qi stood at the door and watched Zhang Cheng's back disappear at the gate of the courtyard, then lowered his head and rubbed the token in his hand. Although it was made of pure wood, the patterns on it were very delicate, and the word Datong could be seen on the edge of the token. As long as a spiritual object like the Millennium Jade Ginseng appears in the world, it will definitely be priced at a sky-high price. Lu Qi had previously obtained 8,000 taels of gold from the knife sharpener and exchanged it for 160,000 taels of silver. Later, he gave 40,000 taels to Zhang Cheng to ask him to search for the spiritual object. Including this token worth 30,000 taels, Lu Qi had a total of 150,000 taels of silver in his hands. Not enough. The Millennium Jade Ginseng is an extremely rare spiritual object. For ordinary people, it is a miraculous medicine that can save lives and heal the wounded. For people in the martial arts world, it is a panacea that can enhance their skills. If you want to get this Jade Ginseng, I'm afraid 150,000 taels of silver is far from enough. Lu Qi thought about it, then put the token into his sleeve and closed the door. After a while, the door of the main house opened again, and a woman in pink stepped out. Makeup is also a part of disguise. The current Lu Qi is completely different from her usual cold and aloof self. Even Sui Xiang might not be able to recognize her in person. She put on a black veil and hung the sheathed sword at her waist. After completing the change of clothes, Lu Qi jumped and landed on the eaves. After looking around and finding that there was no one, she flew out of the Lu mansion from the outer wall not far away. According to the agreement between her and Zhang Cheng, Sui Xiang's mother's illness will last for a whole day, which means that Sui Xiang will not return to the yard before dark. Lu Qi, who usually could only leave the Lu mansion after dark, finally had the chance to stroll around during the day. In broad daylight, it was impossible to move freely on the eaves using light skills. After Lu Qi climbed over the outer wall, he tidied his clothes, then walked out of the alley and joined the crowd on the main street. Perhaps because of the influence of the martial arts world, Qi was not too strict about the relationship between men and women. Lu Qi also ran into many women strolling along the way. Although most of them were in groups of 3 or 5, there were also some who were alone like Lu Qi. Of course, Lu Qi, who was wearing a veil, still attracted a lot of attention. Just by looking at her eyes, we can tell that she must be a bright and beautiful lady. The whispering voice reached Lu Qi's ears. Lu Qi himself didn't care much about it. There were no obscene words or indecent behavior. Why bother himself with trouble? He wouldn't die if he just took a look. As for those evil spirits who had ulterior motives, most of them gave up their thoughts when they saw the knife on Lu Qi's waist. If you flirt with a woman in the street, at most you'll be sent to the government office and beaten with a stick. If the word civil is replaced by knight, it will be fatal. There will be no head and no place to seek justice. The laws of Qi have a simple side when dealing with people from the underworld. If someone takes the initiative to cause trouble and brings about a fatal disaster, the government will not intervene. You tease me, so I chop you to pieces with a knife. That's fair, right? My name is Wang Yushan, a disciple of Mount Qixia. A young man in white clothes, holding a sword, stopped in front of Lu Qi and asked sincerely, "May I ask where you are from?" After saying this, the young man in white opened his mouth slightly, as if he was letting out a breath, and at the same time, he couldn't help but move his eyes away from Lu Qi's face and looked to the other side. Lu Qi took a quick glance and noticed that at a stall not far away, several men with swords on their waists were winking at the young man in white in front of him. This scene seems familiar. Lu Qi didn't waste any words and simply tapped the scabbard at his waist with his bare hands. Buzz as the scabbard made a dull humming sound. The face of the young man in white named Wang changed. He quickly said sorry for disturbing you and left in a hurry. Yushan, what's wrong? Stop talking, this girl is not someone we can afford to offend. In this world, there are always more sensible people. Seeing the young man surnamed Wang and his companions walking away, Lu Qi couldn't help but think in his heart. Yes, those who are not tactful have been eliminated long ago. Although he met a few people who wanted to talk to him along the way, most of them left tactfully after Lu Qi showed off his skills. As for the two blind ones, Lu Qi made the people in Beijing who were watching once again experience the style of a female hero in the rivers and lakes, and also made the male compatriots who were watching feel a chill in their crotches. In this way, Lu Qi smoothly arrived at the destination of this trip, in front of a bank called Tianbao Money House. After Lu Qi stepped into the gate of the money house, she immediately felt several eyes focused on her. She glanced around and found that they were several men in blue, dressed exactly the same and holding weapons. She thought they were the guards of the money house. But Lu Qi didn't come here to rob a bank. She glanced at several counters in the lobby and finally chose one and walked over. Perhaps because of the knife hanging on his waist, when they saw Lu Qi coming, several people who were queuing in front of the counter stepped back. Tianbao Money House, Inner Hall. Lu Qi sat upright on an armchair, leisurely blowing on the steaming tea in his hand. Just as Lu Qi took a sip of tea, he heard hurried footsteps. Then Lu Qi looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a solemn expression and smart clothes walking in. In his hand was the jade pendant that Lu Qi had just given him. After the middle-aged man entered the room, he was stunned for a moment when he saw Lu Qi. Then he looked down at the jade pendant in his hand, then walked forward, bent down, and respectfully presented the jade pendant to Lu Qi with both hands. I wonder what orders the master has for coming here. Lu Qi placed the teacup on the table beside him, then took the jade pendant from the middle-aged man and said softly, "What else can you do in the bank besides getting money?" The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this, and then said in a deep voice, "Since the girl holds the master's token, she must know the rules." Lu Qi nodded. When the knife sharpener handed her the jade pendant representing the 7 killing lords, he had already told her about the purpose of the jade pendant. In addition to being able to mobilize sword captive from all over the place, he can also withdraw silver from the Tianbao Money House under the Black Prison Gate. However, the withdrawal amount is limited, with a fixed amount of only 100,000 taels per year. If the quota is exceeded, the permission of the sect leader is required. Lu Qi said, "I want 500,000 taels of silver, all of which will be converted into silver notes within 2 days. I can't do this." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he immediately replied, "If it's 100,000 taels, I can get it together for you in 2 days." Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. "What if I just want 500,000 taels?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt the air in the hall become colder, and at the same time, a chill ran up from the soles of his feet. It was a hot June. The middle-aged man's face became more and more solemn, and then he said solemnly, "Even if the higher-ups allow it, 2 days.
All right."
Lu Qi suddenly interrupted him, "Just 100,000 taels, but I want it now." The chill that had invaded his back disappeared instantly. The middle-aged man felt the temperature in the hall return to normal, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Please wait for a moment, young lady. I will prepare it right away." Seeing the middle-aged man leaving the inner hall, Lu Qi muttered to himself, "It seems that the knife sharpener is not in the capital now." Lu Qi had no intention of asking for 500,000 taels of silver. He just wanted to take this opportunity to find out whether the knife sharpener was still in the capital. Although the leader of the Black Prison sect is the Black Prison King, the one actually in charge is the old man sharpening the knife. Lu Qi, who holds the 7 Killings Jade Pendant, can withdraw more than the fixed amount of 100,000 taels of silver from Tianbao Money House, provided that he gets the nod from the old knife sharpener. So Lu Qi added a 2-day limit. If the knife sharpener was still in the capital, or if the middle-aged man did not know the whereabouts of the knife sharpener, he would not reject Lu Qi's request outright. He would only ask his superior or directly ask the knife sharpener for his consent. But the middle-aged man refused outright. This shows that the middle-aged man not only knew the whereabouts of the old man sharpening the knife, but also knew that 2 days was not enough for him to report to the old man sharpening the knife. It's better not to be in the capital. Lu Qi tapped lightly on the square table beside him. The old man sharpening the knife had unfathomable martial arts skills and was a very dangerous person. Lu Qi felt more at ease when he was not in the capital. After all, compared to those prominent people or forces in the martial arts world, the old man who sharpens knives in secret makes Lu Qi feel more intimidated. After receiving the silver note of 100,000 taels from the middle-aged man, Lu Qi left Tianbao Money House. Watching Lu Qi's back getting farther and farther away, the middle-aged man at the door of the money house stood for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind, went back to the backyard of the money house, picked out a carrier pigeon from a group of pigeons, tied a letter to the pigeon's leg, and then let go of the pigeon into the sky. Lu Qi saw that it was still early, so he simply strolled around to experience the customs and culture of this world. After entering the bustling main street, we heard endless hawking sounds and more pedestrians. Lu Qi stopped the vendor selling candied haws and asked, "How much?" The vendor looked up, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said in a loud voice, 5 cents a string. How many strings do you want, young lady? Just 1 string will do. Okay. The vendor immediately put the candied haws stand on his shoulder down on the ground, then picked out a bunch of plump, rosy ones and handed them to Lu Qi. Lu Qi stretched out his white fingers from his wide cuffs, pinched a piece of silver between his index and middle fingers, and placed it in the peddler's hand. No need for change. The peddler looked at the change in his hand in surprise. He looked up and found that the girl had disappeared. He then leaned his head to look around, but did not see the intoxicating pink color. The peddler lowered his head slightly in disappointment, but when his eyes fell on the change in his hand, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face again. Selling candied haws. Lu Qi bit through the crispy syrup on the outside of the hawthorn fruit, and the sour flesh mixed with the sweetness of the syrup instantly filled his mouth. Not bad, no unexpected surprises, nor any particular disappointment. Lu Qi opened his mouth and bit off another hawthorn fruit from the wooden stick. Then he looked forward with a slightly focused gaze. 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared in his sight. Why are they here? Lu Qi was puzzled. However, it would be too deliberate to dodge at this time. Lu Qi felt that the makeup skills inherited from Madame Mei were perfect, so he continued to walk forward until he passed by those figures. Hey, suddenly, a man with messy hair among several figures turned around suddenly. Xiao Jiang, what's wrong? Sister, did you notice the woman in pink just now? Pink clothes? I saw it. Another pretty girl echoed. It's a beautiful sister wearing a veil. Yes, yes, yes. The man with the chicken coop hair nodded repeatedly. It's the one Jinjin mentioned. What's wrong? The woman called elder sister frowned. I feel like I've seen that woman's back somewhere before. Xiao Jiang thought, stroking his chin. Where on earth is it? Bang. The man with the messy hair was suddenly slapped on the head. I think you've really become a bad person, Xiao Jiang. You feel familiar when you see a pretty girl, right? No. Sister, please listen to my explanation. Xiao Jiang held his head and wailed. I really think I have seen this somewhere. My master said that I have a very sharp eye. I can even tell how many puppies a witch is pregnant with at a glance. Bang. He got slapped on the head again. You didn't even let the witch go. All right. Seeing the 3 people quarreling and making a disorderly noise in the street, a man dressed as a scholar stood up and scolded them. This is the capital, not Dongha County, where I work. Dongha County, disciple of Feiyu Villa. When Lu Qi heard Song Linger call the man who had just scolded them senior brotherly, her mind instantly recalled the first time she carried out a mission in Dongha County. At that time, Lu San, who apparently had the highest martial arts skills among Lu Qi's group, was injured by the newly appointed county lieutenant of Dongha County, a disciple of Feiyu Villa named Li, so that Madame May had to take Lu San out of Shilio Villa for treatment. Seeing the four people walking away, Lu Qi walked out from behind a vendor's truck. Among these four people, except for the senior brother Li whom he had never met, Lu Qi was very familiar with the other three. Back then in Songzhou, it was the woman named Song Linger who, along with the chicken-coated beggar gang disciple Xiao Jiang and the pretty and lovely Miss Chung, kidnapped Lu Qi from the Songzhou government office. Although it was just a misunderstanding later on due to fate, the three of them were blamed for Lu Qi and were wanted by the Six Gates. Lu Qi didn't expect that he would see these three people again in the capital. Seeing them appearing in the streets of the downtown in broad daylight, it means that the matter of the Six Gates wanted people has been successfully resolved. Lu Qi was not surprised by this, as the three of them all came from famous families in the martial arts world, especially Song Linger, who was born in Feiyu Villa. The owner of Feiyu Villa, one of the 7 stars and 1 master, 2 wonders, 7 stars and 5 righteousnesses, Crane's Cry in the 9th Sky Jiang Jiu, is a close confidant of the Prime Minister Fu Qingshu. "Girl, do you want to buy it or not?" asked the vendor behind the truck. Lu Qi shook his head, memorized the face of senior brother Li in his mind, and then left. He climbed over the outer wall and returned to Lu Mansion. Sui Xiang had indeed not returned yet. After entering the main house, Lu Qi calmly put his sword into the body of the zither and then poured a cup of cold tea from the teapot on the table to moisten his throat. After sitting down, Lu Qi couldn't help but think to himself that the auction would be held in Tianhong Tower the day after tomorrow. With the token in his hand, he would have a total of 250,000 taels of silver, which was definitely a huge sum of money. But Lu Qi was still not sure if he could get the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. "If I get it, I'm lucky. If I don't, I'm doomed. Without this 1,000-year-old jade ginseng, can I not live anymore? There are still many spiritual things in this world." Lu Qi was very calm. Even if she could really buy it at the auction, she would not have the idea of doing a no-cost deal. Are you kidding? This is the capital of the Great Qi dynasty. Moreover, there are many martial arts masters among those who guarantee this auction. If they really dare to do such a thing, 10 lives will not be enough. Sui Xiang still hadn't returned until dinner time in the evening. Instead, a strange servant hurried in carrying a food box. After bowing to Lu Qi, he placed the food box on the table in the main room and then hurried away. It seems that Lu Fu really thinks of himself as a transparent person. Lu Qi thought to himself. However, this was also what Lu Qi was happy to see. She had previously learned from Zhang Cheng about Zhou's arrangement for her, which was nothing more than keeping her in captivity and pretending she didn't exist. But what surprised Lu Qi was that Zhou had never had any intention of killing her. On the contrary, according to Zhang Cheng's report, it was Nanny Liang who was beside Zhou, who had repeatedly whispered to Zhou and used some means to make Lu Qi die of sudden illness. But Zhou always made excuses every time. Aunt Liang. When this name was mentioned, a hint of coldness flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Since someone was unkind, don't blame her for being unjust. After a while, let Zhang Cheng find an opportunity to make her die of a sudden illness. She's just an old maid, not worthy of Lu Qi's personal efforts. After clearing out all the food in the lunchbox, Lu Qi put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at the sky outside the window. It was already dark. At this moment, familiar footsteps were heard outside. Zhang Cheng, the chief steward of the Lu residence, trotted across the yard with his back bent and entered the main house. When he saw Lu Qi at the table, he knelt on one knee and said, "Lord, I have something important to report. It's about the auction the day after tomorrow." "Explain." "Someone is secretly contacting people who redeem tokens from Chase Bank." Lu Qi's eyes narrowed. "Have we found you?" Zhang Cheng felt a chill in his back when he heard this, and immediately replied, "Of course not, but I think, your lord, you might be interested."
Oh.
Because the person who initiated this contact is Shen Zhuang. Who is Shen Zhuang? Zhang Cheng quickly replied, "It's the old man of the Shen family, the previous head of the Shen family. The Shen family, who refined the Guyuan pill." Lu Qi recalled it instantly. The second floor of Datong Bank is brightly lit. A white-haired old man was holding a girl who looked about 5 or 6 years old. The girl was sleeping soundly, with her head resting in the old man's arms. Every time the old man looked down and saw the girl's peaceful sleeping face, deep pity would appear in his eyes. "Mr. Shen, don't worry. I think if those people knew that this meeting was convened by you, Mr. Shen, they would definitely come." The speaker was a woman in green sitting next to the old man. "I would like to thank Miss Fong for your help this time." The old man gave the woman a grateful smile and then bowed. After thanking the woman in green, the old man turned his head and looked at the slightly plump middle-aged man on the other side, and also bowed and said, "Thank you, too, Mr. Zhang." The middle-aged man called Zhang Dezhang smiled naively, then stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Shen is so righteous. It is my honor to be able to help Mr. Shen." Thump, thump, thump. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard heavy footsteps coming from the stairs beside him. The 3 people in the room all looked grim, then straightened up. After a while, a man who looked like a giant walked in, his head almost brushing against the beams. Seeing the giant man coming in, the woman in green beside the old man immediately stood up and clasped her fists and said, "It's the giant spirit's second master Ho." When the giant's eyes, like copper bells, moved to the woman in green, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he said in a buzzing voice, "It turns out to be Miss Fong, one of the 4 little flying cranes of Feiyu Villa. Ho has heard of you for a long time. Please take a seat." The woman in green smiled and then extended her hand as a gesture of invitation.
Boom, boom, boom.
Lu Qi stood at the door of Datong Money House and reached out to knock on the door. The door creaked open and a lantern came out first. Lu Qi didn't waste any words and showed his token to the doorman who stuck his head out. The concierge holding the lantern stared at him, then leaned over to make way and said respectfully, "Sir, please go upstairs." As soon as Lu Qi stepped into the lobby on the second floor, he felt several eyes focused on him. At the same time, a woman in green standing next to the main seat stood up and clasped her fists towards Lu Qi and said, "Lady, please take a seat." Lu Qi was still dressed the same as during the day, except that she had replaced the veil on her face with a mask that covered most of her face. Lu Qi glanced at everyone in the hall. His gaze lingered on the giant-like man for a moment, then moved to the old man holding the girl in the main seat of the hall. As if he had noticed Lu Qi's gaze, the old man who was originally looking down at the girl raised his head and met a pair of cold eyes. After standing for a while, Lu Qi walked to an empty seat and sat down. Like the other people in the hall, he took off the sword from his waist and placed it on the table beside him. "This lady looks unfamiliar." As soon as Lu Qi sat down, a bald man sitting next to him turned his head and introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Chao Cheng." Lu Qi ignored him and just glanced at the 3 iron galls in the hands of the man surnamed Chao. Including Lu Qi, there were 8 people in the room. Except for the slightly fat man, all the others were skilled in martial arts. But the one who impressed Lu Qi the most was naturally the woman in blue, who had just greeted him. "Feiyu Villa, for little flying cranes, Fong Qingwan." Hearing the green-clothed woman calling herself Fong Qingwan, Lu Qi immediately remembered that this female hero Fong was one of the guarantors of this auction. The so-called 4 little flying cranes are the 4 most outstanding disciples of Jiang Jiu, the owner of Feiyu Villa, and they are also the leaders of the younger generation in the martial arts world. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Qi noticed that this female hero Fong had a restrained look and a natural aura, and it was obvious that she was a master with great internal skills. While Lu Qi was looking at Fong Qingwan introduced to everyone, "This is Shen Zhuang, Mr.
Shen."
The person next to Mr. Shen is Zhang De, the shopkeeper of Datong Bank.
He.
Seeing Fang Qingluan introduce himself, the slightly fat shopkeeper Zhang De immediately stood up and saluted everyone present with clasped fists, a very friendly smile on his face. The old man on the side looked much calmer. It seemed that because he was holding the sleeping girl in his arms, the old man could only sit and clasp his fists at everyone and said with great energy, "Shun, I have met all the heroes. Mr. Shun, you have embarrassed us. Mr. Shun, you're welcome. Mr. Shun, there is no need to be polite to us juniors." As soon as Shen Zhuang said this, everyone else present stood up and returned the greeting. Only two people remained indifferent. One is Lu Qi, who has been silent since entering the room. The second was an old man with a hooked nose. When Shen Zhuang cupped his fists and saluted, the old man with a hooked nose twitched his nose and made a sneer. This scene naturally fell in the eyes of Fang Qingluan and the old man. "Shen Zhuang, you don't have to rely on your old age here. Tell me, what are your plans?" As soon as the hook-nosed old man said these words, the air in the lobby instantly froze. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, shopkeeper Zhang De, who was sitting on the side of Shen Zhuang, quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, please take your time to chat and go down to make tea." After that, he left the lobby in a hurry. Seeing that Zhang De was leaving, the old man with the hooked nose turned his sinister eyes to Fang Qingluan. "If I remember correctly, Miss Fang should be one of the guarantors of this auction." "That's right," Fang Qingluan replied sternly.
Ha ha ha.
The old man with the hooked nose sneered. "Then what else is there to talk about? I think Feiyu Villa is determined to get this 1,000-year-old jade ginseng." "Black snake." Fang Qingluan's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and a murderous aura suddenly burst out of her body. "How dare you insult my master?" As if he felt the terrifying pressure from Fang Qingluan, the old man with the hooked nose froze for a moment, but soon recovered his previous sneer. "Fang Qingluan, no matter how exquisite your crane feather needle is, can you really kill us all?" After that, the old man with the hooked nose looked around at everyone and said loudly, "You all saw that we were all prepared to buy the jade ginseng with real money, but now it seems I saw someone scolding on the spot. My real money can be seen in the light. What you got is all black money and stinky money. How dare you show off here?" "Word." Lu Qi turned his head and looked at Chao Cheng, who was yelling at him. Unexpectedly, this man who seemed to be smiling with evil intentions was actually a sweetheart. When Fang Qingluan heard that someone took the initiative to come forward, a hint of understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he cupped his fists and cupped his hands towards Chao Cheng. The hook-nosed old man seemed to be wary of Chao Cheng's identity, so he didn't say anything back. The old man Shen Zhuang, who had been silent at this time, finally spoke. He stood up and gave the girl in his arms to Fang Qingluan. "Fang Nuxia, can you take her to the room to sleep peacefully?" Fang Qingluan carefully took the girl, and then saw what the old man meant, and looked at the old man with some hesitation. "Mr. Shun, you..." Shen Zhuang shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and then Shen Zhuang suddenly took action, turning his withered fingers into afterimages and pointing at the girl in Fang Qingluan's arms. With the sound of yinging, the girl shrank suddenly, but did not wake up. Everyone present, including Lu Qi, was shocked when they saw this scene. Because what Shen Zhuang just tapped were all important points on the human body. Several of them are even called dead points. A person with martial arts skills would suffer a big loss if these points were tapped, let alone a girl of 5 or 6 years old. It wasn't until Fang Qingluan walked out of the room with the girl in his arms that Shen Zhuang quietly said to everyone, "Everyone has seen that my little granddaughter is terminally ill. If these key points are not tapped, she may not even be able to sleep." Not stable. At the end of the sentence, the old man's voice actually sounded a little trembling. Chao Cheng, who was beside Lu Qi, replied with a solemn expression, "Mr. Shin, I have heard about your granddaughter. You invited us here today, presumably because of that 1,000-year-old jade ginseng, right?" As soon as Chao Cheng finished speaking, the eyes of the other 5 people in the lobby focused on Shen Zhuang. "That's right." Shen Zhuang admitted personally, Shen invited all the heroes here because he has an unkind request. "I want you to help me get the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng." Everyone fell into a long silence after hearing this. In the end, it was the hook-nosed black snake who spoke first. Xinzhuang, do you know how much that 1,000-year-old jade ginseng is worth? 30 years ago, a herb collector brought back an 800-year-old jade ginseng and sold it for 1.2 million taels of silver. Xinzhuang responded in a deep voice, and the buyer is me. Xin family.
Haha.
1.2 million taels. Black Snake sneered. Although it's not a small amount, it's not like your Xin family can't afford it, so why bother asking for trouble in front of us?
Bah.
Before she could finish her words, Lu Qi saw Chao Qing standing up with a roar and yelling at Black Snake. Black Snake, you turtle rascal, I don't believe you don't know Mr. Xin. If you don't want to pay, get out now. Old man. As if he could no longer endure Chao Qing's insults, Black Snake stood up and retorted coldly. Chao Duo. No, you should be called President Chao now. Don't think that I, Black Snake, am really afraid of you. Sigh, the 3 iron gallbladders in Chao Qing's hand were so tight that they sparkled. Old Black Snake, you can give it a try. If I give the order, you beggars will never be able to get a bite of food at the dock. Snap. You. Hearing the word beggar, the Black Snake was also furious, and he slapped the table and stood up. But as Black Snake's face twisted for a while, he finally didn't dare to have an attack on the spot. He saw it walking towards the stairs. Before going down the stairs, Black Snake turned back and said coldly, I think this jade ginseng, it's better for everyone to rely on their abilities. As soon as Black Snake left, there were only 5 people left in the lobby on the 2nd floor. The old man Xinzhuang, the giant-like man Lu Qi, Chao Qing next to Lu Qi, and a bearded man sitting next to Chao Qing. Seeing Black Snake leave, Chao Qing was not in a hurry to sit down. Instead, he swept away everyone and then clasped his fists and said, Mr. Shun is a righteous man. Everyone in our Chaobing businessmen has always admired me. This time I, Chao Qing, am willing to auction the beauty of adulthood. After Chao Qing expressed his stance, except for Lu Qi, the other 2 people in the hall couldn't help but look at each other, and then looked at each other in the air. After a long silence, the bearded man beside Chao Qing slowly stood up and saluted Xinzhuang and Chao Qing with clasped fists. Then he said in a deep voice, Mr. Xin, Chairman Chao, this matter is of great importance. This matter cannot be solved by just one person, the one who calls the shots. As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, the giant-like man also stood up and said in a buzzing voice, Mr. Xin Haiyan, I'm sorry about this. Although the words were not finished, the meaning was already very obvious. Xinzhuang didn't show any expression on his face. He just stood up and clasped his fists at the 2 of them and said, Tai Hall Master, Xin is extremely grateful that second master, Ho, can come this time. This Tinius seems to be loyal and honest, but he is also a scheming person. The Changle gang's growth in the north in recent years is all thanks to him. Lu Qi looked sideways, wondering why Chao Qing suddenly whispered to him. After talking about the bearded man named Tiniu, Chao Qing focused on the giant and continued to tilt his head and whispered to Lu Qi. Giant spirit god, Ho Xiang. He also has a twin brother. Kaitian god axe, Ho Chung. The 2 brothers were born with different species. They were taller than ordinary people since they were born. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they were almost the same size as adult men. Later, the 2 brothers were taken under the tutelage of a strange man from the rivers and lakes and taught martial arts. Just when Chao Qing was talking enthusiastically, Tiniu and Ho Xiang said goodbye to Xinzhuang in unison and left the lobby on the 2nd floor. Now, only Xinzhuang, Chao Qing, and Lu Qi were left in the room. Lu Qi said calmly, You haven't asked me about the identity of President Chao yet? Chao Qing, who was sitting next to Lu Qi, squeezed Tai Dan's hand. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and then slowly turned his head to look at Lu Qi. Xinzhuang, who was in charge, chuckled. It seems that this girl is new to the world, and she doesn't even know President Chao of the Chaobang Chamber of Commerce. As he said that, the old man smiled and took the initiative to introduce. In that case, you might as well let me introduce you to the girl. The person next to the girl is the former chief rudder of the Chaobang and the current president of the Chaobang Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Chao Cheng shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just thanks to the brothers for their praise. It's not worth mentioning." It turned out to be the head of Daki Water Logistics. Unlike modern times, in ancient times when there were no roads and railways, waterways were the fastest, most cost-effective and labor-saving mode of transportation. No wonder Chao Cheng dared to point at Black Snake's face and curse. The Black Snake Gang only controls some underground black industries in Beijing, so how can they dare to challenge the Chaogang Chamber of Commerce, which has millions of Chaogang workers? This girl. Seeing Lu Qi sitting on the chair with no intention of leaving, Shen Zhuang seemed to realize something. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a smile, "Just now, Mr. Shen worked so hard that he even asked Fong Nuxia to violate the guarantor's rules and invite us over. He just wants to get this jade ginseng to treat your little granddaughter." Lu Qi spoke in a calm tone. Shen Zhuang stopped talking and continued. "Indeed." The smile on Shen Zhuang's face faded, and then he nodded solemnly. "To be honest, with my financial resources, this 1,000-year-old jade ginseng is destined to miss me." Lu Qi continued, "Since Mr. Shen can invite Fong Nuxia and shopkeeper Zhang of Datong Bank, he must be very helpful to other participants. I also have a certain understanding of my financial resources." Shen Zhuang's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and he nodded heavily. "I dare to ask Mr. Shen, do you have enough money prepared?" As soon as these words came out, not only Shen Zhuang's expression changed slightly, but even Chao Cheng, who was sitting next to Lu Qi, couldn't help turning his head to look at Shen Zhuang. Seeing Shen Zhuang's expression, Chao Cheng suddenly had an idea. "If you have enough money, why bother begging them?" Lu Qi, on the other hand, said calmly to Chao Cheng, "President Chao is very righteous, and the little girl is afraid that gang leader Chao's momentary act of righteousness will not only fail to help Mr. Shen but will actually give others advantages in vain." The moment he learned about Chao Cheng, Lu Qi knew that this person should be one of the most potential bidders in the jade ginseng auction. When Chao Cheng heard this, his expression immediately became serious. Of course it is possible to sell face to Mr. Shen, but as the masked girl next to him said, "I am afraid that if I sell it to save face, Mr. Shen will not be able to take it." After thinking for a long time, Chao Cheng said with a solemn face, "Based on the recent transfer of bank deposits of several bank accounts in the capital, apart from Chao, there are two other companies with the strongest financial resources participating in the auction. They are Black Snake, who is here just now, and Yan Lingyi from the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce." Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce. When Lu Qi heard the name, a glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Shen Zhuang, who was in charge, had a calm expression on his face, obviously already aware of what Chao Cheng said. Chao Cheng continued, "The Black Snake Gang seems to be very close to the Zhou family recently. I think the Zhou family is indispensable behind Black Snake's generosity. As for the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce, their business has been getting bigger and bigger in recent years. This time they participated in the auction not just for 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. It is probably their main purpose to make the name of the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce through bidding. According to Chao's calculations, the amount of silver prepared by these two families will probably not be less than 800,000 taels." After hearing the number 800,000 taels, Shen Zhuang's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Although there is still a long way to go before the price of 1.2 million taels purchased by the Shen family, 800,000 taels is still an astronomical figure. Moreover, this time Ren Shentang suddenly proposed to auction the jade ginseng, leaving it to the bidders. There is also insufficient preparation time. Lu Qi couldn't help but ask, "Are there no other potential bidders?" When Chao Cheng heard this, he smiled confidently. Although there are many dignitaries in Beijing, there are only a few who can spend hundreds of thousands of taels. Most of the so-called wealth is from land and shops. In just a few days, how can it be realized? There is also a man with strong financial resources, but he probably has more than one jade ginseng of the same year in his library. After saying that, Chao Cheng changed the topic and asked Shen Zhuang again, "Mr. Shen, forgive Chao for asking, how much money have you prepared?" Shen Zhuang hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. "Thanks to Lady Fong's generous act, a total of 500,000 taels of silver were raised. Chao Cheng frowned when he heard this. It was obvious that this number was still far from winning the jade ginseng. Lu Qi, who had been waiting, finally had a chance to speak. President Chao, Mr. Shin, the little lady has a plan here. I wonder if you two are willing to give it a try? Girl, it doesn't matter if you say so. We might as well cooperate and take down this 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. Lu Qi said with piercing eyes. After Lu Qi finished saying this, the hall fell into a brief silence. To be honest, Lu Qi didn't have much hope for the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. He came here mainly because of Shin Zhuang, the former head of the Shin family. Lu Qi, who had already tasted the miraculous effects of Guyuan Dan, thought that since he couldn't get jade ginseng, he might as well see if he could buy some miraculous medicine from Shin Zhuang. But after just some observations, Lu Qi suddenly had an idea in his mind, and thought of cooperation. And according to Lu Qi's observation, Shin Zhuang and Chao Cheng seemed to be reliable partners at present. I don't need 50%. For Inger's stubborn illness, 30% of jade ginseng is enough. Shin Zhuang said angrily, with a slight tremor audible in his words. It has to be said that Lu Qi's suggestion touched his heart. Although Shin Zhuang felt a little uneasy because Lu Qi was masked and his identity was unknown, but when he thought about his little granddaughter's condition, Shin Zhuang thought about it and could only place his hope on it. Shin Zhuang couldn't help but look expectantly at Chao Cheng. This former chief helmsman of the Chao gang was the key to the success of this cooperation. As if sensing Shin Zhuang's gaze, Chao Cheng, who had his head lowered in thought, slowly raised his head, then frowned and looked at Lu Qi aside, his eyes as bright as if he wanted to see through the mask on Lu Qi's face. Lu Qi was naturally aware of Chao Cheng's assessment, but she seemed very calm and had no intention of taking off her mask. Success or failure actually had little to do with her. Although jade ginseng is good, there is no need to take the initiative to reveal your trump card for this. Chao Cheng stared at Lu Qi closely. As his brows gradually relaxed, the corners of his mouth also curved. He saw the 3 iron galls in his hand snapping, and then he spoke boldly. Good. A good word, finally, made Shin Zhuang feel relieved. Chao Cheng, on the other hand, looked at Lu Qi with admiration and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that at such a young age, girl, you could promise 200,000 taels of silver without even frowning. The boldness of your actions really impressed Chao Cheng. A shame. There was a clear meaning in Lu Qi's eyes, and then she cupped her hands and said, without the righteous actions of Mr. Shin and President Chao, how could this little girl dare to make such a decision? Besides, you two are willing to cooperate with this nameless person, so you can truly live up to the word bold. Hearing the compliments from Lu Qi's mouth, Shin Zhuang and Chao Cheng nodded and smiled in unison. However, the two of them also heard the implication of Lu Qi's words. It was obvious that the masked girl did not want to reveal her identity. Although he felt a little uneasy in his heart, Chao Cheng, who had agreed to cooperate, would naturally not go back on his words. According to what the girl said, after the jade ginseng is obtained, Mr. Shin will monopolize 50%, and the girl and I will share 50% equally. Then he raised his hands to Shin Zhuang and smiled and said, Mr. Shin, there is no need to refuse in a hurry. This girl and I have to rely on you, Mr. Shin, to make the elixir for us. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Yes. Shin Zhuang was born in the Shin family, and refining elixirs was his specialty. If it was baked by his hands, wouldn't it be possible for his 2.5% jade ginseng to exert more medicinal effects? Hearing this, Shin Zhuang also retracted his words of refusal and nodded solemnly. Since then, the three have reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. Girl, please wait a moment. Lu Qi walked out of the gate of Datong Money House and heard Chao Cheng's voice behind him. She stopped for a moment, and Chao Cheng caught up with her. When they were side by side, Chao Cheng smiled and said, It's dark and the road is long. Why don't you let me give you a ride? Lu Qi shook his head, then reached out and patted the sword at his waist. Thank you for your concern, President Chao. This knife of mine is not for trimming eyebrows. Chao Cheng's smile faded upon hearing this, and he whispered, "Girl." He was halfway through saying this when he looked up and saw the woman's exposed eyes filled with murderous intent under the bright moonlight. He immediately swallowed back the rest of his words. "Chairman Chao, if it's convenient, let's go together." Lu Qi glanced at the dark alley around him and immediately invited Chao Cheng.
Gao Cheng not dead so let me.
The two walked side by side on the deserted street. Chao Cheng suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "Two people on the left rear side, for people on the right rear side. Girl, be careful." Lu Qi looked straight ahead and said calmly, "There's another person ahead. President Chao should be careful." After saying that, Lu Qi suddenly paused and stopped where he was. As Lu Qi beside him stopped, Chao Cheng took back the half step he had taken. Just as doubts were emerging in his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure slowly walking out from the front and blocking the two of them. "Who are you, you rogue? You even dare to rob me, Chao Cheng? Are you courting death?" Chao Cheng came up and introduced himself directly.
He.
The other party just let out a low laugh of disdain, obviously not intimidated by Chao Cheng's identity. Chao Cheng's face suddenly darkened, and he whispered, "This man is coming for me. I'll hold him back. You take this opportunity to get away first, young lady." Lu Qi also noticed that the aura of the person in front of him was locked on Chao Cheng, and he was indeed coming for Chao Cheng, as he said. As for the few people who had followed them all the way from Datong Bank, it seemed that they were not from the same group as the man in front of them. But since Chao Cheng said so, Lu Qi certainly would not refuse. She nodded slightly, then took a step back, allowing Chao Cheng to face the other party head-on.
Whoosh.
Just as Lu Qi was retreating, the opponent suddenly shook his hand. A white light flashed in his hand, and then he raised his hand and it turned into a cold light and rushed straight towards Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng was not a man who gained his reputation for nothing. He just stretched out his left hand and clamped the wrist of the opponent's sword-holding hand before the cold light pierced his chest, and then he stretched out his right hand, and the 3 iron galls in his hand instantly flew out and went straight to the opponent's face. Of course, the opponent would not just sit there and wait to die. He flipped his sword-holding hand and immediately broke free from Chao Cheng's restraints. Then he flipped into the air, and countless sword lights turned into a barrier in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Chao Cheng's iron gall was completely blocked by the sword light, but the iron gall seemed to have eyes and turned into streams of light and returned to Chao Cheng's right hand in an instant. At this time, Lu Qi had retreated 10 steps away from the two men. Seeing the two men who were equally matched, Lu Qi immediately dodged and jumped into the dark alley on the left. There was a rustling sound in the alley. Lu Qi, who was in the alley, put a scabbard on a man's neck and asked coldly, "Who sent you here?" "I." Snap. The man hesitated for a moment, and then he heard a crisp sound in his ears. Then his eyes went dark, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground in a daze.
Boom.
Hearing the sound of his companion falling to the ground, the other person who was also leaning against the wall suddenly had a look of horror in his eyes. Lu Qi reached out and untied his acupuncture points and asked the same question as before.
Who sent you?
Who the man whose acupoints had just been untied took deep breaths of air and then glanced at his companion's gradually cooling body on the ground and immediately responded. I say. It was Master Tai who sent us here. When people are on the verge of collapse, they are simply incapable of telling lies. The Tai Hall master was naturally the bearded man whom he had met before in the Datong Bank.
Snap.
Lu Qi swung the scabbard of his sword and instantly shattered the man's larynx, then leaped out of the alley. While Chao Cheng was still fighting, Lu Qi had already entered the alley on the other side. Facing 4 sneaky followers, Lu Qi followed suit, killing one of them with lightning speed first, and then asking them where they came from. In the end, it turned out to be just as Lu Qi expected, that it was someone sent by Black Snake. Lu Qi walked out of the alley slowly, and there were 4 corpses lying in the alley behind him. Lu Qi not only recognized this sword technique, but also had experienced it personally. However, the swordsman who fought with Chao Cheng was still slightly inferior to the old man who died at the hands of Lu Qi in terms of moves and skills. Seeing that Chao Cheng had the upper hand, the swordsman suddenly swept his sword, forced Chao Cheng back, and then tapped his feet and rushed backwards. "Wanna leave?" Chao Cheng naturally could not let the other party go. He immediately waved his hand, and he and the 3 iron Gauls went out side by side and chased after him. Lu Qi, who was witnessing everything from the side, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. She could feel the swordsman's true energy still lingering between her arms. If you really want to escape, you should channel your true energy to your feet at this time. Chao Cheng will suffer. As Lu Qi expected, at the moment when Chao Cheng chased him, the swordsman abandoned his sword, and all his energy gathered in his right hand. The speed and strength of this finger were not fast, but Lu Qi sensed that the true energy around Chao Cheng seemed to have a violent fluctuation, and his movements also slowed down a bit. It was this delay that allowed the swordsman's finger to touch Chao Cheng's left armpit as he wished. At the moment of being hit, Chao Cheng's body paused for a moment, then his aura gushed out, and then he raised his hand and slapped the swordsman directly on the crown of his head. The swordsman's body went limp, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Chao Cheng, who had killed the swordsman with one palm, remained in a rigid posture. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted, "Who are you? Show yourself." Lu Qi walked out slowly from the shadow of the eaves with a knife in his arms. Chao Cheng, who had originally looked solemn, recognized Lu Qi's figure, but his face was full of vigilance. "Miss, didn't I tell you to take this opportunity to leave?" Lu Qi glanced at the body of the swordsman at Chao Cheng's feet and then said calmly, "The 2 people in the alley on the left were sent by Tai Niu of the Changle Gang, and the 4 people on the right were sent by Black Snake." Chao Cheng frowned when he heard this. He had already noticed these 6 people who were following him when they left Datong Bank, so he offered to accompany Lu Qi. Unexpectedly, another expert suddenly appeared along the way. Chao Cheng slowly withdrew the hand that had just killed the swordsman, and with his back behind Lu Qi where he could not see, he slightly opened and closed his 5 fingers. As Lu Qi looked at Chao Cheng's slightly stiff movements, he realized something in his heart. The swordsman's finger just now seemed to have seriously injured him. At this moment, a noisy sound of footsteps was heard in the distance. Lu Qi looked up and saw countless flames appearing at the end of the street. Her ears trembled slightly, and she immediately said in deep thought, "They are not from the government." There is no sound of horse hooves. Chao Cheng's face changed when he heard this. After his eyes flickered for a while, he said to Lu Qi in a deep voice, "Miss, I hope you can lend a hand." A group of people holding torches hurriedly passed through the street. In the dark alley at the side, with the help of the firelight, Lu Qi could see clearly what these people were wearing. His eyes couldn't help but slightly focused, and then he turned his head to look at Chao Cheng, who was sitting cross-legged against the wall not far away. Just as Lu Qi guessed, the swordsman's last finger injured Chao Cheng so badly that he could hardly walk normally. It was all thanks to Lu Qi, who carried him into the dark alley. Seeing that Chao Cheng had been meditating for quite some time, Lu Qi squatted down and began to examine the swordsman's body, which was also carried in by Lu Qi. The man was hit on the top of the head by Chao Cheng and was dead. But corpses are the last to lie. Lu Qi reached out and fumbled around the corpse and found a crudely made purse in its arms. Lu Qi picked it up and shook it, and there seemed to be a few taels of silver in it. Lu Qi poured out the silver and stuffed it into his arms. Just as he was about to throw the purse aside, he suddenly felt something strange, and then reached out and squeezed the entire purse. There's something inside, and it is sealed inside the purse with needle and thread. Lu Qi tore open the purse directly, and then a crystal ring fell into her palm. Suddenly, there was a noise in my ears. Lu Qi closed his 5 fingers and hid the ring in his hand. Then, while standing up, he quietly stuffed the ring into his sleeve. The noise just now came from Chao Cheng. He let out a long breath, then slowly stood up. After he stood still, he clasped his fists towards Lu Qi and thanked her solemnly. "Thank you, young lady." Lu Qi's eyes flickered, and then he said calmly, "Among the group of people who just passed by, I saw that there seemed to be a few people with the word Chao embroidered on their chests." Chao Cheng did not show any strange expression when he heard what Lu Qi said. He just replied casually, "It should be that my subordinates saw that I had not returned for a long time and were anxious, so they took the initiative to come out to look for me." After saying that, Chao Cheng turned his head slightly, glanced at the 4 bodies deep in the alley, and then said in a deep voice, "It's getting late. If you have nothing to do, you may leave first. I will take care of this place." Lu Qi nodded, then turned around, and was about to leave. Just as she took a step, she heard Chao Cheng calling her from behind. "Girl, please wait." Lu Qi turned his head and saw Chao Cheng raising his hand, and a strong wind came straight towards Lu Qi with a whoosh. Lu Qi stretched out his hand and spread out his 5 fingers, and a heavy iron gall appeared in his palm. "If you need help in the future, you can take this courage to the Chao Gang Merchants Association. Chao will go through fire and water to fulfill your wish." "Thank you, President Chao." Lu Qi was not polite and directly put the iron gall into his sleeve, then walked out of the dark alley. After climbing over the outer wall, Lu Qi returned to the most remote courtyard in the Lu mansion. Cui Xiang's room was silent. Obviously, Cui Xiang was still at home taking care of her mother. Lu Qi returned to the main house, first took off the mask and put it at the bottom of the dressing box, then thought for a while and put the ring and iron gall in a sleeve into the dressing box. Lu Qi was too lazy to light the lamp, so he just lay down on the rocking chair and slowly exhaled a breath. Although there were some minor disturbances, they finally reached a cooperation with Chao Cheng from Xinzhuang and had a great chance of getting the jade ginseng. Lu Yishan was awakened from the bed of the courtesan in Zuohuanlu. Another bloody incident occurred in the capital. After hearing from the young constable that several people died, Lu Yishan sobered up immediately. "Alas, I was born to work hard." Walking out of the gate of Zuehuan Tower, a cool breeze blew past Lu Yishan, who couldn't help but shivered, and then he sighed in his heart. Lu Yishan was already familiar with murder cases, and his first step was to check the background of the deceased. After all, the capital is the capital, and the stray dogs on the roadside all have owners. 4 from the Black Snake Gang, and 2 from the Changle Gang. Lu Yishan frowned and immediately asked the coroner, "Aren't there 7 bodies?" The coroner bent over and reported, "There is another body whose identity has not yet been found, but from the calluses on his hands, we can tell that he is a gangster. They are all people from the underworld." Lu Yishan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then asked casually, "How did they die?" The 4 members of the Black Snake Gang and the 2 members of the Changle Gang all had their larynx broken. The one whose origin is unknown had his crown shattered by someone's palm. In addition, the coroner hesitated for a moment, then continued, "These people all have marks of being hit by heavy objects on their chests. Judging from the wounds, it seems to be something like an iron ball. However, the wound on the heart was obviously caused after death." "Iron ball?" Lu Yishan's brows frowned again. Lu Mansion, small courtyard. Lu Qi sat at the table and ate heartily, while Zhongqing stood at the door with his body hunched. Cui Xiang has been taking care of her mother at home because her mother is seriously ill. As for Cui Xiang's mother's illness, it is estimated that she will not be cured until after the auction tomorrow. So, the Chao Gang Chamber of Commerce took the initiative to declare war on the Black Snake Gang? Lu Qi asked Zhang Cheng after swallowing a piece of chicken. "Yes, I heard that it was Chairman Chao who gave the order himself." Zhang Cheng nodded repeatedly and then said in amazement, "This Black Snake is really brave enough to assassinate Chao Cheng in secret." Lu Qi paused holding the chicken leg, then asked coldly, "The government is just going to let the 2 sides fight in the capital? There's no way we can fight." Zhang Cheng replied, "But the Black Snake Gang is definitely going to bleed hard this time." As Zhang Cheng said, the government will most likely let both parties settle the matter peacefully, but since the Chao Gang Chamber of Commerce is huge and powerful, it is likely that the Black Snake Gang will be the one to pay the price in the end. This Chao Cheng is indeed worthy of being the person who can control the Chao Gang for decades. Yesterday's assassination certainly had nothing to do with the Black Snake Gang, but Chao Cheng chose to put the blame on the Black Snake Gang. One reason was that the Black Snake was one of their potential rivals in the auction for the jade ginseng. Secondly, it can also allow the real mastermind behind the scenes to relax their vigilance. Lu Qi recalled Qiao Cheng's condition after he was hit by the swordsman's finger last night. He couldn't help but wonder if the swordsman's finger had hit Qiao Cheng's weak spot, which was why Qiao Cheng was so seriously injured that he couldn't even walk. Qiao Cheng's martial arts is similar to the Golden Bell cover, and this kind of martial arts will have an extremely secret weakness. Generally speaking, people who practice this kind of martial arts will never reveal their weaknesses to others. Of course, it is not ruled out that it will be revealed to extremely close people.
So,
the mastermind behind this is most likely someone Qiao Cheng trusts very much. The Jianghu is indeed full of murderous intent. Lu Qi was not worried about Qiao Cheng's own crisis, but was worried that if something happened to Qiao Cheng, then their plan to join forces to capture Yu Shun would be in jeopardy. I do have something to report to you, Lord. Zhang Cheng suddenly said, there is a captain named Lu Yishan from the Six Gates who seems to have set his sights on you, and he has sent people to Qizhou to investigate your background.
Oh?
Lu Qi said coldly, didn't you say that you had made sure everything was foolproof? Of course, he can't find anything in Qizhou. Zhang Cheng continued, but my subordinates found out that this Lu Yishan seems to have some unclear relationship with the Black Snake Gang. Black Snake Gang. When he first came to Beijing, the assassin he encountered was from the Black Snake Gang. Are there any secret dealings between the Black Snake Gang and the Tiancheng Casino? Lu Qi asked, is that boss Du still missing? When interrogating the Black Snake Gang leader who was responsible for the assassination, Lu Qi learned that they had received the assassination mission from Boss Du of Tiancheng Casino. So Lu Qi's attention has always been on Tiancheng Casino. Zhang Cheng lowered his head immediately after hearing this. I am incompetent. Lu Qi glanced coldly at Zhang Cheng, who lowered his head and didn't say much. The Black Prison Gate is not omnipotent, especially in a place like the capital where many talented people are hiding. But the Huaqing sect that appeared behind the Tiancheng Casino made Lu Qi feel a hint of weirdness. All along, Lu Qi believed that Zhou was the most likely mastermind behind the assassination, and Zhou was the only one in the Lu mansion who had the most sufficient motive. Lu Qi even suspected Lu Zongxuan. This man abandoned his wife and daughter for his future, so he could naturally hire someone to kill his daughter whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years for his future. But one thing is that Lu Qinan's arrival did not seem to affect the relationship between Lu Zongxuan and Zhou, so Lu Zongxuan's motive did not seem to be valid.
So,
who exactly wants Lu Qinyang to die? The sun sets and night falls. Because Cui Xiang was away, Lu Qi rarely had the chance to practice sword skills in the yard. Ever since Gu Lu's mental method broke through to the 6th level, her understanding of the corresponding Fu Feng swordsmanship has reached a higher level and can even be said to have reached perfection. The 7 styles of Crazy Blade is still stuck at the first 6 styles, and there is still no clue about the legendary last move that combines all 6 styles into one. However, ever since the fight with the old man from Huaqing sect, Lu Qi has become very proficient in the burning the cauldrons and sinking the boats move among the 7 styles of Crazy Blade. It is not known whether it was due to time travel or his original body, but Madame Mei herself praised Lu Qi's comprehension of martial arts. Back then at Shiliu Villa, she was the only one among all the people who could master both the Hengshan swordsmanship and the Fufeng swordsmanship, 2 completely different styles of swordsmanship. In addition, he is usually serious and does not take action easily, but once he does, he is ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for others. That's why Madame Mei recommended her to the old knife sharpener. The courtyard in this yard was small, so Lu Qi simply broke off half of a branch to serve as a knife in his hand, and then performed the 7 styles of Crazy Knife. If the old man sharpening the knife were here, he would probably praise him again. Lu Qi's first 6 moves had already reached the level of perfection. With only half a branch, he was able to produce the effect of dancing sword lights and overflowing murderous aura. Sure enough, fighting with the strong is the fastest way to improve. After finishing his move, Lu Qi stood in the courtyard with a stern look in his eyes. The next morning, Zhang Cheng personally delivered breakfast again. While placing the dishes in the food box on the table, Zhang Cheng whispered back, "The master and the mistress are not at home today, so you can go out without worry. Today is the day when Tianhong Tower will auction the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng." Lu Qi nodded, picked up a bowl of yogurt, and took a big sip, and immediately felt the sweetness lingering on his lips and teeth. Zhang Qing lowered his head and hesitated for a moment, then continued, "There is one more thing. Madame Liang, who is beside Madame, mentioned your marriage to Madame last night." "Marriage?" Lu Qi paused while holding the steamed bun. What a joke. But if you think about it carefully, considering Lu Qinyang's age and status, it is time for her to get married. But the person who proposed this matter was not Lu Qinyang's father Lu Zongxuan, nor her stepmother Zhou, but rather the nanny Liang who always had ill intentions. She must have had some bad idea. What's Zhou's reaction? Lu Qi asked immediately. I don't know what they said specifically. Zhang Qing replied quickly, but the madam called the master back from the concubine's room in the middle of the night last night, so it must be related to this matter. This shows that Zhou also wants to make a fuss about her own marriage. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and then asked quietly, Butler Zhang, based on your understanding of Lord Lu, who will he marry this lord to? Zhang Qing heard a hint of murderous intent in Lu Qi's words and suddenly felt a chill on his back. He swallowed his saliva and took the words back, and finally could only bury his head. Seeing this, Lu Qi said coldly, Whoever intends to discuss marriage with the Lu family, try to make these people die accidentally. I guess after few people die, no one will dare to mention this matter again. Yes. Remember, keep your hands and feet clean. Lu Qi changed into a green shirt and went out today. As usual, she had a knife hanging from her waist and a veil on her face. Tianhong Tower is located on the main street in the south of the city. Standing at the entrance of the main street and looking around, it is the tallest building except for the Imperial City in the distance. Tianhong Tower in the south of the city and Zhuangyuan Tower in the east of the city. One is Wu, the other is Wen, and they are the two most famous restaurants in Beijing. When Di Qi was first established, martial artists gathered in the capital to congratulate them, and all the heroes lived in Tianhong Tower. With the issuance of the order to break the martial arts in the first year of Taikong, the government and the martial arts community became hostile again. Since then, martial arts heroes rarely appeared in the capital, while the wealthy Jiangnan region took their place and became a holy land that martial artists flocked to. Today, Tianhong Building is very lively, but this liveliness is not something that ordinary people can get involved in. Two teams, one black and one white, were stationed on both sides of the Tianhong Tower's gate. Lu Qi was very familiar with that group of black people. The lowest-ranking constable among the 6 gates wears black. Lu Qi had never seen the clothes worn by the white group of people before, but he saw that they were all strong and muscular, with sparkling eyes, and it was obvious that they were people with great cultivation. Just as Lu Qi was looking at the 2 teams of guards at the entrance of Tianhong Tower from afar, a strange middle-aged man quietly came to his side. My lady, our chief has been waiting for you for a long time. But President Chao? Lu Qi asked casually, without even looking at the other party. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, It is President Chao. Although the Chao gang has been renamed the Chamber of Commerce for more than 10 years, some senior members in the gang still call Chao Qing the chief leader. The leader knows that you don't like to show up in public, so he asked his subordinates to wait here and take you up through the side door, the middle-aged man continued. Lu Qi glanced at the gate of Tianhong Tower, which was crowded with guests, and nodded immediately. Lead the way. Lu Qi followed the middle-aged man through the alley on the side of Tianhong Building and came to a hidden wooden door. He pushed the door open, walked through a long corridor, and finally went up the stairs to a wing room. Pushing the door open, Chao Cheng, dressed in brocade and gorgeous clothes, stood up and clasped his fists towards Lu Qi and said, Miss, here you are. After seeing his men retreat and close the door, Chao Cheng made a gesture to Lu Qi to come in. But after Lu Qi entered the room, he realized that this was not a wing room, but a grandstand. There were crowds of people below the stage. It was the lobby of Tianhong Tower. It's rare for Tianhong Tower to be so lively. I'm afraid all the martial artists in the capital are here. Chao Qing said, with a smile. Look, girl, that's Gao Yiyang, the owner of Tianhong Building. Chao Qing said, pointing at the wealthy middle-aged man with a smile on his face, standing at the door below the stage. Don't be fooled by the fact that he looks like a grinning Maitreya Buddha now. The Gao family's 31st road soul-chasing sword is not a vegetarian. People from the Qixia sect are here too. The leader of the Qixia sect, Immortal Luyuan, has been the most popular in recent years. He just killed the 5 ghosts of Lingnan a few months ago. Now it's being rumored in the martial arts world that Immortal Luyuan will be one of the new 7 stars. Oh, old Black Snake's people are here too. Chao Cheng's eyes, which were originally narrowed, suddenly widened a little, and then he looked at the group of people who had just walked in from the gate and said, Old Black Snake was originally a member of the Beggars sect. I think you must have heard about this, young lady. Chao Cheng said with a faint smile, but few people know that Old Black Snake and the current Beggars sect's chief executioner, Xiao Xiaoyang, who is known as righteous as the sky, are fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi said in a deep voice, But who is the one from the 7 stars and 5 righteous men? Chao Cheng nodded and continued. Back then, the Beggars sect took the initiative to disband its branch in Beijing. It seemed that they had lost face in front of their fellow martial artists, but more than a decade has passed. Now, the Beggars sect is more powerful than before, and there's a tendency for it to become the best in the world. Except for Xiao Xiaoyang, one of the 5 righteous ones. There is also Gu Lianyun, who is also one of the 7 stars and is now the leader of the Beggars sect. It is the only sect in the martial arts world that has 2 top masters in charge. It shows that the Beggars sect's original decision was correct. As the chief leader of the Chao Gang, Chao Cheng has Chao Gang disciples spread all over the Central Plains. Naturally, his understanding of the various forces and figures in the martial arts world is unique. For almost every person who walked in through the gate, Chao Cheng would say a few words about their background, martial arts, and even personality. Although Lu Qi looked calm and composed when listening, he still memorized everyone's martial arts in his heart, especially the few experts named by Chao Cheng. At this time, 3 familiar figures appeared at the gate of Tianhong Tower. It's them again. Songlinger, a disciple of Feiyu Villa, Xiao Jiang, a disciple of the Beggar Gang, and Cheng Jinjin. The 3 of them walked into the lobby under the guidance of a young man. It seemed that this was their first time to see such an occasion, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Chao Cheng on the side said at the right time, Oh, it's a disciple from Feiyu Villa. The young man leading the group is called Li Huai. He is considered one of the more outstanding young people in Feiyu Villa. However, he is far behind his elder brother Li Feiling. As he said this, Chao Cheng couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have one such brilliant young disciple under my tutelage. I don't know where Jiang Jiu found these 4 disciples from. The 4 little flying cranes are really eye-catching. The so-called 4 little flying cranes are the 4 most outstanding disciples of Jiang Jiu, the owner of Feiyu Villa, one of the 7 stars, and Healy Jiuxiao.
Du Wuming, Li Feiling, Fan Qingluan, Elena Yangdi.
The oldest of the 4 is not even 30 years old, and the youngest is just over 20 years old, but they are all already top-notch masters in the martial arts world. As Song Linga walked in front of Fang Qingluan, a hand suddenly pinched Song Linger's plump earlobe and twisted it gently. Hey, senior sister. It hurts, Song Linger said in pain, tilting her head. Now you feel the pain. If it weren't for the letter from senior brother, I wouldn't have known that you had caused such a big trouble in Songzhou. Fang Qingluan scolded harshly, but there was a gentle smile in her eyes. It really wasn't us. Song Linger raised her eyebrows and retorted, When we entered the prison, that rascal official was already dead. That's enough. Fang Qingluan noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on them, and she frowned to stop Song Linger from continuing. At this time, Li Huai came forward with Xiao Jiang and Cheng Jinjin and saluted Fang Qingluan. Senior Sister Fang. Lady Fang. Sister Fang. The 3 addressed each other differently. Fang Qingluan nodded slightly and returned the greeting. Then she touched Cheng Jinjin's head and comforted her softly. Jinjin has been wronged by our Linger. Cheng Jinjin first pouted and glanced at Song Linger. Then her eyes lit up and she looked at Fang Qingluan with admiration and said, I felt a little wronged at first, but now that I see Sister Fang, all that is gone. Okay, stop flattering me. Song Linger rolled her eyes at her little sister. Then she took Fong Qingluan's arm with both hands and said, I'm so tired. Senior sister, you have to plead for me in front of my uncle. Chao Cheng, who was watching the deep friendship between the disciples in the private room, couldn't help but smile and said, I've heard that the eldest brother Dugaming of the For Little Flying Cranes is a straightforward person who doesn't speak well. So all the affairs of the sect are handled by Fong Qingluan, and Jiang Jiu seems to be interested in passing the throne to Fong Qingluan. Now it seems that the rumors are true. It is rare for a girl to lead a faction, even in the martial arts world. When Chao Cheng was feeling emotional, he inadvertently glanced at Lu Qi beside him and saw that her eyes exposed outside the veil were deep and cold, which made people fascinated and feel cold at the same time. Although he could not see her full appearance, he was sure that there must be a cold and beautiful woman under the veil. Moreover, when they encountered the enemy the night before, this woman was able to detect the mysterious swordsman before him, and her martial arts skills were second only to his own. When did such a person appear in the Jianghu? Ever since they parted at Datong Bank that night, Chao Cheng had thought about sending someone to check Lu Qi's background, but he gave up in the end. After all, this woman saved his life. If he still checked her background, wouldn't that be the behavior of a mean person? Chao Cheng's scrutiny naturally did not escape Lu Qi's perception, but she just looked at the people in the lobby below with a calm face. At this time, Fong Qingluan had already led Song Linger and others to another private room on the second floor, while another group of guests came in led by Gao Yiyang, the owner of Tianhonglu. The Jinma Chamber of Commerce is here. Chao Cheng retracted his gaze and said sternly to the people coming in from the door. A strange color flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Without Chao Cheng's introduction, she knew that the people coming in were from the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce. Because there was one person among them, she was very familiar with him. Lu Er. At the beginning, Lu Er replaced the seriously injured Lu San and went to the Jinma Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qi also didn't expect that they would meet again in the capital a few months later. Lu Er was wearing the tight-fitting clothes of the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce, holding a knife in his left hand, and standing behind a young man in fancy clothes with a solemn expression. Chao Cheng then introduced them again at the right time. The one walking next to Gao Yiyang is Yan Lingyi, the eldest son of the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce. It was not until noon that the guests for this auction finally arrived. In Lu Qi and Chao Cheng's box, Shen Zhuang, who had arrived late in a hurry, had just sat down with the girl in his arms when he heard someone on the high platform in the lobby loudly saying, Heroes from all walks of life, since everyone has arrived, then let's not beat around the bush and get started. Lu Qi, who was looking at the red-faced Gao Yiyang speaking, suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring closely at him. She turned around and found the girl in Shen Zhuang's arms, blinking and staring at her intently. I still remember that when I was at Datong Bank, the girl named Inger had been in a comatose state. In order to prevent the girl from pain and sleep peacefully, Shen Zhuang did not hesitate to tap several of her important acupoints. Inger said that she had never seen such a grand event, so she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Shen Zhuang also noticed the look between Lu Qi and the girl. Fong looked down at Inger and smiled kindly. Lu Qi also noticed that there were several bright silver needles inserted into the back of the girl's head, presumably to suppress the pain in the girl's body. I think after today, my granddaughter won't have to suffer from this disease anymore. Chao Cheng, who was sitting on the other side of Shen Zhuang, also turned his head and saw the silver needle on the girl's head. A trace of unbearability suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he sincerely said. Hearing this, Shen Zhuang's eyes were filled with anticipation and worry. His lips opened and closed slightly, and he murmured, I hope so. At this time, Gao Yiyang had already gone down and was replaced by Fong Qingluan. A young and handsome young master and a solemn-looking middle-aged man came onto the stage. The middle-aged man with a solemn expression held a wooden box in his hands. As the three people walked onto the stage, the entire Tianhong Tower fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden box in the middle-aged man's hand.
Master Fu, Fang.
The middle-aged man stood among the three people, nodded slightly to the two on the left and right, and then opened the wooden box. Wow, everyone in the lobby stood up and looked around. They saw a ginseng the size of a baby's arm lying in the wooden box. Even Fong Qingluan, who was the guarantor, and the young and handsome Mr. Fu couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. It never rots away from the soil, and its aura never dissipates. The middle-aged man suddenly said in a deep voice, "This is the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Li family." Shen Zhuang, who was beside Lu Qi, nodded solemnly the moment the man finished speaking. Judging from the appearance, it is better than the one my Shin family had back then. It must be a 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. At this time, the middle-aged man holding the wooden box also quoted the price under the attention of everyone. Starting price, 300,000 taels of silver. While there was an uproar in the crowd, just as everyone was surprised, someone stood up and loudly offered a price, 500,000 taels of silver. Directly raised the starting price by 200,000 taels. Before everyone could show their surprise, a towering figure stood up from the crowd and said in a buzzing voice, The Ho brothers, are willing to pay 600,000 taels of silver. They are the two brothers Ho Chung, Acts of Creation, and Ho Xiang, Giant Spirit God. Everyone present recognized the Ho brothers at a glance. Changle Gang, 650,000 taels. A faint voice came from the corner of the lobby. As everyone looked over there, a big man with a whisker slowly stood up and clasped his fists towards everyone.
Shonglegong, Tiyaniu.
I also saw it that day at Datong Bank. Seeing that he reported his sect first, and then the price, Lu Qi knew that he was obviously planning to use his power to lower the price. Chao Chung, who was in the same box, sneered, "Do you really think this is Huzhou?" Huzhou is the headquarters of the Changle Gang. As expected, before Tai Nyo could even sit down, someone raised the price loudly, 750,000 taels. The person who made the offer was also known to Lu Qi. Black Snake Gang, Old Black Snake. Tai Nyo, who had not yet sat down, suddenly turned his head and looked at Old Black Snake, who was sitting calmly at another table, with his leopard eyes, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes.
He he he.
The Old Black Snake sneered a few times, then stood up and looked around at the heroes. "If there is no one who offers a higher price than me, then I will gladly accept this jade ginseng. 800,000 taels." Old Black Snake's face darkened, and he immediately turned to look at the box on the second floor. Chao Chung, who called out the quotation, just smiled at him and sat down calmly. The Old Black Snake gritted his teeth and shouted again, 850,000. This is his final limit. Just a faint 1 million taels coming from his ears completely extinguished his hope. Lu Qi noticed that Shen Zhuang's skinny hands were clenched into fists. The price of 1 million taels has exceeded their expectations. 1,100,000 taels. Lu Qi and Shen Zhuang turned their heads at the same time, looking at Chao Chung in surprise as he stood aside to make a quotation. 115,000 taels. 1,200,000 taels. The moment Yan Lingyi called out the price, Chao Chung added another sum on top of it, without hesitation. As soon as the quotation of 1.2 million taels came out, everyone in Tianhong Tower fell silent. Even the middle-aged man holding the wooden box on the stage changed his previous gloomy attitude, and his eyes showed joy. On both sides of the middle-aged group, Fu Zhuoqing and Fong Qingluan, who were the guarantors, couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. According to their estimates, the final price of this jade ginseng should be around 800,000 taels, but now it has sold for a high price of 1.2 million taels. Chief Chao. In the private room on the second floor, Shen Zhuang opened and closed his lips slightly and wanted to say something, but Chao Chung reached out to stop him. "You two don't have to worry. Chao will bear the extra money," Chao Chung said calmly, and then looked across the box to the box where the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce was located. Yan Lingyi brought 1.5 million taels of silver with him when he came to Beijing this time. He also needs to bribe officials of all ranks in the capital. 1.15 million taels is his limit, just as Chao Chung said after he quoted a price of 1.2 million. The Jinma Chamber of Commerce fell silent, and it was obvious that they had no intention of following suit. Since no one is bidding anymore, this 1,000-year-old jade ginseng will belong to Chief Chao. Finally, with Fang Qingwan and Fu Zhuoqing as witnesses, Chao Cheng bought the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng for 1.2 million taels. A pale arm slowly reached out to Lu Qi's waist, and the moment the fingers touched the hilt of the knife, they quickly retracted as if they had been electrocuted. When Lu Qi glanced sideways, he met the girl's curious eyes. "Inger, don't mess around." Shun Zhuang scolded the girl in a low voice, then glanced at the saber hanging on Lu Qi's waist, frowned and asked, "This sword seems to have an extraordinary origin." Hearing what Shun Zhuang said, Lu Qi couldn't help but think back to the old man from the Huaqing sect who died under his own sword that day. Before he died, he seemed to have recognized the sword and called it Jingji, and he also misunderstood it because of it. He thought Lu Qi was a remnant of the seventh heaven. Later, Lu Qidai also looked through some information and made some insinuations about Zhang Cheng, but unfortunately, he didn't get any information. If you want to know the origin of this knife, you probably have to ask Yan Lingcheng, the third son of the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce. This knife was one of the goods that he and the Donghe water pirate smuggled, and Lu Qi got it by chance. When Lu Qi got the sword, it didn't have a matching scabbard. Now this scabbard is a popular style that can be seen everywhere, so Shun Zhuang couldn't tell the reason, just by looking at the handle. Seeing that Lu Qi was silent and had no intention of taking out the sword, Shun Zhuang also stopped thinking and lowered his head to continue teasing his little granddaughter. After a while, the door opened, and Chao Cheng slowly walked in holding a wooden box. Suddenly, except for the girl named Inger, the eyes of the other two people in the room were attracted to the wooden box. Chao Cheng just smiled slightly when he saw this, and then put the wooden box on the table. "Fortunately, I live up to my fate." Without any explanation, Lu Qi knew that the wooden box contained the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng that she had longed for. Shun Zhuang on the side stared at the wooden box for a long time and finally raised his head and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Chao, this time it cost 1.2 million taels." According to their previous agreement, Shun Zhuang each contributed 500,000 taels, and Chao Cheng and Lu Qi each contributed 200,000 taels. But now there is an extra 300,000 taels of difference out of thin air, so the previous agreement. Chao Cheng turned his head and glanced at the direction of the door. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping outside, Fang said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Shin, the previous agreement still stands. This extra 300,000 taels belongs to someone like me, Chao." When Shun Zhuang heard this, he didn't show much surprise. Instead, his face was as dark as water, and he fell into silence. Upon seeing this, Chao Cheng continued, "Of course, the 300,000 taels paid by Chao were not in vain." With that said, Chao Cheng took out a piece of paper from his arms, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it in front of Shun Zhuang. Shun Zhuang picked up the paper and glanced at it before his expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed slowly, then held the paper tightly in his palm. "When do you want it?" "Within 3 days." "Okay." Shun Zhuang nodded heavily, "But I have to bake the antidote for Inger first." "As it should be." Chao Cheng agreed. "The place has been prepared for Mr. Shen, and Fang Nuxia is waiting for you downstairs." "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Shun Zhuang pulled Inger up and said to Chao Cheng and Lu Qi, 3 days later, Captain Chao and the girl will give you your elixir together. Don't worry, girl. Mr. Shin just went to a safe place to refine the elixir. He will definitely not break his promise in 3 days." After Shin Zhuang went out with the wooden box containing jade ginseng, Chao Qingfang explained with a smile. Lu Qi said calmly, "I am still willing to believe what Mr. Chao said." But Lu Qi changed the subject, his tone becoming a little more stern. "Should we talk about what I should do for you, the chief leader, to compensate for the extra money?"
He.
Chao Cheng, like best to cooperate with smart people. Hearing this, Chao Cheng chuckled. "There is indeed something I would like to ask you for help with, young lady." "Explain." "Help me kill someone." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi turned his head and looked at Chao Cheng, who was smiling. "Miss, Please don't tell Chao that you don't do murder or arson. Chao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, but his smile remained. Although Chao's martial arts skills are not good, his eyes are always very accurate in judging people. Miss, you have such a murderous aura. I'm afraid there will be many souls killed by your sword. After saying that, Chao Cheng's eyes flashed across the sword on Lu Qi's waist. Who are you going to kill? Lu Yishan, a little headhunter from the Six Gates. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she said in a deep voice, People from the government? Chao Cheng shook his head, and his eyes flashed brightly. That's not the case anymore. Someone will go to the Yamen today to accuse Lu Yishan of taking bribes, perverting the law, and killing people. Then banknotes and evidence will be found in Lu Yishan's home. So, what was written on the piece of paper that Chao Cheng gave to Xinzhuang? Until she returned to Lu Mansion, Lu Qi was still thinking about this issue in her mind. Just when he was about to enter the small courtyard gate, Lu Qi paused and suddenly discovered the secret code located in the corner. Lu Qi squatted down and erased the code in the corner. After confirming that no one was in the courtyard and Sui Xiang had not returned, she ducked out of the Lu Mansion through the outer wall. Fengji Rice Shop.
Boom, boom, boom.
It was already dark at this time. Lu Qi knocked on the door of the rice shop rhythmically. After repeating it for the third time, the door of the rice shop creaked open a little. Lu Qi flashed in, and after entering, he saw a black shadow swaying in front of his eyes, followed by a whoosh sound, and a strong wind blew past his ears. Lu Qi looked calm. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the wrist that was stretched out from the right. He twisted it and then climbed up along the opponent's arm like a snake until he grabbed the opponent's throat. Lu Qi, I haven't seen you for several months. Your martial arts have improved a lot. The figure whose throat was held by Lu Qi in the darkness suddenly spoke. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Qi had no intention of withdrawing his hand. He just said calmly, Your martial arts progress is too slow, Lu Er.
He.
Following a low laugh, Lu Qi slowly withdrew his hand. Call someone blew a breath in the darkness, and then a dim firelight gradually lit up, instantly illuminating the entire room. After Lu Er lit the oil lamp on the table, he blew out the fire stick in his hand, then raised his head to look at Lu Qi, who was slowly walking towards him, and a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. It seems that you have adapted to the life at the foot of the mountain. In the past, only Lu 19 would dress like this in Shilio Villa. Lu Er sat down slowly, then forced a bright smile on his face. Looking at the twisted scar on Lu Er's face, Lu Qi, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but look away, and then asked in a deep voice, What do you want from me? As if noticing the deviation of Lu Qi's gaze, Lu Er couldn't help but reach out and touch the scar on his face, then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It's not that I want to look for you, it's that your Majesty has something important to tell you. Your Majesty. When Lu Qi heard these two words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his gaze back to Lu Er and asked with a piercing gaze, Have you met His Majesty? Lu Er shook his head. I have never seen him. Since I entered the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce, I have followed the third young master's instructions and became the guard beside the first young master. So, not everyone in the Jinma Chamber of Commerce is your Excellency's man? Lu Qi asked immediately. Lu Er did not answer, but asked, Looking at you, I think you are doing well in the Black Prison Gate. I wonder if you have seen the legendary Black Prison King? Tell me, Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Seeing that the other party was avoiding talking, Lu Qi was too lazy to waste words and went straight to the point. Lu Er's eyes shone when he heard this, and then he said in a dark tone, Have you forgotten our original agreement so quickly? Lu Qi just sneered and said, Why don't I remember what agreement we had? For a moment, the room became silent. All right, there are two reasons why I asked you out this time. Lu Er's face darkened slightly, and then his tone became much colder. Your Majesty has ordered that Yanlingyi be killed in the capital, and he must die under the Tai Sec's Tai Golden Light Splitting Sword. After saying that, Lu Er suddenly took out a long sword from the table and slammed it on the table. Lu Qi took a glance and saw the bagua pattern engraved on the hilt, which was obviously a sword worn by a Taoist disciple. Let your Black Prison sect handle this matter. I will cooperate with you in it. Lu Er continued, and took out a token from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi took it and looked at it, and immediately confirmed that this token was the knife token that the old knife sharpener carried with him at all times. She then took out the jade pendant representing her identity as Master of the 7 Killing Orders, and then placed it on the concave part of the knife token. With a light press, the jade pendant was embedded into the token tightly. There are 2 similar depressions on the front of the token. After confirming the authenticity of the token, Lu Qi tapped the token lightly, and the jade pendant came out of it. After putting the jade pendant away, Lu Qi returned the token to Lu Er. For some reason, Lu Qi saw a hint of envy flash across Lu Er's eyes. The knife sharpener has been full of praise for you. I think you will be the one to see His Majesty before me. However, Lu Er looked at Lu Qi's calm expression and then thought of something. He shook his head and smiled. I guess you are not interested in this either. If that's the case, why didn't you escape from Shilio Villa directly when Madame Mei was away? With your martial arts skills, you can live a peaceful life in a deserted place. Lu Qi's 5 white fingers slowly stroked the long sword on the table, and then said coldly, Did I ever say that I want to live a peaceful life? She just doesn't like becoming a tool for someone or some force to realize their ambitions, but that doesn't mean she has to quit the world and disappear forever. From the very beginning, Lu Qi had the idea of living a carefree and unrestrained life in the world of martial arts. But her experience at Shilio Villa told her that without sufficient strength, the so-called swordsman was nothing but a foolish dream. The reason why she was interested in that lord was not because of Madame Mei's brainwashing, nor because of her own ambitions. She just wanted to know how good that master's martial arts were. Perhaps only when her martial arts could reach the level where she was not afraid of that master could she truly be free and unfettered. Lu Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly gathered his thoughts, then asked coldly, What's the other thing? Do you still remember Lu-san? Lu Er's expression suddenly became serious. After leaving Fengji Rice Shop, Lu Qi went directly to the martial arts academy and found Yuan, who had just fallen asleep. It's you again. Yuan was very unhappy because his sweet dream was disturbed. Whoosh! A stream of light burst out from Lu Qi's hand. Yuan watched the stream of light coming straight towards his face. Then he dodged sideways and reached out to grab the hilt of the sword. After taking a glance at the sword in front of his eyes, Yuan said in a deep voice, The sword of the Tai sect. As he spoke, Yuan turned the sword over in his hand, examined the other side of the hilt, and then said solemnly, It is still the sword of the contemporary disciples. Lu Qi repeated the task to him expressionlessly. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the Golden Horse Gang. After hearing the target of this time, the solemn expression on Yuan's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sneer. Lu Qi said calmly, The action will be taken at the hour of Mao in 2 days. Yan Lingyi will host a dinner party at Fuxiong Courtyard. You and I will join forces to take action on his way back. I will take care of the guards, and you will take care of Yan Lingyi. Only Yuan, the chief instructor of the martial arts academy, can imitate the Tai sect's swordsmanship. Lu Qi had finished explaining and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly thought of something. He stopped and asked Judge, Do you know what happened to the Chaogang Merchants Association recently? The Chaogang Merchants Association? Yuan pondered for a moment, then said coldly, You want to know who assassinated Chao Cheng, right? Lu Qi shook his head. You also know that I recently cooperated with Chao Cheng to buy the jade ginseng from Rinshan Hall, but it cost a lot of money, so he wanted me to help him kill someone to pay off the debt. As Yuan is the leader of the Wandering Souls, it is impossible for him to hide his every move. 1,000-year-old jade ginseng. Yuan showed a strange smile on his face. I know a little about your affairs from the old immortal. Why go so far away? There are many such elixirs in the Black Prison sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi took a step forward and was about to leave. Wait! Yuan's voice came from behind. If I'm not mistaken, the person Chao Cheng wants you to kill should be Lu Yishan, who is currently wanted. He has colluded with various forces in Beijing over the years and has been involved in many cases. If he were caught alive by the government, I'm afraid many people would lose their lives. Is Chao Qing among them?
He.
You don't really think that the Chao gang only does legitimate canal transportation business? The orphanage in the south of the city was built almost close to the moat inside the city wall. Before Lu Qi got close, a pungent odor hit him in the face. The moat, which had not experienced war for 100 years, had become a garbage dump for the people of Beijing. After Lu Qi came out of the martial arts academy, she went straight to the orphanage that Yuan mentioned. She stood behind the door and waited for a moment, but did not hear any unusual movement. She did not hesitate any more and jumped over the outer wall gate and entered the courtyard. After entering, Lu Qi discovered that although this orphanage was not small in size, it was just a simple courtyard inside, similar to the layout of Lu Qi's small courtyard in the Lu mansion, with only 3 rooms in total. The entire courtyard was filled with racks for drying clothes. Lu Qi could smell the sweat and mold on the clothes as he walked through them. A gust of wind suddenly blew up from nowhere, and the clothes on the rack on Lu Qi's right were suddenly lifted up. Then a cold light came diagonally and headed straight for Lu Qi's throat. Lu Qi's expression remained calm. He raised his right hand instantly. When the cold light approached him, he gently slapped it with the back of his hand. There was a buzz sound, and the cold light was instantly bounced away. A gleam of light suddenly appeared in Lu Qi's eyes, and then he turned around, tapped his feet lightly, and turned into a shadow and chased in the direction where the cold light retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qi still only relied on his right hand to swung out 3 palms in a flash, and the opponent was obviously a little flustered and raised the sword to block repeatedly, but in the end, the sword and the other party were hit together.
Bang.
I saw a figure flying out and knocking down a shelf.
You. Who are you?
At this time, a bright moon emerged from the dark clouds, and the moonlight fell on the other person's face. The frightened expression and the blood stains at the corners of his mouth were all exposed to Lu Qi's sight. Lu Qi stood there and looked at him for a moment, and was sure that this person was Lu Yishan, who had asked her about it in Lu Mansion. However, she did not respond, but looked coldly in the direction of the main house. Behind the crack of the paper-pasted door, there seemed to be several eyes watching everything that happened in the yard. The moment Lu Qi looked over, he heard a creaking sound coming from the main house, as if someone had bumped into the tables and chairs. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire Silesian home seemed to freeze.
They
are just a group of
kids.
Seeing Lu Qi's gaze towards the main house, Lu Yishan immediately struggled to speak. Lu Yishan. Lu Qi slowly retracted his gaze, and then fell on Lu Yishan again, and said in a flat tone, "Someone spent a lot of money to take your life." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yishan's expression changed slightly, and then turned into an expression of as expected. Then he staggered to his feet, holding his chest. Puff Lu Yishan, who had just stood still, spat out another mouthful of blood. He lowered his eyes slightly and saw the blood clots on the ground, and then a look of despair appeared in his eyes. In that palm strike just now, Lu Qi used all his strength to strike his chest firmly. Although some of the palm force was removed by the sword, it was still enough to shatter his internal organs. After all, Lu Qi never shows mercy once he takes action. Lu Qi looked at Lu Yishan as if he were a dead person. This person's martial arts was much weaker than Lu Qi had expected. His internal strength was at most the 3rd level of the ancient Lu heart method. He was able to speak a few words after being hit by Lu Qi's full-strength palm, which showed that he had a strong will. At this time, Lu Yishan could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. His face was flushed and he was gasping for air. He looked like he was about to die. Looking at the blood constantly flowing from the corners of Lu Yishan's mouth and his pupils gradually dilating, Lu Qi couldn't help but shake his head and sighed in his heart. It turned out that martial arts is the foundation of life. The so-called money and power will eventually abandon you one day. A few days ago, Lu Yishan was still talking and laughing in Lu's mansion. Even facing Lu Zhongshu and scolding, he remained calm and composed. As a result, He became a stray dog in just a few days and died at the hands of Lu Qi, whom he had questioned. At this time, the moonlight became dim again. Lu Qi didn't have time to take a closer look and stuffed all these things into his arms. Then, Lu Qi glanced in the direction of the main house. All the prying eyes had disappeared. She could faintly hear the loud bang-bang sounds behind the doors and windows. Lu Qi touched the veil on her face, then jumped away from the courtyard.
I don't know how much time has passed.
Crunch, the main door opened, and a half-grown child came out on tiptoe. He walked to the body of Lu Yishan with a pause. He stretched out his skinny arms tremblingly and took off the clothes covering Lu Yishan's head. The screams tore through the quiet night sky. It was just daybreak, and the gate of the orphanage was guarded by 4 constables in black. Liao Mengyuan arrived on a fast horse, but before he reached the gate of the orphanage, he dismounted without waiting for the horse to stop and headed straight for the gate of the orphanage. Captain Liao, another captain who was already in the orphanage, saw Liao Mengyuan coming in and hurried to greet him. He then said, "The man is dead." The coroner speculated that he was killed at the beginning of the morning hour last night. Upon hearing this, Liao Mengyuan took 2 steps at a time and came to the corpse. It was a hot summer day, and a foul smell filled the air around the corpse. Liao Mengyuan immediately noticed the dried blood stains on the ground and the pieces of meat in the blood stains. He immediately squatted down, pulled open the clothes on the chest of the corpse, and then saw a slanted mark on the chest. Liao Mengyuan frowned and thought for a moment, then looked around and found a long sword a few steps away from the corpse. He then signaled the coroner beside him to hand the sword to him. Liao Mengyuan picked up the sword and looked at it for a moment, then slowly placed the sword on Lu Yishan's chest, and it fit perfectly, with a slanted mark. Liao Mengyuan's eyes suddenly became solemn, and then he stood up, took a long breath, and said to his left and right, "He died because his internal organs were shattered by the fierce palm power." Liao Mengyuan looked at the messy footprints on the ground and speculated. It should be Lu Yishan who attacked first, but the murderer only used 3 or 2 moves to kill Lu Yishan with 1 palm. "Captain Liao, this man is already dead. How are we going to explain this to our superiors?" The captain next to Liao Mengyuan obviously didn't care much about Liao Mengyuan's speculation about the situation. He looked at Lu Yishan's face with complicated eyes, and then said worriedly, "The person is already dead. How can we explain it?" Liao Mengyuan said in a serious tone, "Carry the body back and report the truth."
Captain Liao.
The captain beside him suddenly looked around and whispered in Liao Mengyuan's ear, "Please spare me a moment to talk." Although Liao Mengyuan was doubtful, he still followed him to a deserted place. When the captain saw that there was no one around, he said in a deep voice, "I have checked Lu Yishan's body. Everything on him is gone." Seeing Liao Mengyuan frowning with a puzzled look on his face, the head constable immediately reminded him angrily, "What kind of person is Lu Yishan? How could he attract the criticism of the imperial censors in the court?" Even those officials were too lazy to investigate in detail and wanted to put him in jail directly. "What exactly do you want to say?" Liao Mengyuan interrupted the other party. The captain leaned close to Liao Mengyuan's ear and whispered, "Captain Liao, do you really think those people above you really care about Lu Yishan's life or death? What they want is the evidence on Lu Yishan. If that evidence implicates some people, he doesn't know how deep the water is here. If he is not careful, he will be doomed." Listening to the captain's earnest advice, Liao Mengyuan finally understood. He asked solemnly, "Then according to you, how should we deal with it?" "Of course it was set on fire. I have already arranged for the brothers and the coroner here. Let's burn down the orphanage together. Then we can explain to the higher-ups. In a word, don't get yourself into trouble." After a while, the captain of the police came back with a happy face, then called several constables over and told them to start working. It was not until several constables holding torches had set fire to the orphanage that Liao Mengyuan walked out with a sullen face. "Captain Liao, please rest assured. I will personally take care of those little rascals in the orphanage." The constable patted his chest and promised as he saw the fire starting. Liao Mengyuan, who was standing at the gate of the orphanage, had a gleam of fire in his eyes and his expression became increasingly gloomy. He suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then walked towards the direction of the horse. After taking a few steps, Liao Mengyuan suddenly turned around and asked the blushing constable in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, what kind of people are we?" After saying this, without waiting for the captain's surnamed Sun to reply, Liao Mengyuan jumped on his horse and left. A fire at the Silesians' home brought complete peace to the turbulent capital city. One of the key figures in the fire, Lu Qi, was sitting in the room at this time, allowing Sui Xiang to perform her techniques on her head. "Mrs. Hair is so smooth. You must take good care of it. Don't wash your hair with cold water every day like before." Sui Xiang complained softly while combing Lu Qi's hair. It can be seen that Sui Xiang is in a good mood because her mother has recovered from her illness. Looking at her increasingly gorgeous hairstyle in the bronze mirror, Lu Qi said helplessly, "Cui Xiang, just tie it up simply. There's no need to make it so complicated." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi felt his scalp tighten. "How can that be possible?" Sui Xiang argued. "Today is your big day. You must not be careless." Lu Qi pursed his lips. "I'm afraid Sui Xiang's expectations will be dashed." As expected, a servant soon came hurriedly and told Lu Qi that he didn't need to go to the lady's place today.
Ah?
Sui Xiang was still a little surprised. The servant bowed his head and replied, "I heard that Master Li fell off his horse and broke his leg on the way here." How could this happen?" Sui Xiang exclaimed, covering her mouth. "There are unexpected events in life, and people are subject to misfortunes at any time." Lu Qi spoke for the first time. "Cui Xiang, don't be surprised. Go to the kitchen to see if lunch is ready. I'm a little hungry." "Yes." As the servant and Sui Xiang left the yard, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Lu Qi, who was sitting in the room, said without raising his head, "Well done. Your Excellency, you are too kind." Zhang Cheng, who had just stepped into the main house, smiled respectfully and then continued, "This Madame Liang really has no good intentions. She only finds such despicable people. That Mr. Li, he just has an uncle who is a minor official, yet he dares to call himself a family of officials." Seeing Zhang Cheng's indignant look, Lu Qi said calmly, "Remember to be clean and don't let others see your true colors. This is the capital, and there are many capable people in the government." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng bowed and said, "Please rest assured, sir. I will do it cleanly." Since it was Nanny Liang who took the initiative to propose it, what kind of good thing would dare to come to the door to marry at this time? "This heroine, the chief helmsman, is waiting for you in room 1 on the second floor." After saying that, he led Lu Qi to the second floor. Opening the door, Lu Qi saw Chao Qing in the main seat at a glance. Seeing Lu Qi come in, Chao Qing stood up, cupped his fists and raised his hands in greeting, and motioned with his eyes to his men to close the door and go out. Lu Qi nodded slightly in return, then turned to nod at the other person on the table. That person is Shen Zhuang. Compared with 3 days ago, Shen Zhuang's face was pale, and his originally modeled beard and hair were already pale. It seemed that baking the elixir in the past 3 days had taken a lot of effort. Lu Qi noticed that the girl Shen Zhuang always brought with him was nowhere to be seen at this time. As soon as Lu Qi sat down, Shen Zhuang said solemnly, "It's fortunate that I didn't disgrace my life." After saying that, he took out 2 square wooden boxes and pushed them in front of Chao Cheng and Lu Qi respectively. 1,000-year-old jade ginseng is one of the main materials for refining the Xinyuan pill. However, I only have such a magical elixir in my hand, so I followed the method of refining the Guyuan pill. Although it was a waste of jade ginseng's years, it is still effective. Dan takes shape. The medicinal power contained in this elixir can not only wash away the impurities accumulated in the meridians, but if the medicinal power can be fully digested, it can also be worth 10 years of skill. Seeing the satisfaction in the eyes of Lu Qi and Chao Cheng, Shen Zhuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then stood up and said, "The old man who promised you 2 has done what he promised. Inger is still recovering and needs someone to take care of her. I won't accompany you anymore. In that case, I won't let you drink, Mr. Shen." Chao Cheng smiled immediately, then got up and sent Shen Zhuang out of the room in person. A moment later, Chao Cheng returned to the room and sat back in the main seat. His eyes immediately fell on Lu Qi, who was enjoying the food on the table opposite him. He smiled slightly and said, "It is said that the chef of Tianhong Tower was born as an imperial chef. I think his cooking skills must be good." Lu Qi had just stuffed a piece of crystal-clear meat into her mouth when a strong aroma of wine and meat immediately overflowed from her teeth. After hearing what Chao Qing said, she nodded heavily. "It's really good. Compared with Tianhong Tower, I have been eating pig food in Shilio Villa for more than 10 years. The dozen dishes on the table were quickly swept away by Lu Qi, while Chao Qing, the host, did not even move his chopsticks, but stared at Lu Qi deeply, and no one knew what he was thinking. The girl did a great job on Lu Yishan's matter. Looking at Lu Qi, who was half leaning on the back of the chair with a comfortable look on her face, Chao Qing glanced at the sword on his waist and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the girl is also a master of palm techniques." Lu Qi, who was rubbing his bulging belly to promote digestion, couldn't help but stare at the words, and then responded in a deep voice, "Chief Chao is really powerful." Lu Yishan died from the heart-destroying palm, but it was not Lu Qi's intentional act. She only had 3 martial arts skills, 2 of which were sword techniques. It's not possible for her to use a sword to deal with everyone. What's more, the knife in Lu Qi's hand seemed to have some origin. Ever since she was recognized by the old man from Huaqing's sect last time, she has been cautious and would not easily draw the knife in front of outsiders. However, Lu Yishan's body had turned to ashes along with the orphanage. Before this, only the 6 gates had come into contact with Lu Yishan's body. Chao Qing was able to know that Lu Yishan died from the palm technique, so he thought that there was an insider in the 6 gates. Thinking of this, Lu Qi couldn't help but look up at Chao Qing, who was sitting opposite him. He saw that he still had a smiling expression on his face, especially after noticing Lu Qi's gaze. The smile on his face became more sincere and friendly. Recalling the first time they met at Datong Bank, Chao Qing angrily scolded Old Black Snake with righteous indignation. Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that no one with a little status in this world is simple. Lu Qi changed her mind and realized that she simply regarded the other party as a partner. Without too much expectation, there would be no disappointment. Moreover, this cooperation was actually a win-win for her. Thinking in this way, the smile on Chao Qing's face was not as dazzling as before. Her eyes immediately brightened up, and she said to Chao Qing, "If there is such a good thing in the future, Chief Chao, please don't forget me." Chao Qing's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he asked curiously, "I see that the young lady's appearance and demeanor are not even that of a young girl, but her martial arts skills are better than most of the old martial artists. Even among the young generation of famous sects, she is one of the best. Mississippi, could it be that you accidentally took a spiritual substance like the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng?" Lu Qi pondered for a moment, and seeing Chao Qing's face full of curiosity, he immediately followed his wishes and nodded heavily. Chao Qing smiled when he saw this, and then said with an expression of as expected, "It seems that the girl and I are in the same boat." When talking about sympathy for each other, Chao Qing's tone was a little humorous. Before Lu Qi asked any questions, Chao Qing told him his story one by one. It turned out that Chao Qing was just a small boatman of the Chao gang. Based on his background and experience, he would probably have to make a living on a boat all his life. How could he have imagined that one day he would become the chief leader of the Chao gang? The turning point came when Chao Qing was 18 years old. He was traveling by boat, and when he reached a certain area of water, he was suddenly hit by strong winds and huge waves, so that the boat capsized. Chao Qing was also swept into the underwater undercurrent and could not escape. However, it seemed that he was blessed by God and was swept into a cave by the undercurrent. The cave was narrow, dark, and damp, but there was one thing that was constantly emitting dazzling light. I was dizzy from the undercurrent and didn't care about anything else. I crawled towards the place where the light was shining. In a daze, I reached out and swallowed the light into my stomach. When Chao Qing recalled what happened, a look of regret suddenly appeared on his face, while Lu Qi on the opposite side moved his eyes slightly when he heard it. Chao Qing went on to say, After the strange light entered my stomach, I felt a chill in my stomach, and then I completely passed out. When I woke up again, I was already in a fisherman's house on the shore. Things happened naturally after that. Chao Ben thought it was just a dream, but his martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few years, he became one of the masters of the Chao gang. In addition, he was very experienced in dealing with people, and later he became the leader of the Chao gang during the chaos in the court. In the subsequent breaking the martial arts order, he complied with the court's will and reorganized the Chao gang into the Chao Gang Chamber of Commerce. Over the years, Chao has sent people to famous rivers and mountains in various places, and even to dangerous remote places in the world to search for the trace of elixir, but in the end, nothing was found. Chao Qing shook his head and sighed. Lu Qi lowered his eyes upon hearing this, and then asked in a serious tone, "I wonder what Chief Leader Chao meant by saying this to me?" Naturally, Lu Qi would not believe everything Chao Qing said. However, the fact that Chao Qing had taken the elixir was probably not a lie. As for the process of taking the elixir, it was impossible to say whether it was entirely due to chance encounters, as he said. Although there have been rumors in the world for a long time that using elixirs to increase one's cultivation is nothing more than pulling the seedlings to encourage growth, and sooner or later there will be backlash. Chao Qing sneered, but judging from Chao's personal experience, the backlash is fictitious, but the benefits are. Really? I think, girl, you will agree with Chao's idea? Lu Qi naturally nodded cooperatively. Since Chao and you are in the same boat, there is no need to hide some words. Chao Qing suddenly stood up and said solemnly, "I hope to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. This time I assisted Xin Zhuang in obtaining the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng and curing Shining. He will definitely be grateful to Chao." The Xin family has released Guyuan Dan every year for decades, but there are only a handful of elixirs circulating on the market. The Xin family must have a stable source of elixirs, or the Xin family can grow elixirs themselves. Lu Qi raised her head slightly and saw that Chao Cheng's face had gradually become distorted due to excitement. She looked calmer and said, "So, Chief Chao hopes that we can work together to find a channel for the Xin family to obtain the elixir? Girl, don't you want more elixirs?" Chao Qing asked, and then said confidently, "Xin Zhuang has also been the head of the Xin family for more than 10 years. He must know where the Xin family's elixirs come from." Lu Qi had forgotten that there was such a thing. Lu Qi knew a thing or two about this old case of the Xin family. As the previous head of the Xin family, Xin Zhuang has two sons, Shen Songshao, the current head of the Xin family, and Shen Liang, the youngest son who died unexpectedly 12 years ago. The girl Inger that Xin Zhuang had been carrying before was Shen Liang's posthumous son. Lu Qi recalled Inger's thin appearance in Shen Zhuang's arms. It was hard to imagine that this was a 12-year-old girl. Although Shen Liang was from the Shen family, he had no interest in medical skills and alchemy. Instead, he became a disciple of Qingqing sect, another famous sect in the world, and became the disciple of Jiang Xianyun, the current head of Qingqing. Jiang Xianyun, the sword emerging from Xiling, is one of the one master, two masters that is widely rumored in the world. But Shen Liang had become a disciple of the head of Qingqing 12 years ago, and his wife were attacked on the way to celebrate Xin Zhuang's birthday. When the Qingqing faction and the Xin family arrived after hearing the news, they only found Shen Liang's body and Mrs. Shen Liang, who was dying in a hidden cave. At that time, Mrs. Shen Liang was also a disciple of the Qingqing sect and was already 9 months pregnant. Although she was seriously injured, she still held on for breath until she saw the Xin family and the Qingqing sect's people closing their eyes and passing away. In the end, Shen Zhuang endured his grief and passed away. Mrs. Shen Liang peeled out the dying baby from her belly. After that, Shen Zhuang spared no effort to save the baby. In the end, he even fell out with the eldest son who had inherited the Xin family. At the age of 70, he embraced an orphan girl and entered the world alone, just to leave a trace of blood for his younger son. Although there are different opinions on the reason why Xin Zhuang and Xin Songshao fell out, Chao speculated that it must be related to the elixir channels controlled by the Xin family. Chao Qing speculated confidently. Chao Cheng's speculation is not unreasonable. The elixir is the foundation of the Shen family. Otherwise, why would Shun Songxiao risk the disapproval of the world to fall out with his biological father and expel his biological father from the Shen family? But Lu Qi was very curious, who killed Shen Liang and his wife. Of course Lu Qi would not express his doubts to Chao Qingming, but asked calmly, "Then what does Chief Chao want to do? Now that it's all said and done, what are you going to do?" "The most important thing first is to transfer this little girl Fang Qingluan away from Shenzhuang." Chao Cheng had already made a plan in his mind. Fang Qingluan is a disciple of Feiyu Villa, and this time he is paying, and it's not just Shenzhuang's alchemy ability that you want to use. "Mr. Chao, don't blame me for not reminding you," Lu Qi said in a faint tone. "Fang Nuxia is not comparable to Lu Yishan and others. Fang Qingluan, the direct disciple of Feiyu Villa and the direct descendant of Jiang Jiu, the top master in the world, Crane Juxiao, one of the famous four little Feiha in the martial arts world, and a first-class master in his own right." There was no doubt that if Chao Qing dared to ask her to kill Fang Qingluan, Lu Qi would draw her sword and slap him in the face, without hesitation. Facts have proved that Chao Qing is not a madman and Lu Qi is not a fool. The chief leader who had been in charge of the Chao gang for many years lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "I don't need you to worry about these things, but if Chao has any difficulties in the future, I hope you can help me." "No problem." Lu Qi raised his head and agreed immediately. His speed was so fast that Chao Qing was stunned. Lu Qi had already made up her mind. She said calmly, "Lu Yishan has already paid the debt. If Chief Leader Chao wants me to help again, I will have to spend more money." Lu Qi's meaning was very clear. He was willing to help, but there was a different price. Chao Cheng watched Lu Qi go down the stairs with an approachable smile, and then the smile disappeared in an instant, replaced by a cold expression. After returning to the room, Chao Cheng glanced at the empty plates on the table and suddenly felt extremely hungry.
"Come in."
Following Chao Cheng's words, two people walked in from outside the door. Chao Cheng sat down and pointed at one of them and said, "Go and tell the kitchen to prepare another meal." "Yes." Seeing his companion leaving the room, the other one bowed and asked Chao Cheng, "President, I have sent brothers to follow secretly, but..." Recalling the previous times, I also sent people to follow secretly, but without exception, I lost the person. Chao Cheng seemed to have expected this. He sighed softly, then stroked his forehead and said, "Even I can't see through this woman's martial arts. How can those useless people under you catch up with her?" Chao Cheng then asked, "How is the inquiry going over at the Six Gates?" Upon hearing this, his subordinate immediately replied, "There is no news either, but it seems that a mysterious master has recently appeared in the capital, and it is said that the illegitimate son of Old Black Snake has been killed." "Mysterious master?" Chao Cheng raised his head slowly after hearing this, then frowned and asked, "What's the clue?" "I don't know the details, but I heard from the people of the Six Gates that it was the illegitimate son of Old Black Snake who secretly accepted a job and took people to assassinate outside the city, but he was caught in the act." "Humph." Chao Cheng sneered when he heard that Black Snake's illegitimate son was captured in one fell swoop. Is this little rascal planning to assassinate someone? She is the daughter of Lu Zongxuan, a member of the Ministry of Works. It is said that she was raised in the countryside since she was a child, and she doesn't even have a proper name. But before Lu Yishan got into trouble, he checked on Lu Qinyang and found nothing wrong. Lu Qi paced on the deserted streets. Every time she passed an intersection, she would stop and look around for a moment before continuing on her way. Not far behind Lu Qi, two shadowy figures whispered to each other. "Strange, why is this witch walking so slowly today?" "Yeah, and the direction doesn't seem right. Why do the surroundings look familiar? Hurry up and catch up. If we don't lose him this time, who knows how the chief will reward us." "Hush, hasn't the chief leader told us many times that we should call him the president when we are outside?" Lu Qi stopped in front of a towering building, then looked up at the sky, only to see a bright moon slowly disappearing into the clouds. The street suddenly became dark and dim. Lu Qi turned around slowly and said quietly, "My two friends, since you are already home, why don't you show up?" As soon as the words fell, the street returned to silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Oh, what a hassle. A hint of coldness flashed across Lu Qi's eyes, and then he stomped his feet lightly. With a bang, a stone the size of a fingernail suddenly flew into the air and landed in front of Lu Qi. Whoosh! Lu Qi turned over and kicked the stone, and then with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the stone turned into a stream of light and attacked the dim eaves. Careful! Following a commotion, two figures fled from under the eaves in a panic. One of them lagged behind by half a step, and a whoosh sound was heard, and a stream of light passed through his calf. The shrill screams tore through the night fog. The person who escaped first had not yet stood still when he raised his head and saw a shadow flash before his eyes. Bang! The body hit the ground heavily. This is... Before his vision completely faded, he looked at the dark and towering building in front of him and felt that it looked familiar, until the last ray of his gaze passed over the door plaque. The moonlight passed through the clouds and fell on the plaque, making the 4 characters Chaobang Merchants Association shine brightly. The next day, Chao Chung heard his subordinates reporting in a hurry. Are they all dead? Chao Chung asked sullenly, and they died at the gate of the Chamber of Commerce? Yes. The subordinate was half kneeling on the ground and did not dare to raise his head, so he could only reply with a stern tone. The air in the room froze for a moment. After a long silence, Chao Chung sighed slightly and then said in a deep voice, "Let's deal with it according to the usual practice." The words were divided into 2 parts. When Chao Cheng's men discovered 2 corpses at the door of the Chamber of Commerce, Lu Qi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, closing her eyes and concentrating, with a faint green aura on her body. After returning to Lu Mansion, Lu Qi directly took a pill refined by Xin Zhuang. As the power of the medicine was absorbed by Yuya, Yuya suddenly became lifelike and began to feed back. At the moment when Yuya's pure breath came out, Lu Qi had already begun to recite the key points of the mental method silently, urging the true energy to start circulating around his body. Until a hint of pale sky appeared outside the window. Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, with divine light flashing in his eyes. The light green aura floating around his body seemed to be attracted by some kind of suction force, and all rushed into Lu Qi's body until it returned to silence. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the porcelain cup on the table. He then raised his hand and waved it. His sleeves fluttered, and a green light burst out from his palm. Clink, clink. Looking at the broken porcelain cups on the ground, a hint of pride suddenly flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Gu Lu's heart method, the 7th level, is complete. She has already achieved the state of controlling the qi outside and releasing it freely, successfully becoming one of the top masters in the martial arts world. The old man sharpening the knife, the king of Black Prison, and the mysterious Your Excellency. Now that his internal strength has been perfected, Lu Qi's mind suddenly flashes with his potential opponents, and the pride that had just risen in his heart can't help but fade a little. Among the 3, Lu Qi was the only one who had seen the old man sharpening knives. But I think that no matter whether it is the Black Prison King who is the master of the old man sharpening the knife, or the Your Majesty who has a higher status than the Black Prison King, the martial arts of both of them must be extraordinary. Since this mysterious organization is targeting the imperial court, the strongest fighter in the organization must at least be at the level of a top master. Top masters, most of the leaders of famous sects in the martial arts world, are at this level. Lu Qi stood up and slowly exhaled. It seems that I still have a long way to go. There is one more important matter to attend to tonight. The mission conveyed by Your Majesty through Lu Air was to kill Yan Lingyi of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce in the capital, and to kill him by the Tai Fengguang sword of the Tai sect. This mission not only requires the 7 killings Master Lu Qi to take action, but also the cooperation of Judge Yuan, because only he can imitate the moves of Tai's splitting light sword. Considering that the action would take place at night, Lu Qi did not let Zhang Qing transfer Cui Xiang away. At this time, Cui Xiang was arranging dishes for Lu Qi in a dull manner. After the table was set, Lu Qi did not pick up his chopsticks immediately, but raised his head to glance at Cui Xiang, whose expression was obviously a little strange. Sui Xiang was Zhou's spy placed by her side, and Lu Qi had known about this for a long time. But Lu Qi also knew that Zhou didn't care much about him, so Sui Xiang only needed to report Lu Qi's movements to Zhou when she went to the kitchen to get food every day. Lu Qi also knew Sui Xiang's growth experience clearly through Zhang Cheng. Acting as the master's spy might be the closest thing she could do. So when Lu Qi noticed that Sui Xiang's expression was strange, he thought that either something had happened in her family or someone was forcing her to do something beyond her bottom line. If her family has any matters, she can just ask for leave and go back home. Lu Qi will never make things difficult for her on this point. In other words, that it's most likely directed at me. Sui Xiang, who was standing respectfully on the side, seemed to have a struggle on her face. She suddenly raised her head and opened her lips slightly as if she wanted to say something, but then a hint of hesitation flashed to her eyes, and she quickly shut up and lowered her head. This scene naturally did not escape Lu Qi's eyes. Seeing Sui Xiang hesitated to speak, Lu Qi calmly picked up the food and put it into his mouth. During the short meal, Lu Qi noticed that Sui Xiang wanted to step forward and say something several times, but finally chose to give up. Sui Xiang's parents both work in the Lu mansion. She also has an older sister who married a servant of Lu Zongxuan. She also has a younger brother who is 7 or 8 years old. The whole family depends on the Lu mansion for their livelihood. I guess this is why Sui Xiang hesitated to speak. In the main house, Lu Qi listened to Sui Xiang's busy footsteps in the yard, then turned his head to look at the sky outside, thinking, the deadline is before dinner. In the evening, Sui Xiang walked into the main house carrying a food box. When the last dish was placed in front of Lu Qi, Sui Xiang suddenly knelt down on the ground. Miss, please go and beg the master. Madam, she wants to harm you. Lu Qi was still picking up dishes with a normal expression, without even looking at Sui Xiang, who was lying on the ground with her head buried. Only after he put the last piece of meat on the plate into his mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it, did Lu Qi look dimly at Sui Xiang, who was trembling on the ground. I don't know if it was because I was scared or because I had been kneeling for too long. Get up. Lu Qi said calmly, speak clearly. How does Madam intend to harm me? Sui Xiang was about to stand up when she heard that, but her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. She half knelt on the ground and looked up at Lu Qi nervously, only to be met with a pair of cold eyes. Sui Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and she felt all the hairs on her body stand up. But now that she had spoken, Sui Xiang knew she had no way out, so she suppressed her anxiety and said tremblingly, it was Madame Liang who said that the Madam wants to marry you to Lord Quinyu, who is under the general's command. It's Nanny Liang again. Lu Qi was not surprised at all, but his eyes became colder, and then he asked, what's wrong with this Lord Quinyu? Why would marrying him harm me? Lu Qi had heard of the name Quinyu. Of course, it is not the one-legged ancient beast in the legend. But he was a general under General Zhou Weiyang. When Zhou Weiyang traveled the world of martial arts alone, he was not alone on his horse. In addition to hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers from the imperial court, there were also many generals with extraordinary martial arts skills. The 4 most famous of them were called the 4 heavenly generals. Perhaps they were worried about incurring retaliation from martial artists, or perhaps it was because the identities of the 4 were not allowed to be made public. In any case, the 4 generals of heaven have always been known by code names. Quinyu, Yinglong, Bai Zhe, and Zhuke. Among them, Kuei Niu, as the leader of the 4 generals of Tianzuan, was also the person who had followed Zhou Weiyang the longest. Moreover, before the Pawu order, it was Kuei Niu who led the army to destroy the Huaqing sect. But after the general handed back the military power in the 18th year of Taikong, the 4 generals of Tianzuan also retired. For several years, there was no news about the 4 people either in the court or in the world. That Lord Quinyu is a monster. Sui Xiang's eyes were filled with deep fear. Late at night, outside the brightly lit Fuxiang courtyard, in a narrow dark alley where one cannot see one's hand in front of one's face, Lu Qi leaned against the wall with a knife in his arms. After a moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the alley. Judge, you are late, Lu Qi said lightly. Hehe. Yuan sneered twice, and then said, "You are just the master of the 7 killing order. It is not your turn to comment on your identity." Lu Qi's eyes moved slightly when he heard this, and then he said sternly, "If Master Dao is here, I wonder if you can still be so presumptuous." At Fuxianjuan, Lu'er has not given any signal yet. Lu Qi and Yu were leaning against a wall in the dark alley, one on the left and one on the right. At this time, the full moon was shining through the clouds, and a ray of moonlight just happened to fall on the wall where Yuan was. Lu Qi glanced at the Taoist sword in Yuan's hand in the moonlight, and saw that the Bagua pattern on the hilt emitted a faint fluorescence under the moonlight. Yuan's ancestors were also disciples of the Tai sect. I don't know whether his skill of using the Tai splitting light sword was passed down from his ancestors or he learned it after becoming a teacher in the martial arts academy. At this moment, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from the gate of Fuxianjuan diagonally opposite the alley, and then quickly turned into a fight. As a few crisp clang sounds reached his ears, Lu Qi knew that someone had used weapons. This is Lu'er's signal. They are disciples of the Qixia sect. The judge at the side suddenly spoke up, obviously recognizing the people fighting at the door. Then he shook his head and sighed. It's ridiculous for a dignified Taoist disciple to start a fight at the gate of a brothel. Naturally, Lu Qi couldn't tell you and that this was Lu'er who deliberately provoked it. It was the Jinma Chamber of Commerce guards led by Lu'er who were fighting against the Qixia sect disciples. Not long after, a group of soldiers came hurriedly and separated the two groups of people who were almost bleeding. Then, the leading military leader gave an order and took the two groups away at the same time. Just as the officers and soldiers were leaving, a luxurious carriage slowly stopped at the gate of Fuxianjuan. Then a well-dressed young man walked out of the gate and got on the carriage surrounded by his subordinates. "Let's go. Our target is the young man who just got on the carriage," Lu Qi said. It was not until then that Yuan noticed something was wrong. Recalling the fight at the gate of Fuxianjuan just now, he immediately understood something. However, he looked at Lu Qi's back with flickering eyes and finally did not speak. Sword captive and wandering souls are almost two parallel lines in the Black Prison Gate, and the Lord of the Order like Lu Qi is the bridge connecting these two lines. Lu Qi and the judge followed closely behind the carriage. During this time, Lu Qi had already seen the number of guards. Including the driver, there are 7 guards in total. Lu Qi said calmly, "This street is patrolled frequently by soldiers. We only have half a cup of tea. I'll take care of the guards, and Yanlingyi is in your hands." After repeating the task again, Lu Qi heard Yuan's called him from the side. "Take action at the next intersection." Yanlingyi lay on the cushion with his legs crossed, reminiscing about the woman he had just accompanied in Fuxianjuan, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. "Although there were some minor setbacks during this trip to the capital, I did not disappoint my father's expectations and got the job done. This time, my identity as the next head of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce should be confirmed." Just as Yanlingyi was dreaming, the carriage suddenly stopped with a creak. Yanlingyi, whose dream was disturbed, opened his eyes immediately, and a look of anger appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak, a strong wind suddenly blew open the curtain of the car, and a cold light approached his eyes. Lu Qi stood in the middle of the street with one hand on the hilt of the knife, her eyes fixed on the direction of the carriage, until Yuan lifted the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. Yuan's eyes swept across the stiff body of the driver, and then looked at Lu Qi, his eyes suddenly filled with solemnity. Just now, in just a few breaths, the seemingly fragile woman in front of him killed all 7 guards, including the coachman, without even using a knife. It seems that the old immortal has trained a pretty good 7 killings master, Yuan said in a deep voice. Lu Qi said coldly, "Can't you see with your eyesight, Judge, that my martial arts have nothing to do with Dao Lao?" Just now, Lu Qi did not use the knife, but simply used the ancient Lu mental method to drive the heart-destroying palm to hurt people. She is already a first-class master, and even if she does not use the 7 styles of crazy knife, her deep internal strength alone is enough to kill these guards in seconds. Lu Qi just wanted Yuan to know that he was not born a sword captive. Just as Lu Qi expected, After hearing what she said, a barely perceptible look of strangeness flashed across Yu En's face. Let's go, the government officials are coming soon. Lu Qi turned around and said lightly, with a slight smile of success on the corner of his mouth. The eldest son of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce was assassinated on the street, becoming the center of the storm in the capital. Unlike the previous murder cases, the government took Yan Lingyi's case very seriously and even alarmed the prime minister and the court. Once the court began to take action, naturally some people would have a hard time. The first to bear the brunt were the underground forces in Beijing. On the third day after Yan Lingyi's death, Lu Qi learned that the Black Snake Gang had been uprooted. All the Black Snake Gang's gangs, whether open or secret, have been cleared out by the soldiers. All members of the Black Snake Gang who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. I heard that old Black Snake was captured by 3 captains and thrown into the lowest level of the prison. When Zhang Qing talked about these things, he looked like he was still frightened. I heard that Chairman Chao of the Chao Gang Merchants Association was also invited to the Jingzhou Prefecture Government Office and has not come out yet. The Ho brothers are also on the 6 Gates wanted list. It is said that the 2 brothers fled the capital on the day when the news of Yan Lingyi's death came out. As for the Changel Gang, the Huzhou headquarters has announced to the martial arts world that the northern branch has been disbanded, and the leader Tai Niu is said to have returned to Huzhou. Listening to the lists of people dealt with by the government, Lu Qi felt vaguely familiar. Aren't these all the people who showed up at Tianhong Building before? Especially the Ho brothers. Tai Niu from the Changel Gang, Old Black Snake from the Black Snake Gang, Chao Chung from the Chao Gang Chamber of Commerce, and Yan Lingyi from the Jinma Chamber of Commerce who died. They were all the people who bid the most fiercely at that time. It was obvious that Yan Lingyi was killed by Yu En with the Tai Fengguang sword. But up to now, the government has not revealed any clues related to Tai sect, and instead, these forces in the capital have suffered. Lu Qi tapped the tabletop with her hands and fell into deep thought. Is it that the king of Hades is fighting and the little devils are suffering? Or is it that the government is taking advantage of the situation? In the east of the capital, in Taipingfang, there is the 6-gate General Yamen. Liao Mengyuan stood outside the lobby with his head bowed. Beside him stood about 20 constables dressed in the same clothes as him. Inside the lobby, under a plaque with 4 large characters Aoqi, Yanran written on it, 6 Grand Masters were standing on both sides. Sitting on each chair was a person with a solemn expression, who looked majestic without even getting angry. The clothes of the 6 people in the hall were similar to those of Liao Mengyuan outside, but each of them wore a gold-plated belt around their waist with a thumb-sized emerald in the middle. Captain Ling Hu and Captain Lin are not here. Please share your ideas if you have any. The captain sitting on the first armchair on the left spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere in the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain on his right said in a deep voice, "Since it involves Tai sect, it is better to be safe." Why not wait for Chief Captain Ling Hu? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Prime Minister Fu has issued an order. An explanation must be given within 7 days. The one who spoke was the captain of the police sitting in the first seat on the right. He had a long white beard and a weathered face. He was obviously an old man. But why don't we hand over the Black Snake in the prison first? Someone suggested. Humph. The old captain on the right snorted coldly. Do you think the Prime Minister is a fool? But Tai's sect is very close to that person after all. After waking up in the morning, Cui Xiang had been busy with Lu Qi's hair. After trying several different hairstyles, she was still not satisfied. Cui Xiang originally wanted to put some more rouge on Lu Qi's face, but when Lu Qi turned her head, looking at her face as pure as a lotus emerging from the water, Cui Xiang couldn't help but be stunned. Then she silently lowered her head and quietly put the rouge in her hand behind her. But Cui Xiang soon remembered something and then raised her head and reminded with a solemn face, "Miss, please don't forget to mention the marriage to the master. The master has finally come back. If you miss this opportunity, you will really marry that weird Lord Quinniu." The word monster came to her lips, but Cui Xiang swallowed it back. Looking at Cui Xiang, whose teeth began to chatter when the name Kuei Nyo was mentioned, Lu Qi couldn't help but have a hint of doubt in his eyes. What's going on? Could it be that this General Quinyu can eat people? The information about the 4 generals of heaven in the Black Prison Gate is not detailed. Of course, it is also possible that Lu Qi does not have sufficient authority and cannot access more confidential information. Especially the General Quinyu, who Cui Xiong said could stop children from crying at night. Kui Nyo's origin is unknown. It is said that he is from the same hometown as General Zhou Weiyang. After Zhou Weiyang entered the court, he served as his personal bodyguard for a long time. It was not until the fall of Huaqing sect that the world knew that there was such a master beside Zhou Weiyang. Then the Powu order was issued. Zhou Weiyang rode his horse into the rivers and lakes, and the 4 generals of Tianzuan headed by Kui Nyo also became famous. People all over the world seemed to have a unified impression of General Quinyu. Cruel, ruthless, cold-blooded killing machine. According to Cui Xiong, this Quinyu general seemed to be keen on torturing women. I don't know what happened today. Lu Zongxuan, who was in charge of the construction of General Weiyang's mansion, came back for a rare visit. It should have been a good day for him to get together with the Zhou family of 3, but he happened to call Lu Qi, the insignificant one of the Lu mansion, to come. That's why Cui Xiong went to so much trouble just to make a good impression on Lu Qi in front of Lu Zongxuan and evoke some father-daughter affection. Of course, Lu Qi did not comment on Cui Xiong's plan. Isn't it a bit ridiculous to seek family affection from a Qin shimi? Ever since Lu Qi first met Lu Zongxuan outside the city, she had never seen even a trace of tenderness in this man's eyes. However, there is no way to escape today's family dinner. At Cui Xiong's repeated requests, Lu Qi had to change into the pink dress that she had kept at the bottom of her closet. Cui Xiong seemed to think that Lu Qi's hair was too plain, so she inserted a hairpin into her hair before she left. In this way, Lu Qi, who was rarely dressed up, walked all the way to Zhou's backyard with ladylike steps. When he was still some distance away from the backyard gate, Lu Qi raised his head and found that the 2 maids at the door when he came last time were gone. The people guarding the gate were 2 strange men, and both of them held a long sword in their hands. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly at the moment, and then she continued to walk towards the door. She could hear the faint and long breathing sounds of the 2 people at the door. And when Lu Qi reached the gate of the courtyard, she lowered her head slightly and saw the rough calluses on the right hands of the 2 people. A gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. He is not an ordinary guard, but a martial arts master with internal skills. The 2 guards saw that 2 young women were coming towards them, but they didn't take it seriously. Cui Xiong stepped forward and said a few words to them. The 2 men immediately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then they took the initiative to make way. So this is the young lady of the Lu family who has been raised in the countryside. One of them sighed in his heart, and then when Lu Qi walked by, he wanted to look down to see what the girl looked like, but it was just a glimpse of her side profile, and the guard was stunned. Hello, hello. When he came to his senses, he found that there was no girl in front of him, but his companion who was patting his shoulder with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong with you? You suddenly seem to have lost your soul. It's over, it's over. The man shook his head repeatedly in a low voice after hearing this. It's a pity to give such a good girl to Lord Quinyu. After passing through the gate guarded by 2 guards and entering the courtyard, Zhou's maid soon came to lead the way. The maids seemed to have a good relationship with Cui Xiong. The 2 chatted and laughed for few words, and then said to Lu Qi respectfully, "Miss, please follow me." Lu Qi followed behind him, walked through the corridor, and came to the door of a room. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he felt a cool breeze blowing towards him, dispelling the hot air outside. After Lu Qi entered the room and stopped, his eyes instantly swept over the ice cubes on both sides of the room and the maid fanning behind the ice cubes. "Qingyang is here." A low voice sounded at this time. Lu Qi raised his head and found that it was Lu Zongxuan who was sitting at the main seat at the table. He had become much darker and thinner since the last time they met. It seemed that supervising the construction of General Weiyang's mansion was not an easy task. Lu Qi glanced at the other people at the table. Sitting on Lu Zongxuan's left was the slightly plump Zhou, and on Zhou's left sat an equally plump young woman who was staring at Lu Qi with curiosity. Lu Qi suddenly felt a burning gaze falling on him. Please sit down first. We are not outsiders here, so there is no need to greet each other. Looking at Lu Qi, who was standing at the door with his head down and looking a little silly, Zhou beside Lu Zongxuan couldn't help showing a look of disgust, and then spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi walked to the table in small steps and then carefully sat on 1/3 of a chair. In fact, Mrs. May had taught all these etiquettes, telling women of different personalities and identities how to behave. Seeing Lu Qi's reserved look, the girl next to Zhou couldn't help but burst out laughing, then looked at Lu Qi with a smile and said, "You are my sister?" This woman was none other than Lu Zongxuan and Zhou's only daughter, Lu Xiangxiang. Stop talking nonsense. When Zhou heard the word sister from her daughter's mouth, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and immediately reached out and pulled Lu Xiangxiang's arm. Your temper. Seeing Lu Qi burying his head and looking petty, Lu Zongxuan also showed some anger in his eyes. He immediately shook his head and scolded, "I don't know who you learned this from." Humph. Lu Qi sneered in his heart when he heard this. At this time, a gentle male voice was heard. "Uncle, please don't embarrass my sister." Lu Qi raised her head slightly and met a pair of burning eyes. This person's eyes had never left her since she entered the room. "This is your brother from your mother's side," Lu Zongxuan introduced with a serious face. "My name is Zhou Xianzong. You can call me Brother Xianzong from now on." The man introduced himself immediately. The lights in front of Fuxiang Courtyard were dim that day. Although he only caught a glimpse from a distance, Lu Qi firmly believed that his eyes were not wrong. This Zhou Xianzong was the man in brocade clothes who appeared when Boss Du of Tiancheng Casino went to Fuxianjuan that day. Lu Qi followed the carriage of the man in brocade clothes all the way and was then discovered by the old man from Huaqing sect. The person behind the Tiancheng Casino that I had been looking for so long was actually right next to me. This family dinner was a special treat. Zhou pretended that Lu Qi didn't exist, and from time to time she added a bowl of soup to Lu Zongxuan and his daughter Lu Xiangxiang, without even looking in Lu Qi's direction. Lu Zongxuan, the head of the family, was also taciturn. He would only speak a few words to Zhou Xianzong on his right from time to time, and the content of their conversation was all about official business of the court. Lu Qi's eyes would occasionally glance at the braised fish in front of Lu Zongxuan, but unfortunately, no matter how high his martial arts skills were, he couldn't change the length of his arms. If he wanted to grab the braised fish, he had to stand up. Lu Qi thought about it and decided to give up. He just sat there with his head down, with two pairs of eyes focusing on him at all times. Lu Qi could understand that Zhou Xianzong's attention was on herself, as everyone loves beauty. But Lu Xiangxiang, you little fat girl, why are you so concerned about your sister? Mom, I want to eat the braised fish in front of Dad. Following Lu Xiangxiang's coquettish voice, Zhou lovingly brought the braised fish in front of Lu Zongxuan to her daughter. Seeing the fish being taken away, Lu Zongxuan was naturally unhappy, although he never put a chopstick into the braised fish. But he didn't say anything, just took a deep breath and continued to eat the rice in his bowl. Coincidentally, the plate of braised fish was now placed right in a position where Lu Qi could reach it. Lu Qi glanced at Lu Xiangxiang beside him and found it hard to believe that she didn't do it on purpose. Could it be that the desire in my eyes just now was too intense, so that Lu Xiangxiang saw it? Lu Qi reflected in his heart. But since the fish was already in front of him, there was no reason not to eat it. Lu Qi stretched out his chopsticks with peace of mind, tore off a piece of fish meat from the whole fish, and then put it into his mouth. The tender fish meat matched with the refreshing sauce gave Lu Qi's taste buds a peak enjoyment. As if attracted by the intoxicated expression on Lu Qi's face, Zhou also stretched out her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it in Lu Zongxuan's bowl, then said softly, "Master, I have something to discuss with you." Before he could finish his words, Zhou Xianzong, who was beside Lu Zongxuan, interrupted him and said, "Aunt, the Queen Mother was still whispering in my ear yesterday, saying that she hadn't seen Xiangxiang for a long time and she missed her very much." Really? Xiangxiang misses her aunt too. Lu Xiangxiang, whose eyes had just been on Lu Qi, immediately brightened up when she heard that, and then said happily, Yes, Xiang hasn't been to the palace for a long time. But when Zhou, who was standing by, heard the word Empress Dowager, she was stunned at first, and then covered up her distraction with a slightly embarrassed smile. Of course, the change in Zhou's expression did not escape Lu Qi's eyes. It seems that Zhou does not have a harmonious relationship with her cousin, who is the Empress Dowager in the palace. Seeing that Zhou stopped talking, Zhou Xianzong immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then continued. The Queen Mother has also heard about Qin Yang's situation. I think it would be better for Xiang to bring Qin Yang with her when she enters the palace this time. Zhou was shocked when she heard this, and was about to refuse. But Lu Xiang beside him has already agreed. Okay, I'll take my sister to see my aunt. After saying that, Lu Xiang suddenly turned around, blinked at Lu Qi, and then grinned knowingly. Lu Qi, what are you guys playing? After finishing the meal, Lu Qi continued to be silent until Lu Zongxuan, who was drinking tea, could not stand it anymore and said coldly, "If you have nothing else, go back first." Lu Qi was of course very happy about it. He bowed slightly and was about to leave, but he didn't expect that an arm would suddenly come up to him, and then he heard Lu Xiang's smiling voice, "Dad, Mom, I'll take my sister back." Although Lu Zongxuan and Zhou both showed displeasure upon hearing this, fortunately they did not offend Lu Xiang on the spot. They could only watch the two sisters leave arm in arm. Just as Lu Qi and Lu Xiang left, Zhou Xianzong, who was sitting next to Lu Zongxuan, could no longer sit still. He bowed to his aunt and uncle and left as well. This kid. Seeing Zhou Xianzong leaving in a hurry, Zhou sighed. I wonder what he's been busy with all day long? Humph. Lu Zongxuan blew away the steam in the teacup and snorted coldly, saying, Haven't you figured it out yet? Your nephew has fallen in love with Qin Yang. Ah. Seeing the surprise on his wife's face, Lu Zongxuan's eyes darkened slightly. He then took a sip of tea, and then looked out the door with a dim gaze. He had never expected that his daughter would be so beautiful. Who did she take after? Was it his first wife, who had passed away more than a decade ago? Lu Zongxuan's hand that put down the teacup paused slightly, and for a moment he couldn't remember what his original wife looked like. Lu Qi's steps were a little stiff. Even in Shiliu Villa, she had never had anyone hold her arm like this. Most people in Shiliu Villa were afraid of her. Even someone like Lu 19, who was not afraid of her, did not dare to make such an intimate move towards her. Sui Xiang, who had been waiting outside, was also surprised to see Lu Qi and Lu Xiang coming out arm in arm. But seeing that the two young ladies didn't say anything, she could only follow Lu Xiang's two personal maids and follow behind them. Miss Lu. When the two of them passed through the backyard door, the two guards obviously knew Lu Xiang. They bowed their heads and saluted. At the same time, they glanced at Lu Qi at the same time and then quickly retracted their gaze, with surprise in their eyes. One of the guards finally understood why his companion felt sorry for the girl just now. After Lu Qi and Lu Xiang walked out of the gate a few steps arm in arm, he suddenly felt his feet pause. Then he saw Lu Xiang turned around and tilted her head to the guard at the door and asked in confusion, "She's my elder sister. You should call me second miss." The two guards were stunned at first when they heard this, then they leaned over and glanced at each other tacitly. They both saw smiles in each other's eyes and thought that Miss Lu was indeed naive. As for the three maids following behind Lu Qi and the others, including Sui Xiang, they all quickly lowered their heads when they heard what Lu Xiang said. How did Zhou teach her? At this time, Lu Qi had the same idea as the two guards. Just as the atmosphere was becoming awkward, another person chased out from the backyard. When he saw Lu Qi and his group at the door, his eyes suddenly lit up. Xiang and this seventh sister. Zhou Xianzong straightened his body and walked out of the yard. Facing the two guards who turned around to salute, he immediately waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need it, and then walked up to Lu Qi and the others with a smile on his face. It's still early today. Why don't I take you out for a walk? Lu Xiang's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? But my parents. Zhou Xianzong simply ignored Lu Xiang, stared at Lu Qi intently, and replied with a smile. Of course it's true. I'll explain to my uncle and aunt. I just wonder if my sister's willing to do me the honor? At this moment, Lu Qi, who lowered his head, suddenly heard a heavy sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by faint breathing sounds. Mr. Zhou. A deep voice came. Zhou Xianzong glanced at the visitor and nodded slightly. Mr. Mu, you are here. Lu Qi raised his head instantly upon hearing this, and then glanced at the person who had just stood beside Zhou Xianzong. Seeing Lu Qi nod, Zhou Xianzong's face immediately showed joy. He immediately ordered the guards behind him to go to the backyard to inform Lu Zongxuan and his wife. Then, without waiting for the guards to return, he went ahead to invite Lu Qi and the others to leave the house. Lu Xiangxiang was undoubtedly the happiest one to be able to go out for fun. She hugged Lu Qi's arms tightly and almost carried Lu Qi all the way to the gate of Lu Mansion. There was already a carriage waiting outside the gate. When Zhou Xianzong reached the carriage, he turned around and glanced at the maids following Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang. He frowned and thought for a moment, then pointed at Sui Xiang and another maid and said, "Just the two of you can follow." Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang got on the carriage with the help of their maids. When Zhou Xianzong saw the curtain closed, he took the reins handed to him by the servant and climbed onto the horse. The middle-aged man named Mu, who had been guarding Zhou Xianzong, also got on another horse. The two horses and the carriage slowly moved away from the Lu mansion. In the carriage, Lu Qi remained seated like the two maids, but she caught a glimpse of the scene outside through the curtain lifted by Lu Xiangxiang and deduced that the carriage was heading towards the south of the city. "Young master, where are you planning to take the two young ladies?" The middle-aged man surnamed Mu pulled the reins of the horse and came to the position parallel to Zhou Xianzong and then asked in a deep voice. Zhou Xianzong looked back at the carriage and said with some satisfaction, "Xiangxiang said before that she wanted to see the scenery of the south of the city. I will take this opportunity to take her there and let my sister, who has just arrived in the capital, see it. Mr. Mu, please send a disciple to Zawakshuan to inform them to reserve the best room. We will have dinner at Zawakshuan tonight." Mr. Mu frowned upon hearing this and then advised, "The capital has been in turmoil recently. I think you should take the two young ladies for a stroll in the west of the city." "West of the city? Don't we all live in the west of the city? What fun can there be? Besides, Xiangxiang also wants to see what the martial arts world is like. This is a good opportunity to fulfill her wish."
But
Mr. Mu wanted to persuade him again. But at this time, Zhou Xianzong's tone revealed a bit of impatience. "Mr. Mu, don't worry too much. In the capital, under the feet of the emperor, is there anyone who dares to cause trouble?" As soon as he said this, Zhou Xianzong saw Mr. Mu standing beside him with a gloomy face. He immediately remembered something and sighed. "I know Mr. Mu is still sad about the death of Mr. Mu. However, Mr. Mu should also understand that you are of a special status, so I can only choose to keep things quiet for the time being. But don't worry, if the murderer reveals any clues, I will have people track him down to the end, and then Mr. Mu will naturally get his revenge." When Mr. Mu heard Zhou Xianzong say this, his face twitched slightly, and in the end, he could only bow his head and reply, "Mu would like to thank Mr. Zhou first. Mother always told me not to come to the south of the city, saying that it's a very dangerous place with all kinds of people and martial artists." Lu Xiangxiang looked at the increasing number of pedestrians outside the car window and suddenly said excitedly, "I think Mother is overthinking it. Martial artists are chivalrous and take revenge, so how can a place where they gather be a dangerous place?" Lu Qi's eyes moved slightly when he heard this, and then he said, "How did you learn that martial artists are chivalrous and take pleasure in taking revenge?" "Of course, it's a storybook." Cough, cough, cough. The maid sitting at the door of the carriage began to cough violently, and then kept looking at Lu Xiangxiang. Receiving the eye signal, Lu Xiangxiang immediately swallowed the rest of the words. Seeing this, Lu Qi had no choice but to understand the truth. She was also a girl who was poisoned by martial arts novels. The novels were naturally about what you wanted to read. The young lady who was raised in the boudoir and was ignorant of the world yearned for chivalry and justice, and the novels were naturally about stories of handsome young men doing chivalry and justice. Seeing Lu Xiangxiang and the maid looking embarrassed, Lu Qi tactfully looked away. After the carriage arrived at the south of the city, Zhou Xianzong invited the two to get off and go hiking. Although the group's well-dressed appearance attracted a lot of attention, Lu Qi and the others were not harassed because of the presence of Mr. Mu, who had a strong aura. Lu Qi also glanced at Mr. Mu from time to time, wondering if he had any relationship with the Huaqing sect. If he was really a member of the Huaqing sect, that would be quite interesting. The great General Zhou Weiyang slaughtered all the people of Huaqing sect in the past, and Zhou Xianzong, as Zhou Weiyang's nephew, now got involved with the people of Huaqing sect. Of course, Lu Qi was more interested in whether Zhou Xianzong knew about the assassination of Lu Qingyang by Tiancheng Casino. Lu Qi could feel that Zhou Xianzong was full of interest in her at this time, and wanted to take the opportunity of conversation to get closer to her many times along the way, but Lu Qi remained silent from beginning to end, which made Zhou Xianzong somewhat at a loss.
Huh?
Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from not far behind. This girl's back looks so familiar. Lu Qi, who was watching a street performer breaking a stone with his chest with Lu Xiangxiang, looked back and saw a messy hair. It's them again. It's that Miss Lu. The man with the messy hair couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Lu Qi turning around. This voice also caused Zhou Xianzong and Mr. Mu to look sideways. Miss Fong. Zhou Xianzong's gaze passed over the man with the messy hair and focused on the woman in green beside him. Then his gaze gradually became stern. And Lu Qi had also recognized this line. The four little flying cranes Fong Qingwan, Feiyu Villa disciple Song Linger, Beggar Gang disciple Xiao Jiang, and Qingzhenjin. After seeing Lu Qi, Song Linger leaned over to Fong Qingwan and whispered something in her ear. Fong Qingwan immediately showed an expression of enlightenment and then took the initiative to step forward. It turns out to be Mr. Zhou. Seeing Zhou Xianzong standing in front of Lu Qi, Fong Qingwan immediately clasped her fists and smiled brightly. Miss Fong is not serving Lord Fu, so she has time to go out and play. Zhou Xianzong sneered, and then said in a sarcastic tone. First, let's talk about the feud between General Zhou Weiyang and Prime Minister Fu Qingshu. If Fong Qingwan had not taken the initiative to rescue Rinshan Hall last time, the 1,000-year-old jade ginseng would have been bought by Zhou Xianzong long ago, and naturally there would have been no auction at Tianhong Tower later. With all the new and old grudges added together, Zhou Xianzong naturally had no good face towards Fong Qingwan. Since they had already pointed out his name, there was no reason for Lu Qi to hide behind him. He could only slowly walk out from behind Zhou Xianzong and nodded slightly, saying, "What happened in the past is in the past. Besides, Miss Song didn't hurt me." Lu Xiangxiang beside Lu Qi opened her round eyes, looking at Fong Qingwan for a while, then turned her head to look at Lu Qi, her eyes filled with strong curiosity. Fong Qingwan's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Qi standing up, and then her smile deepened. No matter what, Linger was at fault first. How can we just let it go with just one word? Don't you think so, Linger? Seeing her senior sister turn around and ask about herself, Song Linger was startled at first. Then she didn't dare to look up at Lu Qi and replied stumblingly, "It's
Probably.
I guess so." Seeing that her junior sister was unable to put down her pride, Fong Qingwan immediately shook her head, then smiled again, and said to Lu Qi, "How about this? I will be the host, and Miss Lu will honor us with her presence, and we can settle this grudge. How do you think?"
Wait.
Zhou Xianzong standing aside couldn't help but stand up and question, "What grudge do you have with my sister at Feiyu Villa?" Facing Zhou Xianzong's questioning, Fong Qingwan's eyes flashed slightly, but she did not respond directly. Instead, she looked at Lu Qi. Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh that this Miss Fong was indeed a top disciple of a famous sect. She was so young, but her behavior was impeccable. She immediately pulled Lu Xiangxiang closer and briefly explained in her ear what happened before and after Zhangzhou was kidnapped by Song Linger. Lu Xiangxiang's eyes lit up. Zhou Xianzong could not hide the whole thing from such a close distance. After listening to Lu Qi's account of what happened, Zhou Xianzong snorted coldly. "You disciples of Feiyu Villa are really lawless." Fong Qingwan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness when she heard this, and then she smiled and said, "Although Linger and the others did something inappropriate, Chief Constable Lin later found out that Songzhou Magistrate Tian Qingkue did conceal the truth and frame someone. The death of Liqing Magistrate Song Qing was also entirely orchestrated by him. It is understandable that Linger acted drastically in order to avenge her father. Besides, the three of them did not commit any serious mistakes. After Fong Qingluan finished speaking, she glanced at Zhou Xianzong coldly, then put on a smile and asked Lu Qi, "Miss Lu, would you do me the honor?" In the upper room of Zhuaxuan. Since Fong Qingluan was the host, she naturally sat in the main seat. On Fong Qingluan's right are her junior sisters Song Linge, Xiao Jiang, and Cheng Zhenjin. On the left are naturally Lu Qi, Lu Xiangxiang, and Zhou Xianzong. When all the dishes were served, Fong Qingluan took the lead in pouring a full glass of wine for Lu Qi, then held up the glass with both hands and smiled at Lu Qi, saying, "Miss Lu, please." Seeing Lu Qi staring at the wine glass but not touching it for a long time, Fong Qingluan immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Lu. I specially asked the shopkeeper to prepare some fruit wine, which is sweet and delicious, but not intoxicating." After saying that, Fong Qingluan turned her head and glanced at the three people on her right. Song Linger and the others immediately straightened their bodies and raised the cups in their hands in tacit understanding. Sister Fong, Sister Fong." Lu Xiangxiang wanted to put her head close to Fong Qingluan and asked expectantly, "I heard that when you were 15, you single-handedly wiped out a group of bandits in a mountain stronghold?" Fong Qingluan narrowed her eyes slightly upon hearing this, then smiled and shook her head, saying, "These are just rumors spread by people in the martial arts world." Song Linger on the side whispered, "It's not a rumor." Although Song Linger's voice was small, it was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. As one of the best among the younger generation in the martial arts world, Fong Qingluan began to make a name for herself in the martial arts world when she was a teenager. Such an experience naturally made Lu Xiangxiang envious and fascinated. If Zhou Xianzong hadn't been holding her back, Lu Xiangxiang would have rushed up to get close to her idol. Even Zhou Xianzong, who was at odds with Feiyu Villa, had to admit that the disciples under Jiang Jiyu were indeed extraordinary. Feiyu Villa was just a slightly famous sect in the martial arts world for decades. In the decade since Jiang Jiyu took over, Feiyu Villa has expanded at an astonishing speed and has already become one of the top sects in the martial arts world. In addition, the younger generation of Four Little Flying Cranes began to become famous in the martial arts world. Today, Feiyu Villa is showing signs of becoming the #1 sect in the martial arts world. However, considering the relationship between Jiang Jiyu and Prime Minister Fu Qingshu, Zhou Xianzong's expression became more solemn. Lu Qi, who was sitting next to Fong Qingluan, was carefully concealing his inner breath. Fortunately, the true qi cultivated by the ancient Lu heart method was pure and peaceful, and Lu Qi's deliberate restraint allowed it to be safely hidden in the Dantian meridians. Similarly, Lu Qi did not sense any obvious fluctuations of true energy from Fong Qingluan, and it was obvious that the other party's internal energy was equally pure. Strange. Xiao Jiang, a disciple of the Beggars sect, had a red face and seemed to be a little drunk. He stared at Lu Qi and said, "Why do I feel like I've seen Miss Lu somewhere before?"
Bang!
Cheng Zhenjin glared at him angrily. "I think you are extremely lecherous."
No.
Xiao Jiang waved his hands and explained, "Zhenjin, you misunderstood. I meant that after leaving Songzhou, I seem to have seen Miss Lu somewhere."
Bang!
Ouch! Stop hitting me. I told you my eyes are very sharp. Even a witch.
Bang!
How dare you mention a witch? I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. Looking at Xiao Jiang and Cheng Zhenjin playing around, Fong Qingluan couldn't help but shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, it seemed that Xiao Jiang's words just now evoked memories in Fong Qingluan's mind. She couldn't help but look at Lu Qi a few more times and felt that this figure seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Qi had already caught a glimpse of Fong Qingluan's suspicious look from the corner of her eye, but she still stuffed the food into her mouth fearlessly. Of course, she and Fong Qingluan had met before, and more than once. But every time Lu Qi covered her face with a black veil and put on eye makeup, which was two completely different styles from her current style. Lu Qi didn't believe that it would be so easy to be seen through. Feeling that Fang Qingluan's eyes were fixed on her face for a long time, Lu Qi immediately turned her head and then faced Fang Qingluan's inquiring eyes and said coquettishly, "Miss Fang, I asked there's something on my face?" "Nothing, I'm sorry for being rude." Fang Qingluan first shook her head, then quickly looked away. Although their figures are very similar, their eyes and demeanor are so different. Fang Qingluan couldn't help but recall the first time she saw the mysterious woman with a knife at Datong Bank. Her eyes alone were enough to captivate everyone, and the cold aura that emanated from her body at any time also left a deep impression on her. Even when she was about to get on the carriage, Lu Xiangxiang kept looking back, revealing an expression of reluctance to leave Fang Qingluan and her group. Fang Qingluan couldn't help but shake her head and smile when she saw this. It turned out that just now at the banquet, perhaps because Lu Xiangxiang had been showing her yearning for the martial arts world, or perhaps because she had drunk a little, Song Linger spoke with great enthusiasm about her experience of venturing into the martial arts world with Xiao Jiang and Qing Jinjin. This talk directly fascinated Lu Xiangxiang. If Zhou Xianzong hadn't pulled her aside, Lu Xiangxiang would have been eager to follow Song Linger into the world right away. "Miss Lu, goodbye." Fang Qingluan glanced past Zhou Xianzong, who had an unhappy expression on his face, and then smiled at Lu Qi. "Thank you, Miss Fang, for your hospitality." Lu Qi bowed slightly and replied in a soft voice. The only remaining doubt in Fang Qingluan's heart completely disappeared.
Goodbye.
Before leaving, Fang Qingluan bowed to Zhou Xianzong out of politeness. On the way back, Lu Xiangxiang kept chattering in Lu Qi's ear, her words showing her admiration and envy for Song Linger. She only regretted that she could not personally take up the sword and fight alongside Song Linger to enforce justice. Lu Qi pricked up his ears to listen to the conversation between Zhou Xianzong and Mr. Mu outside the car. Although the two of them intentionally lowered their volume, Lu Qi, whose five senses were far superior to those of ordinary people, could hear it clearly. "Sir, could it be that Yanlingyi's death was really caused by someone from Feiyu Villa? After all, Yanlingyi died in the capital just after he came into contact with you. It seems that someone doesn't want the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce to have any connection with the general. The man who is incompatible with General Zhou Weiyang is known to everyone. The prime minister of the current dynasty is Fu Qingxiu." Seeing that Zhou Xianzong did not reply, Mr. Mu continued, "The guards around Yanlingyi were quite powerful, and they died on the street. There are only a few families in Beijing that I can think of that could do this quietly. As for the Tai sect, I think it's probably because Prime Minister Fu wanted to implicate them, so they dragged them into this." "Humph." Zhou Xianzong snorted coldly and said impatiently, "Do you think I don't understand such a simple thing? Old Dog Fu is determined to kill the general. If he gets a chance to take a bite, he will not let it go. As for Tai sect..." Zhou Xianzong paused, then said in a deep voice, "There have been rumors in the martial arts world that the current generation of Tai sect's walkers have already entered the world. I think Old Dog Fu wants to bring the Tai sect's walkers to the capital. What a good calculation. It seems that the man from the East China Sea has been silent for so many years, and this time he can't sit still anymore." Lu Qi had not expected that the death of Yanlingyi, a son of a Southern Chamber of Commerce, would cause such a big stir in the capital. Now it seems that among the two largest forces in the capital, Prime Minister Fu has begun to make a fuss about this matter. Could it be that the Black Prison Gate and Prime Minister Fu are from the same faction? The carriage stopped at the gate of Lu Mansion. Before getting off, Lu Qi heard a sharp and piercing laughter coming from outside. "Oh, my Master Zhou, you finally brought the young lady back. If it's any later, I'm afraid Madam will send the old servants out to the streets to look for him." Then Zhou Xianzong replied with a smile, "Madam Liang is joking again. I said hello to my aunt before I left." After Cui Xiang and another maid got off the car, they lifted the curtain and let Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang get off. Lu Qi gently supported Cui Xiang's arm, and just as he stuck his head out of the car, he felt a gaze falling on him. He immediately looked up and met a pair of sinister eyes. "How do you do things? You don't have any rules at all." When Madame Liang saw Lu Qi, her face darkened immediately, and then she scolded the two maids harshly. "Hurry up and help the young lady down." Nanny Liang asked the two strong maids beside her to step forward. The young lady that Nanny Liang mentioned was naturally not Lu Qi. Seeing the two maids rushing towards them majestically, Cui Xiang hurriedly pulled Lu Qi down from the car and hastily took shelter aside. Then Lu Xiangxiang, with a sleepy face, was helped by one of the maids and walked down from the carriage in a daze. Did are you home yet?" Perhaps because she was too excited, Lu Xiangxiang fell asleep in the car when she entered the main street in the west of the city. As soon as Lu Xiangxiang came down, Madame Liang cried out ouch, and walked over to help Lu Xiangxiang with her clothes and hair, saying with great sorrow, "Young lady is so tired, this makes me so sad." Even so, Nanny Liang did not forget to take the time to glance at Lu Qi standing beside her. Naturally, Lu Qi felt nothing about Nanny Liang's eye attack. However, looking at Nanny Liang, who took care of Lu Xiangxiang as carefully as she would a baby, Lu Qi couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. "That's enough. That's enough." Even Zhou Xinzong seemed to be unable to bear it any longer, and immediately said impatiently, "With this young master accompanying you, is it possible that Xiangxiang will get into trouble?" After hearing this, seeing that Nanny Liang immediately lowered her head, Zhou Xinzong turned his head to look at Lu Qi, and then put on a smiling face. "I think Seven Sister is tired today. You should go back and rest quickly, and your cousin will take you to a more fun place another day." However, Zhou Xinzong did not notice that Nanny Liang, who had just been scolded by him and lowered her head, took advantage of his courtesy to Lu Qi to secretly raise her head and glance at the two of them, and then a hint of resentment appeared in her eyes.
Hey.
On the way back to the courtyard, Cui Xiang, who was walking in front holding a lantern, suddenly let out a joyful low laugh. It was already late at night, and there was no one around. This sudden smile immediately broke the silence. Cui Xiang quickly lowered her head and covered her mouth, but because she couldn't hold the lantern steadily with one hand, the light began to shake. "What are you secretly laughing about?" Lu Qi, who was walking behind, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and then asked loudly. "I'm sorry." Mississippi Cui Xiang paused for a moment, then turned around and bowed, then continued walking. "I'm just happy for you, miss. Don't you see that the cousin took extra care of you today? Even the young lady has never taken such care of you before. I wonder, my cousin is in love with you. If that's the case, then Cui Xiang would like to congratulate you, Mississippi. Not only have you escaped from the sea of suffering, but you can also marry a good husband." As she spoke, Cui Xiang's steps became lighter. "Like?" Lu Qi snorted in his heart. "He is clearly greedy for my body." Just as the master and servant arrived at the gate of the villa one after another, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly darkened, and he immediately called Cui Xiang, who was about to push the door. "Cui Xiang. Miss. Is there anything I can do for you?" Cui Xiang, who was holding a lantern and had already walked to a place where she could touch the gate of the courtyard with her hand, turned around and asked with a puzzled look on her face. "It's nothing serious. There were just too many outsiders at the banquet, so." Lu Qi blinked at Cui Xiang and then said softly, "I'm a little hungry now."
Oh.
Cui Xiang suddenly understood something, then looked up at the sky and said worriedly, "I wonder if the people in the kitchen have rested? I'd better take you in first, and then go to the kitchen to check." After saying that, Cui Xiang reached out to push the door. Lu Qi naturally refused, and immediately took a step forward and flashed in front of Cui Xiang, snatching the lantern from her hand, and then reminded her, "You'd better go to the kitchen first. If it's too late, won't your young lady starve for a night?" "Hee, miss, what you said makes sense." Cui Xiang touched her head and smiled foolishly. "It's dark. Don't you need a lantern?" Lu Qi looked at Cui Xiang, who was running away in small steps, and asked loudly, while holding a lantern. "No need. The maid Lu in the kitchen, can go there with my eyes closed." Cui Xiang's voice came from afar. Watching Cui Xiang's figure completely disappear in the night fog, Lu Qi's face gradually became cold, and then the hand holding the lantern shook lightly, and with a hiss, the fire went out. Lu Qi pushed the door open. walked through the narrow courtyard, and came to the door of the main house. Without any hesitation, Lu Qi slowly pushed open the door, and then his eyes instantly locked onto the bed in the room. He saw a hunched figure sitting on the bed, and then he smelled a faint smell of blood. A sharp light flashed in her eyes, and then she asked coldly, "Master Dao, are you injured?"
He.
The figure on the bed stood up slowly with a hoarse low laugh, then took 2 steps forward to the position directly opposite the window. Under the faint moonlight, the old man sharpening the knife, his dry face like a walking corpse, suddenly appeared in Lu Qi's sight. "Your martial arts have improved a lot." The night fog covered half of Modeo's face. No change in his expression could be seen. His voice became even more hoarse, as if a handful of sand was stuffed in his throat. "You can actually spot me outside the gate." Lu Qi pretended not to hear the meaningless compliment from the knife sharpener. He turned his back to the main door and slowly closed it. She walked to the table and sat across from the knife sharpener. She glanced at the guqin next to the knife sharpener and immediately lost the brilliance in her eyes. She then asked in a deep voice, "I wonder what important matter Master Dao has for you to visit so late at night?"
You did a good job this time.
The knife sharpener was silent for a long time and suddenly broke the silence in the room. "Mrs. May's eyes are really sharp. Brother Sun is approaching the border of the capital.
I hope you won't let me down then."
Upon hearing this, Lu Qi slowly walked to the counter where the guqin was placed and then replied calmly, "When have I, Lu Qi, ever disappointed anyone with my work?"
Ha ha ha.
The knife sharpener laughed softly upon hearing this. "Well, you are worthy of being the 7 killings master of the Black Prison sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man sharpening the knife suddenly paused, then raised his palm and bent his 5 fingers slightly to form a claw and grabbed Lu Qi, who was standing beside him. Whoosh! A strong wind was approaching. Lu Qi's eyes darkened, and he immediately turned around and met the wind with one palm.
Bang!
When the 2 palms met, the sound of the true energy bursting exploded out of thin air, as if it was going to tear the eardrums. Lu Qi only felt a huge force rebounding from his palms and rushing into his meridians, leaving a mess wherever it went. Facing the pain of his tendons being almost torn apart, Lu Qi's eyes remained cold and motionless. He then urged his true qi to instantly calm the violent true qi that had invaded his body. The old man sharpening the knife, who was fighting with Lu Qi, was not much better off. He took 2 steps back, and a muffled sound came from his chest. Then his body trembled slightly. Lu Qi heard a movement in his throat, as if he had swallowed something back into his stomach. "Master Dao, what do you mean by this?" Lu Qi slowly withdrew his palm and asked in a cold voice. The old man sharpening the knife stood still like a sculpture until another gurgle sound came from his throat. Then he spoke, his voice even hoarser than before. "Your murderous aura is too strong. At such a close distance, if I don't take action, the murderous aura in your body will definitely backfire." After that, he was silent for a moment, and then the knife sharpener continued, "I'll just assume that you're ignorant this time. Remember to never show your murderous intent in front of others in the future. Once you meet a master, you will never hold back. Follow Master Dao's teachings." Lu Qi leaned over and spoke in a faint voice.
"You
are very good." The old man sharpening the knife in the night stared at Lu Qi with his dark eyes for a long time, then said in a deep voice, "Now there is something I need you to do. Lu San will arrive in Beijing at 11 a.m., so go to the charity cemetery outside the East City to pick him up. Remember the code for the meeting. The treacherous ones are on their way, and the strangers should stay away. Miss, the people in the kitchen have gone to bed. I can only make you a bowl of noodles. Please just make do with it for now." Sui Xiang placed a bowl of steaming hot noodles in front of Lu Qi, with a few chopped green onions floating on it. "You've been busy all day, so go and have a rest early." Lu Qi took the chopsticks handed to him by Sui Xiang and said to her, "I'm not tired. It won't be too late for me to rest after I've served you, young lady." Sui Xiang blinked her eyes, looked at Lu Qi, and then at the bowl of noodle soup. Lu Qi had no choice but to finish the bowl of noodle soup under Sui Xiang's gaze. At the beginning of the evening hour, Lu Qi got up from the bed, took out a close-fitting black shirt from the bottom of the box and put it on, then took out a mask from the secret compartment in the box and put it on his face. After getting dressed, Lucci walked to the counter where the guqin was placed and tapped the instrument lightly. With a crisp sound, a precious sword appeared in his hand in an instant. As usual, he came to Cui Xiang's room before leaving. Listening to Cui Xiang's even breathing, Lucci tapped her body a few times with his fingers as fast as the wind. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lucci seemed to think of something, and then returned to Cui Xiang's bedside, then stretched out his palm and pressed it on Cui Xiang's lower abdomen, transmitting a trace of true energy to her. Have a sweet dream. Lucci traveled through the streets and alleys of the capital, skillfully avoiding every patrolling team of soldiers. Now at least one thing can be confirmed, that is, my internal strength level is already at the same level as the old man sharpening the knife, or even slightly better than him. Although he was performing light skills with his feet, Lucci was still recalling the fight with the old man sharpening the knife in his mind. Just now, she deliberately exuded murderous aura around the old man sharpening the knife, just to force him to take the initiative to attack. For a martial artist with accomplished skills, a person releasing murderous aura at such a close distance is like an ordinary person clearly hearing the buzzing sound of a mosquito in his ears. Especially since the old man sharpening the knife was practicing the murderous mad knife. If he could force himself not to take action, he would be attacked by his own boiling murderous aura, as he said. Finally, the old man sharpening the knife made a move, and Lucci responded with a palm strike. Lucci, who was on his way, couldn't help but look at his right arm, which was still a little numb. Boom, boom, there was a loud thunder, and there was a flash of light and darkness outside the window for an instant. Then heavy rain poured down, hitting the roof with a crackling sound. The weather in June is like a child's face, changing at any time. In the flickering candlelight, Lucci's face also flickered. Only the pair of eyes exposed were shining. Lucci, there are no outsiders here. Why are you still wearing a mask? The man opposite had a teasing smile on his pale face. As the corner of his mouth raised, the scar on his cheek also twisted, looking very creepy. Boom, boom, there was another thunder outside the window. There was nothing strange in Lucci's cold eyes. She pretended not to hear the man's teasing. Then she slowly stretched out her flawless arm, put her 5 fingers together and protected the faint candlelight in her palm. A gust of wind blew in from the hole in the window and instantly passed through the 2 rows of neatly arranged coffins. Yellow paper and black ash suddenly swept up and then slowly scattered all over the ground. After the wind passed, Lu Qifeng withdrew his hand and stared at the candle flame gradually rising and lengthening. This was an ordinary funeral cemetery. The lobby was filled with the smell of decay, incense, and burning. A dozen coffins were neatly placed on both sides of the lobby. Whenever there was a thunder outside, the coffins would make a slight buzzing sound. Not to mention ordinary people, even Lu Er, who had undergone rigorous training, felt a chill on his back while sitting in the hall. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he turned his head from time to glance at the 2 rows of coffins. Seeing this, Lu Qi said coldly, "Don't worry, you can't jump out." Lu Er turned around, and his face darkened when he heard this. He then gritted his teeth and said, "This place is torture, if we stay there for even a moment longer." After making such a harsh remark, Lu Er seemed to see Lu Qi's calmness, and his mentality suddenly became unbalanced. He snorted coldly, "Sometimes I even doubt whether you, Lu Qi, are made of stone. Is there nothing in this world that you are afraid of?" Lu Qi glanced at the direction of the coffin and said calmly, "If people can really become evil spirits after their wrongful death, I can guarantee that you and I will not be the ones who are killed the most. One general's success is built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. If there really are ghosts in this world, I'm afraid that none of those in high positions can sleep peacefully. Someone is coming." Just as Lu Er's expression was gradually relaxing, Lu Qi's words made his heart rise to his throat again. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Anyone there? It's raining hard outside, so I want to stay here for one night."
Boom, boom. Boom.
Anyone there? The knocking on the door continued, and Lucci raised his eyes and gave Lu Er a look. Lu Er immediately stood up with a gloomy face, walked through 2 rows of coffins, and came to the eaves not far from the gate of the charity cemetery. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Friends outside, this is the charity cemetery. I'm afraid it's not convenient."
Ha!
As soon as the words fell, someone outside sneered, "Everyone is here. Let alone the charity cemetery. Even if it's the king of Hades's palace, we'll stay there today." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a bang, and the door of the charity cemetery was violently kicked open from the outside. Soon, a group of people wearing straw raincoats rushed in. The leader saw Lu Er under the eaves of the hall, wiped the rain off his face, and said carelessly, "I am Lei Zhuang, the chief accompaniment of the Flying Eagle Accompaniment Agency. I would like to borrow your precious place to rest for a night today." There was no intention of negotiation in his tone. Seeing Lu Er's pale face, Lei Zhuang immediately pursed his lips and then turned around and asked his bodyguards to carry in the goods of all sizes one by one. As Lu Er watched all this, the coldness in his eyes gradually turned into ferocity. "Yoho, I didn't expect that you had a beautiful girl hidden in the charity cemetery. I wonder why you didn't open the door for so long." As the escorts entered the hall full of coffins, they immediately saw Lucci sitting in front of a small square table. Although her face could not be seen clearly due to the veil, her figure was already hot enough. These rough men had been escorting the goods all the way, and now they were like a sow comparing itself to Diao Chan. They immediately became angry and started to speak dirty words. Lucci seemed deaf to all that was said and just stared at the candle flame in front of her with a cold gaze. Whenever the wind blew in through the window and the candle flame began to flicker, she would stretch out her slender jade hand and protect it in her palm. "The rain has stopped. The charity cemetery is an unlucky place. If you have nothing to do, you'd better leave first," Lucci said lightly. "The rain has subsided, but the fire in my heart is still burning. Ha ha ha. Young lady, I think you should give up this ugly thing and go with me, your brother. That's right, none of us brothers is better than this ugly guy." Seeing the masked woman in front of the square table listening to the dirty words of her escorts but not being moved at all, Lei Zhuang, the chief accompaniment, vaguely sensed something was wrong and he immediately glared at the escorts. "What are you still messing around with? Go check if the things in the box are wet." Seeing the escorts who had gathered together scatter like birds and beasts, Lei Zhuang just turned around and prepared to say a few words to the woman, but he found that the woman who had been staring at the candlelight had turned her head away, and there was no emotion in her cold eyes behind the veil. "It's too late." The woman's ethereal voice was like a spell. As soon as she spoke, the candlelight in the hall began to flicker violently. Outside, there was a gust of cold wind, and in the wind there was a faint sound like ghosts howling. "The evil one is on the road. The Een people are on the road. The Een people are on the road." The eerie voice came from far away and was heard by everyone in the charity cemetery. "What's going on?" The escorts became alert instantly.
Is it
haunted? Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the screaming accompaniments finger. "I saw 4 white shadows floating over. The Een people are on the road." This time, everyone heard it clearly. The 4 white shadows had already passed the outer wall of the charity cemetery. Only now did the panicked escorts see that the 4 white shadows were carrying a black coffin.
Bang!
The 4 white shadows fell to the ground quietly, and the coffin on their shoulders also fell heavily to the ground, causing the escorts of the Flying Eagle Accompaniment Agency to tremble. "The evildoer is on the way." I saw a white shadow floating forward, raising his head to reveal a pale face, with red lips and white teeth like a paperman, and grinning and making a sharp and piercing sound.
Hee hee hee.
The white shadow let out a strange laugh, and his eyes rolled around, sweeping over everyone in the charity cemetery's hall with a grim gaze until it settled on Lucci. Then his figure floated to the coffin like a kite with a broken string, and he stretched out his equally pale arm and slapped the coffin with one palm.
Bang!
There was only a muffled sound coming from the pitch-black coffin, and it flew towards the lobby as if it had wings.
Ah!
The bodyguards gathered at the entrance of the charity cemetery hall just watched as a ghostly coffin came towards them, and the timid ones among them even howled in fear. Lu Qi watched everything coldly and had already quietly retreated when Buying started to push the coffin. "Don't panic." It was the chief accompaniment leader Lei Zhuang who shouted loudly, and finally the escorts who were about to flee in panic calmed down temporarily.
Whoosh.
At this time, the coffin had already floated into the lobby of the charity cemetery with gusts of cold wind. Lei Zhuang took a deep breath and stood in front of everyone. When the coffin flew to 3 steps in front of him, he suddenly shouted "Ha!", stretched out his arms, and tightly held one end of the coffin. As Lei Zhuang's body shook, his arms, which were knotted with blue veins, pressed down hard.
Bang!
A loud noise shook the hearts of the escorts behind him. Lei Zhuang glanced at the dark coffin lying quietly in front of him and felt a chill coming from his palms as he touched the coffin. He took a deep breath and slowly stopped practicing. He then raised his head and looked at the 4 white shadows outside the hall and said in a deep voice, "I am the chief accompaniment of the Flying Eagle Accompaniment Agency. I am taking shelter in this charity cemetery due to the heavy rain. If I have offended the 4 friends in any way, please forgive me." Lei Zhuang naturally didn't believe that there were any ghosts in this world, but the 4 white shadows in front of him pretending to be ghosts made him feel cold. In the world, anyone who used ghostly means to show off his abilities would definitely not be a good person. For a moment, Lei Zhuang actually regretted stepping into this charity cemetery. Suddenly, Lei Zhuang remembered something and turned his head sharply, only to see that the masked woman who had just been in the lobby had disappeared. Not good.
Boom, boom, boom.
Just when Lei Zhuang was filled with horror, he heard a loud noise coming from the coffin in front of him, as if something inside was constantly knocking on the coffin lid. "Hurry up and leave." Lei Zhuang's eyes suddenly widened. As soon as he sensed the powerful aura in the coffin, he ordered his bodyguards to leave quickly. "But can I really leave?"
Boom.
The coffin lid finally couldn't bear the impact and flew into the air. Then a figure rushed out of the coffin. The escorts who hadn't reacted in time only saw a flash of blood. Then they slowly lowered their heads, staring at the sharp blade that pierced their chests with distracted eyes. Hiss! At this time, Lei Zhuang finally saw clearly what came out of the coffin, and he couldn't help but gasp.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The blood on the tip of the knife dripped down one by one. Swoosh! As the sharp blade that had pierced his chest was pulled out, the body of the accompaniment suddenly collapsed to the ground. His pair of red eyes slowly swept over the escorts with different expressions around him, and then a low roar like a beast emanated from his bloody mouth.
Ah!
It's really Lu San. Lu Er's face looked a little ugly, and he couldn't help muttering as he looked at the killing figures in the hall. Although Lu Qi's face looked normal, there was still a strange light in his eyes. "The last time I saw Lu San was at Shilio Villa. At that time, due to the mission in Dongha County, Lu San was injured in the right arm by the county lieutenant who was from Feiyu Villa with a crane feather needle because he was the last one to leave. Then Madame Mei took him out. Lu Qi originally thought that Madame Mei was taking him to treat his injuries. Unexpectedly, help! No, don't kill me." Shrill cries for help rang out one after another in the lobby of the charity cemetery. There was another earth-shaking roar. Lu San waved his 2 swords, or to be more precise, his 2 arms, and once again caught up with a bodyguard who wanted to escape from the charity cemetery. Without waiting for the other party to call for help, he stretched out his arms and crossed them around his neck. Then, a head was seen flying into the air. Even though they had been together day and night for more than 10 years, Lu Qi did not recognize at first sight that the person coming out of the coffin was Lu San. In other words, it is hard to call Lu San a human being now. His eyes flashed with ferocity like a wild beast. His blood-stained face was twisted and hideous as he kept opening his mouth to roar. His clothes were already tattered and covered with a thick layer of blood. The most horrifying thing was his arms, where the forearms originally were replaced by 2 cold and gleaming blades, blood stains constantly dripping from the tips of the blades. Hiss! Lu Qi heard Lu Er beside him gasp, then turned around and saw his face was ashen. At this time, There were only 2 bodyguards left in the lobby of the charity cemetery, the leader Lei Zhuang, and another bodyguard, who was so frightened that he was half sitting on the ground. Seeing Lu Qi looking at him, Lu Er slowly exhaled, and then said in a deep voice, "Back when we were in Donghe County office, Commander Chen originally arranged for me to cover the retreat, but Lu San was eager to make a contribution. So, in other words, if it was Lu Er who was the last one to leave, the person injured by the crane feather needle would naturally be him. So now..." With a scream, Lu Qi's attention was drawn back to the lobby of the charity cemetery, where he saw that Lu San had already dealt with the last bodyguard and was walking towards Lei Zhuang step by step. Lei Zhuang's teeth were chattering, and he kept backing away until something pressed against his back. He turned his head and saw a coffin. Despair immediately showed in his eyes. At this moment, Lei Zhuang caught a glimpse of 2 figures coming from the direction of the lobby entrance. They were the man and woman who had just appeared in the lobby of the charity cemetery. Especially the woman wearing a veil, who was walking in front and was obviously the leader of the 2. Hiss, hiss. As Lu San approached step by step, Lei Zhuang could already smell the stench coming out of his mouth. Lu Qi ignored Lei Zhuang's cry for help, turned around calmly, and faced the 4 white figures outside the lobby who were standing motionless like sculptures. And just behind Lu Qi, Lu San's body completely covered Lei Zhuang's desperate and frightened face.
Ah! Snap!
Hiss! Gurgle, gurgle. Lei Zhuang's shrill cry came to an abrupt end and was then covered by a strange noise. Lu Qi didn't want to know how Lu San was dealing with Lei Zhuang at this moment. She looked at the creepy makeup on Bai Ying's face, with disgust in her eyes, and then she said coldly, "We are very satisfied with the things. As long as you are satisfied." The one who spoke was the same white shadow. He smiled ghostly, then took out a flute and placed it between his red lips. Woo-woo. Following a low flute sound, Lu Qi heard the noise behind him suddenly stop, and even the heavy breathing of Lu San became much weaker. Whoosh. Bai Ying put down the flute and threw something at Lu Qi. Lu Qi stretched out his hand and took the thing steadily. He opened his palm and saw that it was a wooden bottle with a round belly. The medicine in the bottle is called soul-chasing powder. Once it hits a person, the ghost general will chase him to death. Lu Er, have you heard of these people during your time at the Jinma Chamber of Commerce? Lu Qi couldn't help but ask as he looked at the wooden bottle and flute in his hands, as well as the direction in which the 4 white shadows floated away. Lu Er replied with a cold face, "Never heard of it. From Shilio Villa, to the Golden Horse Chamber of Commerce, to the Black Prison Gate, and then to these 4 ghostly people today." Lu Qi could feel that the mysterious master seemed to have woven a very large web, and God knew how many forces were hidden behind it. Lu Qi sighed slightly, then threw the bottle of soul-chasing powder and the requiem flute to Lu Er beside him, then turned and came to Lu San. If the view from a distance just now was already scary enough, then the appearance of Lu San now seen up close would undoubtedly be enough to give people nightmares all night long. Lu Qi only took a glance, and then looked away. She just wanted to confirm whether what Bai Ying had just said was true. Lu Er's expression was much more complicated. He looked around at Lu San and walked around for a few times. Finally, the solemnity on his face turned into a sneer. "I didn't expect that the most outstanding person in Shilio Villa back then would become such a freak now." Ghost General. Thinking of Bai Ying's name for Lu San, the smile on Lu Er's face became more intense. It's quite appropriate. Lu Er's eyes passed over Lu San's bloody face and saw Lu Qi standing not far away. His eyes flickered, and he said, "For so many years, have you been hiding your abilities on purpose? You should be the #1 person in Shilio Villa, not Lu San." Lu Qi knew that Lu Er was asking about her, but she pretended not to hear him. She glanced at the messy hall of the charity cemetery and said coldly, "Hurry up and let your people take the things away." According to the instructions of the old man sharpening the knife, after picking up Lu San, he was mixed into the Jinma Chamber of Commerce's convoy and transported to Chutian City. "Do you know what Yan Lingqing plans to do with Lu San?" Lu Qi asked. At this time, Lu Er had already walked out of the lobby. He stretched out his hand to test the size of the raindrops and then sent a signal into the night sky. The Yan Lingqing mentioned by Lu Qi is the third son of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce. He is a half-brother of the deceased Yan Lingyi. This third son, Yan, is already known as Your Majesty. Yan Lingqing's position in the Jinma Chamber of Commerce is awkward. Yan Lingyi and Yan Lingwu both overshadow him. In addition, Yan Xiong doesn't seem to like him. Therefore, everyone in the Jinma Chamber of Commerce knows that it is impossible for the third young master to be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Unless Yan Lingyi and Yan Lingwu are both dead. Lu Qi continued Lu Er's words. It's not that easy. Lu Er brushed off the rain on his body and then said with a smile, although the current Chamber of Commerce leader, Yan Xiong, has not appeared for a long time, he is not yet 60 years old. With his martial arts skills, he is still in his prime. Who knows how many years he can live? It seems this third master, Yan, is planning to kill his own father as well. Lu Er just smiled when he heard this and then changed the subject. Do you still remember the Mr. Fong that I met in Zhijiazhuang? Lu Qi nodded. She still remembered this person, and he seemed to be acquainted with Commander Chen. That Mr. Fong was the confidant of the eldest son, Yan Lingyi. He sensed something was wrong and traced the Donghe pirates, which led to the annihilation of the Zhou family. But the third young master also suffered a heavy loss that time. Commander Chen was severely punished after returning. It is said that he is now working as an overseer in a mine in a remote and poor place. When talking about Commander Chen's experience, Lu Er showed an expression of gloating without any concealment. Is there any news about Madame Mei? Lu Qi suddenly asked. Lu Er was stunned at first, then shook his head. Lu Qi asked about Madame Mei not because he cared about her, but simply because her ancient Lu Heart method had already reached the highest level of the 7th level. However, when Lu Qi was practicing, she could feel that there seemed to be a certain room for improvement. This meant that either Madame Mei had lied to her, or the ancient Lu Heart method had more than 7 levels. Or maybe Madame Mei deliberately left some loopholes when imparting her skills, but Lu Qi quickly denied this speculation. She is no longer the ignorant newbie she was back then. She has already formed her own insights into Lu Qi's internal energy techniques. The ancient Lu technique she practices should be flawless. Then there is only one possibility, that Gu Lu's mental method has more than 7 levels. Of course, it would be easier to just ask Madame Mei instead of guessing. However, since they parted at Shiliu Villa, everyone has gone their separate ways. Although they are all disciples of Master, it is not easy for them to meet because they belong to different forces. Lu Qi just asked casually. Seeing that Lu Er's expression did not seem fake, she did not say much. She squeezed the cold scabbard. Today's matter was done, and she was ready to leave. Let your people clean up the charity cemetery. After saying this, Lu Qi was about to leave when he was stopped by Lu Er, etc. Lu Qi paused, but did not look back. Lu Er looked at Lu Qi's slender waist, and immediately restrained his expression and said in a deep voice, I have received news from Chu Tiancheng. Yan Xiong sent a guest official to the capital to deal with Yan Lingyi's matter. He is now on his way to the capital. Seeing Lu Qi about to leave, Lu Er continued, This man's name is Yi Su, and he was a disciple of the 5 Wonders old man 30 years ago. His Piaoshua piercing cloud palm is extremely vicious, so you have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi jumped up and disappeared into the night sky. Looking at the place where Lu Qi had just stood, Lu Er stared for a long time. Finally, the scar on his face trembled slightly, and then he looked away. There were lightning and thunder just now. When Lu Qi arrived outside the Lu mansion, a streak of pale sky had already appeared. It looked like it would be another sunny day today. He climbed over the outer wall with ease and returned to the main house. Putting the knife back into the body of the zither, Lu Qi touched his wet hair and clothes, then simply went to the well outside the house and creaked to shake a bucket of water. After a moment, Lu Qi lay directly in the bathtub, letting the cold well water stimulate her delicate skin. With his head leaning against the edge of the bathtub, Lu Qi recalled Lu Er's reminder before he left. Yan Lingyi is not some insignificant little character. He is the eldest son of Yan Xiong, the the leader of the Jinma Chamber of Commerce, and is also the most favored candidate to be the next leader. The Jinma Chamber of Commerce would certainly not swallow its anger when such a big shot died in the capital. Like the Chaobang Chamber of Commerce, the Jinma Chamber of Commerce was reorganized from the original underworld forces after the Wuling Order was broken. Yu Tang and Jinma refers to the two largest gangs in Yinshu at that time, and the headquarters of the two gangs were both located in Chutian City. After Pawu Ling, by Yu Tang of the Yu Tang and Jinma was wiped out by the imperial court, while the Jinma gang, under the leadership of gang leader Yan Xiong, changed its name to the Jinma Chamber of Commerce and has survived to this day, and its momentum has surpassed that of the Jinma gang at its peak. This time, Yan Lingyi came to Beijing and bid generously in Tianhong Building in order to make the Jinma Chamber of Commerce famous in the capital. The guest official that Lu Er mentioned was similar to the elders of the Golden Horse Gang back then. As for the 5 wonders old man he mentioned, Lu Qi was somewhat ignorant of the subject. When Sui Xiang got up, she saw Lu Qi fetching water in the courtyard with her long hair. Her eyes widened immediately, and she quickly stepped forward to grab the bucket from Lu Qi's hand, muttering softly, "Miss, didn't you say that you would let me do these rough jobs?" Lu Qi, who had already known Sui Xiang's temper, smiled slightly and immediately let go of her hand, allowing Sui Xiang to do things on her own. "Although the weather is hot, you still have to wash your hair with hot water, miss." Sui Xiang looked up at the rising sun and began to mutter again. Finally, after Sui Xiang's efforts, Lu Qi washed her hair again with hot water and then leaned back in the recliner and let Sui Xiang wring her hair dry. At noon, Lu Qi did not wait for Sui Xiang to go to the kitchen to get food. Instead, Zhang Cheng hurriedly stepped into the yard and went straight into the main house. Lu Qi glanced over and saw that Zhang Cheng was not holding a lunchbox.
Lord.
Zhang Cheng came in and reported, "The Sun brothers will arrive in the suburbs of Beijing tomorrow evening." Lu Qi's eyes suddenly fixed when he heard this. "It's finally here."
Drive. Da.
The sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard on the official road, and soon 2 horses came straight to the tea stall at the fork in the road. When the horses got closer, the guests who were drinking tea all looked sideways at the tall figure on the horse's back. What a man! Everyone praised in their hearts. The man on the horse had a square face, shoulders as broad as a double-door refrigerator, and exposed arms with muscles like dragon patterns. He carried a black stick on his back, with the head of the stick level with his head. When he got off the horse, everyone found that the end of the stick was almost falling to the ground. "Waiter, bring me 2. No, for jugs of good wine." The first person to walk into the tea stall was a man of equally sturdy build. He had a haggard face and was covered in dust, obviously having been traveling for a long time. The sun in the capital is hotter than in the desert, and there's so much sand.
Gu.
The man spat out a few mouthfuls of sand, then asked the brother who was carrying a stick to sit down. "Brother, we are almost in the capital. We better be careful." The man with the stick on his back looked vigilantly at the guests around him, then slowly sat down, then took out 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks from the package on his chest and placed them in front of the 2 men. The waiter who was walking over with a pot of tea couldn't help but smile a little more when he saw this. So he's a hero in the martial arts world. After saying that, he put the original dishes and chopsticks on the table aside and poured the tea into the bowls prepared by the 2. The man called Big Brother stretched out his bony, blackened fingers, picked up the bowl, and drank the tea in one gulp. "Sir, the wine is here." The waiter who had just left shouted and came to the table with 4 jars of wine, placing 2 jars in front of each of them. The man with the stick slung over his shoulder just opened the cork on the wine jar and smelled it. Then his face darkened, and he suddenly grabbed the waiter by the collar. "What's in the wine?" "Sir, I." The waiter showed a panicked expression and explained vaguely, but he didn't expect that the man had already picked up the jar of wine and poured it directly into the waiter's mouth. "Go to Hades." A fierce light suddenly flashed in the waiter's eyes, and a dagger flashing with cold light appeared in his hand and stabbed at the man's heart. "Brother, there is an ambush." The man carrying the stick suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, and then he elbowed the waiter on the chest. There was a click sound, and the waiter's eyes suddenly turned red, and his body went limp in an instant. Song, song, song. The guests who were originally drinking tea around them stood up, took out long knives from under the table, and went straight to the two brothers.
Kill.
The tea stall suddenly became chaotic. A few dozen steps away from the tea stall, on a towering ancient tree, Lu Qi sat on a branch, swinging his legs, watching the fight in the tea stall not far away. The one who used the stick as a weapon was Sun Jinhu, the younger brother of the Sun brothers. It was said that he could kill a wolf with his bare hands when he was 10 years old. The iron stick in his hand was more than 7 feet long, and when held upright it was even taller than the tall Sun Jinhu himself. The one who was slightly shorter and unarmed was Sun Jinlong. Just as described in the intelligence, Sun Jinlong sometimes used both fists and sometimes used one palm. Every time he attacked, he would accurately take a life. He was indeed an expert in both fists and palms. In order to ambush the two brothers, not only Lu Qi came in person, but the old man who made tea in the tea stall, the waiter, and the customers who drank tea were all disguised as Dao Nu. Facing the siege of more than 20 knife captive, the two brothers seemed to be at ease, especially Sun Jinhu, who just waved the long iron stick in his hand, and no one dared to step forward. While seeing that more than half of his sword captive had been killed, Lu Qi could only sigh and then stand up. In the end, you can only take action by yourself. Sun Jinhu, who had just forced back a group of knife men with a long iron stick, suddenly felt a chill on his back and discovered that the hairs on his body had stood up without him noticing. There are experts. Sun Jinhu's face changed slightly, and then he turned to look at his brother who was fighting with 3 knife men and was about to open his mouth to remind him. Careful. But as soon as he uttered the word heart, he saw a cold light passing by. Sun Jinhu's face was horrified. He did not care about the knife man approaching in front of him and suddenly stepped forward and rushed towards Sun Jinlong. Lu Qi, who was flying in the air with a knife, glanced sideways and met Sun Jinhu's eyes full of panic. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in her eyes. Sun Jinlong had just slapped a knife man on the head. Looking at the gradually limp corpse in his hand, Sun Jinlong, who was grinning, suddenly noticed a flash of cold light in the corner of his eye. Then there was a slight stinging pain in the neck. Hiss. He reached out and touched his neck woodenly, then saw steaming blood on his hand. He then turned his head to look at his brother Sun Jinhu, who was running towards him. Brother! Seeing Sun Jinlong fall down, Sun Jinhu's eyes were bloodshot, and he even forgot that there was a knife man behind him.
Swish.
A knife captive chopped Sun Jinhu's back with a sharp blade, stirring up a pool of blood mist. Sun Jinhu turned his head back and shouted ah. He pushed the iron rod forward with a gulp sound, and the bloody rod head came out from the knife captive's back. After seeing this scene, even the sword captive who had undergone rigorous training couldn't help but show a hint of fear in their eyes. The few people who had originally besieged Sun Jinhu looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward.
Boom.
Lu Qi looked straight into the other person's bloodshot eyes, then smiled coldly, poked Sun Jinlong's head with his toes, and kicked him aside. When Sun Jinhu saw this, his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and his hands holding the mixed iron-steel rod made a crackling sound, but in the end he gritted his teeth and endured it. Who are you? Sun Jinhu tried to suppress the anger in his chest and asked in a deep voice, Why did you attack our brothers? Hearing this, Lu Qi tilted her head slightly and opened her red lips. Want to delay time? After saying that, Lu Qi turned his right wrist, and the true energy instantly gathered in his hand. As the true energy was absorbed from the hilt of the sword, the blade suddenly glowed with a strange purple color. Lu Qi's eyes fixed, and he spread his arms and slid in front of Sun Jinhu in an instant. Then he raised his hand and swung the knife straight at Sun Jinhu's throat. Sun Jinhu would not sit still and wait for death. He heard a roar from his chest, and in an instant, he raised the iron rod weighing more than 100 kilograms above his head with one hand, pressing it down on Lu Qi's head like a mountain. Lu Qi's eyes flashed, but he did not avoid it at all, and still swung his knife firmly. Sun Jinhu suddenly showed some hesitation in his eyes. Seeing that the blade was approaching his throat, he hurriedly climbed up the mixed iron-steel rod with both hands and held it horizontally in front of him. Squeak, the blade cut across the stick, making a sharp buzzing sound. Sun Jinhu only felt a huge recoil from the steel stick in his hand. He almost couldn't hold it and could only retreat backwards with the force of the recoil. Before he could even stand firmly, he caught a glimpse of a deep knife-like cut on the mixed iron rod at eyebrow level. Sun Jinhu was horrified. If he had not retreated in time, his head would have been chopped off along with the steel stick in his hand. What frightened Sun Jinhu even more was that he heard the sharp buzzing sound of a knife again. Before he could even raise his eyes, Sun Jinhu instinctively retreated, but before he could even stand firmly, Lu Qi chased after him and attacked him again. It has to be said that Sun Jinhu is the best fighter among all the people Lu Qi has fought with, except for the old man sharpening the knife. According to the information provided by the Black Prison Gate, Sun Jinhu is a master of external martial arts, and his body has been trained to be as strong as a solid wall of iron and steel. With that iron mixed steel stick that weighed more than 100 jin and was more than 7 feet long, if he were placed on the battlefield, he would definitely be a peerless warrior who could stand alone against 10,000 men. But unfortunately, he met Lu Qi. The knife in Lu Qi's hand was not only as fast as lightning, but also sharp. Whenever Sun Jinhu wanted to block Lu Qi's knife with a steel stick, the sword energy overflowing from the blade would pass over the steel stick and rage wildly on Sun Jinhu's body. In just a few breaths, Sun Jinhu seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood. There was no good flesh on his body, and the mixed iron-steel stick in his hand was covered with gaps of various sizes. It's over. As Lu Qi passed by Sun Jinhu with a cold light, a red line suddenly appeared on his neck. Looking at Sun Jinhu, who fell on his back with his eyes wide open before dying, Lu Qi calmly put away the knife and said. At this moment, a cool breeze blew by, ruffling Lu Qi's hair and skirt. She reached out and fiddled with her messy hair, then instructed the remaining knife captive around her, clean up the scene. It was not until the sky turned dark that the sound of hurried horse hooves was heard on the official road. A man with purple eyes and blonde hair flew into the air before his red horse stopped, and then landed steadily in front of the empty tea stall. When did a tea stall appear here? The man's purple eyes flashed a gleam of light, and then his nose twitched slightly, as if he smelled something. He walked into the tea stall with a wary look on his face, and looked around. He saw that the tables, chairs, and benches were neatly stacked, and there was nothing unusual. However, the purple-eyed man suddenly stopped, then slowly squatted down and stretched out his hand to lift the table at his feet. Then his eyes focused, and his fingers lightly touched the table, and a stain of blood suddenly appeared on his fingertips. East of the city, Martial Arts Academy. Everything is here. Listening to what the masked woman opposite him said, Yuan couldn't help but reach out and touch the objects on the table. The most eye-catching one was of course the long stick full of gaps. It's Sun Jinhu's mixed iron-steel stick. Yuan recognized it at the first sight. He was shocked when he saw the gap on the stick. Then he raised his eyes and looked at the masked woman opposite him, who was holding a knife and looking lazy. The two heroes of Mabe were also well-known figures, but they both fell into the hands of this woman. The things on the table were naturally taken from the bodies of the Sun brothers. Although the employer only wanted the lives of the two and did not mention anything else, the Black Prison Gate would obviously not let go of any clues. In addition to Sun Jinhu's steel stick, there were 2 packages, one of which was carried by Sun Jinhu and the other was placed on Sun Jinlong's horse. Yuan directly poured the contents of the 2 packages onto the table in front of Lu Qi, then stroked his chin and looked at them, then slowly said, "These 2 brothers have no sect or faction, but in recent years they have suddenly become very close to Ling Hushua. There are rumors in the martial arts world that Ling Hushua paid a large sum of money to bribe them. Isn't it?" It was rare to hear Lu Qi ask this question on his own initiative. Yuan shook his head and replied, "Ling Hushua is an upright official. How could he have the money to bribe the Sun brothers? Besides, if the Sun brothers could be bribed with money, wouldn't those desperate merchants in Mabe have already taken action?" Across the desert, There is a land of hundreds of small countries. Spices and gems are abundant there, and it is a land that merchants from the Central Plains dream of. If tea, silk, and even ironware can be transported there safely, the reward for one trip is enough to make a person worry-free for the rest of his life. Of course, the premise is that the journey is safe. Whenever the Central Plains is unified and peaceful, Mabe becomes a gathering place for evil spirits. Countless evils take root in this desolate land, but at the same time they salivate over the rich land of the Central Plains, waiting for the opportunity to make a comeback. But then again, the Sun brothers are not easy to deal with, so I am also very curious about what price Ling Hu Shua offered to make the two brothers go to the capital. Seeing Yuan lowering his head in deep thought, Lu Qi suddenly felt bored and wanted to turn around and leave, etc. Lu Qi turned around and saw Yuan, who had called her, hesitated for a moment before he finally spoke. I know you are not the sword captive of the old immortal, but I guess you have already eaten the old immortal's 7 deadly heart-devouring pill. Otherwise, he would not have allowed you to serve as the master of the 7 killing orders. Lu Qi said nothing when he heard this, still looking at Yuan with a stern gaze. Yuan gritted his teeth, as if he was ready to risk everything, and then said in a deep voice, Do you want to know how to remove the 7 deadly heart-eating pills? This way, you don't have to work for the Black Prison Gate. With your looks and martial arts skills, there are many good places in this world. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi turned around completely, holding his sword in his hands and staring at Yuan for a long time, and finally spoke. Has Yuan looked for you before? Seeing Lu Qi speak, Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then nodded with a serious face. Hyong is not like Lu Qi. He is a knife captive trained by the knife sharpener himself. Hyong will not easily rebel without the instigation of outsiders. Lu Qi narrowed her eyes slightly. She was not interested in how to remove the 7 deadly heart-eating pills, but she was quite interested in what kind of deal Hyong and Yuan had reached. You should have an agreement between you two. Lu Qi said coldly, Can I know? Yuan thought for a moment and replied, Hyong has someone who knows the location of something that the Black Prison King has been looking for. Is there really such a person as Black Prison King? Lu Qi asked in a deep voice.
He.
Yuan suddenly laughed. I knew you would ask this. Even many wandering souls who have just joined in recent years think so. Some even think that the old man sharpening the knife is the Black Prison King himself. Have you seen the Black Prison King? Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Haha, when I first met the Black Prison King, the Black Prison Sect was just a small gang of desperate criminals, and they only dealt with vendettas in the market. It was me who founded Yuan, which made the Black Prison Gate what it is today. Yuan's words were full of complacency. Lu Qi sneered and said, You are the knife captive who never mentioned the knife-sharpening old man. The information from wandering souls is certainly important, but without the group of fearless sword captive under the old man sharpening the sword, the Black Prison Gate is at best an intelligence transit station. As expected, when the sword captive were mentioned, Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. I don't know where did the old man get these sword captive from, but I think this should be related to the thing that the Black Prison King is looking for. That's why the Black Prison King asked the knife-sharpening old man's most powerful 7 killing order master to stay in the capital, in order to find that thing. So, what exactly is it? Lu Qi asked. I don't know. Yuan shook his head. As if sensing the coldness gradually rising in Lu Qi's eyes, he continued, I really don't know. Since the old immortal began to control the Black Prison Gate 3 years ago, the secrets I can touch have become fewer and fewer. Yuan said with a dark look in his eyes. Even the wandering souls of his subordinates were dragged away by the old immortal. So, I want to know why the Black Prison King hasn't shown up in the past 3 years? Lu Qi asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Yuan snorted coldly. What other reason could there be? He's injured. I see. How good is the Black Prison King's martial arts? Lu Qi asked. Why don't you ask at whose hand the Black Prison King was injured? Yuan asked back upon hearing that. Who? Yuan's eyes immediately avoided Lu Qi and looked into the distance through the door. Yuan's door faced the west of the capital, west of the city. just when Lu Qi was wondering what expert there was in the west of the city. Yuan uttered this person's name, General Zhou Weiyang. A lot of things happened 3 years ago, the most notable of which was that General Zhou Weiyang handed over his military power. In order to thank Zhou Weiyang for his achievements, the emperor, who had just taken power, waved his hand and designated the best piece of land in the west of the city as the general's mansion, and Nebo paid for the construction of General Weiyang's mansion. Lu Qi's father Lu Zongxuan was the official sent by the Ministry of Works to supervise the construction of the general's mansion. At this time, Lu Qi had returned to the main house of the Lu mansion and was lying on the bed recalling Yuan's words. 3 years ago, the king of Black Prison came to the capital city and broke into the general's mansion when the construction started. However, he was half dead when he came out. Fortunately, he escaped from the capital city successfully under the cover of Yuan, but no news came out from the general's mansion afterwards. After that, the old man sharpening the knife sent the former leader of the 7 killings, Hyong, to the capital and asked Yuan to expand the influence of the Black Prison sect in the capital. Moreover, Hyong was not as Lu Qi thought. He was not as loyal to the knife sharpener as other knife captive. After getting what the Black Prison King wanted, he took the initiative to find the judge Yuan and asked for a way to remove the 7 deadly heart-eating pills. Then things developed in the direction that Lu Qi knew. Hyong's plan was not hidden from the old man sharpening the knife. He fled the capital after killing all the wandering souls and knife captive who were related to him. Finally, he was killed by Lu Qi and Songzhou. Before his death, Hyong had found Ouyang Junkai, the young leader of the Daxia gang, and intended to find the miracle Dr. Yuan Tong, who had survived 9 deaths, through Ouyang Longcheng, his father. Yuan Tong and Ouyang Longcheng are brothers. Their master is the old man 5 Wonders who was famous in the martial arts world 30 years ago. Coincidentally, another disciple of this 5 Wonders old man, Yi Su, was also on his way to the capital at this moment. Late at night, Lu Qi, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. She got up from the bed, grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on, then reached out and patted the piano to take out the knife. Rustle. There was a slight noise at the door, and then a figure appeared outside the door. Lu Qi could see that the reflection on the door seemed to be carrying an exaggeratedly large knife. The old man sharpening the knife. I had just met Yuan today, when the old man sharpening knives came to my door. Lu Qi suddenly became a little cautious.
He he he.
Accompanied by a hoarse laugh, the figure outside the door pushed the door open, and it was indeed the old man sharpening knives. Today, he was just like when Lu Qi first met him at Shiliu Villa, with 2 swords hanging from his waist, one long and one short, and an exaggeratedly large broad-backed giant blade on his back. Looking at the blade that was almost twice as wide as the old man sharpening the knife, Lu Qi doubted whether the knife could be used normally. Seeing that the knife sharpener did not mention Yuan, Lu Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said coldly, "Thank you for the praise, old knife, but the knife captive suffered a lot this time. Just a dozen knife captive." The knife-sharpening old man waved his hand. The Sun brothers are also considered the top figures in Mabe. Their death will naturally cause a stir in the martial arts world. I have given the order. Within 3 days, your name Qisha will spread among both the black and white worlds. After saying this, the knife-sharpening old man smiled. It can be considered a name in the martial arts world. Thank you so much. Lu Qi felt a chill in his heart. Fame? What a joke. She is a killer, and being unknown is her greatest blessing. But in a moment Lu Qi understood the old man sharpening the knife's plan. This was another form of 7 deadly heart-eating pills. What was circulating in both the black and white worlds now was the name 7 Killers of the Black Prison Gate. Once she left the Black Prison Gate, the old man sharpening the knife would naturally be able to attribute the name of 7 killers to her, Lu Qi. Then all the blood debts of the Black Prison Gate would be counted on her. What a good plan. I will leave the capital tonight. From now on, all matters of the capital will be handled by you alone. As for the judge, just ignore him if you can. The old man sharpening the knife seemed to be very satisfied with Lu Qi. Mother Li from Fuxianjuan is the leader of the wandering spirits in the capital. Even the judge is unaware of her existence. From now on, she will be under your command. Fuxianjuan is the most famous place in the capital, with countless dignitaries and heroes coming and going. If you can hide here, you will definitely be able to gain more intelligence. What surprised Lu Qi was that even you didn't know about the existence of this Mother Li. This showed that what he said about being squeezed out of the Black Prison Gate by the Black Prison King and the knife-sharpening old man was not false. If you have any other requests, you might as well just say it. Looking at the silent Lu Qi, the old man sharpening the knife said in a deep voice, "The Black Prison Gate is not a stingy group. As long as you work loyally, the Black Prison Gate will not treat you unfairly." Lu Qi's eyes rolled, and then he said, "I want a better technique than Gu Lu's heart technique and a magical medicine. Your Gu Lu heart method has been practiced to the 7th level." The old man sharpening the knife narrowed his cloudy eyes slightly and asked. At this point, Lu Qi had nothing to hide, so he nodded immediately. "I see." A smile suddenly appeared on the old man's face. It seems that the elixir refined by Shen Zhuang using 1,000-year-old jade ginseng has worked. The old man who sharpened the knife stared at Lu Qi for a long time and said in a deep voice, "But the elixir is still a foreign object. You have become one of the top masters, but the road ahead may not be easy." "That's all right." The old knife-sharpening old man sighed. "Although I don't have jade ginseng that's over 1,000 years old, I still have a few that are hundreds of years old. I'll send someone to deliver it to you when the time comes." As for the skills, after pondering for a moment, the old knife-sharpening old man muttered, "The mental method of 7 kills with the crazy sword is a top internal skill. However, since you have mastered the ancient willow mental method, it is not easy to modify it. The profound internal skills in the world belong to the same category as Guliu Xinfa, and they are all in the hands of famous sections. I can't give you a suitable skill at the moment. Just wait until I report back to the Queen of Hades before I reply to you." Speaking of this, an inexplicable smile suddenly appeared on the old man's face, and his cloudy eyes looked up and down at Lu Qi. "Maybe there are great benefits waiting for you." After the old man sharpening the knife left, Lu Qi lost sleep. To some extent, Hades Gate is a good unit. Of course, the premise of all this is based on the old man sharpening the knife thinking that the Qiju heart-eating pill can control Lu Qi. Lu Qi took out the box given to Shen Zhuang last time from his arms, opened it, and found a pill inside. A total of 2 spiritual pills were obtained from Shen Zhuang, and Lu Qi used one of them to successfully practice the 7th level of the ancient Lu heart technique. After mastering the ancient Lu heart method, one can become one of the top masters in the martial arts world. It is indeed an excellent internal skill, but it is far from enough. Lu Qi murmured. In fact, being a top-notch master is already pretty good. Except for the capital and Jiangnan, Lu Qi can be regarded as a local tyrant in any other place in Daki by virtue of his martial arts skills, which is enough for him to establish his own sect. The only problem is that there are also many swords hanging over Lu Qi's head now. After she broke through the 7th level of Gu Lu's heart method, she was barely able to take down the sword of the old man sharpening the knife. But if you count, there is also the Black Prison King and the mysterious lord above us. Wu Lu Qi threw himself onto the bedding. "It looks like I still have a long way to go." After entering July, the weather in the capital city became increasingly hotter. Sui Xiang, whose face was flushed red by the heat, would occasionally glance at Lu Qi, who was resting with her eyes closed on the recliner, wondering why the young lady was not afraid of the heat. "And my arms, hands, and feet are all cold, like ice cubes. It must be a disease left over from not taking good care of myself when I was a child. So pitiful." But Sui Xiang recalled the cool and smooth touch she felt when she changed Lu Qi's clothes and washed him, and immediately raised her head and secretly looked at Lu Qi. "I really want to stick it on. It must be very cool," Sui Xiang thought secretly while fanning her hot face with her small hands. Lu Qi naturally didn't notice Sui Xiang's little thoughts. It has to be said that people who practice martial arts are indeed unique in resisting cold and heat, especially masters like Lu Qi, who have become top-notch in the martial arts world and can release their true qi. They can already regulate the temperature of their body surface through the released true qi to achieve the effect of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. No wonder the knights in TV dramas always wear thin white shirts. It turns out they are protected by innate energy. This shows that the screenwriters who have been criticized a lot are not all making up stories. 5 days have passed since the death of the Sun brothers. But the capital seemed very peaceful. Rumors spread in the underworld that officials involved in border army corruption paid the Black Prison Gate's top killer Qi Sha to kill the Sun brothers in the suburbs of Beijing. In a short time, the name 7 killers spread throughout the world. Several major crimes committed by the Black Prison Gate in the past were also pinned on the head of 7 killers. Lu Qi said that she was innocent, and even if she wanted to, she was powerless now. It is said that even the famous Qingqing sect in Shu could not tolerate Chu Xingbai's reckless behavior and sent out the Taoist Crouching Tiger to enforce justice. Taoist Crouching Tiger is the head of Qingqing sect, the junior brother of Jiang Xianyun, the sword from the West Ridge, and a top master who has been famous in the martial arts world for more than 10 years. All parties in the martial arts world unanimously agreed that Chu Xingbai might be in trouble this time. Lu Qi, who was sitting on a recliner, suddenly opened his eyes, then suppressed his breath and counted the footsteps outside the door. 3, 2, 1. The courtyard door was pushed open, and Lu Xiangxiang came in trotting. Sister, sister. Like a happy little chick, she hopped to Lu Qi's recliner and squeezed away Cui Xiang, who was fanning herself nearby. I have already made an appointment with Mother to take you to Baishi Villa this time. Lu Qi calmly pulled his arm out of Lu Xiangxiang's sweaty hand, and then asked calmly, "Where is Baishi Villa?" "You don't even know about Baishi Villa. Every summer I go to escape the heat with my mother and my aunt." Then Lu Xiangxiang seemed to realize that she had let the cat out of the bag and immediately raised her hand to cover her mouth. No, auntie, just pretend you didn't hear it." The aunt Lu Xiangxiang mentioned was naturally no one else but the current queen mother, Zhou Mi. The Empress Dowager's departure from the palace was naturally a special ceremony, but judging from Lu Xiangxiang's expression, it seemed that the Empress Dowager Zhou secretly left the palace every summer. Baishi Villa is located on Baishi Mountain, 30 miles east of the city. Of course, 22 years ago it was not called Baishi Mountain, but Huaqing Mountain. That's right, it was the mountain gate of the Huaqing sect back then. After the Huaqing sect was wiped out, the imperial court simply demolished the gate of the mountain and then renamed it Baishi Mountain and built Baishi Villa on the site of the Huaqing sect. And from Lu Qi's indirect hints, he also learned that since the day Baishi Villa was built, it became a must-go place for Queen Mother Zhou Mi every summer. Does this count as killing someone and destroying their heart? Lu Qi followed Lu Xiangxiang to the lobby and met Zhou and Nanny Liang, who was supporting her.
Zhou was fine.
She just glanced at Lu Qi coldly and didn't look at him again. Nanny Liang's gaze seemed to be welded to Lu Qi, especially when Lu Xiangxiang behaved intimately and acted coquettishly towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi asked Zhang Cheng to check Nanny Liang's background. She was a retired nanny from the palace. She had no children and had never been married. When the Zhou family became rich, she sold herself into the Zhou mansion and had been serving Zhou ever since. Therefore, Lu Qi didn't understand where this Nanny Liang's aversion to her came from. At this moment, Zhang Cheng, the chief steward of the Lu mansion, who had gained a lot of weight, walked in from outside. He saw Lu Qi beside Lu Xiangxiang at a glance and quickly glanced at him. Then he replied respectfully to Zhou, "Madam, the carriage is ready." Zhou nodded, and then asked, "Are all the guards here?" Zhang Cheng smiled innocently. "They are all here a long time ago, and my cousin is here too." The cousin Zhang Cheng mentioned naturally refers to Zhou Xianzong. Zhou's expression suddenly changed, and then she looked at Lu Qi with a strange look. Ever since he met Lu Qi, the frequency of his nephew's visits has increased significantly. As an experienced person, how could Zhou not understand Zhou Xianzong's thoughts? I have to say that my cheap daughter has a good complexion. Looking at Lu Xiangxiang, who is smiling carefreely beside Lu Qi, Zhou's face suddenly showed a hint of coldness. Compared with Lu Qi, Lu Xiangxiang, who was already plain-looking, looked even more. As Lu Zongxuan's wife, she could tolerate her husband having a daughter with his first wife. But as a mother, she would never allow anyone to surpass her daughter, especially if that person was Lu Qinyang. Recalling what Nanny Liang had mentioned many times, Zhou secretly made up her mind. Especially when Zhou Xianzong came in and looked at Lu Qi with shining eyes, Zhou's idea became more resolute.
Cousin.
Zhou Xianzong called out very cordially, and Lu Qi almost stopped his murderous intent. Don't come over here. But Zhou Xianzong obviously would not miss the opportunity to have close contact with Lu Qi. He first bowed to Zhou and then came to Lu Qi, showing his white teeth. Cousin, this is your first time going to Baishi Villa. Don't worry, I'm here. Hee. Lu Qi only sneered in his heart. As for Lu Xiangxiang, seeing Zhou Xianzong coming over, she hugged Lu Qi's arm even more tightly. Seeing Zhou's eyes looking elsewhere, Lu Xiangxiang immediately rolled her eyes at her cousin, then said in dissatisfaction, "Why are you here again? Sister, I'm here to take care of you. There's nothing to worry about." Seeing Zhou Xianzong's smile froze, Lu Qi thought that this cheap sister didn't seem to be completely useless. Zhou Xianzong quickly put away the embarrassment on his face and reached out to flick Lu Xiangxiang's head.
Ding.
I'm your cousin. How can you be disrespectful to me? Lu Xiangxiang, who was hit on the head, felt pain and let go of Lu Qi's arm. She covered her head with both hands and glared at Zhou Xianzong. That's enough. That's enough. Zhou Xianzong sighed helplessly. What can I do if Mr. Mu doesn't want to teach me? Besides, Mr. Mu's martial arts are not suitable for you. How about this? I'll invite another expert to teach you martial arts. Really? Lu Xiangxiang almost screamed when she heard it, then quickly covered her mouth and carefully looked at Zhou's position. Is he really an expert? Master. Zhou Xianzong nodded, and he will go to Baishi Villa with us this time. Lu Xiangxiang's eyes lit up even more. Taller than Mr. Mu? Is he better than Miss Fang? It is obvious that Lu Xiangxiang still remembers Fang Qingluan. Hearing Lu Xiangxiang mention Fang Qingluan, Zhou Xianzong sneered immediately, then nodded heavily. Compared to Fang Qingluan, she is definitely better than him. After these words were spoken, even Lu Qi, who had been keeping his head down and didn't want to look at Zhou Xianzong anymore, couldn't help but look up. Is this true or false? Fang Qingluan is a first-rate master. Although there are more than 24 people with better martial arts than her, they are all well-known figures in the martial arts world. Does Zhou Xianzong have the ability to recruit such a person under his command? Seeing Zhou Xianzong's calm face, who didn't look like he was lying, Lu Qi slowly lowered his head, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes.
Great.
Lu Xiangxiang immediately clapped her hands and then reached out to push Lu Qi forward. Then let's make a deal. My sister is yours, but you have to find me a master. Naturally, Lu Qi's body did not move at all after being pushed, but she was startled when she heard Lu Xiangxiang's words, and then she glanced at the delighted Lu Xiangxiang beside her. Can you please have some bottom line? Lu Qi decided to take back his previous evaluation of Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang walked out of the gate of Lu Mansion side by side. Zhou Xianzong, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and called out Miss Lu. Then Lu Qi saw a beautiful figure slowly walking towards him. Lu Qi slowly raised his head and met a pair of lively eyes. The woman in a Taoist robe looked like a lotus emerging from the water, and a captivating smile instantly blossomed on her pretty face. Seeing the Taoist woman brought by her nephew perform a sword-holding ceremony common among the people of Jianghu, the smile on Zhou's face froze instantly. Then she said a few random words and got on the carriage first. Half of her body had already entered the carriage, and she shrank back with a cold face and shouted at Lu Xiangxiang, who was staring at Li Qingyao eagerly. Xiangxiang, come here. Lu Xiangxiang naturally didn't want to leave. She looked at Li Qingyao in front of her, then turned her head to look at Lu Qi beside her, and finally her eyes fell on Zhou's frozen face. She lowered her head and leaned in front of Zhou Xianzong and whispered, My mother is angry, but our deal remains unchanged. You have to let Tao's sister be my master. After saying that, he looked up and grinned at Lu Qingyao, then went towards Zhou. Madame Lu doesn't seem to welcome me. Looking at Zhou's mother and daughter entering the carriage one after another, a hint of deep meaning flashed in Lu Qingyao's smart eyes, and then she said to Zhou Xianzong beside her, Aunt has never liked people from the martial arts world, and this is because… Forget it, let's not talk about it for now. Zhou Xianzong smiled slightly, then said to Lu Qingyao apologetically. Although the woman in front of him was also a stunningly beautiful woman, Zhou Xianzong's eyes were filled with a little bit of heat, but more of aloofness. Tai sect, the contemporary walking sect. These 7 words don't require much effort to say, but their status in the world is as easy as pie. There are countless sects in the martial arts world that regard Taoism as the orthodox sect. Even in Diqi after the martial arts order was broken, there are still the 2 major Taoist forces, Qingcheng and Tai. Different from Qingcheng, Tai's sect pursues secluded practice. The walkers of each generation are the representatives of Tai sect in the secular world, and their words and deeds can represent the will of Tai sect. In other words, Lu Qingyao, the contemporary Tai sect leader, is roughly equivalent to the leaders of other sections. A small incident happened before departure. Although Zhou promised Lu Xiangxiang that she could take Lu Qi to Baishi Villa, she did not prepare an extra carriage, resulting in Lu Qi having to squeeze in the same carriage with the maids and servants. Fortunately, Zhou Xianzong showed his grace and gave the carriage to Lu Qi, while he himself rode forward with his guards. Miss Lu. Lu Qi, who was about to get on the carriage with Suixiang's support, suddenly saw a pair of snow-white arms in front of her, with the slightly opened 5 fingers as white as tender green onions. Lu Qi looked up and saw Lu Qingyao with a faint smile. Then he stretched out his hand timidly, and when he touched something soft and smooth, he felt a light force on his hand. And then he got on the carriage. Thank you, Miss Lu. Lu Qi lowered his eyes slightly, said thank you, and then quickly pulled his hand away from the warmth and softness. After that, Lu Qi said nothing, and Lu Qingyao, who was sitting opposite her in the carriage, was like an old monk in meditation, with his eyes closed and not moving at all. Lu Qi occasionally looked up at the other party, but she did not feel even a trace of qi from him. It was obvious that this was also a master with extremely high attainments in internal strength, so he could restrain his divine light without leaving any trace. The 5 fingers in Lu Qi's sleeves trembled slightly. To be honest, she felt a little itchy. Since she broke through to become a first-class master, she has never had a hearty battle. The last time she fought with the Sun brothers, she could only say that she had a brief taste. Before she had enough fun, the other party was defeated. The 2 of them walked in silence until the carriage stopped. They are here. Getting off the carriage and looking at the villa surrounded by jungle, Lu Qi suddenly felt as if he was back in Shiliu Villa. Baishi Mountain is located in a quiet valley in Baishi Mountain, with only one way in and out. Judging from the area, Baishi Villa is slightly smaller than Shiliu Villa, but when Lu Qi looked down at the polished stone slabs under his feet, he knew that someone had spent a lot of thought on this Baishi Villa. In many places, you can see signs of new construction. Nanny Liang and Zhang Qing skillfully arranged for the servants to carry the luggage into the villa one by one. Lu Qi also brought a box of luggage, and of course the most important thing was the zither in the box. You too, carry the lady's suitcase in. Zhang Cheng just walked over and instructed 2 servants to carry Lu Qi's suitcase in. Then, seeing that there was no one around, he nodded slightly towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi looked around quietly, but found that there was no trace of Lu Qingyao. Did this contemporary walker of Tai sect come to Baishi Villa in order to get closer to the Zhou family, or did he have some other agenda? Just when Lu Qi was puzzled, Zhou Xianzong came over with Lu Xiangxiang, smiling. Before Lu Xiangxiang could even stand still, she said with a look of annoyance, "Sister, I'm sorry. I just saw that mother was angry and forgot about you for a moment. I didn't expect that the mansion didn't prepare a carriage for you. That's enough. What else can you remember?" Zhou Xianzong reached out and gently patted the back of his cousin's head. Then he said softly to Lu Qi, "Cousin, you and Xiangxiang will be arranged in the same room." Butler Zhang has already sent your luggage to the room. Then, seeing Lu Qi's worried expression, Zhou Xianzong smiled and said, Don't worry, it's far from my aunt's yard, but it's closer to my little aunt's yard. The aunt Zhou Xianzong referred to as Zhou, and the younger aunt was naturally Empress Dowager Zhou Mi. It seems that he also knew that Zhou disliked Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi put away his worried look and forced a relieved smile. Seeing the smile on Lu Qi's face, the timid Lu Xiangxiang immediately took Lu Qi's arm and said excitedly, Sister, I'll take you to see the room. After finally coaxing Lu Xiangxiang away, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief and called Sui Xiang, who was tidying up the bed. Sui Xiang, go see if there is any hot water. I'm feeling a little unwell.
Yes.
After seeing Sui Xiang leave, Lu Qi opened the wooden box, took out the guqin inside, and then placed it on the counter closest to the bed. Rustle. Lu Qi put his hand back on the piano instantly, then tilted his eyes slightly and looked towards the roof. The burst of tiny noises had just disappeared when Lu Qi suddenly heard a clearer noise. This time she instantly confirmed that the noise came from the roof above her head and that someone was walking on the roof. Lu Qi immediately held his breath and concentrated. The true energy in his dantian was already stimulated to circulate through his meridians. Although it looked ordinary on the outside, it was actually already in a state of being ready to go. But soon Lu Qi heard the footsteps heading towards another room in the yard. Only Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang live in this yard. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. A hint of hesitation flashed across her eyes, and she wondered if it was aimed at Lu Xiangxiang. At this moment, the footsteps on the roof suddenly stopped, and then there was a thump sound, as if someone stepped heavily on the tiles. Lu Qi glanced out the window and saw a red figure slowly landing in the middle of the yard, near the door of Lu Xiangxiang's room.
Ha!
Sister Suzaku. Lu Xiangxiang's cheering voice came from outside. Lu Qi immediately withdrew his hand from the zither. Not long after, Lu Xiangxiang brought a woman in red into Lu Qi's room. Sister, this is General Suzaku, a general under my uncle. It was not until the woman in red walked in that Lu Qi saw clearly that she was wearing armor. The densely packed armor plates were dyed red, and the headband on her head and the wristbands on her arms also shone with a red luster. Are you the daughter of Lord Lu's original wife? General Suzaku looked to be in his early 30s, with an ordinary face and no makeup on her face, but she looked particularly heroic against the backdrop of her red armor. Greetings, General Suzaku. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately bowed to him. Since Queen Mother Zhou Mi was also spending the summer in Baishi Villa, she must have been surrounded by expert guards. It was not surprising that Zhu Ke, one of the 4 heavenly generals under the general, appeared here. But looking at the coldness in General Suzaku's eyes, it seemed that he didn't like Lu Qi very much. Raise your head. Zhu Ke scolded his officers and soldiers. A fierce light flashed in Lu Qi's eyes, and then he slowly raised his head. Hee, that you're quite a little beauty. Zhu Ke saw Lu Qi's face clearly, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. I told you, my sister is a beauty. Lu Xiangxiang obviously didn't notice the coldness in Zhu Chue's eyes. She came to Lu Qi and took her arm and asked complacently, Who do you think is prettier, my sister or my aunt? Humph. Zhu Ke said with disdain, How dare the light of a firefly compete with the sun and the moon? After saying that, Zhu Ke turned to Lu Xiangxiang, who was already puzzled, and said, The Queen Mother has gone to bed now. I came here specifically to tell you, so that you don't have to make another wasted trip later.
Ah?
Lu Xiangxiang was immediately surprised. Why did my aunt go to bed so early? Then his expression changed. Are you feeling unwell? Facing Lu Xiangxiang, Zhu Chue's expression softened a lot. He shook his head and said comfortingly, It's nothing. I was just a little tired on the way, so I rested early. If you feel bored, you can take people to the mountains to hunt, but remember. I know. When Zhu Ke mentioned hunting, Lu Xiangxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Be careful. Zhu Ke nodded lovingly. The Queen Mother still needs my protection, so I won't play with you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Just as one foot stepped out of the room, Zhuge suddenly stopped, then turned his head to look at Lu Qi and said in a deep voice, "Remember to take good care of Xiang. If anything happens to her, humph." Lu Qi. Sister, why do I feel like Sister Zhuge doesn't seem to like you a little? Lu Xiangxiang beside her asked in a low voice. Haha, even Lu Xiangxiang could see it. Zhu Chue's disgust for himself was almost written on his face. Lu Qi couldn't help but touch her face. Is being beautiful a mistake? Lu Qi declined Lu Xiangxiang's invitation to go hunting. Coincidentally, Sui Xiang had come back with hot water. Lu Xiangxiang thought that Lu Qi was as tired from the journey as her aunt, so she did not force him and went out to play alone. I happened to run into Manager Zhang when I went out. He told her to use the hot water to wash her face first. He will send someone to bring the bathtub and the remaining hot water in a while. Sui Xiang wrung out the towel and handed it to Lu Qi, then continued. By the way, Manager Zhang also asked you if you need any snacks? Alas, in the whole mansion, only the eldest lady and butler Zhang treat you the best. After saying this, Sui Xiang sighed, not noticing the strange look in Lu Qi's eyes at all. Dim sum was the secret code between Lu Qi and Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng used Sui Xiang's mouth to convey this to himself, which must mean that he had something urgent to report. Baishi Villa is different from Lu Mansion. God knows how many masters are hiding here. As the steward of the Lu residence and a male outsider, Zhang Cheng was too conspicuous. Naturally, it was impossible for him to enter Lu Qi's room as he did in the Lu residence. Lu Qi thought about it and felt that there seemed to be no other suitable way to meet Zhang Cheng except to go out on his own initiative. So she said to Sui Xiang, "Now that you mention it, I am indeed a little hungry. But it's not a good idea to ask Zhang Zhongwan's people to send it to us. After all, you know where the lady is." Sui Xiang understood instantly. "Then I will go to the kitchen." Lu Qi shook his head. "I'd better go there myself. I can also pick 2 of my favorite dishes. It's also a good opportunity to thank Zhang the chief steward." Sui Xiang thought about it for a moment, then smiled with understanding. "Miss, you are really thoughtful." Lu Qi took out a few silver coins from the box and gave them as rewards to the servants in the kitchen. Sui Xiang patted her chest while holding the purse and assured, "Don't worry, young lady. I will definitely give it to everyone." As for the chief steward, Lu Qi immediately reached out and tapped her on the head. "Silly girl, it's your turn to be rewarded by Manager Zhang." Sui Xiang covered her forehead and suddenly realized, "Yes, miss, you are thoughtful." Seeing that Sui Xiang had been completely fooled, Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that Madame May's lessons were really not in vain. I brought Sui Xiang to the kitchen of Baishi Villa and saw Zhang Cheng directing people to clean. Zhang Cheng also saw Lu Qi at this time, and his eyes suddenly gleamed. He then waved his hand and let the little people disperse. He then trotted to Lu Qi and bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss, what can I do for you?" Lu Qi gave a look to Sui Xiang, who was standing beside him. Sui Xiang immediately obeyed the order and then walked towards the kitchen door with her purse tightly held in her hands. Seeing that Sui Xiang had almost reached the same position, Lu Qi immediately lowered his voice and said coldly, "If you have something to say it quickly." Early this morning, Yi Su from the Jinma Chamber of Commerce found the judge. What? Zhang Cheng, who was hunched over, suddenly felt a chill on his back. When he raised his head, he met Lu Qi's cold eyes. He was immediately startled, and then he suppressed the chill in his heart and continued, "It's the news from Fuxianjuan." The Black Prison Gate had buried 2 lines of wandering souls in the capital. At least Lu Qi knew about those 2. Judge Yuan is one of them. The other one was given to Lu Qi before the knife sharpener left the capital. This one is Fuxianjuan. In addition to maintaining the basic function of wandering souls, this line of Fuxianjuan also has an important task, which is to monitor the judge. Since the information came from Fuxianjuan, it must be true. Yuan made up his mind so quickly. Lu Qi rejected this idea after a brief thought. Although Yuan had long been dissatisfied with the Black Prison Gate, it would be much more difficult for him to escape from the Black Prison Gate unscathed than Lu Qi. What's more, Lu Qi felt that Yuan might not give up the Black Prison Gate easily. After all, this was the organization he founded. Yuan's dissatisfaction was entirely due to the fact that the Black Prison King and the knife-sharpening old man had squeezed him out of the Black Prison Sect's power core. Thinking of this, Lu Qi had already made up her mind. Just then, she heard footsteps coming towards the kitchen. She immediately whispered, "Survey all the wandering souls that have had contact with the judge recently. Also, notify Fuxianjuan and report this to Master Dao." After saying that, Lu Qi handed the purse he had prepared to Zhang Cheng. Just then, someone walked in from the kitchen door. Zhang Cheng immediately understood what he meant and smiled and thanked Lu Qi. "This old servant thanks you on behalf of the servants in the kitchen. Why are you here?" The visitor happened to see this scene, and then his eyes swept over the bulging brocade bag in Zhang Cheng's hand, and then his eyes fell on Lu Qi, and he spoke in surprise. "Madame Liang?" Seeing the face of the person coming, Lu Qi's eyes darkened slightly, and then he lowered his head. "Madame Liang, is there anything that Madame needs to prepare?" Zhang Cheng immediately looked at Madame Liang and said with a smile, while quietly putting the purse into his sleeve. Zhang Cheng is the chief steward of the entire Lu mansion, while Nanny Liang is Madame Zhou's confidant. The status of the two is almost the same, and Zhang Cheng is even higher. Facing Zhang Cheng's question, Nanny Liang was obviously still in shock. She looked at Lu Qi, then turned to look at Zhang Cheng. A trace of panic flashed to her eyes, and her hands tightly grasped her sleeves. Nothing's wrong." Nanny Liang took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. "Yes, Madame asked me to come over to see how your dinner preparations are going." After saying that, Nanny Liang seemed to be relieved. Then she frowned and looked at Lu Qi, with disgust in her eyes again. "Why are you here?" At this time, Sui Xiang, who had already taken care of the servants in the kitchen, was walking over with a food box in her hand with cheerful steps. When she saw Nanny Liang in front of Lu Qi, her face suddenly changed, and she quickly lowered her head. "Humph!" Nanny Liang looked at Sui Xiang and snorted in dissatisfaction. "Madame Liang, please rest assured. With me, Zhang Cheng here, you have nothing to worry about." Zhang Cheng explained with a smile. "Miss has been traveling for half a day and is a little hungry, so she came here to get some snacks." In the Lu mansion, servants generally call Lu Qi Miss and Lu Xiangxiang eldest Miss. Nanny Liang listened to Zhang Cheng's explanation, and her sinister eyes swept across the food box in Sui Xiang's hand, then moved to Lu Qi and stayed for a moment, but then she didn't say anything more. "There are a lot of things going on in the front yard. Don't disturb the ladies' fun." After leaving a confusing remark, Nanny Liang turned around and left. Seeing Nanny Liang disappear from sight, Sui Xiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Qi and persuaded her, "Miss, let's go back quickly." Lu Qi nodded, and before leaving, she glanced at Zhang Cheng coldly, then looked in the direction where Nanny Liang disappeared. Zhang Cheng immediately understood and nodded, then bowed and said, "Miss, take care." Until night fell, Lu Xiangxiang, who went out hunting, had not returned yet. In the empty courtyard, only Lu Qi and Cui Xiang, the master and servant, were left. Sui Xiang stood in the middle of the courtyard, staring at the door, and occasionally looked up at the main courtyard. She saw that the sky of the main courtyard was dazzlingly painted by lights. Sui Xiang wandered around the courtyard for a while, and seeing that no one came in from the gate, she puffed up her cheeks, stamped her feet, and then walked into the room. "Miss, we won't end up like we did in Lu Mansion again, right?" Sui Xiang asked with some complaint. "What else?" Lu Qi, who was reading a book by candlelight, replied calmly, "If Xiangxiang hadn't begged for mercy, you think Madame would have brought me to Baishi Villa." "But..." Sui Xiang wanted to say something. "It's nothing. Do you still want to attend the banquet in the main courtyard?" Lu Qi continued to flip through the book in his hand, and spoke without looking away. Turning his head to take a look at Sui Xiang's puffy cheeks, Lu Qi slowly closed the book in his hand and sighed. "If you have time to get angry, why don't you go to the kitchen and ask, otherwise your young lady will starve tonight." "That's right," Sui Xiang suddenly realized, and hurried out without greeting Lu Qi. Hearing Sui Xiang's footsteps disappearing in the direction of the courtyard gate, Lu Qi's eyes gradually became cold. He then raised his head and looked in the direction of the roof. Then a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he continued to open the book in his hand. And on the roof of Lu Qi's room, a figure stood on the beam for a long time, until he looked at Sui Xiang, who walked out of the yard and ran towards the kitchen. Then he let out a slight sigh, accompanied by a slight sound, and the figure suddenly disappeared into the night. Snap! And at the moment the figure on the roof disappeared, Lu Qi closed the book in his hand. The next day, around noon, Lu Xiangxiang insisted on taking Lu Qi out hunting together. "Good sister, I beg you." Lu Xiangxiang clasped her hands together like a puppy begging for food and begged desperately beside Lu Qi. Lu Qi was sitting in front of the dressing mirror at this moment, and Sui Xiang behind her was fixing her hair. Lu Qi turned his head and glanced at Lu Xiangxiang, whose eyebrows were almost squeezed together. A hint of understanding immediately appeared in his eyes, and then he asked, "Are you going hunting or practicing martial arts?"
Ah!
Lu Xiangxiang jumped up immediately. Lu Qi's words revealed her thoughts. She pointed her finger at Lu Qi and asked with a trembling voice, "How? How did you know?" "Puchi." Sui Xiang laughed out loud. "Miss, when you were still sleeping this morning, your cousin had already sent someone to deliver a letter to invite you to go out and play." After Sui Xiang finished her work, she looked at Lu Qi's face reflected in the mirror and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She put her hands on her waist involuntarily. This time, my cousin must be completely fascinated by her. When Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang walked out of the gate of Baishi Villa, they immediately saw Zhou Xianzong waiting outside and Lu Qingyao standing beside him in a green Taoist robe. When Zhou Xianzong saw Lu Qi coming out, his eyes immediately lit up and he hurried over to greet him.
"Cousin Xiangxiang."
After greeting the two, Zhou Xianzong's fiery gaze fell directly on Lu Qi, and his voice became much gentler. "Cousin, did you get a good rest last night? Where's my knife?" Lu Qi clenched his right hand, suppressing the murderous aura rising in his heart, forced a stiff smile from the corner of his mouth, and then nodded.
"Sister."
Lu Xiangxiang directly let go of Lu Qi's arm and took a step to Lu Qingyao beside Zhou Xianzong. Lu Qingyao smiled faintly, then took out a sword still in its sheath from behind her back and held it in front of Lu Xiangxiang with one hand. "Miss Xiangxiang, your sword." Lu Xiangxiang's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. "This is for me." Lu Qingyao nodded. "How can you learn swordsmanship without a sword?" After saying that, Lu Qingyao's left hand holding the sword suddenly turned, and just as the sword was about to fall to the ground, Lu Qingyao reached out and accurately grasped the hilt, then lightly pressed the hilt with her index finger, and with a whoosh sound, the scabbard fell off and inserted vertically into the ground. The green sword body, as thin as a cicada's wing, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This sword is called Xiangjuan. Listening to Lu Qingyao's introduction, Lu Xiangxiang's eyes became brighter. Xiangxiang, Xiangjuan, this seems to be tailor-made for Lu Xiangxiang. Seeing Lu Xiangxiang's impatient look, Lu Qingyao smiled slightly, then reached out and handed the hilt of the sword to her. Lu Xiangxiang took a deep breath, calmed her excitement, took the sword solemnly, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. "Oh, it's so light. Haha, didn't I just say that this sword weighs no more than 1 catty and 7 ounces? Of course it's light." Zhou Xianzong laughed from the side. "For a beginner like Lu Xiangxiang, this sword is perfect." As if noticing that Lu Qi's eyes were also on the Xiangjun sword, Zhou Xianzong suddenly had an idea and asked with a smile, "Cousin, do you also want to learn martial arts?"
"Ha!"
Lu Qi naturally shook his head. Zhou Xianzong's eyes suddenly showed a hint of disappointment, but it was quickly suppressed. Then, seeing Lu Xiangxiang wielding the Xiangjun sword, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Okay, stop playing here, or else your aunt will hear about it and she'll scold you again." Okay. Lu Xiangxiang, who had already got the sword, nodded repeatedly and then reluctantly put the sword back into the scabbard. There is a flat area halfway up the mountain. It was where the Huaqing sect disciples practiced swordplay in the past. "I think we should go there." Lu Qi and her group walked towards the middle of the mountain. Lu Xiangxiang followed Lu Qingyao closely, holding the Xiangjuan sword in his hand. Lu Qi was naturally left aside, but of course she herself wanted it more than ever. In order to avoid being discovered by Zhou, Lu Xiangxiang went out to practice martial arts today, so she didn't even bring a maid with her. The 6 guards following her were all brought by Zhou Xianzong. Lu Qi glanced around but did not see the figure of Mr. Mu beside Zhou Xianzong. You should know that before this, Mr. Mu had always been inseparable from Zhou Xianzong. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Suddenly, a flat area the size of a football field appeared in sight. Lu Qi saw traces of artificial excavation on the ground and in the surrounding areas. He thought that this was the place where the disciples of Huaqing sect practiced martial arts in the past. There was a cliff on the other side of the dojo. Lu Qi walked over to take a look and found that it was about 20 feet away from the bottom of the cliff. Cousin, be careful. Seeing Lu Qi approaching the cliff, Zhou Xianzong, who was not far behind him, shouted hurriedly with concern. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a few steps back. Lu Qingyao had already begun explaining sword moves to Lu Xiangxiang, and Lu Qi was sitting on a stone slab nearby, listening with great interest. What Lu Qingyao was going to teach Lu Xiangxiang was a set of swordsmanship called the 3 Talents Swordsmanship, which was a required swordsmanship for Tai sect disciples. After a brief explanation, Lu Qingyao demonstrated the sword skills with a Xiangjuan sword. Looking at Lu Qingyao's sword posture that was like dancing, Zhou Xianzong and Lu Xiangxiang, brother and sister, were both fascinated. Although Lu Qi's expression was the same as theirs, he was thinking in his heart. A set of simple sword techniques performed by Lu Qingyao seemed so natural and flawless, which showed that her attainments in sword techniques had reached an extremely terrifying level. I wondered how many of my blows can she take. Lu Qingyao finished practicing a set of sword skills. Seeing that the 3 people in front of him all had an infatuated expression, she did not show any strange expression as if she had expected it. She just handed the sword in her hand to Lu Xiangxiang and then said softly, Miss Xiangxiang, why don't you give it a try? Okay. Lu Xiangxiang was stunned at first, but then she reacted and excitedly took the sword, stood up from the stone slab, looking eager to try. Under Lu Qingyao's instruction, Lu Xiangxiang began to use the 3 talents sword technique methodically. Looking at Lu Xiangxiang's stiff limbs, Lu Qi couldn't help but think of the time when he was practicing swordsmanship at Shiliu Villa. There is a threshold for practicing martial arts. Half an hour later, Lu Qi was sure that Lu Xiangxiang had no talent for martial arts, at least in terms of swordsmanship. Every time Lu Xiangxiang moved her hands, she seemed to lose control of her feet. And when she concentrated on her steps, her arms seemed not to be her own. While the one whose side was Zhou Xianzong, who was standing aside. Lu Qi turned his head and saw that Zhou Xianzong seemed to be imitating the moves of the 3 talents sword technique with his hands. At first, he seemed to be doing it well, but then everything became a complete mess. It seems that these brother and sister are indeed a family. Lu Qi suddenly remembered that with such a family background, she had never felt any fluctuation of true energy from Zhou Xianzong since the first time she met him. It can be seen that Zhou Xianzong is also a person who does not know martial arts. Miss Xiangxiang, you should rest for a while. Looking at Lu Xiangxiang, who was already sweating profusely, Lu Qingyao, who looked much more serious than before, said, Master, how was my practice just now? Hearing this, Lu Xiangxiang sat down on the stone slab as if relieved. After taking a few deep breaths, she raised her head and asked. Lu Xiangxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. When she was about to open them and ask again, there was a sudden boom, and she almost fell off the stone slab. Earthquake? Lu Xiangxiang quickly stood up and asked in panic. The rumbling vibration continued. Zhou Xianzong looked at the slightly shaking stone slab, his gaze gradually focused. As early as when the first vibration came, Lu Qi had already stood up. She looked around and found that the surrounding mountains and trees did not move at all.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound became louder and louder, and the vibration became stronger and stronger. Lu Qi suddenly thought of something, and then walked to the side close to the cliff. Below the cliff, a black tide was seen rushing towards the mountains. Looking around, countless cavalrymen were still gathering at the foot of the mountain, and it was estimated that there were no less than 10,000 of them. Emperor? The emperor who ascended the throne when he was still an infant and served as a puppet for 18 years? They are the emperor's personal soldiers. Zhou Xianzong's face was solemn, and then he turned to everyone and said, "Let's go back to Baishi Villa quickly." "Is it because of my aunt?" Lu Xiangxiang asked quickly. Zhou Xianzong did not answer her, but said in a deep voice, "Go back first and talk later." Lu Qi remembered that Queen Mother Zhou Mi was also in Baishi Villa at this moment. It was rare for the emperor to lead a large army in person, and he came for the Queen Mother. "Sister, help me hold the sword." Lu Xiangxiang, who had just finished practicing sword, looked tired and handed the Xiangjuan sword in the sheath to Lu Qi. Lu Qi took it and followed Zhou Xianzong, who was in a hurry, together with Lu Xiangxiang. The group had just walked out of the dojo when Le Qingyao suddenly stopped, then turned to face the dense forest in the direction of the top of the mountain, his hand already on the hilt of the sword. "Who is sneaking around here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the woods like a ghost, and then ran straight towards them. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Le Qingyao and pointed a finger at her shoulder. Song Le Qingyao's face was cold, and she did not avoid it at all. The sword in her hand was already unsheathed, and then her Taoist robe fluttered. When she raised her hand, the sharp sword energy immediately enveloped the man in black in front of her. At this time, Zhou Xianzong's 6 guards had drawn their weapons and rushed forward to surround the man in black, who was fighting with Le Qingyao. "He he he." The man in black let out a strange low laugh, and did not dodge or evade the overwhelming sword energy. He still pointed his finger down, and the moment it touched the sword light, a pink energy instantly overflowed, breaking all the sword energy that enveloped his body. "Spring breeze finger."
Zhu Xingbai.
Lu Qingyao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she immediately stepped forward. The sword in her hand flashed and slashed towards the black-clothed man's throat. "Girl from Tai sect, I'll be intimate with you later." Looking at the sharp sword in Lu Qingyao's hand, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a lustful look, and then he stepped into the air, and in an instant, countless pink energy burst out from his hands.
Ah!
Only screams could be heard. 6 guards under Zhou Xianzong had been killed by the energy. The man in black, who was still in mid-air, suddenly looked up at Lu Qi and Lu Xiangxiang behind Zhou Xianzong. Then he chuckled and flew directly towards the two of them. "Stop!" Lu Qingyao's face was as cold as ice. She raised her sword and was about to catch up with the man in black. Seeing that the sword was about to reach his back, the man in black suddenly turned around and pointed his finger at the tip of Lu Qingyao's sword. The moment the tip of the sword and the finger touched, a violent aura suddenly swept out, and Lu Qingyao's body couldn't help but pause. The man in black, who also took advantage of the recoil force, had already landed in front of Lu Qi and the other two. Lu Xiangxiang was hugging Lu Qi's arm tightly at this time. Lu Qi looked at the man in black and seemed to look him up and down, then he reached out and touched Lu Qi's shoulder. At the moment when the other party's fingers touched his shoulder, Lu Qi's arm, which was held by Lu Xiangxiang, suddenly turned, and his left hand instantly pointed at his waist. A stream of energy suddenly surged up until it collided with another unfamiliar energy on his shoulder, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, she felt the other party reaching out to grab her arm. Lu Qi immediately pretended to be weak and let the other party take her away. "Sister." Lu Xiangxiang suddenly felt her hands empty. She raised her head and saw the man in black taking Lu Qi away for several steps.
Clang.
The Xiangjuan sword in Lu Qi's hand fell to the ground. Zhou Xianzong ran over in a hurry, picked up the Xiangjuan sword on the ground, and looked at the man in black who was taking Lu Qi towards the cliff, his face full of anxiety. "Mr. Zhou, go and ask for help quickly." Lu Qingyao passed by Zhou Xianzong like a gust of wind, and also headed straight for the cliff. Whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled in Lu Qi's ears. She slowly opened her eyes and happened to see the dark mass of knights below the cliff. Just as she was secretly gathering her strength to prepare for action, She suddenly felt a huge force on her arm, and then she was thrown directly towards the cliff by the man in black. A cave suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qi's eyes, and at the entrance there were 3 figures, as if they had been waiting for her. Lu Qi quickly closed his eyes, and then someone lifted him up by the shoulders and put him on the ground. "Mr. Mu, can we take action now?" Someone said in a deliberately hoarse voice.
Wait.
A familiar voice came, and Lu Qi felt that someone seemed to be walking in front of him. This person is not Lu Xiangxiang, it's Lu Qingyang. What's the meaning? What do you mean? Chu Xingbai caught the wrong person. Mr. Mu's voice came again, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. "Isn't this Lu Zongxuan's daughter?" asked the man with a hoarse voice just now. "Yes, but..." Mr. Mu seemed to have no idea how to explain it. He could only sigh, and then said in a deep voice, "Let's ignore this woman for now. Chu Xingbai has already led Le Qingyao away. What happens next depends on us."
He.
Mr. Mu is right. But this woman, how should we deal with her? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Lu Qi, who had been listening to the conversation of the 3 people with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The true energy in his dantian began to circulate quietly, ready to take action at any time. Kill her. She's not Lu Xiangxiang. There's no point in keeping her alive. Ha! Then let me give her a ride. An old and sharp voice suddenly spoke. It was the person who had been silent just now. Lu Qi suddenly opened his eyes and saw an old man squatting in front of him, his face pale and dry like a skeleton. When he saw Lu Qi's open eyes, the grim smile in his eyes froze instantly, and then the wrinkles on his face began to relax with a surprised expression.
Bang!
Without any hesitation, Lu Qi used all his energy to directly hit the man's chest. The old man was not an ordinary person either, and he crossed his arms across his chest in panic. Snap! There was a crisp sound, and Lu Qi's heart-destroying palm force directly crushed the bones in the old man's arms. At this time, the other 2 people on the platform finally realized that something was wrong and looked sideways in the direction of Lu Qi. Lu Qi had already turned over and stood up, with both palms striking the chest of the 2 men. What's going on? Looking at Lu Qi's familiar face, Mr. Mu hesitated for a moment. Seeing the slender 5 fingers with terrifying palm wind reaching in front of him, Mr. Mu's eyes flashed with brilliance. He didn't have time to draw his sword, so he simply pushed it out with his palm. The 2 palms, one big and one small, came into contact, and countless energy burst out crazily. Then a muffled sound came from Mr. Mu's chest, and his feet retreated 2 steps, and with a bang he leaned against the cliff behind him. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and then his whole body was smashed directly onto the cliff behind him. The right arm that had just been facing his palm hung down as if boneless, and a layer of black slowly covered the back of his hand. "Who are you?" The old man who was first injured by Lu Qi now had his arms drooping and retreated to a position close to the cliff and asked Lu Qi angrily. "Go ask the king of Hades." Lu Qi looked back at the cliff that was more than 10 feet high behind him and then said coldly. Seeing that Lu Qi had taken a step forward and wanted to kill the 3 people, Mr. Mu's eyes flashed, and then he seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his right hand that had just taken over from Lu Qi, and slapped a slightly raised part on the stone wall. Boom! The platform where the 4 people were standing suddenly began to shake. Lu Qi paused for a moment, then looked up and saw a dark hole suddenly appeared next to Mr. Mu.
Go!
Mr. Mu shouted angrily, and then the 3 of them rushed into the cave like crazy. "It's not that easy to leave." Lu Qi sneered, stepped forward, and headed towards the cave entrance. The oldest among the 3 was probably the one with the most serious injuries, and was also the farthest away from the cave entrance, so he fell behind last. Just when half of his body had already entered the cave, Lu Qi chased him and pressed his palm on the back of his chest. Puff! The old man held his head high, and a blood mist mixed with pieces of flesh spurted out of his mouth. In the end, he fell to the ground without even having time to scream and was dead. Lu Qi followed the old man's footsteps into the cave. It was pitch black wherever he looked, but he could hear footsteps not far away. We can't let Mr. Mu leave alive. Lu Qi had already made up his mind to kill, so he immediately stepped into the cave and followed the direction of the footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Lu Qi, who was in the dark and narrow tunnel, also saw a bright light in the distance. I guess this is the end of the cave. She immediately quickened her pace, and just as she stepped out of the cave, a strong wind suddenly blew from the side. Lu Qi's body swayed, and he watched the sharp sword blade pass close to his body. Lu Qi instantly raised his right hand and directly grabbed the other party's hand holding the hilt of the sword, then closed the 5 fingers of his left hand and pushed forward with a thunderous force. And a figure appeared just in the direction where Lu Qi pushed his palm out.
Boom! Bang!
The body flew out with blood stains scattered all over it and hit the ground heavily. At this time, Lu Qi's right hand was tightly clasping Mr. Mu's sword-holding hand like an iron clamp. As she slowly turned her head, she saw the horror and despair in Mr. Mu's eyes. Chuckling, Mr. Mu watched his last companion being killed by a palm strike, and he almost bit his teeth and tried his best to break free from Lu Qi's restraints. He raised his injured right hand again and slapped Lu Qi in the face. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, and he flipped his right hand. There was a click sound, and Mr. Mu's eyes widened in an instant because of the severe pain. Then there was a clang sound, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Lu Qi slightly tilted his head to avoid Mr. Mu's weak palm, and then kicked Mr. Mu's legs. Snap! Mr. Mu fell to his knees. Looking at Mr. Mu kneeling on the ground with his head raised as if he was being executed, Lu Qi's hands slowly dropped to his sides, and then asked in a cold voice, "Are you from the Huaqing sect?"
Huh?
Mr. Mu, who had his head buried and his expression unclear, laughed hoarsely and deeply. "You can kill me or chop me up as you wish. So, you are from Huaqing sect?" Lu Qi said quietly, "The last leader of Huaqing sect was named Mu, and your surname is also Mu." Mr. Mu's figure trembled slightly, but he didn't speak. Tianqing Casino issued an assassination mission last month, and the target was Lu Qinyang, who had just arrived in Beijing. I really want to know who issued this mission. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mu suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red, and his mouth and nose were covered in blood. His bloodshot eyes stared at Lu Qi. "You are not Lu Qinyang." "Yes." Lu Qi nodded. "Also, I have another piece of good news for you. The old man from Huaqing sect who was killed that night was also killed by me." "You." Mr. Mu's eyes were red, with blood flowing out of the corners of his eyes. "To be fair, I told you good news, so you should also tell me good news."
Huh?
Lu Qi frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Mr. Mu swallowed hard, then smiled grimly and said, "There is indeed good news."
Boom.
Suddenly, a loud noise came from the cave next to Mr. Mu. Soon, a violent gust of wind whistled out from the cave entrance.
Could it be?
Lu Qi fiddled with her black hair that was messed up by the strong wind, and then looked towards the cave entrance. "Ha ha ha." Mr. Mu suddenly laughed out loud. "I have accomplished what my father failed to do. I did it." Then Lu Qi saw Mr. Mu's face froze, and then he fell forward to the ground, dead. Lu Qi hurried forward and lifted Mr. Mu's head. Thick black blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He committed suicide. Lu Qi didn't bother with Mr. Mu's body anymore and hurriedly went into the hole beside him. After a while, Lu Qi came back with a tired look on his face and then kicked Mr. Mu's body aside. Just as Lu Qi guessed, the entrance to the cave had been blocked by rocks. After calming down, Lu Qi looked around and found that he was in a natural cave. Moreover, the light inside the cave does not come from the sunlight outside. The cave ceiling, which is about 10 feet high, is made of thick rock. The reason why the cave is as bright as day at this moment is entirely because of the torches densely packed on the stone walls of the cave. After a round of inspection, Lu Qi discovered that the only way out of the cave was the tunnel she had just entered, but it had been sealed. Lu Qi took a deep breath and recalled the time needed to get through the cave. Finally, she came to the conclusion that she was probably already in a very deep place in the belly of Baishi Mountain. Gurgle, gurgle. The bubbles on the water surface are becoming more and more dense. Lu Qi's heart trembled slightly, and then his eyes darkened. He saw the sword that had just fallen from Mr. Mu's hand. He immediately took 2 steps back to the sword, stepped lightly on the hilt, and the sword flew into the air. Lu Qi held it tightly in his hand. His eyes swept across the sword, and he could faintly see the words Qing Feng near the hilt. Here we come. Lu Qi stared at the sparkling water surface. The bubbles had turned into ripples and spread in all directions. Lu Qi's true energy has been poured into his arms.
Crash.
A black shadow broke through the water surface, causing countless water drops to hit the water surface like raindrops. Lu Qi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he immediately took a step forward. Lu Qi paused, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated, and then turned into a look of doubt. The sword in his hand was already raised high above his head, but he stopped abruptly. At this moment, the 2 pairs of smart eyes looked at each other for a long time, and then spoke in unison. Who are you? The other party's voice sounded like the sound of nature, making people feel a little dizzy. However, Lu Qi suddenly woke up and immediately tightened his sword. He asked again in a stern voice, Who are you? No, are you a human? A black-haired woman emerged from the water, her slender neck as white as cream faintly visible in the rippling water. But when his sight slowly moved up to the woman's face, Lu Qi could not help but slightly turn his head, not daring to take another look. Even with just a glance, his hands holding the sword felt a little soft. Fairy? Fairy? Mermaid? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Qi's mind, and then he calmed down and looked in the direction of the woman underwater, trying to find a fishtail. The woman who emerged from the water stared at Lu Qi with her eyes. First, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Then, her gaze moved to the sword in Lu Qi's hand. Her face gradually turned cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. Are you from the Huaqing sect? Lu Qi wanted to remain silent, but he shook his head for some unknown reason, then was startled again, and then simply turned his head and glanced away. This action caught the eyes of the woman on the water, and immediately the frost on her face melted away a little. With a strange light flashing in her eyes, she swam quietly towards the ground. Seeing the other party approaching from the corner of his eye, Lu Qi's eyes darkened immediately, and then all the unreasonable emotions in his heart were cleared. Then he turned around and pointed his sword at the woman who was slowly walking out of the water and said coldly, Stop. The woman had already completely walked out of the water, wearing a light pink undergarment tightly. Lu Qi's mind felt as if it had been struck hard, and 3 words instantly flashed through his mind. Facing Lu Qi's stern shout, the woman paused for a moment, but immediately continued to walk towards the shore. As her white thighs moved forward and backward, a drop of water on her shoulder slid down, passed over her collarbone that looked like the top of a snowy mountain, and fell into the refreshing white valley. Then it came out from a corner of her underwear and went down along her smooth thighs. By the time the woman lifted her foot, the water droplets had rolled to the snow-white instep and finally hung on her crystal-clear toes.
Tick-tock.
Watching the water droplets sliding down, Lu Qiqing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Did you kill them? The woman seemed to have seen the 2 corpses in the cave and immediately smiled. Seeing the woman smiling sweetly, Lu Qi took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and then continued to ask the original question, Who are you? Just as the woman walked out of the water, Lu Qi had already quietly hidden behind her with a sword in one hand. There wasn't a trace of qi fluctuations from the woman, and judging from her breathing and heartbeat, she seemed to be an ordinary person who didn't know any martial arts. She had a vague guess in her heart that Mr. Mu and his 2 companions might have come for the fairy-like woman in front of them. But thinking of the strange way the woman came out from underwater, Lu Qi was still a little cautious in his heart, staring at the woman's every move. If she made any unusual movement, the sword hidden behind Lu Qi's back would go straight for her throat. Facing Lu Qi's question, the woman still did not answer. She just held her chin with her hand and looked at the corpse closest to her. After a moment's scrutiny, she suddenly smiled at Lu Qi and said, Lady, Can you help me take a look at this corpse? Lu Qi's eyes moved slightly when he heard this, but he did not respond, nor did he go forward to examine the body as the woman asked. The woman didn't say anything when she saw this. She just tiptoed and looked at the hole behind Lu Qi, then asked, "Did you come in from this hole?" Seeing that Lu Qi still didn't speak, the woman continued, "This was the forbidden area of the Huaqing sect in the past. Only the successive sect leaders knew about this place. After the death of the last sect leader Mu, the only one who knew about this entrance should be his youngest son Mu Qingfeng."
Mu Qingfeng.
Lu Qi suddenly remembered that the words Qingfeng were engraved on the sword in his hand, and he thought that Mr. Mu was Mu Qingfeng. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qi said coldly, "Mu Qingfeng is dead. Go ahead." She pointed at Mu Qingfeng's body beside the cave entrance. "So, you are my savior." The woman suddenly smiled brightly, and the whole cave seemed to be brighter. Lu Qi took a deep breath and then asked again, "Who are you?" The woman tilted her head as if in deep thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "My last name is Xiao." "That's it." Seeing that the woman stopped talking after introducing herself, Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Xiao was the surname of the great Qi state. The woman looked about the same size as himself, perhaps even slightly smaller. Considering that Queen Mother Zhou was in Baishi Villa, this woman might have some relationship with Queen Mother Zhou, or she might be her daughter. The more Lu Qi thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Wasn't it just to take revenge on the Zhou family? "Why don't you leave from the cave entrance?" The woman suddenly interrupted Lu Qi's thoughts. Lu Qi shook his head and sighed. Mu Qingfeng had already activated the mechanism when he came in. "The tunnel leading to the outside has been sealed. We are already trapped here."
Ah?
The woman exclaimed in surprise. When Lu Qi saw the woman's expression, his guard immediately disappeared. He took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the corpse. He searched the body but found nothing. Finally, Lu Qi stared at the face of the corpse for a long time, feeling that something was wrong. She thought about it, then immediately reached out to touch the beard on the corpse's face, and with a light snap, she pulled off the beard on the chin. Lu Qi's eyes lit up, and she reached out again to pull off the beard on his lips. A pale, beardless dead face appeared in Lu Qi's sight. Lu Qi looked at this face and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came to his ears. "It's the eunuchs in the palace. They have been shaved since childhood and can't grow beards, so whenever they leave the palace, they will put on a fake beard." Lu Qi suddenly realized and recalled the old man who died outside the cave. He not only had no beard but also had a sharp voice and a feminine expression. Lu Qi turned his head and looked at the woman not far away. She was already squatting on a rock by the water, her hands wrapped around her knees, her crystal-clear toes tightly curled up, and her body seemed to be trembling slightly. Lu Qi frowned and watched the woman's eyes slowly closing, as if she was about to fall into a deep sleep. She immediately stood up and was about to walk over, but she heard the woman's nervous cry before she took 2 steps. "Don't come over." The drowsy woman suddenly opened her eyes, and seeing Lu Qi approaching, she shouted in panic. As soon as she finished speaking, a look of pain appeared on the woman's face, and then red blood stains suddenly seeped out of her snow-white skin. The moment the blood stains seeped out, they suddenly evaporated into blood mist and then dispersed. When she saw the red blood mist spreading towards her, a chill instantly surged into Lu Qi's mind. Thinking of the woman's almost screaming attempt to stop her from getting closer, Lu Qi instantly realized the danger of the blood mist and immediately retreated. Lu Qi felt as if the back of her hand was pierced by a steel needle, accompanied by a burning sound. The intense pain immediately caused dense sweat to appear on Lu Qi's back. She hesitated for a moment, and the back of her left hand had already been touched by the red blood mist. Lu Qi retreated to the cave entrance, close to the stone wall, and then he raised his left hand. He saw that the entire back of his hand had been dyed red, and the red was rapidly spreading to both ends of his arm. The woman squatting on the stone saw Lu Qi being touched by the red blood mist, and grief and self-blame suddenly appeared in her eyes, but soon turned into a drowsy expression. Lu Qi wanted to mobilize his true qi to resist the erosion of the crimson blood mist, but the moment his true qi reached his left hand and touched the crimson blood mist, it seemed to be assimilated by it. Then the crimson blood mist flowed upward along his arm even more crazily. Crescent Moon, you are my god, Lu Qi shouted frantically in her heart. She could feel the crescent moon swallowing the red blood mist in her body, like a black hole. Lu Qi couldn't help but cry out in pain. Although the red blood mist was continuously being devoured by crescent moon, Lu Qi still had to bear the pain caused by it raging in her body. Lu Qi felt as if the flesh and bones in her arms were being burned.
Bang!
Until the last trace of blood mist was completely swallowed by the crescent moon, Lu Qi could no longer hold on and fell to one knee. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground. Then the crescent moon seemed to feel the host's pain. It exuded a trace of cold breath that had not yet fully filled up and spread to Lu Qi's left arm. After a while, Lu Qi felt that his left arm had recovered. He turned over and took a closer look. The originally shriveled crescent moon became vivid again. This trace of red blood mist was worth several elixirs. Lu Qi let out a long sigh, then looked at the woman curled up on a rock by the water. The red blood mist lingered around it, and then slowly fell into the calm water. The moment the red blood mist touched the water surface began to puff and jump, as if boiling. What kind of strange poison is this? Lu Qi looked at the red blood mist with horror. She looked at the lifelike crescent moon on her left hand, then raised her head to look at the gradually dissipating red blood mist, and finally gave up the bold idea that had just occurred to her. She already had a rough idea that in Yuya's view, elixirs and poisons were both energies that could be absorbed. Most elixirs are harmless to the human body, so Lu Qi can eat them at will. But the poison, Crescent Moon absorbs it over a period of time, and Lu Qi is not sure if she can resist the poison before Crescent Moon finishes absorbing it. Besides, she really doesn't want to experience the bone-eroding pain just now again. Lu Qi just watched the red blood mist around the woman gradually disappear on the water surface. After a moment, the woman, who had buried her head tightly in her knees, slowly raised her head. His eyes, like those of stars, looked around in confusion, and the moment he saw Lu Qi, he came to his senses completely. "You're still alive." The woman looked at Lu Qi, who was standing in the distance and looking directly at her, with an expression of disbelief. She clearly remembered that she had seen the scene of Lu Qi being corroded by the blood mist before she fainted. A trace of confusion flashed across the woman's eyes again, and then she simply stood up and walked towards Lu Qi. Watching the woman approaching step by step, Lu Qi's eyes condensed slightly, but he did not make any unnecessary moves. The woman walked up to Lu Qi, then reached out and picked up Lu Qi's left arm. Looking at the back of Lu Qi's equally snow-white left hand, the woman was stunned and began to doubt whether she had remembered it wrongly. Lu Qi took advantage of the moment when the woman was stunned and pulled his hand back. He then asked in a deep voice, "What was that blood mist just now?" The woman lowered her head and thought for a moment, still unable to confirm whether her memory was wrong. After hearing Lu Qi's greeting, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. "This is a very strong and strange poison." The woman surnamed Xiao seemed unwilling to talk too much. She stared blankly at Lu Qi's eyes and asked, "Did you encounter the blood mist just now?" Lu Qi thought for a while and finally nodded.